Chapter 1 Departing from Sect and Returning Home. Qingyun Sect, Servants' Courtyard. Zhoping sit cross-legged, a faint theory, all gradually converging from all directions, slowly surging Jintoist Bodhi. His abdomen began to rise and fall rhythmically, as if something was on the verge of solidifying. His breath steadily increased, and a subtle pressure began to manifest. Just as his energy was about to react at zenith, an abrupt change occurred as it emerged from his abdomen, instantly turning crimson. Like a inflating balloon, the energy within him dissipated entirely, leaving not a trace behind. The turbulent flow of energy sent the furniture in the room swaying, and the doors rattling. Blood trickled from Zhoping's lips, his fluctuating energy leaving his complexion as palely parchment. Yet again, he failed. Hesitate softly, wiping the blood from his mouth before hast a large Vinga cultivation elixir from his robiantal winget, closing his eyes to meditate. After considerably time, the turbulent agitation within him gradually calmed. Though his abdomen rather nant soft considerable stagnation, there was no reassurance done. The appealing goff spiritualari fi ses was o futmost importance, requiring the utmost diligency and care. Shu dunafail to stabilize a thyrner gynatime limiter, the risket sustaining hidden injurious detriment talto future cultivation. Asha gaze datha paledon and the horizon, he exhaled deeply and, with great fort, rose to his feet, making ease weight over de certainty of the sect. Originally an ordinary worker from Blue Star, Zhoping had unexpected liberated from overwork, only to find himself reborn in a world of cultivation. In this realm, not only were rather free spirit de mortals traversing the heavens, beautiful soy mortal beings who enjoyed eternal life, with ferocious beasts sandy monas and titius rampant, rendering the lives soft mortals sacent inefficantas grass. Zhoping was tame or soul reincarnate instead, had been reborn as an infant in this world, starting anew. He was buzzed with loving parents and a robust, kind-hearted elder brother, creating a warm and nurturing environment. However, due to the ineffectiveness of his system, which proved to be useless, Zhoping had no intention of seeking the path of cultivation. He planned to it until he was older to employ methods so fearing Monito improve his familiar circumstances, cherishing the joy of familial togetherness. Yet, when he turned 8, a transformed beast infiltrated the village, devouring 3 families, total Angelivan lives, which utterly shattered Zhoping's courage. It was then that truly understood the tight was not a matter of desire or indifference, but rather that this world was fraught with peril, whereath alive soft mortal are even less significant than its or weeds. Thus, for the sake of his own life and that of his family, he tireless slice-up methods stop pursuing the path of cultivation. However, all required aptitude of his system, he learned that possessed known, rendering him incapable of cultivation. It was not until he turned in the discovered his system could actually enhance his aptitude. Ding Fire 10. Spiritual aptitude low grade. Cultivation level chi awakening realm. A rudimentary system panel materialized in Zhoping's mind, further weighing down his thoughts. This system had been with Zhoping since a heiser birth, yet beferethia often, had remained oblivious to its mysteries and potential. He in line that Ding Fire would increase beyond point of year, but its effects, or whether it could be acquired through a thermians, remained a mystery. It was only when he cumulated Ding Fire to 10 points at the agoftent the definitely realized this size stem could indeed enhance his aptitude. With 10 points off Ding Fire, his aptitude do with elevated to low grade, reaching the minimum threshold for cultivation, thus allowing him to be accepted as a servant spellbeaching. Yet, Adicade had pissed, and Zhoping remained stagnant at the awakening realm, unable to break through. Today marked that 20th year of his current life, and it was his fort had tempted opening. Spiritual arify sta brain eye, through doth refining realm, butans more, had failed. Seeing Ding Fire recumulated to 10 points again without her previous indication of fanuptia to the increase, Zhoping's spirit sank in toad spare. Adicade wasted, alas. As Zhoping will keed along, he cold and felt but sigh. Perhaps accumulating more Ding Fire could indeed lead to another enhancement of his aptitude, but with only own point gained a year, and thought chi awakening realm offered a longer lifespan than that of an ordinary person, it was still merely a feud kadesh halmik to me could he for this wandering persitoff these? These would be his final attempts since had failed now on could no longer enhance his aptitude, Zhoping was unwilling to ostian more time on the mount. In Thissicon life, if there were in a threat sto his life end, normpant beasts, he would have preferred to remain in that small mountain village, nestled beside his parents, caring for them. If he continued tackling to ispathy, he wouldn't lie squander more irsinthes mountain twintai years or even longer. Perhaps there would come a day when he could indeed append the spiritual orifices, Butin must first care for their parent she could no taloi son stubbornisto led to lifelong regret. His reason for embarking on thipathof cultivation was largely to protect this family in this world if you were eaten never evansy parents last time, or fulfill his filial duties, then what was the point of cultivating? Harika led leaving Ometan though his parents were healthy, a fuse trans of Wida had appeared at her temples. Many years had passed wondered how they were faring now. Perhaps Siam trilifeteto be stranged from the pathofa mortally, Zhoping mused excellently. The chi awakening realmus burly sufficient forma to protect me family, why should insist in pursuing thy obsession? After 10 years safardship, he had resigned himself to his fate. Even in this foreign world, with Thosla system, he remained just the ordinary Zhoping had always been. Not some esteemed child doffit could no texpectamic. In this life, a complete family, healthy parents, and having witnessed the brilliancy of cultivation were already agrapelzing. At that moment, Arabustman approached. Up and recognizing Zhopingan's sensing, thundulating Gowron faint scent-off blood surrounding him, his expression turned complex, even filled with admiration. Asha clasped Hishans in greeting. Brother Zhou. Junior brother Zhang. Zhoping returned the greeting, but felt a twinge of pain in his abdomen, furrowing his brow in discomfort. This junior brother Zhang, named Zhang Xian, was also Servant disciple, having joined a few years after Zhoping. Duito past asks, they had developed a certain camaraderie. Brother Zhou, there is no need for such formality should focus Sony. Held hand avoid aggravating our injuries. Zhang Zuan hurried forward, wishing to support Zhoping, but washelted be Zhoping's outstretched hand. It's nothing serious, I'm not dead yet, Zhoping joked, eliciting a chuckle from Zhang Xian. Wothen asked curiously, may I a square brother Zuashedded? Having Galso Timteto op in spiritual orifices, Hekud not fail to noticethia, rajarounding Zhoping, which unmistakably indicate diatanather failure. Typically, when Onefa said such failure, they would rest for several days storcuperate, fear fulofuperdizing their foundation. Yether was Zhoping, clearly only just stabilizing eyes injuries, with the faint scent-off blood-stillingering hauk be out walking about so soon, especially in Sikast? Zhangzuan was naturally puzzled. The main peak? The main peak? Zhangzuan was astonished. A servant disciples, these eldom ventured Tothmanbeek. Their lowly statusment the kudresia vetisks from the servants' gourtyard, rendering a triptych main peak necessary, and they wooden line druth to formal disciples. Toth main peak for what? Zhang Suan was about to inquire further when has sudden lie stopped, aerialization dawning upon him. Toth disciplinary office, totally of ethicect, Zhoping replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Junior brother, it's getting late Taiwan Tholdi, Alpa no longer. A mistake Maleeve. With that, Zhoping turned towards main peak, leaving Zhangzuan standing there, rooted in place, gazing Gath his retreating figure. Zhangzuan watched Zhoping grow distant, his expression increasing lie somber. Among the servant disciples, if the ruisinity revered themist, I twacertainly notany formal disciplio relder in charge, but Zhoping, having persevered Faradkid, diligent listening his skills through an anshine, and withstanding multiple failures in his attempts to brain eye through, his resilience had become legendary among the servant disciples. Manyof Tim had managed to endure thus for Duito Zhoping's influence. Even if any other servant disciple amintethir lack of aptitude and chose to leave the Zekford mundane world, Zhang Suan would na they've been surprised after all, that path off immortally was fraught with challenges. Yet as was Zhoping, ho had persisted for 9 years, that brother ho hated him Ted 4 times without yielding, anto de was choosing to abandon thipathof immortally and depart into themertal realm. Higher ned to Kalaudo Zhoping, toppled with him to stay, but found himself frondered speechless, hit-hearted tumult of emotions. How could he not comprehend that Zhoping had undoubtedly faced diatanather failure, leaving him utterly disheartened, prompting his resolute depart the sect? How could he possibly intervene? Perhaps, in the future, Hituo would find himself departing in succustat of despair. Brother Zhou, take care on your journey. Zhou Ping Gui vid bakine acknowledgement, then vanished ta the forest. As the disciple from the disciplinary office struck Zhou Ping's name from the servant trosterain reclamidis j de token, it signified that Zhou Ping guas no longer disciplio of Qingyun sect. However, before departing Thesict, Zhou Ping had exchanged Alice contributions for a decent chi induction technique and several spells, which her regarded as final mementos. Should his descendants Saris brothers descendants possess apta to deant the future, perhaps the sea could service a legachido established their family. Chapter 2 Returning Amino. Nestled among the great banyan trees, there lay his Malvillage, home to nearly 100 families. A stream flowed gent live from the mountains, meandering past side of the village, flanked by fields of varying sizes, where a golden rice swayed like an ocean, tended by diligent farmers. At noon, wisps soft smoke wafted through the village, carrying Thessentoff cooking. At last, I have returned. Adel figure emerged from woods, his garments teared from the journey, Thothis injuria had healed completely. Zhou Ping gazed to Thessomi Watten familiar land of Fisbirth, Andy Arswelled and Hyzes. Qingyun sect weighs 1,000 miles away from Baishi village, beset with high mountains, sand, treacherous rivers, and plagued be bonded Sithid taken him 3 long months to finally arrive here. Tis precise live forth his reason that Zhou Ping found exceeding difficulter return home in the past. After odd Kadav seeking the path, had ultimately achieved nothing, leaving the vise ag sophis parents blurred in his memory. I wonder how my father and mother are faring, gas, smiled her brother grown of in my robust. As Zhou Ping traversed the dirt slope towards the village, his thoughts wandered. Even if I cannot discover the immortal to longevity, my skills should suffice for establishing a home. I can engage in farming while hunting wild beasts and gathering mounta indelicacies, subsequently seeking game means to build a family. Surely, these will improve our household circumstances and provide immigrants with the nourishment they need for a longer life. If life truly becomes arduous, I could take up a position in the Countessa Templetendant. It may be fraught with dwinger, yet it remains a potential avenue. His gaze fell upon the distant Dunji mountain, grand and majestic, enveloped in a mystique of swirling clouds and lush greenery. Numerous ferocious beasts roamed within, and it was rumored that supernatural creatures thrived there, deterring ordinary folk from venturing to. Themonstrous being the Thedance Rika Davos in Baishi village had emerged from Diranji mountain, ultimately subdued on lie through the combined efforts of Father Zenman. However, since joining Qingyun sect, Zhou Ping had gained some understanding of the mountain. Stretching over house and soft miles, it was stand boundless. Baishi village was merely Yakarnarafono fits many foothills, where the spiritual energy was faint and scarce, rendering cultivation exceptional challenging, especially Ositla within the borders of the territory. Any creature possessing true spiritual prowess would not linger here instead delvidi pinto mountain in search of enlightenment. Thebes the Thedrevius lie invaded could have been an anomaly thought for tuata, Sligan's ancients, yet it was first priorito an ordinary old animal. Shouldnother such creature diretto salt the village, it would soon experience the effectiveness of Zhou Ping's abilities. Thoth Kuling Griom wasn't a formal stage of cultivation, it did not imply a weakness akantatatofmer immortals. With his physique nurtured by spiritual energy, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. A cultivator like Zhou Ping could arbor between 7 and 9 strands of spiritual energy within, allowing him to execute some rudimentary techniques derived from the sparse energy available. Of course, even those rudimentary techniques were more than sufficient to contend with common spirits, wild beasts, not to mention ordinary humans. Yet, as he had yet condensed his spiritual orifice and was current lifer from areas recent spiritual energy, every strand of energy weighs arduous to co. Ls, and Zhou Ping would not squander it recklessly. Beneath the ancient tree at the village entrance, several children were a hoifulai playing, their laughter drawing attention to Zhou Ping's arrival. Were you? Where did you come from? A robust child with a fierce countenance broached, a mixture of caution and curiosity in his inquiry. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, sensing a vague familiarity with the chilled, yet cold not placid. Was your guardian? My father is Shaudakian, that child replied earnestly, not stepping aside but staring directly at Zhou Ping. Hearing this, Zhou Ping chuckled as she placed large hand upon the boy's shed, gently ruffling his hair, and could not but reflect. Daki Anson Hasgronsamick. I am from Zoo Family played with the hour, father sin seckled. The child, wise beyond his years, showed no fear, pondering aloud. Era Therodoltsa haven't met from Saner's family? Zhou Pinglin said towards say feudamid children at the distance seeing do said which family hailed from. Heritrivid several piece off candy from ease way stand spread theme in his palm. Take this cincher them. The candies, murky and yellow-brown in hue, appeared unappealing, yet they made the children see as game with delight. The stout childs Nachadonia Jurly and Arteden Totha throng, but suddenly halted Dan turned back to Zhou, exclaiming, Thank you, uncle. In the next moment, a cacophony flaughter rare up to among the children. Zhou Ping excellently, as if witnessing his own child who'd reflected back a team. Hathan strode to purposefully towards the village. At midday, the heat was oppressive, and given the proximity of the fields to the village, the farmer's natural lidded not dinithophiles but instead made their way home, carrying their tull sand chatting in small groups. Upon seeing Zhou Ping, a stranger, they regarded him with cautious scrutiny. Afa recognized him but, being unfamiliar, did no taproact agree him. Eventually, Zhou Ping arrived at a corner of the village, where a Buddha dozen households is toed. In contrast to theather homes in the village, these dwellings appeared somewhat dilapidate bandaged, with several made of earthen brick sand. Baishi village had only been established for Ramers of any Toetai years, formed by refugees settled in Gentheria, resulting in a population of Fabuda 100 households, scattered among Marathantin surnames. Unlike other villages, where a thriving population was often centered around Donia Rayfumes. A high vantage point who drivial thathi houses were rangeding, cluster soft 3 to 5 year retinine, forming small circles within the village, indicative of a particular familiar surname. In several instances, there were clusters so over 10-tiled houses, intermingling impressively. Naturally, these Ebelingeto Baishi village's largest clans, the Qian, Wang, Lu, and Sun. Living communally and junneting against external threats, Themere Populau Safamali became, the stronger their standing within the village. Shoot the next 100 years pass without upheaval, Baishi village would like Clier main dominated by these 4 families. In contrast, the Zhu family, Bangazmalerklin, had most emigrated to the village after its establishment, their numbers feeble, akin to a handful of kittens. To avoid being bullied by the larger families, they had Tobe and Togather for mutual support. Thesmal cluster off houses Zhou Ping no Fei said Washima to such families, cohabiting at the village sedge, barely enduring the oppression from the larger clans. The children had just encountered Wirilso from the smaller households, naturally playing Togather duo their parents' connections. Gazing at the familiar entrance to Hishom, Zhou Ping was overwhelmed with emotions. Has stepped forward and rapped gently on the door. Hois it? A strange Malay voice responded from within, unmistakably not that of his mother, Wang. Zhou Ping's narrowed, and a heavy thought settled in his heart, conjuring thworst possibilities. Throughout history, Mountain Village shad produced Thiershario frogs of Samathing, had befallen his family, they might be left complete illicitut, with no trace remaining. Thuather Dwooden door slowly opened Akrak, revealing Gayung farmer woman how cautiously peered outside. Upon seeing a stranger, she hurriedly attempted to shut the door. Yet, Zhou Ping shan't forcefully halt at the door, causing Fuman to stumble back in alarm. I'd man Takno, is this Themi of Zhou Leahan? What is your relation to Zhu family? Zhou Ping's voice was gold, an array of subtle pressure emanating towards the farmer woman. Bangalical, shudder Ned pale with fright, momentarily rendered speechless. Sualian, what is happening outside? At that moment, an aged voice emerged from within, and a frail, stupid figure appeared, leaning on a cane. With a facet ched with wrinkles and hair as whiteous now, it was Zhu's mother, Huang. Zhou Ping stood frozen in place, tear swelling in his eye Isashara shed towards Wang, embracing her tight-lined refusing to let go. Mother, I have a been in filialson. Pinger, estate you, Pinger? Huang was momentarily dazed, her merkies fixated in Zhou Ping, her trembling hands reaching out, as if she could scarcely believe a Thishnabeth for her. Myson. Themotharan sung clung to a Kother, weeping profusely. The farmer woman struggled to rise from the ground, yet remained cowering in the corner, too frightened to approach. She had long heard Hurus ban spiaka feunger brotherho had lefto pursueth epatho of cultivation aid ago, and thof he's moni and items back from me to time, he had never turned. Never did she imagine if they upon finally seeing him, Hugh appear such a fearsome figure. After considerably time, Huang finally steadied her motion sand, filled with hope, asked, Michael, no Thadio have returned, will he only a vegan? Upon meeting Huang's gaze, fled with hoppy and almost pleading, Zhou Ping could no longer contain his motions, tears is streaming down his face. I will no leave again I will stay and accompany you both. That as a ling world beyond the mountains was not some thing, a humble person like him could aspire to remaining in the village at a honorous parentimik. Good. It's wonderful Tadioi. Huang was overcome with excitement, tightly embracing Zhou Ping as if comforting a young child. She then pointed to the farmer woman beside her, saying, This is your sister-in-law, Lin Suilian, the daughter of the 4th Lin from Linjia village, 10 miles away. Greetings, uncle. Lin Quilian hastily Rosata greeted him. Zhou Ping followed Huang's gaze, taking Gijud look at his sister-in-law. Dressed in simple homespun garments, Shibori an ordinary appearance, with hands roughened betoil, embodying decency o fatalage and tanned honest farmer's wife. I wash her sheerly aran frightened my sister-in-law, Zhou Ping glowered his posture and apologized to Lin Suilian. Tomorrow, I will venture into the mountains to hunt some megami to make amends. Fine at he mountains irreparabilis. Uncle, you should not go. Lin Quilian exclaimed in alarm, herfis bettering concern. It's nothing to worry about. Zhou Ping guevidishan dismissively, turning to Huang and inquiring, Mother, where air father and elder brother? It's nearly harvest time, and to prevent pests and birds from imaging the crops, the Arabis and the filed sand won't return until latter. Saner will come to fetch food for them soon. Saner is year if you is 5 years old this year. I have become man and coal. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, then filled with immency. Theban doth blood is thicker than water for most people, familiality surpassales, and Zhou Ping was no exception. Then I shall deliver it later is still remember thway. By theway, didn't Tizen back thought Monofori auto beland and build a new house? Zhou Pinglin see doth it dilapidate der thin hut, its roof patched countless times, what os the houses still look like these? Your mother savedet, intending to seat for your marriage, she replied. Mother, Zhou Ping reproached, I sent that money for us. What are you savenge it for? Huang gazetted Zhou Ping with loving concern, your father and your old it's no longer necessary for us to enjoy life. You have worked hard outside, and in the future, y'all will need to start a family there will be in a play seswario require funds. Regardless of firewords, I shall also venture into the field stow lend my assistance. Zhou Ping, feeling an irritable surge within, Castaglan sought the blazing outside. A wavy of concern was Shinjaverum for his family. Hath internet to Lin Quilian and inquired, Sister-in-law, where is Themiel? Is shall to Ketover. Ina flurry, Lin Quilian retrieved a bamboo basket from the cooking patand handidito, Zhou Ping within lay 6 or 7 fresh baked flatbreads, glistening faintly with oil. Zhou Ping accepted the bamboo basket and stepped outside, making ease way towards the fields, guided by the contours of his memory. Chapter 3. The dispute. The houses stood in dignified rows, with mulberry and elm trees gracing the front and back, bestowing upon Baishi village a unique, pastoral charm. Zhou Ping traversed the pathways between the dwellings with a bamboo basket in hand, his heart brimming with joy as he gazed around. Though his spirit hailed from another realm, this quaint village was undeniably his true home in this lifetime. As the saying goes, one finds it hard to part with their homeland. Now that he had returned and beheld the familiar sights, memories of the past surged forth in waves. This naturally drew the curious glances of some villagers, yet none dared to approach him. After all, Zhou Ping had spent a decade honing his skills at Qingyun's sect. Even though he had not stepped onto the path of immortality, his otherworldly demeanor and fair, delicate skin set him apart from the rustic folk. Despite their skepticism, no one dared to inquire further, fearing he might be some wealthy young master. Provoking him could spell disaster. While the farmers appeared unsophisticated, they were far from simpletons. Each was astutely aware. And though they lacked foresight, they would not engage in foolish actions. Soon, Zhou Ping arrived at the village's edge, where he could see the meandering Baishi River flowing gently ahead, though only a few meters wide. It was not an imposing river, yet the sunlight danced upon its surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. On either side of the stream lay expanses of farmland, with rice swaying like waves in the autumn breeze. Rustling softly, this very stream had nourished the hundreds of souls residing in Baishi village, and the surrounding mountains shielded it from the chaos of war, rendering it a veritable sanctuary. He strode purposefully toward his family's fields, which lay 6 acres away from the river. Though laborious to cultivate, these lands were tended to by his father, Zhou Dashan, to sustain their family of 4. Before reaching the fields, he spotted several figures standing along the ridge, one of whom appeared tall and robust, reminiscent of his brother Zhou Hong. Yet, before Zhou Ping could revel in the moment, he noticed a heated argument unfolding among them, with his brother seemingly under pressure. And the situation hinted at the potential for violence. Anger surged within him, and he swiftly rushed forward. "Old Zhou, this land is ours. Why are you cultivating it?" A shadowy man barked from the ridge. "We are all neighbors. Since you've already planted, I want to make things difficult for you. Consider the rice in this field as compensation," Zhou Hong retorted, asserting that they had previously reached an agreement. "Agreement? When did we ever speak of such a thing?" The shadowy man scoffed. "Get out of my way, or I'll have you dragged to the magistrate to see whose side the law favors." "You?" Zhou Hong's face turned crimson with fury, his body trembling as he longed to strike the man before him. "What is this? Planning to resort to violence?" The shadowy man sneered, arrogance radiating from him. At that moment, several burly men surged forward, menacingly forcing Zhou Hong back. Despite his rage, Zhou Hong thought of his family behind him and could only swallow his indignation. "This land was cultivated through our hard work." "You scoundrels!" A frail child behind Zhou Hong shouted defiantly, but a man advanced with a fierce glare, causing the child to turn pale and retreat into Zhou Hong's protective embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhou Hong hurriedly shielded the child. Placing himself as a bulwark, the elderly Zhou Dashan, stooped with age, approached with a lowly demeanor, grasping the man's clothing with a forced smile. "Luda, the harvest is upon us. We've prepared the land for you. So please allow us to reap this season's rice." But Luda disdainfully shrugged him off. "The grain on my land is mine. Why should you benefit?" Already frail, Zhou Dashan stumbled backward from the force, falling to the ground with a pained cry. "Father, grandfather!" Zhou Hong's eyes blazed red as he rushed to check on Zhou Dashan. In that instant, his fury ignited. He saw that Zhou Dashan's arm had struck a large stone, leaving it bloodied and mangled. The little boy knelt beside Zhou Dashan, tears streaming down his face as he cradled his grandfather. Luda noticed this and, although concerned, shouted, "Old fool, still trying to swindle me. Damn it, Luda, you wretched scoundrel!" Zhou Hong roared, launching himself toward Luda like a raging bull, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. The men surrounding Luda rushed to intervene, but Zhou Hong, a sturdy farmer, held his ground, resulting in a stalemate. "Damn it! How dare you strike me? Get rid of them!" Luda bellowed, rising from the ground, disheveled and furious. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force strike him from behind, sending him flying several meters away. "Who are you threatening?" A voice, thick with fury, resonated, capturing everyone's attention. Zhou Ping stood, his expression icy as he regarded the Lu family men, his sleeves rustling ominously, causing them to freeze in place. "Who is this meddlesome fool? Get him!" someone shouted, and instantly, 4 or 5 men charged at Zhou Ping like wild bears. Zhou Ping evaded their assaults with the grace of a swan, his spiritual energy coalescing in his fists as he struck with formidable force, swiftly knocking them to the ground, leaving them incapacitated and groaning. He then approached Luda, arms slightly raised, as a beam of golden light descended with ferocity. "For harming my father, I shall sever your hand as punishment." "Ah, my hand!" Lu Da's agonized screams echoed as his hand was severed, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, wailing in despair. "It's an immortal master." The remaining men, disregarding their pain, fell to their knees, trembling in fear. "Spare us, immortal master! Spare us! Get out!" Zhou Ping shouted, and the men fled in terror, dragging the whimpering Lu Da away, not daring to linger. Zhou Ping, feeling slightly unsteady from the exertion of his energy, rushed to check on Zhou Dashin's arm. His expression grave as he infused the last of his dwindling spiritual energy into it, staunching the bleeding and allowing it to scab over. He then turned to ensure that Zhou Hong and the child were unharmed. Once he had tended to them, he felt an emptiness within, a consequence of overexerting his spiritual energy. After all, the qi was scarce in the awakening realm, and he had spent most of it on his earlier incantations. Leaving him utterly depleted, he was grateful he had arrived in time. Had he been even a moment later, his father might have met a dire fate, though he had harbored thoughts of annihilating those men. He ultimately chose restraint, both for his own sake and for his family's safety, as long as he had not opened his spiritual orifices and truly embarked on his path of cultivation. He remained an ordinary mortal, bound by the same laws as any other, albeit with greater strength. He could not afford to act impulsively and kill, for the Liu family was not a poor, insignificant clan. They had connections that could reach the magistrate. He could not lead his family into a life on the run. Thus, he merely incapacitated the leader, Liu Da, while the others would recover after a few days of rest. This would serve as a warning to the Liu family, conveying a clear message. Zhou Ping had returned, seeking only a peaceful existence. Should they dare to bully the Zhou family again, they would find him to be ruthless. The 3 generations, grandfather, father, and son, stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with trepidation as they gazed at Zhou Ping, afraid to breathe lest they provoke this immortal master. Finally, it was Zhou Hong who, after studying him intently, felt a flicker of recognition and hesitantly asked, "Is that you, Ping?" Zhou Ping turned his head, smiling at the 3 of them, tears welling in his eyes. "Father, brother, I have returned." Chapter 4. Seeking peace, it is truly you. My Ping has come home." Zhou Dashin wept, tears streaming down his face. 10 years prior, Zhou Ping had been identified by a local immortal as possessing the potential for cultivation, destined to seek the path of immortality to protect his family. And he had left without a word. A decade had passed, and Zhou Dashin's hair had turned increasingly gray with age, his body frail. He had feared he would never see his youngest son again. Yet today, Zhou Ping had returned. He longed to embrace him, but felt a sense of unfamiliarity and even a tinge of reverence. Zhou Hong, on the side, was equally elated, yet hesitant to approach, although Zhou Ping had reappeared before them. The transformation from the frail boy they remembered to the figure before them was staggering. Moreover, he was now an immortal master, creating an insurmountable divide that filled them with both fear and awe. Zhou Ping observed this distance and reverence, sighing inwardly, fully aware of how difficult it would be to bridge such a gap. He cradled the child in his arms, delighting in the innocent gaze of the little one. "Brother, this must be my nephew. What is his name?" "His name is Changhe, as we hope he will flow as endlessly as the Baishi River," Zhou Hong replied earnestly, then awkwardly turned to the child, saying, "Come, greet your uncle." Though frightened by the earlier scene, the 4 or 5-year-old boy, being a child, was filled with curiosity rather than fear, and timidly called out, "Hello, uncle. Little Changhe is truly well behaved." The shout brought an exuberant joy to Zhou Ping's heart as he playfully ruffled the child's hair. And from his sleeve, he produced some treats for Zhou Changhe, causing the latter's eyes to sparkle, completely forgetting the pain he had just endured. "Little Changhe, do you understand why I let them go?" Zhou Ping inquired, gazing at his nephew, eager to discern the child's character. Believing that one could glimpse the future in the behaviors of the young, it is to instill fear in them. Once frightened, they will not dare to act again. Zhou Changhe's youthful visage displayed a resolute determination. "Father took me to the fields to chase wild boars, using stones to strike sticks, but we always left one side open. That way, the boars would be frightened and flee in that direction. However, if all sides are blocked, the boars will become ferocious and charge at us." "Very astute," Zhou Ping remarked with satisfaction, stroking his nephew's head, proud of the family lineage. "Yet if the blade is sharp enough, even a furious boar can be slain." A fierce glint appeared on Zhou Changhe's young face. "Though I am but a child, I remember all the bullying I have endured in the village. One day, I shall reclaim everything." Zhou Ping's heart quivered. His nephew was only 5 years old, yet here he stood, burdened with such wisdom. A testament to the trials he had faced, he instinctively tightened his embrace, filled with guilt. "Uncle has returned. You shall no longer be bullied," was a vow he kept unspoken but firmly planted in his heart. "Father, elder brother, let us return home," Zhou Dashan said, glancing sorrowfully at the golden rice fields. Being a farmer, he could hardly bear to leave the crops during this harvest season. "Fear not, for I am here," Zhou Ping reassured, then lifted Zhou Changhe into his arms, taking Zhou Dashan's hand as they made their way home. Zhou Hong hastily gathered the hoe from the ground, grinning as he followed behind. Since childhood, his younger brother had always been clever and resourceful, and now that he had returned, this farmer felt a sense of security, having a pillar of support in the small village of Baishi. News of the return of the Zhou family's second son, who sought enlightenment, quickly spread from household to household, prompting subtle shifts in attitude as families began to inquire about the details, eager to amend their perceptions of the Zhou clan. The Lu family, having branched out from the venerable Lu Taigong, now boasted over 10 households and 40 to 50 souls. Yet at this moment, their courtyard was packed to the brim. An elderly man, past 70, sat in the main seat, frowning as he puffed on his pipe, surrounded by fellow elders, while the men present wore expressions of anger. In the center of the courtyard, Lu Da lay on the ground, moaning in pain, his arm expertly bandaged where it had been injured. "Elder brother, what shall we do?" An old man asked the elders seated at the head. The elder, named Lu Quan, the patriarch of the Lu family, remained silent, lost in thought as he continued to smoke. The men below began to argue. "Indeed, elder, we cannot allow the Lu family to be bullied like this. But that Zhou family's second son is a practitioner of the mystical arts. What of it? If he could return to our village, how formidable could he truly be? If he were truly an enlightened master, our Lu family would have perished long ago. How could Lu Da and the others have made it back alive? I see him as just another unfortunate soul in pursuit of immortality. I've encountered many like him. There are several in the county who claim to be masters, yet they are not much stronger than us." The Lu family had its share of informed members. Even if they were unaware of the intricacies of the path of enlightenment, they knew some secrets. There were indeed several masters in the county, many of whom, having lost hope for transcendence, returned to the mortal realm to revel in earthly pleasures and live as landlords. While they possessed certain skills far beyond ordinary men, they were still bound by the laws of the mundane world. Only a truly enlightened master would be above such constraints, capable of indiscriminately taking lives. If Zhou Ping were genuinely an enlightened master, he would have likely killed Lu Da and instilled fear in the others. The fact that he only injured them indicated he had his reservations. Then why should we fear him? "Let us kill him," one man shouted, inciting a chorus of agreement. "Kill him! Kill him!" The uproar seemed poised to lift the roof off the courtyard, as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Yet, Lu Quan slammed his pipe onto the table, silencing the crowd instantly. "Continue your bickering. Why have you all fallen silent?" Lu Quan admonished. "How has my Lu family raised such brutes who resort to violence at every turn? If everyone acted like you, we would have perished long ago." His words rendered the men silent, as they shrank into themselves like turtles retreating into their shells. The few elders present, though displeased, refrained from contradicting him, knowing it would only undermine Lu Quan's authority. Once he had vented, Lu Quan's mood lightened, and he pointed at one of the men. "Lu Hong, you explain to everyone what transpired." Instantly, all eyes turned to a burly man, who became visibly anxious, his body trembling involuntarily. "Why are you dawdling? Speak." Lu Quan's displeasure was evident as he raised his voice. "It was that old Zhou who encroached on Lu Da's land. We merely sought to reclaim it. But they not only refused to return it, but Zhou Erlang also resorted to violence, leaving us in this state." Upon hearing this, the members of the Lu family erupted with indignation, itching to confront the Zhou family. However, seeing the elders remain silent, they dared not voice their thoughts though. "Is that so?" Lu Quan scoffed, casting a glance at his brother Lu Zhong, whose face was ashen, struggling to contain his anger. Lu Da, Lu Hong, and the others involved in the altercation were all from Lu Zhong's household, and they had been in the wrong from the start. Their brazen lies only fueled his ire. Lu Ming, you speak now? Lu Quan commanded, pointing to another man. Yes, grandfather. A refined young man stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the elders before addressing the assembly. 10 years ago, Uncle Zhua passed away due to illness, and his 12 acres of fertile land were divided between Lu De and Lu Hong. As he spoke, Lu Zhong's expression turned mournful, covering his face with his hands as he recalled his son Lu Zhua, who had died in the prime of life. It was indeed Lu Zhua's early death, coupled with a mother's grief over her son, that had fostered the laziness of Lu De and his brother. Lu Ming could only bow in apology to Lu Zhong, who gestured for him to continue. I am fine, proceed. Yet Lu De, being inherently lazy, neglected the fertile land, allowing it to lie fallow while squandering the wealth left by Uncle Zhua. Lu Ming continued, his fields were adjacent to the Zhou families, with a 2-acre plot that was closely linked to theirs. Thus, earlier this year, Zhou Hong approached Lu De with a verbal agreement to rent that plot for a share of 40% of the harvest, to which Lu De readily consented. This revelation caused the expressions of those present to flicker with uncertainty as they began to put the pieces together. A 40% share was indeed a lucrative deal. This was not like the land owned by the landlords, which, despite its fertility, had been neglected for years, requiring arduous labor to clear stones and enrich the soil. The first year would undoubtedly be grueling, and a yield of 2/3 of what a comparable field would produce would be considered fortunate. Who would willingly undertake such a thankless task unless the Zhou family had no choice but to rent land to cultivate? Throughout the year, the Zhou family had toiled to reclaim the land, and now they finally saw the fruits of their labor. Yet today, Lu De had come to renege on their agreement, demanding all the harvest from the 2 acres. As Lu Ming spoke, many honest and hard-working members of the Lu family began to show signs of anger. Being farmers themselves, they understood the hardships involved. Even though Lu De was a relative, their resentment began to grow in the midst of the dispute. Zhou Laohan had been injured by Lu De and his companions, which had provoked Zhou Erlang to retaliate, utilizing his mystical powers against several of the Lu family members. Lu Ming continued, emphasizing the term mystical powers. As he eloquently recounted the events, most of the Lu family members fell silent, their previous anger dissipating, and they regarded Lu De on the ground with cold glares. Though a few still wore displeased expressions. You have all heard. Now who do you think is in the right? Lu Quan's voice echoed. Zhou Erlang had injured several of them in an instant, yet had not struck any fatal blows, indicating he did not wish to escalate hostilities with the Lu family. It was Lu De's provocation that had brought this upon them. However, Lu De cannot simply be bullied like this, someone interjected. What, do you want to resort to violence? Lu Quan raised an eyebrow, surveying the crowd, then stood up. Think carefully about your families. Zhou Erlang is no ordinary person. If you push him too far, how will your families fare? Do you wish for them to end up like Lu De, lying here in defeat? Must it come to bloodshed before you are satisfied? His words rendered the crowd mute, and Lu Quan paused. This situation is the result of Lu De's own actions. Do not drag our Lu family into this mess. If you seek vengeance for him, consider whether it is worth risking your lives for such a fool. After all, although Zhou Ping had not attained enlightenment, he was certainly no ordinary man. If he were to commit murder, the authorities would indeed pursue him. However, by then, the Lu family might well find themselves in dire straits. Lu Ming, you take a few men to the Zhou family to negotiate this matter, Lu Quan instructed. Yes, grandfather. Lu Ming departed the courtyard with a few men from the main household. Lu Quan surveyed the sea of faces before him, feeling somewhat fatigued, and then gestured for everyone to disperse. However, at the very last moment, he caught sight of Lu De lying on the ground, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Henceforth, the clan would allocate 100 pounds of rice to Lu De's family each year. No matter the circumstances, he was still a member of the Lu family. Upon hearing this declaration, the remaining Lu clan members, still gathered around, displayed expressions of delight. Previously, even though they recognized that Lu Quan's decision was the most rational, a tinge of disappointment towards the clan had lingered in their hearts. Yet, it was a relief that the clan had not completely forsaken them. Once everyone had dispersed, Lu Quan slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples to alleviate his mental fatigue. As the head of the clan, the weight of responsibility upon him was particularly burdensome. leaving him somewhat breathless. In truth, he had long been aware of Lu Da's oppression of the Zhou family. Yet such occurrences were commonplace in rural areas, where affluent households exploited the less fortunate, and he, being the patriarch of the Lu family, was inherently biased towards Lu Da. However, little did he anticipate that Zhou Erlang would not only return from seeking immortality but also wield formidable strength, necessitating a peaceful resolution. After all, although the Lu family had only been established for 4 or 5 generations, it had flourished and expanded, firmly establishing its presence in Baishi village and subtly trending towards becoming a prominent clan. It was imperative to develop steadily, avoiding conflicts and calamities, so that in the future, when the family prospered, they could establish a clan school, allowing descendants to study literature and martial arts, ensuring the Lu family's continued glory. If fortune smiled a little more favorably, perhaps 1 or 2 gifted children might emerge to seek immortality and enlightenment, and if they could achieve even a fraction of Zhou Erlang's success, that would suffice. The mere presence of Zhou Erlang, who had yet to attain true enlightenment, rendered him cautious, not solely due to his formidable abilities and lethal supernatural skills. Lu Quan sighed, not out of frustration with Lu Da's brazen behavior or his oppression of the Zhou family, but rather because Zhou Ping had truly acquired the art of immortality. Had Zhou Ping been an ordinary person, he would have simply dealt with the Zhou family in secret, eliminating them without hesitation. Alas, Zhou Ping was not that simple. In the worst-case scenario, Lu Da could have perished on the spot, allowing them to report Zhou Ping to the authorities. Yet, Zhou Ping had merely incapacitated Lu Da, sparing his life. Even if Lu Quan harbored certain thoughts, he could not act upon them, for that would only dishearten his clan members. Even if Zhou Ping had not attained enlightenment, he would still be bound by the law. But nonetheless, he was considered a master of the supernatural. The authorities would inevitably show him some favoritism. Such a dismemberment served merely as a warning, ultimately solidifying enmity and establishing a formidable adversary for the Lu family. They had to either endure in silence or strike with overwhelming force to suppress the threat completely. Otherwise, they would only invite disaster upon their clan. "Why does he not die?" Lu Quan exclaimed in anger. Uncertain whether his ire was directed at Lu Da or Zhou Ping, gazing up at the ceiling with a faint sigh, "Father, you entrusted this family to me, and I am weary of bearing this burden. My brothers feign compliance while resenting me for perceived injustice. The children act thoughtlessly, provoking trouble. I am truly exhausted. Yet, your great-grandson, who will be born tomorrow, is a good child, steady and far-sighted. He has even passed the county examination. I hope to pass on the Lu family legacy to him. May your spirit in the heavens bless him with success next year, so that the Lu family may also shine brightly." In response, there was only an oppressive silence. Chapter 5. Purchasing land upon returning home. Zhou Ping had yet to relish a moment of joy with his family when visitors began to arrive in droves. The majority were households akin to the Zhou family, neighbors who banded together for warmth. Naturally, they were eager to uncover the truth behind the Zhou family's predicament. "Take care, Chen Bo," Zhou Hong said as he saw off an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a frail frame before returning indoors. As the old man walked a short distance away, he turned back to glance at the Zhou family's entrance, a glimmer of determination flickering in his murky eyes. "From now on, these small households will have to rely on the Zhou family. Perhaps I can also seize this opportunity to avenge my ancestors." Chen Bo walked back home, appearing as a frail, confused old man. Upon entering, Zhou Hong noticed his brother cradling his forehead, weariness etched across his face. "That old Chen is a pitiable soul. Over 50 years old and all alone, save for a daughter still in her prime. Pinger, what do you think?" Zhou Dashan lamented, his tone hinting at something more. "Father, what are you saying? You should be taking care of yourself," Zhou Ping retorted, somewhat irritated. "Your father speaks wisely. You are no longer young and should consider settling down." Huang Shi chimed in. "I've seen that girl. She seems quite decent, diligent, and capable. Your father and I are aging. As long as we can see you and Honger live healthily and establish your own households, should we witness your marriage and children, we would have no regrets. Honestly, what nonsense are you speaking? You are still in good health," Zhou Ping chastised, attempting to draw closer to his family through this domestic chatter, yet feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that the first matter upon returning home would be the pressure to marry. Zhou Hong, meanwhile, sat aside, indulging in his wife and child's company, watching his brother's distressed expression with a hearty laugh, as if transported back a decade or so. The aura of spirituality had remarkable healing properties for mortals. Within just a few hours, the wounds on Zhou Dashan's arm had scabbed over, appearing almost healed. "I will think it over," Zhou Ping replied, deflecting the topic while pondering why the Chen family's daughter sounded oddly familiar. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. "Is old Zhou at home?" Zhou Hong stepped forward upon hearing the voice, his expression instantly darkening. "You are not welcome here. Leave at once." The visitor was none other than Lu Ming. Hearing Zhou Hong's rebuke, a few individuals behind him bristled with indignation, yet Lu Ming maintained a calm demeanor, bowing slightly to him. "My troublesome cousin has acted foolishly and erred. I am here to offer my apologies on his behalf." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's expression softened considerably. There is a saying that one should not strike a person who comes bearing good intentions, and Lu Ming's demeanor made it difficult to respond harshly, especially since the transgressions were committed by Lu Da and his associates. Lu Ming, under Zhou Hong's guidance, entered the house, only to be met with the sight of the elderly Zhou, despite his frail appearance, sporting remnants of bloodstains on his clothing, causing Lu Ming's eyes to widen in shock. The methods of the immortals were indeed formidable. It was not inconceivable for flesh to grow from bones. He resolved to avoid provocation. Reflecting on his previous fantasies of overpowering Zhou Ping through sheer numbers, he could not help but find it laughable. Even if they succeeded, how many of their own kin would be lost? After all, they were blood relatives, not soldiers. One could not force their kin to their doom. "Ping, I have come today to extend my apologies." Lu Ming's expression shifted, filled with sincere regret as he bowed his head. "It was my cousin's folly. Not only was he greedy, but he also brought several brothers to injure the old man. I am filled with trepidation and shame upon hearing this. Rest assured, Lu Da has already been well taught a lesson, and such behavior will not occur again," he added. Zhou Ping, with a smile that held an undertone of skepticism, replied, "I hope that is indeed the case." He remained silent, observing Lu Ming as he awaited the resolution of the matter. After all, the Lu family was numerous and influential, while his own family was relatively weak. Even if he were strong, it would not alter the situation. However, that did not mean the grievances with the Lu family would simply be forgotten. One day, he would reclaim what was owed. For now, he could only engage in a facade of cordiality, feigning support to maintain peace within the household. As a gesture of goodwill, all the grain from Lu Da's land will belong to your family. "What do you think, Brother Ping?" Lu Ming suggested, his peripheral vision keenly assessing Zhou Ping's reaction. Yet Zhou Ping remained silent, merely gazing at him, which made Lu Ming feel somewhat uncomfortable. The elderly Zhou, on the other hand, grew anxious with excitement. The grain from 2 acres could provide a surplus that could be exchanged for a small donkey, greatly easing their farming and transport burdens, not to mention providing a companion for his grandson. Zhou Dashan, as a farmer, found it difficult to adjust his mindset, even with his youngest son returning from seeking immortality. Yet, he had aged and was no longer a pillar of the family. In front of his 2 sons, even if he wished to voice his thoughts, he kept them to himself. Although Zhou Hong and others were tempted, they still turned their gaze towards Zhou Ping, anticipating his decision. "Very well," Zhou Ping replied slowly, "but I would like to purchase that piece of land." Lu Ming, relieved by the first part of the statement, felt a knot form in his brow at the latter. After all, that land belonged to Lu Da, and he could not make unilateral decisions. This, Lu Ming began, but Zhou Ping promptly interrupted him. "1 acre for 6 taels. How does that sound?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became tense, breaths quickening. "Let it be as Brother Ping says," Lu Ming exclaimed joyfully, realizing that with an additional tael, he could justify his decision. High-yield fields typically fetched around 10 taels, while moderate fields hovered around 8. Although Lu Da's 2 acres had once been considered moderate, they had long been neglected, likely barely worth 5 taels. "Son, isn't that a bit too high?" Even Huang Shi could not help but voice her concerns. "Mother, I have my own plans," Zhou Ping reassured her. He intended to purchase land with foresight, knowing that if he aimed to settle in Baishi village, he could not allow his descendants to toil in the fields. At the very least, he needed to establish himself as a landowner. Moreover, he asked Lu Ming to spread the word in the village, stating that he would purchase land from anyone looking to sell, offering a price one tael higher than the market rate. Lu Ming was utterly taken aback by Zhou Ping's words. He had not anticipated that seeking immortality would bring such prosperity, effortlessly rivaling the Lu family's decades of accumulated wealth. But who could blame him for not producing a talented cultivator? All he could do was watch with envy. However, Zhou Ping's request for assistance from their family signified a positive indication. It demonstrated that Zhou Ping not only wished to avoid conflict but also aspired to transform their enmity with the Lu family into friendship. "Brother Ping, I will ensure this matter is handled splendidly," Lu Ming remarked with a smile. "I shall take my leave for now. Later, I will send someone to the county to notify the authorities. And by tomorrow, we will have the land deeds sorted out." Once Lu Ming and his companions departed, Huang anxiously inquired, "Ping, we cannot act recklessly. Do you truly possess such wealth?" "Indeed, at a price exceeding one tael. It is likely that many families will be willing to sell." "What shall we do if we run out of money?" Zhou Hong interjected hastily. "Lu Ming has not gone far, I can't pursue him now." He was concerned that his younger brother, lacking familiarity with the intricacies of land valuation, might inadvertently inflate the price. Cultivating a single acre of land over a year, after deducting taxes and provisions for a family, would yield only a modest surplus of around 101. In a poor harvest year, one might even need to borrow to make ends meet. To raise the price by a single tael was akin to accumulating years of hard-earned savings. In the long run, selling land would undoubtedly result in losses, yet for common folk with scant savings, any hardship would compel them to sell. Many impoverished families in the village would find it difficult to produce even a few acres when the price climbed to hundreds of taels of silver. As the saying goes, a lack of kindness breeds resentment. Should the funds fall short and only a few families' lands be acquired, even if there were no lingering grudges, some discontent would inevitably arise. Zhou Hong felt a sense of urgency. He understood his brother's intention to purchase land for the family's future, but why not buy discreetly from one family after another? Such a grand display was fraught with risks. "Do not worry. I have the funds," Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. In fact, he was even more affluent than Zhou Hong and the others had anticipated. During his time at Qingyun's sect, although merely a servant disciple, he had completed numerous tasks over the past decade and accumulated several spirit stones. When leaving the sect for the mundane world, he naturally converted the spirit stones into regular gold and silver for future use. On the surface, one spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 taels of gold, but due to their scarcity, the actual exchange rate soared to 13 or even 15. However, only disciples leaving the sect were willing to engage in such exchanges. Zhou Ping managed to convert 78 taels of gold, and the exchange rate between gold and silver typically hovered around 5 or 6 to 1. Thus, it could be said that Zhou Ping possessed nearly 400 taels of silver, along with some other items, making the purchase of 100 acres entirely feasible. By Creek Village comprised roughly 100 households, surrounded by mountains, with only slightly over 1,000 acres of arable land available for cultivation. While that sounded abundant, the number of families willing to sell was limited. After all, land was the foundation of a family's livelihood. To sell it for fleeting pleasures would be folly. If Zhou Ping were to acquire 100 acres of fertile land, he would be overjoyed. If funds truly ran low, he could always make a trip to the county town to sell some belongings and raise the necessary capital. Chapter 6. The Zhou family becomes landowners that evening. Zhou Ping ascended a nearby hill to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, gradually recovering his spiritual energy. Yet, in a realm where spiritual energy was so scarce, the process was painfully slow. He could only absorb 9 threads of spiritual energy. Otherwise, merely recovering his energy would require 3 to 5 days. He also took the opportunity to assess his family's innate talents, for if anyone possessed potential, even in advanced age, they could cultivate their energy, enhancing their longevity and warding off ailments. Unfortunately, even the most promising Zhou Changhe displayed only half an inch of spiritual light above his head, far from the 1-inch threshold required for cultivation, leaving him fated to miss the path of immortality. The others fared even worse, revealing only faint glimmers of spiritual light. Opportunities for transcendence are indeed rare. Zhou Ping sighed softly. He had attempted to use Ding Fire to enhance others' talents, but to no avail. It seemed to only work on himself. Unwilling to concede defeat, he made another attempt that day. Yet Ding fire remained unchanged, neither increasing nor decreasing. The following day, a cacophony erupted before the Zhou family home, a throng of people crowding the entrance. Zhou Hong stood resolutely at the forefront, blocking the way. "Do not push. It's too early for this commotion," a tattered, white-haired elder shouted. "Is it true that your family intends to buy land?" He owned a little over 10 acres, but had seen it fall into disrepair after both his sons perished in the mountains. Unable to cultivate it alone, he was reluctant to sell it cheaply to the wealthy families, thus now hoped that the Zhou family's claims were genuine. "My brother is a cultivator. How could he deceive you?" Zhou Hong bellowed confidently, betraying no hint of anxiety. The previous night, Zhou Ping had showcased a handful of gleaming gold ingots weighing several pounds. Upon hearing this, the elder's face brightened, and he eagerly pressed forward. Fearful of being left behind, lest he miss the opportunity to sell to the Zhou family. The others, too, were relentless, surging forward. Their own families were impoverished, and the prospect of selling land at a high price was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. It would be foolish to sell to those unscrupulous wealthy families who would exploit them mercilessly. Further away, a few figures stood under an eave, observing the scene at the Zhou residence. "Old master, are we truly just going to watch the Zhou family buy land?" One man beside Lu Quan could not help but interject. "Have you lost your mind? Since Zhou Erlang wishes to turn enemies into friends and has not encroached upon our land, why would we need to oppose him?" Lu Quan retorted, exasperated. "When a family grows large, there will always be a few dimwits." However, he did not voice that if the Zhou family displayed any sign of weakness, he would swiftly turn from ally to adversary, delivering a severe blow. Meanwhile, members of the Qian family, Wang family, and Sun family were also keeping a watchful eye on the Zhou family's developments. Qian Yuanqing, the clan leader of the Qian family, was a rotund man with a jolly demeanor. Were it not for the occasional glimmer of intelligence shining through his squinted eyes, one might mistake him for a dullard. "Clan leader, how should we treat the Zhou family moving forward?" a young member of the clan inquired. Qian Yuanqing observed the bustling Zhou Hong and replied, "Wait. The Zhou family is weak, and Zhou Erlang has not yet achieved enlightenment. He cannot live much longer than us, even if he flourishes for a time." "What of it? But what if they grow stronger?" the young clan member pressed anxiously. "He has only 2 sons. Even if given a few decades, can they surpass the number of our clan members?" Qian Yuanqing continued, "By the time Zhou Erlang grows old and frail, the Zhou family will naturally decline. But what if he achieves enlightenment?" The young member countered, "I have heard that enlightened cultivators can live for over 100 years. Surely we cannot allow the Zhou family to overshadow us for a century. That possibility is exceedingly slim. If he truly had the hope of breaking through, he would not return to our little village." Qian Yuanqing chuckled. "The few cultivators in the county who have returned are all those who have lost hope of breaking through. After more than a decade, they are now all aging. Have you seen any of them achieve a breakthrough? Let them be strong. Let the gentle breeze caress the mountain ridge. Then why not unite with the others to eliminate him now? That way, we won't be overshadowed by the Zhou family." The young member suggested. As soon as he spoke, Qian Yuanqing's expression changed dramatically. "You are truly foolish. Just because he has yet to achieve enlightenment does not mean he lacks means. Several members of the Lu family were injured by him in an instant yesterday. Do you possess such power? But I heard that unenlightened cultivators are not that strong," the young man retorted. Qian Yuanqing mocked. "They may not be overwhelmingly strong, but they are certainly stronger than us mere mortals. If a conflict were to arise, are you willing to lose a few lives? 10? Or 20? If he were to act ruthlessly, taking down a family along with him, would that not merely benefit others? My Qian family consists of only a few dozen individuals. Do you wish to bury us all?" he warned. "If you dare speak out of turn again, I will personally send you on your way. Do not drag me down with you." Due to Zhou Ping's presence, these wealthy families were cautious, fearing that if pushed too hard, they might be dragged into the fray. Fortunately, cultivators in the spirit awakening realm have lifespans similar to ordinary people, living only slightly longer. By the time Zhou Ping passed away, the population of the Zhou family would not exceed that of several other families. Moreover, with their numerous offspring, they would expand and multiply. possibly even producing officials or cultivators in the future. What was there to fear? The larger the family, the less likely they were to take risks. That moment, several constables arrived at the village entrance, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in official robes, making their way toward the Zhou household. Lord Lin has arrived. With the constable's loud announcement, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, and everyone promptly knelt. It is the magistrate. The common folk knew only that a high-ranking official had arrived, unaware of his identity. Yet the clan leaders of the wealthy families paled, recognizing him as Lin Ruohua, the magistrate of Qingshui County. They hurriedly emerged from their homes, kneeling by the roadside, not daring to show any signs of disrespect. Though the magistrate held a modest title, he was not someone they could afford to offend, especially since he was responsible for tax collection. If he bore a grudge, their future would be bleak. Lin Ruohua, however, paid them no heed, calmly advancing toward the Zhou family, a glimmer of delight visible in his eyes. "Child, you are saved." Zhou Ping, hearing the commotion, stepped out of the house, puzzled to see an official present. Ordinarily, changing the land deed required only a regular clerk for registration. Why had an official been summoned? Was it possible that the Liu family was up to no good? Zhou Ping, after all, had not attained the status of a true immortal master. When facing the officials of the court, it was only proper that he offered a greeting. Yet there was no need for him to prostrate himself as the common folk did. Just as he was about to perform a bow, Lin Ruohua stepped forward with haste, firmly grasping Zhou Ping's arm. "Master Zhou? Surely, you jest. I am but a wayward soul returning to my homeland," he exclaimed. Zhou Ping was taken aback. Though he was not without peers among the lesser cultivators within the county, it was unusual for an official to extend such courtesy. One must remember, the dynasties of this realm were established by great cultivators. Despite his seemingly humble position, a mere official could easily fabricate a charge against you, summoning a higher cultivator to suppress you thereafter. No, Lin Ruohua waved his hand dismissively. "Master Zhou, your path is noble and profound. It is merely a momentary confusion that hinders your breakthrough. How could you claim to be without fortune?" Though these words were merely pleasantries, they brought a sense of joy to Zhou Ping's heart. "I have heard reports from the villagers of significant land changes, and there is even news of an immortal master descending upon us. Thus, I have come to address these matters and to catch a glimpse of the immortal's illustrious visage." Lin Ruohua continued with a smile. However, Zhou Ping doubted that his visit was solely for the land. There must be ulterior motives at play. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lin Ruohua raised his voice to the kneeling crowd. "Everyone, rise. Who is responsible for the land changes? Speak swiftly to this official." Zhou Hong, equally bewildered by the unfolding events, could only muster the courage to step forward. "Sir, it is I, a humble villager, who wishes to purchase land." "Whose land do you wish to buy?" Lin Ruohua inquired. As if conducting a formal investigation. "It is I," an elderly man interjected, eager to claim attention. "Very well," Lin Ruohua declared, immediately pointing to a constable. "You go with him to measure the land. Ensure there is no deceit." The measuring process commenced with fervor, and any discrepancies or false claims were promptly corrected, recorded in the official ledger. As the constables departed one by one, Zhou Ping's mood grew increasingly somber. He was merely a novice at the spirit awakening stage, yet this chief scribe was so solicitous and personally involved in the land transactions. It was evident that he sought something significant in return. As time passed, the sun ascended to its zenith. Zhou Hong found himself in possession of over 10 new land deeds, yet he could not muster a smile, as they felt like a hot potato in his hands. In total, there were 83 acres, 6 acres of prime land, 18 acres of moderate quality, and 59 acres of inferior quality. The constable reported the findings to Lin Ruohua. With the addition of the original 6 acres, the Zhou family now possessed 89 acres, a considerable estate for a household of 6. The affluent landowners in the distance were visibly envious. Although each of them held hundreds of acres, they were outnumbered. Yet, it was apparent that the villagers were selling their land out of desperation, and those with medium to low-quality fields were doing so only due to dire circumstances. Ensure to double-check everything. There must be no instances of fraud. Upon your return, I shall treat you to tea, Lin Ruohua said earnestly. Yes, sir, the constables replied, having toiled all morning without any reward, harboring some resentment, yet Lin Ruohua was astute enough to know the value of small favors. The promised tea was, in essence, a form of compensation. With the land verified twice, how could there be errors? It was merely a performance for the benefit of the Zhou family. Once the constables returned with confirmation, Lin Ruohua turned to Zhou Hong with gravity. The land has been verified without issue. Ensure to plant your crops early next year. Though the land tax may be minimal, it accumulates over time. Zhou Ping's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed that Lin Ruohua's advice, cloaked as a heartfelt warning against neglecting their land, was more akin to a veiled threat. Should he fail to comply, the Zhou family's future could be bleak. Brother, should we flee? Zhou Hong whispered urgently to Zhou Ping, his demeanor serious. We could hide in the mountains. He was afraid, fearful that this matter might bring harm to his brother, contemplating escape to the hills. Zhou Ping felt a warmth in his heart and gently patted his brother's hand, seeking to soothe his anxious spirit. There is no need for worry. I will ensure our safety. Old Zhou, prepare to enjoy a life of comfort. An elder teased Zhou Dashan, prompting a broad smile from him, one he had not worn in a long time, as life seemed to regain its vibrancy. Huang Shi was surrounded by a throng of women, who, despite the worry etched on her brow, drowned her concerns in their jubilant congratulations. You truly are fortunate to have such a splendid son. Has your second son found a bride? What of my daughter? As Zhou Ping gazed upon the smiles of the two elders, he suddenly felt something wrap around his leg. Looking down, he found his nephew, Changhe, clinging to his calf and grinning playfully. Uncle, hug. Zhou Ping smiled in return and lifted Changhe into his arms, cherishing this moment above all else. When adversity strikes, one must rise to the occasion. Since Lin Ruohua had a need for him, it seemed that whatever the task at hand would naturally fall within his capabilities. Chapter 7. The Gathering of Malevolent Energies. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhou Ping approached Lin Ruohua directly, bowing respectfully. May I inquire what business you have with a humble villager? There is no need for such formalities. Master Zhou, please, rise, Lin Ruohua urged, his tone earnest. I implore you to enlighten me. Otherwise, I shall be unable to find peace of mind. Lin Ruohua sighed deeply, sorrow evident in his eyes. To speak candidly, I am in desperate need of assistance. I beg of you, Master Zhou, save my child. Upon saying this, Lin Ruohua nearly knelt before him, but Zhou Ping's quick reflexes prevented him from doing so. I observe your complexion is vibrant. You do not appear to be in peril. Zhou Ping remarked, puzzled. Though there were a few strands of white in Lin Ruohua's hair, he seemed vigorous and in the prime of his life, giving no indication of a grave illness. It is not my plight, but that of my child, Lin Ruohua replied, covering his face as tears streamed down. A month ago, my mischievous child fell into a well while playing. Though he was rescued, he has grown increasingly frail. Within a month, he has become emaciated, and medicinal remedies have proven ineffective. I have sought help from several immortal masters in the city, but they claim it is malevolent energy gnawing at his bones. A challenge beyond their capabilities. In my desperation to save my child, I resorted to this course of action, and I hope for your understanding. Lin Ruohua knew his actions were somewhat despicable, leveraging his position and favor. Yet the love for his child compelled him to do so. After all, the immortal masters had proven powerless, and while there were indeed enlightened beings in Qingshui County, the price for their assistance was exorbitant. Beyond his means, thus, upon learning of an immortal master in Baishi village, he hurriedly made his way here, grasping at this last glimmer of hope. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow. Malevolent energies come in various forms. But Lin Ruohua's vague explanations left him at a loss, and he could only resolve to see the situation for himself. Then I shall accompany you, for I have yet to witness the matter firsthand. Should I prove unable to assist, I hope you will not hold it against me. Rest assured, I shall, Lin Ruohua replied earnestly. Thus, Zhou Ping followed Lin Ruohua to the city of Qingshui, located several dozen miles away. Before departing, he offered a few words of caution. Brother, take good care of our parents, and do enlist some villagers as laborers. Ensure that no one seizes our crops. After all, it is their year's toil. By next year, We will have our own land to cultivate, our own cloth to weave, and then we can send Changhe to school. Yes, yes, brother, I will remember. Zhou Hong grasped his brother's hands tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Fearing this might be their last farewell, Dio, not let our parents worry. I am, after all, a cultivator. Even if I must act against others, I shall weigh my actions carefully to in the end. Zhou Ping accompanied Lin Ruohua and the others to the county seat. Zhou Hong steadied his emotions, then returned to the crowd, feigning nonchalance. The villagers selling their lands were driven by desperation, so now, with the Zhou family renting it back at 50%, they were filled with gratitude. Though Zhou Dashan and his wife harbored some concerns, Zhou Hong managed to placate them. Meanwhile, the Liu, Qian, Wang, and Sun families observed the departing group from a distance, increasingly wary of the Zhou family, astonished that Zhou Erlang had forged a connection with the chief scribe. It appeared that in the future, Baishi village would come to be dominated by the Zhou family. Qingshui County spanned an area of 130 miles, encompassing 8 townships and over 100 villages. With a population exceeding 40,000 in the previous world, this would have been considered an exceedingly sparsely populated county, yet here it was deemed populous. Zhou Ping, however, recognized that this realm was vast and boundless, with hidden paradises and abundant life, far surpassing the population of his past existence. After walking for approximately an hour and a half, a modestly sized town appeared before Zhou Ping, measuring only about 400 zhang in length and width. Upon entering the town, he felt multiple pairs of watchful eyes upon him, and he sensed a subtle stirring of energy concealed within the bustling streets, the source of which remained elusive. He quickly deduced that they were likely fellow cultivators of the spirit awakening stage, much like himself, who had come to retire. However, he paid them no mind. He was not here to cause trouble and had no intention of encroaching upon their interests. This was also a reason for Zhou Ping's decision to remain in Baishi village. There, he could easily assert dominance over a few wealthy households using his own strength. However, the county town is different. Its power dynamics are intricate and multifaceted. It is home to formidable figures such as court officials, alongside wealthy landlords and families of those who have attained the Qi awakening realm, who have long since divided the spoils of the Qingshui county town. If I were to bring my family here, I would inevitably find myself embroiled in a struggle for various interests. Should any misfortune befall my family during this time, Zhou Ping would undoubtedly be filled with regret, and it might be wiser to remain a carefree local tyrant in Baishi village. Once the family flourishes, I can then contemplate such matters. Yet, Lin Ruohua seemed entirely oblivious to any prying eyes. After dispensing a few taels of silver to send away the guards, he led Zhou Ping through the eastern and western parts of Qingshui County town, eventually arriving at an old courtyard. Zhou Ping surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard was not opulent but rather aged and dim, having not been maintained for years, with some areas even showing signs of damage. Dampness had given rise to moss. Would you like to rest for a moment, Ping Di? Lin Ruohua inquired. No need. Let us first see to my nephew's illness, Zhou Ping replied, waving his hand. This journey has only tired my legs. My internal energy remains wholly intact. Then please follow me, Lin Ruohua said, his excitement evident as he took the lead. Zhou Ping followed closely, continuously observing his surroundings, and he quickly ascertained one thing. Lin Ruohua was most likely an honest official. Hence the lack of wealth in his home. Of course, it was also possible that the funds had been spent on treating his child. Just as Zhou Ping crossed a threshold, a servant who had been trailing him suddenly whispered, Xianshi, someone has asked me to deliver a message to you. Please do not speak much. Had it not been for his heightened senses post-cultivation, Zhou Ping might have missed the hushed voice. He turned his head slightly to glance at the servant, yet found nothing amiss. It appeared that Lin Ruohua's son was suffering from a deeper issue. Upon entering the room, he saw Lin Ruohua seated beside the bed, gazing sorrowfully at the frail figure lying there, tears streaming down his face. After a considerable time, he managed to regain his composure and turned to Zhou Ping, saying, Ping Di, this is my son Zhao He. He is only 8 years old. How could he be afflicted with such a painful illness, suffering in this manner? As he spoke, Lin Ruohua could not help but burst into tears again. Let me take a look, Zhou Ping said, feeling a twinge of sympathy as he stepped forward. the sight before him was startling. The child on the bed was emaciated, resembling a withered branch, and emanated a faint chill. His body was mottled with purplish hues, and his eyes were bloodshot, presenting a grotesque appearance. However, aside from the initial shock, Zhou Ping began to observe intently and soon realized the truth. This was not some malevolent energy. Rather, it was the Yin Sha energy from the essence of the earth, a material for cultivation in the Qi refinement realm. Such energies typically coalesce in cold, desolate places where life has expired. Should one inadvertently absorb it, they would feel as though plunged into an icy abyss, their blood ceasing to circulate, and their body becoming utterly rigid. Zhou Ping noted that the medicines on the table were all of a yang nature, which was precisely why the child was still alive. Naturally, this was also due to the fact that the Yin Sha energy was not particularly dense. However, if this energy were not expelled, it would continually drain the child's vitality, leading to his current state. In the Qi awakening realm, there are mainly two methods to deal with Yin Sha energy. The first involves using spiritual energy to wear it down until it dissipates completely. This method is the most common, but it requires the Qi awakening practitioner to expend their energy in cycles repeatedly, often dozens of times, to achieve complete eradication. Due to the significant drain on mental focus and spiritual energy, few would choose this path. The second method involves employing specialized collection techniques to capture it in a container for use as cultivation material in the Qi refinement realm. This method is the most legitimate and practical, but the collection techniques are closely guarded secrets among various sects, making it impossible for all practitioners to be aware of them. After all, there are thousands of types of earthly energies, each requiring different collection techniques, and it is entirely normal for some to lack knowledge of them. Now, Zhou Ping understood that the Qi awakening practitioners in the town were not truly helpless. Rather, they were unwilling to assist. Lacking the specialized collection techniques, they had no choice but to opt for the first method, which was an arduous process. They were all of an advanced age, their bodies constantly in need of spiritual nourishment, and thus could not risk their well-being for the sake of saving this child. Moreover, Lin Ruohua's offered compensation was too meager to sway them. Furthermore, Lin Ruohua was merely a lowly clerk and did not require their favor in the town. Ultimately, what Lin Ruohua could offer was nothing more than gold and silver treasures, which would hardly entice those who valued their lives. If he could find some life-extending treasures, there might be a possibility. Now that Zhou Ping had arrived, they were genuinely concerned that he, as a naive newcomer, might expose their lies, which is why they had the servant deliver the message. Zhou Ping had no intention of exposing this deception. He could discern the weight of a mere mortal clerk against that of several Qi awakening practitioners. He felt fortunate that among the 13 collection techniques he had mastered, one indeed included the method for gathering Yin Sha energy. This was thanks to a chilling cave in the Qingyun sect, where Zhou Ping had spent 3 full months collecting Yin Sha energy to complete an elder's task, emerging from that ghostly place feeling as though frozen. The collection techniques he learned were part of the rewards for that task. Ping Di, do you have a solution? Lin Ruohua asked, gazing at Zhou Ping with desperate hope. Though it may be difficult, there is a way to resolve this. Allow me to prepare for a moment, Zhou Ping replied with a calm smile, surveying the room before picking up a small porcelain vial from the table and stepping outside. Though Lin Ruohua was frantically anxious, he dared not approach, instead shouting at the servant, "Why aren't you following him?" In the courtyard, Zhou Ping drew a bit of well water from a deep well. Despite it being the height of autumn, the water felt icy to the touch. This well had once been the site of a death, remaining in shadow and devoid of sunlight for years, thus gradually accumulating Yin Sha energy. Collecting Yin Sha energy was most effective when mingled with cold, damp-watered as for the identity of the deceased. Zhou Ping had no desire to investigate. He gathered some into the small porcelain vial and hurried back inside. As he passed by the servant, he subtly accepted something from the servant's hand. Zhou Ping strode confidently to the bedside and declared, "Everyone, step back. I am about to begin." Upon hearing his words, the others instinctively retreated several paces. While Lin Ruohua craned his neck anxiously from a distance, in that moment, he was not merely a county clerk, but a desperate father deeply concerned for his child. Zhou Ping placed one hand on the child's abdomen while his other hand continuously formed hand seals, channeling spiritual energy from his palm into the child's body. He soon sensed a chilling Yin energy within the child's lungs. radiating a bone-deep cold that made the child's body increasingly frigid. Zhou Ping could not afford to be careless. He stirred his spiritual energy amidst the yin energy, gradually guiding it back into his own body. Instantly, white mist erupted from Zhou Ping's arm, and countless hairs stood on end, emanating waves of cold. The child's complexion shifted from purplish to rosy, and the rise and fall of his chest became more pronounced, causing Lin Ruohua to feel a surge of excitement while desperately suppressing his emotions. Fearing he might disrupt Zhou Ping's incantation, the hand seals continued to shift, and the yin sha energy was confined within Zhou Ping's forearm, causing his arm to rapidly change color to white and purple. Cold sweat poured from Zhou Ping's forehead as he slowly moved his arm, pressing it against the porcelain vial while manipulating the hand seals. In an instant, a rush of cold air surged into the small vial, merging with the cold water inside. However, the released aura caused the entire room to chill, prompting several onlookers to shiver involuntarily, their eyes revealing fear. With a stone sealing the opening, the coldness suddenly dissipated by more than half, leaving only the icy porcelain vial in Zhou Ping's hand. Zhou Ping's forehead was now drenched in cold sweat, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In just this brief moment, he had expended the majority of his 9 strands of spiritual energy. The difficulty he faced utilizing the collection technique was evident. One could only imagine how arduous it would be to use a more rudimentary method to dissipate it, which is precisely why the older practitioners in the town were reluctant to undertake such efforts. Nevertheless, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Zhou Ping's eyes. He had successfully collected the yin sha energy. Chapter 8. The village chief. As night fell, in the Lin family courtyard, candlelight flickered, and several figures sat at the table. Though the fare was not gourmet, it was nonetheless quite bountiful. Ping Di, let me toast to you, Lin Ruohua said, his face flushed and unsteady from drink, yet he solemnly raised his cup to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping downed the drink in one go, his own face reddening as he stood and laughed. Brother, you are too kind. Allow me to return the toast. As a practitioner, he possessed greater resilience than an ordinary mortal and was less prone to inebriation. Although he could expel the alcohol using spiritual energy, Zhou Ping wished to retain some for self-defense and would not squander it here. Lin Ruohua swayed, leaning heavily against Zhou Ping, and began to weep. Brother, I am overjoyed today. Our Lin family has been single heir for 3 generations, and at over 40, I have finally welcomed this child. I fear dropping him in my palm, and worry he might dissolve in my mouth. The elders and younger members of the family dote on him, hoping he grows up healthy. Yet, unexpectedly, this calamity struck, and my elderly mother has wept her eyes blind with worry. Ping Di, you are the savior of my Lin family. Should you ever need anything from your elder brother, do not hesitate to command me. I will not hesitate to risk my life. Beside them, Madame Lin was also weeping, bowing her head. I thank the benefactor. Zhou Ping gently took Lin Ruohua's arm and whispered words of comfort. Do not worry. He is on the mend. However, let Zhao He rest for a few more days, engage in light activities, and bask in the sunlight. Certainly, Madame Lin readily agreed. Ping Di, I have nothing to offer in return. Lin Ruohua, inebriated and exuding the scent of alcohol, retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his sleeve, stating that he could only secure for you the position of village chief in Baishi village. I hope you, Ping Di, can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against my elder brother. Zhou Ping's heart leaped with joy, yet he understood the situation. Lin Ruohua was merely a clerk, holding a 9th-grade official title that appeared respectable. However, Qingshui County had established the position of county deputy, and the responsibilities of the clerk largely overlapped with those of the deputy, who held a higher rank. Thus, Lin Ruohua would inevitably be rendered powerless. A mere figurehead, it was no wonder that the elder cultivators in the city chose to remain indifferent. The position was simply not worth the trouble. Why would one jeopardize their life for such a trivial post in a remote village? Yet Zhou Ping felt a flicker of delight. While those individuals may have disregarded the village chief position, it mattered greatly to him. Despite its modest stature, the role of village chief held undeniable significance within the community. It entailed assisting the government in tax collection and overseeing the villagers' adherence to the law. Whoever assumed the position would essentially become a local sovereign. However, due to the rivalry among the 4 major clans in Baishi village, The position had never been filled, with responsibilities shared among the 4 clan leaders. Naturally, the county paid little attention, considering it a trifling matter, as long as taxes were collected and no incidents occurred. Now, having rendered Lin Ruohua such a substantial service, he had effectively secured this position for Zhou Ping. The elder brother felt a pang of shame, only able to offer such a modest role for Pingdi. Lin Ruohua lamented, tears welling up. How could you say such a thing, elder brother? Though I pursue the path of cultivation, I am but an ordinary person. If I were to ascend without understanding governance, I would only bring you trouble, Zhou Ping replied slowly. Furthermore, Baishi village is my homeland. I am familiar with my neighbors, and the villagers are harmonious, allowing me to handle matters with ease, avoiding any disputes. Lin Ruohua was moved by Zhou Ping's words, his intoxication heightening the revelry at the banquet. As the night deepened, Mrs. Lin helped the heavily intoxicated Lin Ruohua back to their room, allowing Zhou Ping to retire to his guest quarters. Yet upon returning, Zhou Ping found himself devoid of drowsiness. His complexion was rosy, showing no signs of inebriation, as he held several items in his hands. One was the appointment letter for the village chief. Another was a few thin gold leaves, and the last was a small porcelain vial exuding a chill. Zhou Ping gazed at the delicate gold leaves, laughter escaping his lips. It seemed he had unexpectedly gained some wealth. These gold leaves were, in fact, what Zhou Ping had received from a servant, essentially a hush money from several families of cultivators. Of course, they could hardly be deemed true cultivator families, as apart from a few practitioners in the Qi awakening realm, the rest were mere mortals, merely wealthy landowners. Only when a new spiritual offspring emerged among their descendants and a lineage was established could they truly be considered a family of cultivators. However, while cultivation methods are plentiful, finding a gifted successor is a rarity. Zhou Ping had prepared excellent Qi attraction methods and some spells for his descendants, yet if none possessed the aptitude for cultivation, all would be in vain. Contemplating this, Zhou Ping felt a twinge of sadness but quickly dispelled his wandering thoughts. Although the gold leaves were not substantial in weight, if exchanged for silver, they would amount to several taels, sufficient to purchase 2 to 3 acres of land. How generous indeed! Zhou Ping chuckled, tucking the gold leaves into his robe. In the city, there were 5 elder cultivators, each contributing 3 to 4 taels. However, Zhou Ping did not feel belittled. After all, who would complain about receiving too much money? He needed to buy land, build a house, procure livestock, and establish a household, all requiring funds. It was a win-win situation, reaping benefits without speaking, while also fostering goodwill on both sides. Zhou Ping then held the small porcelain vial in his hand, feeling a wave of icy coldness invade his body, causing him to frown slightly. He sensed the already scanty yin sha energy within was gradually dissipating. Though the rate of dissipation was slow, it was indeed occurring. Alas, this small porcelain vial was ultimately an ordinary item, incapable of containing the yin sha energy. If it were a jade vial, it would better isolate the energy, preventing its escape. It seems I must act swiftly. The longer I wait, the less I can sell it for. From the moment Zhou Ping recognized the yin sha energy, he had contemplated collecting it for sale. Practitioners in the Qi refinement realm required the refinement of worldly energy, and yin sha energy was naturally sought after by some cultivators. Zhou Ping had previously harvested yin sha energy and knew its excellent quality could fetch 2 spirit stones. However, this particular sample could only be deemed inferior, and with its continued dissipation, selling it for half a spirit stone would be fortunate. Over time, it might not even fetch that amount. But who should I sell it to? Zhou Ping found himself in a quandary. Being new to this place, he lacked connections. As for seeking assistance from the Pingyuan Huang family in Qingshui County, not only was it a long journey, but he also lacked the courage. The Pingyuan Huang family resided on the eastern side of Qingshui County, nestled against a formidable mountain, boasting a population of over 1,000, with 2 or 3 Qi refinement cultivators among them. Truly a distinguished family of cultivators. Zhou Ping, being a mere Qi awakening practitioner, feared he might be killed without a chance to plead his case. As for why Lin Ruohua did not seek help from the Pingyuan Huang family, it was simply due to poverty. He could not afford to make such demands. The Pingyuan Huang family was nearly autonomous within Qingshui County, rendering Lin Ruohua incapable of exerting such pressure. Suddenly, Zhou Ping had a realization. While he lacked connections, he could seek out the elder cultivators in the county. They had been rooted here for decades and would surely have some insights. The next day, after bidding farewell to the Lin family, Zhou Ping inquired about the reputations of several elder cultivators within the city, ultimately choosing to visit a kind-hearted individual. The Li residence was indeed grand. Standing before an imposing estate, Zhou Ping noticed the majestic stone lions at the entrance. While the eaves and tiles were uneven, exuding an air of grandeur, a small door opened to the side, and an elderly doorkeeper inquired softly, "May I ask who you are looking for? Please inform your master that Zhou from Baishi village has come to pay a visit." The old doorkeeper closed the small door, and shortly thereafter, the main gate of the Li residence swung open. "Please follow me," he said, stooping slightly and respectfully gesturing for Zhou Ping to enter. Navigating through a winding corridor, Zhou Ping finally grasped the splendor of the Li family. The estate was lush with greenery, adorned with artificial hills and creeping vines. A sight to behold. It was no wonder that these cultivators, having returned to the mortal realm, chose to reside in grand cities rather than remote villages. Were it not for his family in Baishi village, Zhou Ping would not wish to remain either. The city was bustling with luxury, while the mountain villages were exceedingly impoverished, since he had already forsaken the path of immortality for the mundane. It was only natural to indulge in the pleasures of life. One could hardly expect him to live as a hermit in a mountain village, enduring a life of hardship. Soon, Zhou Ping arrived at the main hall, where the old doorkeeper quietly withdrew. Inside, an elderly man with white hair, embodying the essence of a celestial being, was watering flowers. His lavish silks, however, lent him an air of worldly charm. "Greetings, fellow cultivator," Zhou Ping bowed respectfully. The elder set down his watering can, turned, and waved with a smile. "Now that I've descended into the mortal world, there's no need to address me as fellow cultivator. I am Li Mu, and I have yet to learn your esteemed name." Zhou Ping, "I pay my respects to Elder Li Mu," paused, then erupted into hearty laughter at the honorific title Zhou Ping had bestowed upon him. Both were peak practitioners in the Qi awakening realm. But in the hierarchy of the cultivation world, Zhou Ping was indeed his senior. By addressing him as elderly, Zhou Ping had conferred upon him ample respect. "You must have recently descended from the mountain. May I inquire which immortal sect you belong to?" "Qingyun sect," Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. Little did he know, Li Mu was taken aback. The dynasty Zhou Ping hailed from was Zhao, vast in territory, spanning an impressive 8,000 miles. The most powerful within it was the Zhao royal family, and beneath them were numerous influential clans and sects, including the Qingyun sect, one of the 7 sections. Although it ranked lower, it was certainly not comparable to insignificant minor sections. Initially, he had assumed Zhou Ping was a disciple from a nearby small sect, perhaps even a potential comrade in Qingshui County, but he never anticipated Zhou Ping was a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Even devoid of a path to immortality, the Qingyun sect boasted many prodigies. If Zhou Ping were acquainted with a formidable senior, they would be a force to reckon with. Lost in thought, Li Mu speculated that Zhou Ping was merely an entry-level disciple of the Qingyun sect, lacking the aptitude to advance further. However, he was unaware that Zhou Ping was merely an inconsequential servant disciple. My vision is lacking. "I hope you can forgive me," Li Mu bowed. "Elderly is jesting. Now, as you have returned home, what are your future plans?" Li Mu inquired casually, though internally he felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Zhou Ping might express a desire to settle in the city. Qingshui County was limited in size, already divided among a few factions. If Zhou Ping were to establish a household here, conflicts would inevitably arise. Previously, he had not been concerned, as multiple factions could band together against Zhou Ping, ensuring he could not gain any foothold. However, the situation had changed. Zhou Ping's affiliation with the Qingyun sect loomed over him like a mountain. Li Mu's subtle shift in demeanor did not escape Zhou Ping's notice. While he indeed wished to leverage the Qingyun sect's influence, he feared the repercussions if his true status were exposed. My parents are aging and cannot leave their homeland. As their child, it is only right for me to fulfill their wishes. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's tension instantly dissipated. "Your filial piety is truly commendable, and I admire it greatly." Zhou Ping bowed, saying, "Elderly, I have come to visit today for a specific matter. What is it that you seek? Li Mu inquired. I wish to entrust the esteemed Li Lao with the sale of this item. Zhou Ping retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom, instantly causing the atmosphere in the room to chill. In Sha Qi, Li Mu exclaimed in alarm, quickly realizing that Lin's son had been cured by Zhou Ping, who had utilized a unique method to extract the In Sha Qi. A twinge of envy stirred within him. Indeed, the disciples of the great sects were unparalleled. If only he possessed such a technique, this fortune would undoubtedly belong to him. However, as long as Zhou Ping did not expose their deception, it mattered little. Selling it poses no issue, yet the quality of this In Sha Qi is subpar and continues to dissipate. I fear it may fetch a meager price, Li Mu stated thoughtfully. Even selling a portion would be splendid. He added with a slight nod, mindful of the importance of every coin to a household. He then recalled Zhou Ping's aspirations to establish a home in the mountain village and continued. If you are pressed for time, I would be willing to purchase it, albeit at a lower price. I thank you, Li Lao, Zhou Ping replied, having no desire to linger over the In Sha Qi and eager to return home as soon as possible. With Li Mu expressing interest in buying it, he was naturally pleased. Li Mu examined the small porcelain vial closely, yet his brow furrowed. The quality was inferior and insipid, leading him to offer only 6 taels of gold. Deal, Zhou Ping replied without irritation, understanding that Li Mu had negotiated a lower price, yet still within an acceptable range. He was unwilling to quarrel over such a trifling sum. Oh dear, I should have asked for more. Li Mu lamented, regretting his inexperience in trade, realizing he ought to have initially quoted a lower figure before gradually raising it. Summoning a servant, he had 6 gleaming taels of gold brought forth and handed them to Zhou Ping. Accepting the money, Zhou Ping felt no inclination to tarry. After bidding farewell to Li Mu, he hastened towards Baishi village, undistracted by the bustling county town. As the saying goes, every sect has its own methods. Although Li Mu lacked the technique to collect In Sha Qi, his sect possessed some expertise in nurturing the energies of heaven and earth. He employed a special technique to enhance the In Sha Qi, causing it to solidify somewhat. Subsequently, through a transaction with a representative of the Pinyin Huang clan, he managed to sell it for 8 taels of gold, netting a profit of 2 taels in the process. However, this had no bearing on Zhou Ping. The majestic and imposing Daong mountain range stood tall against the sky. Despite its proximity, Zhou Ping took over an hour to return to the village. Upon gazing at the familiar surroundings, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This trip to the county had not only earned him nearly 50 taels of silver, but had also secured favors on both sides, culminating in his appointment as village head, making it a fruitful endeavor. Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly spotted 2 figures, a large and a small one, anxiously gazing from a nearby hill. Unmistakably his elder brother and nephew. Brother, Changhe, what brings you here? We were worried about you, Zhou Hong replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. I feared the villagers might suspect something, and thus hid here to avoid being seen. Zhou Ping felt a warmth in his heart. Uncle, here, have some food, little Changhe said, standing on tiptoe to hand Zhou Ping a piece of flatbread. Thank you, Zhou Ping said, taking a hearty bite. Although the taste was not particularly delightful, it stirred something deep within his soul. Let us return home, he declared, resolved to build a new house, engage a scholar to teach Changhe to read and write, and ensure his parents could enjoy their twilight years, all while establishing the Zhou family firmly for the future. Chapter 10. Building the house. Upon his return to the village, Zhou Ping promptly summoned the representatives of the various surnames to the village entrance, showcasing the village charter before them. From this day forth, I, Zhou Erlang, shall serve as the village head of Baishi village, and I vow to lead our village towards prosperity, Zhou Ping proclaimed from the elevated platform. I hope that all you uncles, brothers, and kin will extend your support and cooperation, fostering harmony within the community. Below him, the 4 prominent clans seethed with resentment, yet dared not voice their discontent. After all, Zhou Ping possessed extraordinary abilities and was well acquainted with the county's chief clerk, making it unwise to provoke him. Grandfather, do not be vexed. We are not the only ones in distress, Lu Ming consoled the irate Lu Quan. I ventured to the county to uncover the reasons. It appears that Lord Lin's son has fallen gravely ill, prompting them to seek Zhou Erlang's assistance. since he possesses such remarkable skills capable of restoring life and dispelling calamities. It would be unwise to harbor enmity against him, for he could prove beneficial in times of need. Moreover, the Zhou family is small in number. Even after a decade, they would still lag behind us. So why engage in a life-and-death struggle? Once Zhou Erlang grows old, he will surely fade like those ancient sages in the city, and the Zhou family will lose its influence. I heard from Aunt Min that cousin Xiao has received military honors and has been promoted to a position of leadership. Should our clan not lend some support to facilitate his endeavors? Lu Quan simmered with anger, for the village head position he had contested for decades had been so easily seized by Zhou Ping. Yet, he was not entirely irrational. After pondering Lu Ming's words, he replied, "A slight inclination in support is warranted, but we must assess his character. Our clan's resources are limited and should not be squandered. After all, our Lu family has only recently established itself. For the most part, we are farmers scraping by. It is only in this generation that our numbers have truly flourished, with Lu Ming pursuing scholarship and others, like Lu Hai, practicing martial arts, along with commendable youths like Lu Xiao serving in the military. The Lu family anticipated a future of prosperity. Should Lu Ming achieve success in his studies or Lu Xiao ascend to the rank of captain, the Lu family would undoubtedly rise alongside them, rendering them unfazed by Zhou Ping's emergence. This was the means by which all clans expanded their influence. The mundane protect their households, while the astute gather their kin to nurture talent, ensuring that when success is attained, it is reciprocated to the family, thereby weaving a complex web of familial power. Although the four prominent clans were envious and begrudging, they harbored no further ambitions. Zhou Ping's fleeting glory did not pose a threat to their long-standing foundations. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, the lesser households rejoiced. The rise of the Zhou family and Zhou Ping's appointment as village head heralded a promising future for them. Previously, the four prominent clans had exploited their position and numbers to oppress these smaller households. The village head was responsible for tax collection and labor duties. The larger households often withheld information until the last moment, leaving the smaller families unable to gather sufficient provisions for taxes or fulfill their labor obligations, forcing them to resort to monetary compensation. Yet, how could these small households afford such costs? They were left with no choice but to sell their possessions and land. They had attempted to seek justice at the county office, but the larger households had not technically violated any laws, leading to a fruitless endeavor. Upon returning to the village, they would still face the oppression of the more affluent. Otherwise, how could the wealthy possess so much land while the Zhou family, a modest household, barely managed a few acres, having lost much over time? If this continued for decades, these small families would lose all their land and be condemned to a lifetime of servitude under the larger households, subject to exploitation. The Zhou family, however, was different. They were few in number, collected lower rents, and for several years, the small households could enjoy a better quality of life. Uncle Chun concealed himself within the crowd, contemplating something as he watched Zhou Ping above. "Everyone, put your backs into it. Raise the main beam." A strong voice bellowed, "Heave ho! Heave ho!" On a level plot of land, several men toiled vigorously, laying foundations and erecting beams. In the distance, countless large blue stones and timber as thick as a man's waist were stacked, while sand and gravel formed small mounds. Zhou Hong set down a large bucket of mung bean soup, gazing at the lively scene ahead with great delight. After Zhou Ping returned home, he had instructed him to recruit carpenters and stonemasons from the county, intending to build a spacious courtyard for the family to reside in. Zhou Dashan and his wife naturally voiced their objections, arguing that such a large construction was unnecessary. After all, a three-courtyard house would consist of more than 10 rooms, occupying a full 2 acres of land. While this may not seem significant to the wealthy, the Zhou family currently had only 6 members, unable to fill even half of the space. To allocate 2 acres for a house was indeed a considerable expense for a farming family. Yet Zhou Ping countered, "Father, mother, our family may be small now, but it will grow in time. I am thinking ahead for future generations, accumulating a solid foundation. Only by living together can our descendants maintain familial bonds and harmony. Uniting like those affluent clans die. In fact, I even think the construction is too small. Once our family expands, I intend to build even more around it." Thus, Zhou Dashan and his wife were persuaded by Zhou Ping. while Zhou Hong and his wife were even less inclined to oppose, having long harbored thoughts of building a new house as their son Changhe grew older. Watching the workers laboring with fervor, the courtyard gradually taking shape, Zhou Hong found himself envisioning the day they would move in, and with a hearty laugh, he called out, "Everyone, take a break. Come have some soup to quench your thirst." The men immediately set down their tasks, eagerly rushing over. "Thank you, boss," one man said gratefully as he accepted the soup. "The boss is truly benevolent. Not only does he pay generously, but he also worries about our well-being by providing us with refreshments. In all my years working, I've never encountered such kindness." An elderly man, gaunt and bare-chested, took a hearty swig. Who could argue with that? "Once this work is done, the savings will be enough for my eldest to find a wife," remarked another man with graying hair. How could the Zhou family be so wealthy? One man couldn't help but ask, "If I were in his position, I wouldn't be so extravagant, no matter how rich. It could all be squandered. The Zhou family was once just like us, toiling in the fields for 3 generations. Beside him, a villager from Baishi village, who was assisting, remarked with a hint of envy that it was fortunate for that family to have produced a celestial master, instantly elevating their status. Celestial master? Some were puzzled, questioning why such a figure would not reside in the city as a lord. "Who knows, perhaps he simply prefers this place," came the response. Those masons and carpenters from the county laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. Come now, in this desolate and impoverished mountain region, who would choose to stay here? Just then, a figure came galloping from the distance on a spirited steed, kicking up clouds of dust. It was a remarkably refined young man, dressed in azure, his eyes ablaze with intensity, holding 2 rabbits in his hands. The newcomer was, of course, Zhou Ping, whose family affairs required no attention, and with the autumn harvest ongoing and tax time yet to arrive, there was little to occupy him in the village. Feeling rather bored, he had ventured into the mountains to hunt some game. "Elder brother, I'm heading home now. It's quite sunny, do take care not to overheat," he called to Zhou Hong, glancing at the men before making his way home. "I understand," Zhou Hong replied with a smile, patting his head. The men from the county stood dumbfounded, their earlier bravado dissipating. Now as meek as quails. Earlier, Zhou Ping had cast a glance their way, subtly employing his magical prowess to instill a sense of dread, a mental assault that shook their spirits, though it could not harm them physically. It served as a minor reprimand for their earlier gossip. Chapter 11. A proposal. As Zhou Ping entered the courtyard, he spotted his sister-in-law preparing a meal in the kitchen. Though referred to as a kitchen, it was merely an open cooking area shielded from the rain. "Sister-in-law, I've caught some wild rabbits. Let us slaughter one for dinner and keep the other for Changhe to play with," Zhou Ping said, tossing the rabbits into a cage. "Uncle, it would be best to avoid the mountains for now. I've heard things are rather unsettled up there," Lin Sulian cautioned, wiping the sweat from her brow with concern. "It's nothing to worry about. Ordinary game poses no threat to me," Zhou Ping replied with a smile, then made his way towards the house. Before he could step inside, he overheard voices within. "Brother Zhou, what do you think of my daughter Nianxiu and Erlang?" a familiar aged voice inquired. "Nianxiu is sensible and family-oriented, truly an excellent choice. Both my wife and I are quite fond of her. However, I must discuss this with my son Erlang. If he is not interested, there's little that can be done," came Zhou Dashan's response. The other side, yet remained hopeful. "When will Erlang return?" "That we do not know," was the reply. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping stepped into the room, immediately drawing the attention of the 3 inside. Huang Shi rose to greet him, brushing off the dust from his clothes tenderly. "You must be tired. Come and rest." She then pulled Zhou Ping aside, inquiring about his well-being. "Pinger, we were just speaking of you," Zhou Dashan said, reclining in his rocking chair leisurely. As for Zhou Changhe, he had been sent to an old scholar in the village for enlightenment the day Zhou Ping returned. Zhou Ping's gaze then fell upon the last individual present, unexpectedly finding Chen Bo there, which took him aback. After Chen Bo's initial visit, Zhou Ping had felt a sense of familiarity, and upon further inquiry, it dawned on him. Chen Bo was also a villager from Baishi, but while the Zhou family resided in the east of the village, the Chen family was in the west. Though both families were modest, their distance meant they were not well acquainted, often aligning with other families in the west. Chunbo had a daughter named Qian Yinxiu, which was the source of Zhou Ping's familiarity. During Zhou Ping's childhood in the village, to avoid suspicion, he had disguised himself as an ordinary child, mingling with other youngsters and daring not to reveal his mature intellect. There had been a little girl who played with them, lively and spirited, resembling a boy. That girl was Qin Bo's daughter, Qian Yinxiu. However, back then, they had only called her by her nickname, and with over a decade passing, his memories had faded. Aniu, Zhou Ping thought, the nickname surfacing in his mind, causing him to smile involuntarily. Master Zhou, Chen Bo stood, attempting to address Zhou Ping, but given their distant relationship and Zhou Ping's current status as the village chief and a celestial master, he could only refer to him with a title. There's no need for such formality. We are all from the same village. Just call me Zhou Ping, he replied. As you say, master. Chunbo lowered his head. I have come today to seek your hand for my daughter. Zhou Ping's expression changed. Chunbo, what is this? Though I knew Nianxiu as a child, we have long since lost touch and have not met since. Matters of marriage, if not born of mutual affection, will only lead to trivial disputes. Why insist upon it? Not to mention whether I am willing, even your daughter's feelings remain uncertain. Is it not presumptuous to decide on her behalf? My daughter Nianxiu is indeed willing, Chunbo murmured, lowering his head, then steeling himself. If you find my family unworthy, I would not mind if you took her as a concubine. This statement shocked the other three in the room. Zhou Ping frowned. Chunbo, are you suggesting that having seen my family prosper, you have come to barter your daughter for wealth? Since my return, I have been approached numerous times for marriage proposals, and I understand that many seek fortune, but for someone like you to offer your daughter as a concubine is unprecedented. You must know that in this world, the positions of wife and concubine are worlds apart. Whether as a primary or secondary wife, any family wishing to marry must register with the authorities and enter their genealogy. Within the household, a wife is one of the masters that a concubine, however, has no rights. Merely the property of the master in grand estates. If favored, one might fare well, but if not, even servants may dare to insult them. Even among rural folk, parents would rather marry their daughters to commoners than send them to wealthy households as concubines. You should leave now, Chunbo, Zhou Ping commanded, making it clear he wished to dismiss him. If he desired, there were countless suitable young women within a 10-mile radius. There was no need to form an alliance with someone willing to sell their daughter for wealth. Who could predict what future mischief Chunbo might engage in, given his willingness to sell his daughter? There was no need to invite trouble upon himself. Chunbo opened his mouth to respond, but upon meeting Zhou Ping's cold gaze, could only retreat timidly. Just then, a graceful figure rushed in, clutching Chunbo's arm, whispering, Erzi, it is not my father seeking wealth. It is my own decision. She gazed defiantly at Zhou Ping, yet her body trembled, betraying her fear. Seeing the silence from the man before her sent shivers down Qian Yinxiu's spine. However, she understood that this was one of the few opportunities they had to seek revenge, and she was determined to seize it. Moreover, the person before her was her childhood friend, which prompted her to call Zhou Ping by his childhood name, hoping to stir any lingering affection within him, even if it was a long shot. Zhou Ping studied the woman before him. Her beauty was unremarkable. Slender brows, an oval face, her eyes filled with an enduring sorrow, currently gazing at him with a fierce determination. Her clothing was worn, and her hands, calloused from years of labor, bore the marks of a peasant woman weathered by the elements. Qian Yinxiu sensed Zhou Ping's scrutiny and felt a wave of unease wash over her. Quickly hiding her hands behind her back and lowering her head. Master? Qian Yinxiu, seeing Zhou Ping's continued silence, spoke with a quiver in her voice, despair creeping into her heart. Even knowing her reputation might suffer after today, she resolutely called out again. Zhou Ping finally came to his senses, silently observing Qian Yinxiu. On what grounds? Qian Yinxiu instinctively lowered her head, falling into silence. Chapter 12. The Old Grudge of the Chen family. Ultimately, Zhou Ping agreed to marry Qian Yinxiu, a decision not motivated by childhood sentiments, but spurred by an item she had entrusted to him. They left the Zhou residence, making their way to a secluded corner away from the village. My grandmother, namely Huiling, is an orphan of the Li family. Qian Yinxiu began slowly. An orphan of the Li family? Zhou Ping was taken aback. He had never heard of such a family. Understanding his confusion, Chen Yinxiu explained, 70 years ago, Baishi village was not known by its current name but was called Li Family Village. Though it housed only a handful of households, all were of the Li clan, tilling the fields beside the White Stream, living leisurely. Zhou Ping was suddenly struck, realizing this was quite different from the history he knew of Baishi village. Was it not the case that decades prior, some refugees had settled here, cultivating the land and establishing a lineage, leading to the present-day Baishi village? It was precisely for this reason that Baishi village harbored so many surnames. Zhou Ping soon understood. As his own family had only settled there starting from his grandfather, and his knowledge of Baishi's past was merely hearsay. Chen Yinxiu spoke with bitterness, however, at that time. A once-in-a-century drought struck Nanyang Prefecture in the Zhao Kingdom, spreading across 9 counties, leaving countless people homeless and starving. The village head of Li Family Village was my grandmother's father, my great-grandfather, known for his kind heart and renowned as a great benefactor. While other landlords turned a blind eye to the refugees, driving them away, my great-grandfather not only refused to expel them but also distributed porridge and charity, allowing some to remain in Li Family Village, providing them with land to farm at meager rents. Although the intention was to recruit some laborers, there was also a hope that they would weather their hardships. Unexpectedly, this news spread among the refugees, leading a band of them to Li Family Village, where they massacred the entire Li clan. This group of refugees has now become known as the 4 prominent families. Chen Yinxiu's tone was chillingly cold, filled with loathing for the 4 families. Beside her, Zhou Ping remained silent, resolutely determined in his heart that his family must not show undue mercy in the future, lest they meet the same fate as the Li clan. My grandmother, in her wisdom, donned tattered garments and smeared herself with excrement to create a foul stench, allowing her to mingle with the crowd and be mistaken for a refugee, thus narrowly escaping disaster. However, in the midst of a great calamity, it was exceedingly difficult for a refugee to survive, let alone seek help for revenge. She could only live incognito in Li Family Village, which is now known as Baishi Village. Chen Yinxiu spoke with a heavy heart, stating that the remaining 89 members of the Li clan were all mercilessly slaughtered, and their lands were divided among the 4 families, who brazenly claimed to be the rightful owners of this territory, obscuring all traces of the past. Suddenly, she looked up at Zhou Ping with a pleading gaze. My grandmother, before her death, remained fixated on the matter of vengeance, her eyes refusing to close in peace. I possess the land deeds for 210 acres that belong to the Li family. If you, sir, are willing to assist my family in avenging our wrongs, my father and I are prepared to serve the Zhou family for generations. Chen Yinxiu abruptly knelt, her forehead striking the ground. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping immediately inquired, since you hold the land deed, why do you not seek assistance? Chen Yinxiu's face bore a bitter sadness. The deed was, after all, 80 years old and had long since lost its efficacy. Who would be willing to confront the 4 families for something so worthless? Realizing this, Zhou Ping smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that land deeds have a time limit, and the 4 families had undoubtedly secured their positions without fail. Thus, the only ones of true worth were the father and daughter, one elderly and frail, the other a weak peasant woman. Those wealthy landowners from neighboring villages would hardly venture to Baishi village for the sake of 2 helpless souls. In Qingshui County, there were indeed a few individuals of real influence, such as the county magistrate, the county lieutenant, and the Huang family of the Pingyun, who were known for their cultivation practices. Yet, putting aside whether Chen Yinxiu and her father could gain their favor, it remained uncertain whether those individuals would even consider their plight. The county magistrate and lieutenant possessed vast family enterprises. They would hardly stir up a ruckus over such trifles, ultimately risking their reputations as exploiters of the common folk. As for the Huang family of Pingyun, they resided over 100 miles to the east, and it was improbable they would journey such a distance for mere mortal farmland. Only if there were a mountain rich in spiritual energy would they be inclined to come, as mountains possess abundant spiritual aura, suitable for cultivating spiritual fields and planting rare flora. However, the nearby hills were all low and unremarkable, devoid of any such energy. Hence, the Huang family had even less reason to venture forth. Calculating all this, it seemed that the only potential ally for Chen Yinxiu, and her father was Zhou Ping. I am willing to become your concubine, willing to serve the Zhou family as humble servants for generations, simply in exchange for your aid in avenging my family. Chen Yinxia once again struck her head against the ground. She understood that Zhou Ping was one of the few glimmers of hope she could grasp in her lifetime. Perhaps even her only chance. Zhou Ping, now the village chief, had no intention of leaving Baishi village, and sooner or later, there would be conflict between the Zhou family and the four prominent families. Given the scarcity of land and the burgeoning population, harmony was an impossibility. It would inevitably lead to a struggle for survival. If Zhou Ping were unwilling to help them, she truly did not know what to do. Very well, I shall marry you, Zhou Ping replied calmly, and I shall take you as my wife. Chen Yinxiu, who had nearly succumbed to despair, suddenly felt as if a melody of salvation had graced her ears. Is it truly so? She asked, hardly daring to believe her ears, her heart fluttering as she raised her gaze to Zhou Ping's face, only to feel a sudden gloom descend upon her. After her torrent of rage and hatred had subsided, the essence of a humble peasant girl was laid bare, revealing a profound sense of humility. Zhou Ping, noticing Chen Yinxiu's despondency, chose not to speak. His willingness to marry her stemmed from several reasons. Firstly, as his family grew, there was a natural need for someone to manage the household affairs, yet he could not trust just anyone. Given the small size of the Chen family, they were an ideal choice. If he took her as his wife, he would not have to worry about her family becoming overly powerful in the future. Secondly, it was for the sake of the 200 acres of land. Although the land deed was outdated, the principle of might makes right held true in any world. Zhou Ping planned to seize those lands once his family rose to prominence, and marrying Chen Yinxiu would provide him with a legitimate basis for doing so. One could engage in forceful appropriation, but it must be done in a manner that appears lawful. Otherwise, it would be deemed thievery and would invite public scorn, potentially even governmental suppression if the Zhou family's adversaries seized upon it. Therefore, any actions taken to secure benefits would be cloaked in moral or legal justification by those in power. Just as the wealthy landowners would resort to deceit and oppression to legally acquire the lands of their neighbors. Zhou Ping's marriage to Chen Yinxiu would be different. It would be a matter of avenging her family, thereby legitimizing his actions. This would not only conform to societal norms, but would also earn him public admiration. To take her as a concubine, however, could invite criticism from others. Though the outcomes of both approaches would be the same, the implications would differ vastly. Chapter 13. Can I add something for my child? In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The cyclical passage of days and nights marked the transition into late autumn, where nature waned and beasts concealed themselves in preparation for the impending harsh winter. To the east of Baishi village, an impressive residence stood, adorned with blue bricks and black tiles, a sight to behold. This was the grand estate of the Zhou family, which Zhou Ping had finally completed just before winter. After spending nearly 300 taels, much to Zhou Dashan's distress point 3 months prior, Zhou Ping had taken Chen Yinxiu as his wife, hosting over 20 tables of feasts for the villagers, creating quite a stir across the countryside, much to the envy of the local peasant girls. After all, even the wealthiest landowners would not hold such a grand event for a primary marriage, let alone the Zhou family, which was rather modest. Especially the Lu family, Wang Lu and Sun Si, finally breathed a sigh of relief, merrily bringing gifts to congratulate Zhou Ping. In truth, they secretly mocked him for his naivety, believing he did not understand the importance of managing wealth and establishing a stable household. Look at Zhou Erlang. He merely has good fortune. I originally thought he was a formidable adversary, but it turns out he is just an ignorant fool. Lu Quan laughed heartily in the hall. He had gained some wealth but had failed to establish a business or manage his household, instead indulging in pleasure. The grand estate, along with the recent extravagant purchases, had surely cost him upwards of 500 taels. Lu Zhong chuckled. Not long ago, Zhou Laohan was quite proud, yet now he hides at home, afraid to show his face. Surely, his money must be running low. Rumor had it that since Zhou Erlang returned home, he had been preoccupied with hunting in the mountains, neglecting his family responsibilities. He had even acquired a fine horse, which required several hundred when just for fodder each day. I wonder how much more of the Zhou family's wealth remains for him to squander. He spat venomously, harboring a grudge against Zhou Ping, for Lu Da was his grandson, and regardless of their familial ties, he could not allow outsiders to bully them. Yet Lu Ming remained unconvinced. While the Zhou family's expenditures appeared excessive, their new estate and arable land could sustain them even if they lived off their reserves. However, if Zhou Erlang were to regain his senses, he could easily rebuild his family wealth. All of us here may seem prosperous, but do not forget that every family has numerous members, and their daily expenses are vast. How could we underestimate the Zhou family? Moreover, what if this was merely a ruse by the Zhou family to mislead us? Ha, Minger, I understand all this, but I can't help but feel pleased. Lu Quan waved his hand. As for whether it was a deception by the Zhou family, the money spent could not be faked. Regardless of Zhou Ping's current glory, if we remain diligent and cultivate our own lands, everything will become clear in time. Lu Quan then remarked, I heard that Lu Xiu has garnered the favor of a captain in the army and has been appointed as a personal guard? Indeed, Lu Ming replied earnestly. Lu Quan pondered for a moment and decided to select 3 virtuous individuals from among Lu Wu and the others to send into military service. Grandfather, isn't that too many? Lu Ming quickly interjected. The 4th generation of the Lu family numbered only around 20, and excluding the young children and women, there were barely over 10 left. As the older generation faded away, the burden naturally fell onto their shoulders, tending to the fields, searching for goods in the mountains, engaging in trade and commerce. None of these tasks could be accomplished without manpower. Sending 3 away would only increase the burden on the remaining family members, and the others would likely be unwilling. Indeed, elder brother, the military is fraught with danger. How can we risk our children so? Lu Zhong also chimed in. What do you know? Lu Quan retorted, my Lu family is young and newly established. To solidify our foundation, we must seize every opportunity. With Lu Xiu's promising future in the army, we must support him as a family. If we can connect with a captain, when Lu Xiu returns, he could at least secure a position as a constable or even rise further to become an inspector. Not to mention Lu Xiu, if you can successfully pass next year's provincial examination and become a jurin, I will invest the entire family's wealth in supporting your endeavors to secure an official position. Grandfather, Lu Ming attempted to voice his concerns, but Lu Quan interrupted him. Minger, you must understand, the family is the root for all its members. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one suffers, all suffer. At this moment, Zhou Ping found himself deep within the expansive Ring mountain. Amidst the forest, he spotted a wild deer darting gracefully. With a swift motion, he knocked an arrow with his left hand and drew the bowstring taut with his right. A sharp twang resonated as the arrow soared through the dense foliage, striking the deer squarely in the abdomen, causing it to collapse lifelessly, blood pouring forth. Zhou Ping displayed a gleeful expression, yet refrained from approaching the fallen creature. Instead, he retrieved a piece of parchment from his waist, meticulously sketching the topography of the surrounding area. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the depicted landscape was, in fact, a detailed map of the mountainous terrain near Baishi village. The mountain towered over 100 zhong, its spiritual energy sparse, with no apparitions of malevolent creatures. However, the sheltered and moist environment was conducive to the cultivation of various medicinal herbs. Zhou Ping muttered to himself as he annotated the map, all the while gazing toward Baishi village in the distance, where wisps of smoke rose gently into the air. For the past several months, he had ventured into the mountains for hunting, not for mere pleasure, but to assess the local terrain and ascertain the presence of supernatural entities or the common energies of heaven and earth. After all, he could not forget the incident when a malevolent creature had descended from the mountains, claiming the lives of more than 10 individuals. If he did not thoroughly investigate, how could he find peace of mind? Should he discover any heavenly energies, the arduous collection would yield considerable wealth and potentially establish a connection with Li Mu. Furthermore, he sought to understand the distribution of medicinal herbs in the mountains and whether the concentration of spiritual energy reached the standard for cultivating fertile fields. The valuable herbs of the mountains represented a feasible avenue for financial gain. Many families from Baishi village occasionally ascended the mountains to gather herbs, especially the 4 prominent families, who were seasoned in their endeavors and had long since familiarized themselves with the local topography. As for the areas suitable for cultivation, Zhou Ping had scoured the nearby hills surrounding Baishi village without finding a single viable spot. Zhou Ping hoisted the deer onto his horse and gazed westward. Where the majestic and vast mountain ranges loomed, their energies palpable, with towering peaks disappearing into the sea of clouds, abundant in spiritual essence and radiating brilliance. The spiritual energy there was significantly denser than that of Baishi village, and one could faintly hear the roars of beasts echoing from the depths of the Ring mountain, where it was highly probable that the aforementioned malevolent creature had originated. After a brief glance, he turned away. The distance to Baishi village was several dozen li, and there was no need for concern. He then set off toward Baishi village, contemplating his future plans. His recent extravagance stemmed from the fact that his family had become exceedingly conspicuous, akin to a sudden influx of wealth attracting envy and greed. Unlike the prominent Liu, Wang, and Qin families, his household was alarmingly small. If he inadvertently drew the attention of malicious individuals, the loss of wealth would be trivial compared to the potential calamities that could befall his family. After all, he could not be in two places at once. How could he ensure the safety of his loved ones? Thus, he had chosen to lavishly spend, converting his wealth into immovable properties, allowing rumors of dwindling resources to circulate. This way, even if others felt envy, they would be less likely to resort to desperate measures of violence and theft. Such properties, being immobile, would remain secure as long as Zhou Ping was present. Suddenly, Zhou Ping halted abruptly, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. His system, unchanged for 2 decades, had inexplicably revealed new information. Ding Hua, 10 qualifications, low-grade cultivation, Qi Ling realm descendants. When I have a child. Is Nian Xiu pregnant? Zhou Ping was astonished and perplexed, soon realizing that he could assess the qualifications of his offspring, with indicators for potential improvement emerging. I can enhance my child's attributes? Chapter 14. Low grade. Zhou Ping, naturally, did not dare to hastily upgrade the qualifications of his yet-to-be-born child. He swiftly mounted his horse and galloped homeward, navigating through the forest and over rocks as if traversing level ground in just half an hour. He arrived at the grand estate of the Zhou family, where a young servant approached to take his horse, leading it to the stable in the backyard for feeding. As a family man now, he could no longer permit his household to toil endlessly, especially since his sister-in-law had recently been confirmed to be pregnant. If he did not recruit some domestic help, all responsibilities would fall upon Qian Yanxiu. Thus, Zhou Ping purchased 2 male servants and 3 female maids from a young boy, all hailing from impoverished yet reputable families, each around 13 or 14 years of age, ensuring a degree of reliability. Passing through 3 sets of gates, he arrived at the backyard, where Huang Shi was engaged in conversation with his sister-in-law and Qian Yanxiu, flanked by 2 maids. The last maid was responsible for attending to Zhou Changhe's daily needs, ensuring his studies were supervised as well. Zhou Ping cast a subtle glance at Lin Chuilian's abdomen, which was barely 3 months along, and thus not yet visibly apparent. Yet, he felt a surge of joy. It was the continuation of his bloodline, his brother's second child. Should it arrive safely, their family would no longer be an only child for 3 generations. Moreover, with his wife also expecting, a thriving lineage would promise a prosperous future for their clan. As for Qian Yanxiu, there were no signs of her pregnancy. Had it not been for the system's revelation, he would have remained oblivious to it. Pinger has arrived. Come sit. Huang Shi called upon seeing Zhou Ping. Dear husband, both Qian Yanxiu and Huang Shi responded, while the 2 maids bowed their heads, addressing him as the second young master. Though Zhou Hong currently managed the family's affairs, with Zhou Dashan neglecting his responsibilities, as long as Zhou Dashan was alive, he remained the master, while Zhou Hong and his brother were regarded as young masters. Mother, sister-in-law, Zhou Ping greeted, then turned to Qian Yanxiu, speaking softly, Qiu'er. Qian Yanxiu, sensing a matter of significance in his tone, approached him with concern, whispering, What is it? Is there trouble in the mountains? When she had first married, Zhou Ping was often away, roaming the mountains, leaving her despondent and questioning her judgment. However, upon witnessing Zhou Ping's late-night cartography, she began to comprehend his intentions, feeling a surge of happiness. Zhou Ping's secretive mapping of the mountains was known only to him. Even his sister-in-law and parents were unaware. Such openness naturally deepened their bond. Have you been feeling unwell lately? Zhou Ping inquired gently. Not particularly unwell, just a bit fatigued and lacking appetite, Qian Yanxiu pondered. Suddenly pausing in recent days, she had experienced inexplicable fatigue and a diminished appetite, her body feeling warmer than usual. Initially, she had dismissed it, but upon Zhou Ping's inquiry, she could not help but speculate. Perhaps she was indeed pregnant. Husband, she gazed at him with glistening eyes, a mix of joy and trepidation evident, even tears welling up. The joy stemmed from the realization of carrying a child, a part of her Chen family's bloodline. Even if she could not exact revenge in this lifetime, she would ensure that the hatred was passed down to future generations. One day, her offspring would bear witness to the vendetta against their family's annihilation. Yet, having heard tales of the perils surrounding pregnancy, she could not help but feel anxious and fearful. Today, I hunted a wild deer. I will have Chun Lan prepare it for dinner later, to nourish your body. Zhou Ping reassured her. In the past few months, he had utilized hunting as a guise to explore the mountains, returning with wild deer, hares, and other delicacies, all for his family's sustenance. In a few days, I will summon a physician to conduct a thorough examination. Whatever you say, husband, she replied, and as Zhou Ping turned to leave, he prepared to visit his elder brother and nephew, feeling somewhat uncomfortable lingering in the backyard. However, he was suddenly halted by Chen Yanxiu, who grasped his sleeve. Husband, if the child is born, what name should we give him? Zhou Ping pondered for a moment. If it were a boy, he would be named Zhou Minghu. And if a girl, simply Zhou Yuan. Zhou Minghu, Zhou Yuan, Chen Yanxiu repeated thoughtfully. Though she did not understand the deeper significance behind these names, she recognized them as beautiful and distinct from those typically chosen by rural folk. Zhou Ping's choice of names was not arbitrary. It reflected his ambitions. Having traversed the mountains, he had grasped the broader landscape of the area. Baishi village was encircled by mountains, with only a few narrow paths leading outward. Viewed from above, it resembled a colossal bowl, with Baishi village nestled at its base. The Baishi River flowed continuously, shimmering silver under the blazing sun, reminiscent of a desiccated lake, reduced to mere streams. Naming his child Minghu was an aspiration that one day he would consume the entirety of Baishi village, claiming this territory for the Zhou family. As for Yuan, it symbolized soaring above the skies like an eagle or a kite dancing in the wind, embodying his hopes for his daughter not to remain confined to the toils of rural life. Zhou Ping then proceeded toward the eastern wing, actually moving into the shadows. Descendants. 1 qualifications, unranked. This was the appearance of the system panel. And with a thought, the 10 points of Dinghua vanished, replaced by the qualification status changing to low grade. Noticing that Chen Yanxiu was still engaged in conversation with Huang Shi without any signs of anomaly, Zhou Ping let out a sigh of relief. He had refrained from enhancing his unborn child's qualifications during his time in the mountains, fearing that such hasty actions might affect Chen Yanxiu. As long as he remained nearby, he could promptly attend to any unforeseen occurrences, preventing any disasters. After observing for a while and confirming that all was well, he finally felt at ease and continued toward the eastern wing. With the presence of cultivation qualifications in his lineage, it ensured that his family would not resort to a deadly struggle with other families. One should operate with humility, allowing the years to pass. And in a decade or so, Baishi village will naturally belong to the Zhou family. After all, without the existence of an immortal master, one must be astute and capable for generations to survive in Baishi village, in order to hold their ground against the likes of Wang, Sun, and Qian Lu. Now that the offspring possess the aptitude for cultivation, it is merely a matter of waiting for them to mature into immortal masters, ensuring decades of prosperity for the family. Inside the eastern wing, Zhou Hong and his son, one large and one small, were engrossed in some task. Among the Zhou family, the most significant transformation had undoubtedly been observed in these two. As the saying goes, wealth and power nurture individuals. In merely a few months, Zhou Hong had become a different person. His garments were no longer coarse and tattered but rather exquisite and new, exuding an air of nobility. Interacting with the tenants and laborers, he commanded respect effortlessly, his gaze deep and penetrating, devoid of the previous earthy demeanor. In recent months, he had managed the Zhou family affairs with remarkable precision. Employing a blend of sternness and kindness, he ensured the tenants were dutiful and compliant. Just then, his younger brother arrived. Noticing Zhou Ping's figure, Zhou Hong paused his calculations. Elder brother, the days are long ahead. Do not overexert yourself, Zhou Ping expressed with concern, handing over a map he had drawn. I have traversed the nearby mountains for over 10 miles, marking some advantageous locations. However, do remember this. The western region near Dorong Mountain shows signs of large creatures, and I even spotted a black bear. When foraging for herbs or goods in the future, we must avoid that area at all costs. Upon seeing the map, Zhou Hong's eyes lit up. I am indeed aware of this. With this map, our family can finally make some inroads into the mountain trade, he mused, unfolding the map, though a sigh escaped him as he carefully rolled it up and concealed it in a hidden spot within the room. Ultimately, relying on outsiders was unsettling. It was prudent to focus on cultivating their fields first. Once the children grew a bit older, it would be more feasible to pursue mountain explorations for goods. Currently, the pressing issue for the Zhou family was the lack of heirs. If there were more descendants, Zhou Ping would not need to squander wealth, fearing intruders in the night. With sufficient numbers, they could capitalize on the mountain trade using the map Zhou Ping had provided. Yet, their numbers were woefully few. Without Zhou Ping, the Zhou family might have already been consumed by the villagers of by Xi.as. For the 4 prominent families. Which one was not wealthier than the Zhou family? Yet, who would dare covet them? It was simply a matter of numbers. Even without a figure like Zhou Ping as an immortal master, no one dared to provoke them. At that moment, Zhou Changhe, who was transcribing the sage's scriptures, suddenly spoke up. Then why don't we ask Uncle Chun for assistance, along with our maternal grandfather? Zhou Ping smiled calmly, while Zhou Hong bent down, affectionately ruffling Zhou Changhe's hair. His child indeed possessed a precocious intellect, exhibiting restraint and maturity beyond his years. Thus, to ensure he could one day uphold the Zhou family, it was essential to provide him with education and experiences, even sharing certain secrets with him. Though he remained a child, unaware of the treachery that lurks in human hearts. Do not mention this to mother or grandmother, Zhou Hong cautioned, aware that Lin Suilian held the Zhou family dear, yet also had ties to her maternal family. While the connections with her family could prove useful, the time was not right if they summoned them now. Zhou Hong feared it would spell the end for the Zhou legacy. The dangers of human greed were ever present. Should someone from the maternal side be driven by avarice, seeking to usurp the Zhou family's heritage, what recourse would Zhou Hong have? Would he sever ties with his wife in a bid to protect his kin? Moreover, if her family gained control over medicinal herbs, reclaiming them later would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Zhou Hong preferred to keep the map hidden rather than allow his wife's family to meddle at this juncture. Only when Changhe had matured to manage the household, with the Zhou family firmly in control of every aspect, could they ensure that the maternal family would not take precedence and become the ruling force. Chapter 15. Zhou Minghu as spring gives way to autumn, and cold succumbs to heat. The cycles of nature persist. With a deep breath, Zhou Ping exhaled, releasing a stream of white light like a long rainbow. It had been 5 years since he returned home, stirring Baishi village, and since he established himself as the local landlord. Although he had long abandoned the hope of cultivation, Zhou Ping persisted in his daily practice, breathing for 2 hours to nourish himself with spiritual energy. Who knows, perhaps one day fortune would favor him, and he would open his spiritual acupoints, achieving the qi refining stage. If a qi refining practitioner were present, the family would not need to contend with the others. They would likely have already been recognized as an immortal clan by the county, firmly establishing their presence. After all, this world was fraught with peril. Inhabited by demonic beasts and malevolent spirits. 3 years prior, an intelligent old wolf had descended from the mountains, brutally killing a laborer from the Sun family. It was only through Zhou Ping's magical nails that the beast was finally subdued, restoring peace. Consuming the wolf's flesh and blood had granted him a glimpse of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Through relentless and arduous practice, he had faced setbacks but had finally managed to increase the spiritual energy within him. Zhou Ping's expression brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a side. It was only when one's internal spiritual energy reached 16 strands, or more, that they could truly be considered on the threshold of opening their spiritual acupoints. However, Zhou Ping was of inferior talent, capable of accommodating only 9 strands of spiritual energy, necessitating repeated attempts at breakthroughs to elevate his limits. Yet, after several years, he had only managed to increase by 1 strand. If he were to attempt to open his spiritual acupoints under these circumstances, the odds were slim. It would likely end in failure, just as before. "Father, I can sense the spiritual energy." A youthful voice suddenly interrupted Zhou Ping's thoughts. It was his son, a boy of exquisite beauty, with flawless fair skin and eyes brimming with joy. This was Zhou Minghu, Zhou Ping's eldest son. "Father, I feel a thin mist around me. It's cool and refreshing." Zhou Minghu exclaimed, dancing about as he reached out to grasp the air around him. "Minghu is truly impressive," Zhou Ping chuckled, affectionately tousling his son's hair. "Now, just as I instructed, sit cross-legged and draw that mist into your body." "Yes, yes," Zhou Minghu eagerly nodded, settling down to meditate and circulate his energy. Zhou Ping looked at his son with pride, as if envisioning the future of the Zhou family. 5 years ago, he had enhanced Zhou Minghu's aptitude while he was still in the womb, elevating it to the inferior tier. Although the aptitudes were categorized into 4 grades, low, medium, high, and supreme, each grade varied significantly in potential. A spiritual light measuring between 1 to 3 inches was considered inferior aptitude, belonging to the most suffering segment of the cultivation community, where only a select few had any hope of breaking into the qi refining stage. A measurement between 4 to 6 inches was deemed medium aptitude, allowing most disciples to enter true apprenticeship in various sects, with some smaller sects even regarding them as potential successors, almost guaranteed to reach the qi refining stage. Spiritual light measuring 7 to 9 inches represented high aptitude, regarded as treasures even in major sects like Qingyun's sect. Each of these individuals could be seen as on the brink of foundational cultivation, with many harboring hopes of advancing to the Xiandan stage. As for those whose spiritual light reached a full foot, they were considered of supreme aptitude, destined to attain the Xiandan stage without significant hindrance, making them undeniable future leaders in any faction. Although both father and son fell into the category of inferior aptitude, Zhou Minghu's potential slightly surpassed that of Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's spiritual light measured only 1 inch and 5/10, while Zhou Minghu's was 1 inch and 9/10, just shy of 2 inches. This indicated that Zhou Minghu's future prospects were broader than his father's, and he might well become a qi refining practitioner, elevating the Zhou family into the ranks of cultivation families. Zhou Ping gazed at his determined little face, feeling both pride and heartache. Not yet 5 years old, Zhou Minghu had already been immersed in character education and cultivation practice for 2 hours each day since he was 3, never enjoying a moment of idleness. Meanwhile, other children his age in the village were busy with play. Yet, in this spiritually barren region, how many years would it take to reach the pinnacle of the awakening realm? The awakening realm was the foundation of cultivation, not particularly difficult to achieve. Even those with the worst aptitudes could reach full mastery. The realm was further divided into 4 minor stages. The first minor stage was the sensation of spiritual energy, also known as sensation of spirit. The myriad energies in the world include the most gentle and widespread, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The human race, inherently weak, must first nourish themselves with this energy until they can open their spiritual acupoints, allowing their bodies to endure the more potent energies of heaven and earth, enabling them to cultivate with special energies. Otherwise, they risk violent backlash, endangering their lives. Zhou Ping had once collected a kind of dark and cold energy, recklessly drawing it into his body, only to suffer the excruciating pain of ice-cold channels. For any practitioner, the sensation of spirit was not particularly challenging. Even someone of Zhou Ping's inferior aptitude could achieve it within a few months. It was said that those with superior aptitude could accomplish it in a single day. Although Zhou Minghu had slightly better aptitude than Zhou Ping, it was only natural that he would take less time. However, he was still a child, easily distracted, often allowing his thoughts to wander after just a quarter hour of meditation. Coupled with the thin spiritual energy in Baishi village, far inferior to that of Qingyun Mountain, it took him over a year to finally sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After achieving sensation, the next step was to draw the spiritual energy into one's body, which involved meticulously gathering strands of spiritual energy from the environment to cultivate within oneself. Zhou Ping had spent 3 full months to gather merely 3 strands of spiritual energy. As one's qualifications become increasingly exceptional, the amount of spiritual energy that can be condensed during this stage grows correspondingly, offering immense benefits for future cultivation. The third minor realm entails the circulation of the Zhou-Tian, wherein spiritual energy forms a cyclone within the body, thus purifying the marrow and bones and expelling impurities. The greater the amount of spiritual energy within, the more powerful the resulting cyclone becomes, attracting external spiritual energy in a perpetual cycle until the body's capacity is maximized. Zhou Ping, possessing merely a low-grade qualification of 1 inch 5, can only contain a maximum of 8 strands of spiritual energy. In contrast, Ming, whose spiritual light measures 1 inch 9, suggesting a potential accumulation of 12 strands in the future. The higher the qualification, the more spiritual energy one can hold in the Qi awakening realm. Conversely, the lower the qualification, the less one can contain. Zhou Ping has even encountered a disciple with a mere 1 inch spiritual light, who could only hold 7 strands of spiritual energy. After 3 years on the mountain, he regrettably succumbed to the mundane world. However, the outstanding disciples of the Qingyun sect can contain up to 35 strands of spiritual energy in the Qi awakening realm, and the spiritual apertures they open are significantly larger than those of ordinary individuals. The final stage marks the first watershed in cultivation, utterly separating the immortal from the mortal, achieved by detonating the cyclone to open the spiritual apertures. The more potent the cyclone, the greater the likelihood of successfully opening the apertures, which will also be more stable and expansive. Through countless generations of exploration within the cultivation community, a conclusion has been reached. Possessing more than 16 strands of spiritual energy guarantees the opening of spiritual apertures, representing the initial limit of 3 inches of spiritual light. However, this does not imply that possessing fewer than 16 strands precludes the possibility of opening apertures, akin to pushing open a door. Greater force is advantageous, yet even a gentle push may suffice, contingent upon certain fortuitous circumstances. For instance, consuming heavenly materials or miraculous elixirs could result in a dramatic surge of spiritual energy. Alternatively, utilizing powerful artifacts or grand formations to artificially raise the concentration of external spiritual energy could facilitate its influx into the body, thus enabling the opening of apertures. Nonetheless, regardless of the method, the cost incurred is substantial. Thus, Zhou Ping must resort to the most perilous yet common method to elevate his limits, the mirror-breaking technique. After a decade at Qingyun sect, he ascended to the peak of the Qi awakening realm in 6 years. However, his internal spiritual energy remained at a mere 8 strands, leaving him with no hope of breaking through, compelling him to continually risk failure in his attempts. Following his initial failure, he spent a full 6 months recuperating, yet managed to increase his spiritual energy limit by half a strand. Subsequently, he would take risks to break through approximately once every year, ultimately departing the sect with 9.5 strands of spiritual energy within him. During these 5 years, Zhou Ping also attempted a breakthrough, which once again ended in failure. Nevertheless, his spiritual energy became purer, and coupled with the consumption of wolf-demon flesh to nourish his body, he managed to increase his internal spiritual energy by an additional strand. Yet, he understood that despite these daring attempts, each subsequent increase had become increasingly feeble. While growth remained a possibility, it was highly unlikely he would surpass 12 strands. Qualifications dictate one's limits, just as a small blade of grass, no matter how fervently it strives, cannot grow into a towering tree. Ming, whose qualifications surpass his own, and it is conceivable that he could initially reach 12 or 13 strands. If he were to continually break through and elevate his limits, he might well attain around 14 or 15 strands, with a high probability of success. Chapter 16. Lu Xiu returns home. Although Zhou Ping currently sees no hope of breakthrough, he is filled with joy in his heart, for he has finally grasped the origin of Dinghua. Dinghua, 10 qualifications, low-grade cultivation, Qi awakening realm offspring. Merely 5 years have passed, and Dinghua has once again coalesced to 10 points. This is because Zhou Ping discovered that Dinghua indeed generates a point each year, stemming from both him and his bloodline descendants. The two of them, Zhou Ping and Zhou Ming, who have combined to coalesce 10 points of Dinghua over 5 years. In other words, the more descendants he has, the more points of Dinghua are generated each year. Even if the next elevation of qualifications requires a vast amount of Dinghua, as long as there are sufficient descendants, he will inevitably gather enough. Of course, another possibility exists. Only descendants whose qualifications have been altered by Dinghua can produce Dinghua. Understanding the reasons behind Dinghua's existence came a year after Zhou Minghu's birth. And with Chen Yinxiu needing to recuperate, any further action had to be put on hold. It was not until this year that there was any indication of movement. Gazing at the 10 points of Dinghua, Zhou Ping found himself deliberating whether to use it to enhance the qualifications of his unborn child, or to save it for a future elevation of his own qualifications. After all, he does not know whether all descendants can coalesce Dinghua or only those with qualifications can do so. If it is the former, it would be a joyous outcome. However, if it is the latter, it would mean that he must first elevate his offspring's qualifications. Only with a sufficient number of qualified descendants can Dinghua coalesce rapidly. Resolutely, Zhou Ping decided to utilize these 10 points of Dinghua to enhance the qualifications of his yet-to-be-born child. After all, whether it is the former or the latter, this is still his child. The heart of every parent cherishes both the palm and the back of their hand. How could he not love them? Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, even if they fail to open their spiritual apertures, they can still live a decade longer than ordinary mortals. His parents, siblings, and Yinxiu are all mortals, destined to pass before Zhou Ping. This is an unchangeable reality. Yet, his child has yet to be born, still possessing the chance to alter fate. He could not bear the thought of sending his child, with black hair, into the realm of the white-haired. Even though Zhou Ping understands the immense risks involved in this decision, he is still willing to proceed. Within the cultivation realm, although not all children born to powerful cultivators possess cultivation qualifications, the stronger the cultivator, the greater the likelihood that their offspring will have such qualifications. Conversely, the weaker the cultivator, the lesser the chance their descendants will possess qualifications. Offspring of foundation-building cultivators have a qualification likelihood of approximately 20 to 30%, while those of cultivators at the realm and above possess a 100% qualification rate. However, amidst the mundane world, it is often the case that only 1 in hundreds may possess cultivation qualifications. And even then, the majority will have low-grade qualifications. Yet, high-level cultivators are ultimately scarce, and their formidable strength leads to a drastically low likelihood of producing offspring. It is precisely due to the scarcity of cultivators, alongside the existence of demons and monsters, that many cultivators continue to fall. Thus, those of high cultivation often establish sects, actively seeking out potential cultivators among the masses, even accepting individuals with low-grade qualifications like Zhou Ping. They aim to nurture these individuals to a point where they can return to the mundane world, marry, have children, and establish families, thereby safeguarding a region's safety. After all, even the most inferior qualifications still represent a cultivator, and the probability of their offspring possessing cultivation qualifications is significantly higher than that of ordinary mortals. Furthermore, possessing a certain level of cultivation allows for the protection of a region's safety. This is a movement all human cultivators silently promote. Humanity has not held the position of a dominant force for long, and much of the world remains a wilderness ravaged by beasts. However, human cultivators are far too few to expand, thus they strive to produce more cultivators. Qingshui County lies on the border between human territory and the wilderness of savage beasts. The land was ravaged in a great battle long ago, and it has taken nearly 3 centuries to recover, resulting in the current scarcity of spiritual energy in this area. Yet, even though the likelihood of offspring from Qi awakening cultivators possessing qualifications is somewhat higher than that of mortals, it remains exceedingly slim. The population of mortals is overwhelmingly vast, comprising 99% of humanity. To prevent Qi awakening cultivators from exploiting a region's resources for their own benefit, resulting in a monopolization of resources. A situation arose where Qi awakening cultivators and mortals hold equal status. After all, Qi awakening cultivators are inherently stronger than ordinary mortals. If they were granted a superior status, the resources they consume could potentially sustain dozens of mortals. This would render mortals impoverished, unable to thrive and reproduce, thus drastically reducing their offspring. The offspring of Qi awakening cultivators possess qualifications not vastly different from those of mortals, leading to a natural inclination to favor the larger population. Of course, even with equal status, Qi awakening cultivators remain vastly superior to mortals. Just as Zhou Ping exemplifies, a single individual can intimidate an entire clan and support a family. Only upon reaching the Qi refinement stage does a true separation between immortals and mortals occur. For those who attain the Qi refinement stage, their qualifications are unlikely to be significantly lacking, thereby increasing the likelihood that their offspring will possess cultivation qualifications. Should the Zhou family produce a cultivator of the Qi refinement stage now, they would immediately receive recognition from the Zhaoping County, akin to the Pingyuan Huang family in the West, becoming a governing cultivation family in their own right. Naturally, they would also bear the corresponding responsibilities. This explains why, despite Zhou Ping being a cultivator, the four great families do not regard the Zhou family with much trepidation. They believe the Zhou family will not produce any more cultivators. The Zhou family is too weak, with only Zhou Ping to bear the burden. It remains uncertain how many years it will take to catch up to the other families in numbers, and they merely need to await Zhou Ping's demise. However, had they known Zhou Ming who could cultivate, they likely would have resorted to desperate measures to eliminate him. Even Zhou Ping would be expendable in their eyes. If all of Zhou Ping's descendants possessed cultivation qualifications, it would not merely attract the four families but rather the entire world's powers. A humble cultivator whose offspring can all cultivate is bound to possess a secret that defies the heavens and alters fate. At that point, not only would the Zhou family face obliteration, but the entirety of Qing Shui County would vanish in the ensuing chaos. Sigh. Zhou Ping let out a long sigh, having witnessed the cruelty of the cultivation world. He understood the inherent dangers. Yet, one cannot allow fear of peril to hinder the family's progress. The presence of an additional cultivator broadens the future by a fraction. Moreover, this is his child. He cannot allow them to walk ahead of him. Zhou Ping's thoughts weighed heavily upon him when suddenly, urgent shouts echoed from outside. Second brother, father and son suddenly rose to their feet and walked outside, only to see Zhou Hong running towards them. After 5 years, Zhou Hong had grown somewhat portly, resembling a wealthy landowner more than ever, exuding an air of authority, though a few strands of white hair had begun to appear at his temples. Zhou Ping was already 25, and naturally, Zhou Hong was just over 30. Although he was in the prime of his life, the toil of his youth had left lasting imprints on his body, and despite Zhou Ping using spiritual energy to nurture him, the emergence of those white hairs was inevitable. This lament is shared by all farmers who toil in the fields. The hardships of labor age one rapidly. It is not uncommon for someone in their 30s or 40s to appear as if they are nearing 50. Zhou Hong was relatively fortunate, having managed to recuperate somewhat. In contrast, Zhou Dashan bore the weight of numerous ailments, and now appeared quite frail, spending his days in a rocking chair in the courtyard, watching his grandchildren frolic. "Brother, what has happened?" Zhou Ping inquired with a hint of confusion. Zhou Minghu, standing to the side, respectfully called out, "Uncle." Zhou Hong first scrutinized Zhou Minghu, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He was well aware of the secret regarding Zhou Minghu's potential for cultivation, and thus had never overlooked the boy's feelings. Even at the tender age of 5, after all, with Zhou Minghu's aptitude, he would surely lead the Zhou family in the future. Relegating this branch to a subordinate status, it was wise to cultivate a favorable impression in his heart, so that their lineage would not be left wanting in the future. "Lu's soldier Lu Xiu has returned," Zhou Hong whispered. Zhou Ping's eyes narrowed in sudden intensity. During the past 5 years, he had exerted his authority as the village chief to suppress the four families. Yet they had proven as slippery as eels, evading his grasp. Each of the four families had their own support, leaving him in a stalemate. Zhou Ping asked, "What status has he returned with?" "I heard he is a sergeant." Having some military achievements, Zhou Hong replied, "It seems he returned to retire after losing a leg on the battlefield while saving someone." "And what of Lu Wu? Has he returned with him?" Zhou Ping pressed. Knowing that if he aimed to dismantle the four prominent families, he needed to be well informed about their circumstances. Among them, the Wang and Sun families had members serving as officials in the county, which, while lacking rank, still wielded some influence in the government. The Qin family was well acquainted with the mountains, having established connections through trade. Only the Lu family remained the most humble among the four, lacking official protection or other avenues of support, possessing merely 200 to 300 acres of land. Yet, Zhou Ping harbored the greatest apprehension towards the Lu family, solely due to their tenacity and resolve. 4 years prior, Lu Ming had traveled to Nanyang Prefecture to take the provincial exams, failing 3 consecutive years, yet the Lu family had continued to support him wholeheartedly. The financial burden of supporting a scholar striving for success, encompassing expenses for writing materials, sustenance, and travel, was considerable, requiring significant sacrifices from several family members. Not to mention, enduring 3 years of failure. Furthermore, with Lu Xiu gaining favor in the military, the Lu family had also sent money and support. Lu Feng was traveling the rivers, and the Lu family had covertly supported him as well. These actions had resulted in the Lu family not only failing to accumulate wealth over the past 5 years, but also selling off portions of their land, hinting at an impending disintegration. However, Zhou Ping understood that should one path open for the Lu family, they would soar to prominence, swiftly transforming into predatory wolves ready to devour them all. Zhou Hong shook his head. Only Lu Xiu returned. None of the other Lu family members have come back. Zhou Ping's heart sank. He would have preferred Lu Xiu to return as a captain with his kin, rather than in this current state. If Lu Xiu had indeed garnered favor in the military, even if he returned wounded, he would not have come back in such a humble capacity. Yet now, he was merely a sergeant, suggesting that he had received no accolades whatsoever. Only returning to help Lu Wu and the others establish themselves in the military. As the village chief, it is only natural that I go to welcome the returning veteran, Zhou Ping mused softly. Brother, you are now the head of our family. It would also show our sincerity if you accompanied me, Zhou Ping added. His philosophy was one of striking decisively when assured of victory. Without certainty, he would refrain from action. Thus, over the past 5 years, the Zhou family had remained diligent, maintaining a low profile and keeping their relationships with the 4 families amicable. Even when the Lu family sold land, they had only purchased a small portion at the usual price. After all, once Minghu grew up, the family would naturally rise again. In contrast, the other 3 families, during the Lu family struggles, had not hesitated to take advantage, continuously driving down land prices, resulting in significant losses for the Lu family. Chapter 17. Cultivation techniques. As the 2 exited the room, they encountered an elderly, frail man leaning against a wooden post, playfully interacting with a 2-year-old child. 5 years prior, Lin Suelian had been the first to conceive, giving birth to a son named Zhou Changxi, who was just a few months older than Zhou Minghu. 3 years later, she had another son, Zhou Chang'an. The child Zhou Dashan was currently amusing. Thus, Zhou Hong had 3 sons, Zhou Changhe, Zhou Changxi, and Zhou Chang'an. Among them, Zhou Changhe had already commenced his studies and was attending a school in the county. Father, Zhou Ping called out as he and his brother approached. There's a matter in the village we need to attend to. Zhou Dashan exclaimed, his eyes clouded and dull, turning his head with difficulty. What did you say? Zhou Ping gazed at the stooped figure of Zhou Dashan with concern. Even with his efforts to nurture him with spiritual energy, the toll of his youth had left him in this state. He beckoned Zhou Minghu over, whispering, go keep your grandfather and brother company. Then he turned to Zhou Hong, asking, brother, where is Changxi? You know how Changxi is fond of his mother. He is in the backyard. Zhou Hong replied. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, recognizing that his 3 nephews each had distinct temperaments. Changhe, having endured various hardships in his early years, had developed a deep and resolute character, and Zhou Ping felt confident he would manage the family affairs in the future. In contrast, Changxi was born into a life of ease, surrounded by many female relatives who doted on him, resulting in a gentle and kind-hearted nature, though he tended to be somewhat indecisive, making it hard for him to stand alone in the future. As for Zhou Chang'an, his older brother had recognized the weaknesses of the second son and sent him to Zhou Dashan, hoping he would become more stable. Zhou Ping looked at his eldest son, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Zhou Minghu was well-behaved and cherished, being the second cultivator of the Zhou family. However, the notion of vengeance had been instilled in him at a young age by Qian Yanxiu. And by the time Zhou Ping became aware of it, it was already too late to correct him. This had rendered his character somewhat erratic, and Zhou Ping feared that this might lead to trouble in the future. Zhou Minghu sat beside Zhou Dashan, the grandfather and grandson enjoying each other's company, while the 2 brothers made their way toward the main gate. After all, as they were merely in the village, Zhou Hong called to a servant who was preparing to harness the horse-drawn carriage, ready to head to the Lu family. Exiting the courtyard, They were greeted by a landscape of fertile fields on one side and village homes on the other. Some passing farmers spotted the brothers and cheerfully greeted them. "Good day, esteemed neighbors." 5 years ago, Zhou Ping had lavishly spent their wealth to deter thieves from coveting their possessions. However, the Zhou family was small, and even with the servants, they numbered just over a dozen. Even collecting 4/10 of the rent allowed them to save a considerable amount each year. Zhou Hong had used these funds to continue acquiring land, increasing the family's holdings to over 170 acres in Zhao country. The tax rate had always been 1/10, which was already minimal. Yet, for many impoverished families, they ultimately had to sell their land to survive. This was due in part to natural disasters and also deeply intertwined with the struggles of their mortal lives. For instance, a family with 10 acres of land and 3 members could barely make ends meet. If a calamity struck, reducing their harvest, or if they welcomed another child, they would naturally find themselves short on money and food. To survive, they had no choice but to sell their land to wealthier families in exchange for money to live on. However, after selling their land, they would lack sufficient means to sustain themselves, while the affluent families, having fewer members but more land, would continue to exploit the poor by renting out land at steep rates. Moreover, the wealthy landowners were shrewd. They would never provide enough land to any one family, ensuring that the tenants struggled to make ends meet throughout the year, unable to accumulate any wealth, as long as wealth remained out of reach. They would be condemned to a lifetime of laboring for the landowners. The affluent would simply reap the benefits, growing increasingly prosperous, using their wealth to acquire more land, creating a compounding effect akin to a snowball growing larger and larger. Baishi village, nestled in a valley among the mountains, could only cultivate around 1,300 acres, with over 800 acres belonging to the 5 families, while the remaining 60 to 70 households shared the 500 acres. Poor families with numerous children found it impossible to survive without selling land or renting fields. This led to the situation where, even though the Zhou family had never sought to seize from others, their holdings continued to increase for various reasons. Zhou Ping had no intention of positioning his family as a charitable benefactor. After all, kindness could lead to exploitation, and they could easily become targets for the other 4 families. Nevertheless, the Zhou family's rent remained the lowest among the 5 families, merely 4/10. Yet, they were still met with complaints from the other families, who claimed they were upsetting the market, considering each of them typically charged 5/10 or more. Indeed, Zhou Ping nodded in response to the tenants, as he and Zhou Hong made their way toward the Liu family. As they approached, the lively sounds of chatter and laughter from the Liu family's courtyard grew louder. "Xiu'er, what is it like in the military? Xiu'er, why is this blade so sharp?" As Zhou Ping and Zhou Hong drew nearer, the commotion quieted significantly. "Why have the Zhou family come?" A voice, barely above a whisper, emerged from a Liu family man. Beside him, another individual gestured subtly, suggesting that he was aware of Xiao Ji's return home and had come to inquire further. "What does it matter? We, the Liu family, have committed no crimes. If he has arrived, so be it. Can he really apprehend us?" Zhou Ping paid little heed to these murmurs as he strode directly into the Liu family courtyard, where he beheld a fierce-looking man seated to Liu Quan's left. His body marred by numerous gruesome scars, moving slightly like a centipede in a twisted crawl. His eyebrows were long and thick, and his gaze was cold and menacing, unmistakably marking him as a hardened individual. Zhou Ping's heart quivered. He recognized this man as a true survivor of life and death. He instinctively clenched his hands into fists, subtly shielding Zhou Hong behind him, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Despite the fact that Qi practitioners possessed spiritual energy, they remained fundamentally weaker than mortals. The realm of cultivation often harbored arrogant individuals who ultimately met their demise at the hands of ordinary folk. Even those in the Qi refining stage had been known to fall victim to mortal hands. At that moment, the man turned his gaze towards Zhou Ping, then rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. "I am Lucio of the Liu family, honored to meet the village chief." Zhou Ping was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. "I heard of the heroes returning from the military and came to witness their splendor." "You jest, my lord. I am merely an illiterate brute, returning in disgrace." "There is no grandeur to speak of," Lu Xiu replied confidently. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Ping and Zhou Hong took their leave. Their purpose in coming here was to gather information about Lu Xiao, and now that they had achieved that, it was prudent to depart. The Lu family remained in uproar for quite some time before gradually dispersing, leaving only Lu Quan and Lu Xiao behind. "Elder," Lu Xiao said, glancing around to ensure no one else was present, "I have failed the clan over the years, achieving nothing, and have even lost Lu Wu and the others. I have let down our family and all of you." As he spoke, this battle-hardened man broke down in tears, covering his face with his hands. He was well aware of his family's situation. They had not only cared for his elderly mother, but had also tightened their belts to provide him with funds and sent Lu Wu and the others to serve in the military. All of these acts weighed heavily on his heart, as he had planned to return with a military position to repay the clan. Yet now, returning crippled and with Lu Wu and the others having lost their lives, he felt he could not face his family or his aged mother. In truth, Lu Xiao had accompanied Lu Wu and others under the command of a certain officer deep into enemy territory, and only he and that officer had returned alive. However, Lu Xiao dared not let this news leak out. He could only allow Lu Quan to spread the word that Lu Wu and the others had been entrusted with important duties in the army, a measure to instill caution among the families, deterring them from rash actions. "It is all right. The important thing is that you have returned safely," Lu Quan said, tears streaming down his face as he gently stroked Lu Xiao's forehead. "You are all good children of the Lu family. Elder, I am unworthy of you all." Lu Xiao knelt before Lu Quan, embracing the frail elder and weeping uncontrollably. "I have let down Lu Wu, my brother." Lu Quan wiped his tears away with his aged hands, gently patting Lu Xiao's back. After a long while, Lu Xiao finally composed himself and took out an object from his bosom, something the officer had given him before departing. "This is what my brothers exchanged their lives for, a cultivation method that can lead to the path of immortality." Lu Quan trembled suddenly, his stooped figure straightening somewhat. He had envisioned his family pursuing scholarly and martial paths to seek opportunities, even engaging in the more unsavory aspects of life. But he now dared to imagine a day when the Lu family could pursue the path of immortality. "This scroll mentions how to test for aptitude, does it not?" Lu Quan inquired eagerly. Although every 3 years, an immortal from the mountains would come to the county to test the aptitudes of mortals, the journey was long and arduous, resulting in many never having their aptitudes assessed. What if someone in our Lu family possesses aptitude but remains unaware? As for seeking Zhou Ping for an aptitude assessment, Lu Quan held no trust and dared not ask. As long as no new immortals appeared in the village, it would not affect the Zhou family's status. How could Zhou Ping allow the Lu family to produce an immortal? He feared that not only would they be extorted, but also that misinformation would be spread, obscuring the truth. Lu Xiao shook his head, yet asserted, "But my lord said, as long as one cultivates according to this method and can generate a sensation of energy within, it indicates the potential for cultivation." "Excellent, excellent," Lu Quan laughed heartily. "With this method of immortality, how can our Lu family fail to rise?" However, this matter could not be rushed and required careful planning. It must not be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, the Lu family's very existence would be at stake. We can first call upon a couple of discreet, age-appropriate children. During the day, Lu Ming can teach them to read, and at night, let them practice cultivation in the courtyard. Even if it takes 5 or 10 years, our Lu family can afford to wait for a chance at immortality. Chapter 18. The Money family in trouble. Zhou Ping had not ventured far when he suddenly turned back to gaze at the Lu family courtyard. Sensing that something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was, "Brother, I wish to take a walk in the mountains. You may return home first," Zhou Ping said to Zhou Hong. "Very well." Zhou Hong nodded, aware that his brother had some plans in the mountains. With that, the two parted ways. Zhou Ping intended to gather a few herbs he had previously discovered to assist Zhou Minghu with his cultivation. He himself had reached a plateau with no further potential for advancement, and could only strive to refine his limits. However, Zhou Minghu was different. He still had boundless potential. The spiritual energy in Baishi village was too thin to benefit Zhou Minghu's cultivation. Although it was denser in the mountains, Zhou Minghu was still quite young. If he were to take him up the mountain, it would not only be dangerous, but if seen by the wrong person, it could raise suspicions. The aged herbs contained a trace of spiritual energy, making them ideal for Zhou Minghu's training. From Zhou Minghu's childhood, Zhou Ping had been diligently gathering fresh herbs to nourish him, hoping to solidify his foundation and increase the chances of breaking through to the qi refining stage. The 16 threads represented a chasm between the mortal and immortal realms. Success meant the lifespan of over 100 years and the illumination of immortal arts. Failure meant a mundane existence, living a life of mediocrity without achievements. Zhou Ping had failed 5 times, possessing only 10 threads of spiritual energy, and had long since lost hope it would be wiser to focus on nurturing the child. Yet Zhou Minghu possessed an astonishing aptitude, and with a few more attempts, he could very well touch upon that threshold. 20-year-old ginseng was rare, while 10-year-old spirit mushrooms could nourish Minghu's vitality, facilitating the flow of spiritual energy. These were all places where he had discovered herbs in previous years, and today he aimed to collect them. However, each one was merely a common herb, devoid of any spiritual properties. Had even one spiritual herb been among them, it might have elevated Zhou Ping's limits. Yet spiritual herbs thrive in environments with stringent conditions, requiring a high concentration of spiritual energy, which Zhou Ping had only ever seen at the spirit herb peak of Qingyun sect. How could such sparse spiritual energy in these wild mountains support their growth? After gathering the herbs, Zhou Ping ventured deeper into the mountains to collect the ambient spiritual energy. This mountain essence was a type of earthly energy, far less valuable and potent than malevolent energies, yet much easier to gather, as it could be found at dawn and dusk. Due to its gentle and nurturing nature, unlike the harsh and frigid malevolent energies, it was favored by many qi practitioners. Zhou Ping collected this mountain essence not for himself, but for his family. Each strand of mountain essence required 3 months to gather and was worth merely 1 spiritual stone. In contrast, other practitioners in Qingshui County, if their families had wealth, would seldom bother with such laborious collection, as they would not wish to spend months in the wilderness. His arduous efforts were all aimed at paving the way for his family. After all, they were weak and situated in the countryside, and rapid development necessitated a strategy. Meanwhile, Li Mu had operated in the county for decades, establishing numerous connections, even trading with the Huang family of Pingyuan. However, the Zhou family produced merely the most ordinary grains and mountain goods. How could Li Mu possibly take notice? Only by having Zhou Ping seek spiritual treasures could they establish a relationship with Li Mu. Such outcomes were undoubtedly favorable, as the Zhou family's grains could be sold directly to Li Mu at fair prices. Naturally, though the mountain essence was valued at 1 spiritual stone, in the impoverished region of Qingshui County, it was traded for gold and silver. 1 spiritual stone was roughly equivalent to 60 taels of silver, while the Zhou family's annual grain and mountain goods totaled only 70 or 80 taels. Without Zhou Ping's contributions, how could the Zhou family afford to buy land and fields each year? As Zhou Ping traversed the mountains, braving the elements, months passed before he finally gathered a sufficient amount of mountain essence. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a familiar figure, evoking a sense of joy within him. In the courtyard, a scholarly young lad was instructing 3 younger brothers in reading and writing. It was Zhou Changhe, who had been studying at the academy in the county. Changhe, he called out, "Nephew, I have seen your uncle." Zhou Changhe bowed respectfully. "Uncle, I did not expect to see you here before the holiday," Zhou Ping remarked, puzzled. Though his nephew had only begun his education at the age of 5, his talent was remarkable, having mastered various classics in just 5 years. Zhou Ping was pleased and had hastened to enroll him in the best academy in the county, even renting a small courtyard there and assigning a servant to assist. The servants had been with the Zhou family for 5 years, and given their relatively young age and the Zhou family's benevolence, they had become quite loyal. In a few days, the county examination will commence, and the teacher has allowed us to return home for a break, Zhou Changhe explained, exuding a mature and refined demeanor. If not for his slightly shorter stature, one would hardly believe he was merely a 10-year-old child. Zhou Ping nodded. "Then you must take the opportunity to rest well. The nephew has also come to bring tidings of joy." "Tidings of joy?" Zhou Ping inquired in confusion, before suddenly pausing. "Is it the Qian family?" Zhou Ping had exerted great effort to gather pure energy in the mountains, aiming to connect with Li Mu and expand his connections in the county, all for the prosperity of his family and to eliminate the 4 rival families. Each of the 4 families possessed their own strengths, while the Wang family had its roots in the village. They had relatives serving as minor officials in the county office. Zhou Ping had encouraged Zhou Chenghe to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Zhao, the son of Lin Ruohua, to maintain the bond between the two families, which would allow them to undermine the Wang family's foundation in the county. As long as their foundation was severed, the two families remaining in the village would be easier to manipulate. The Liu family had always been cautious, enduring even 5 years ago. In those 5 years, they had also been reclusive, making it difficult to act against them. The Qian family, on the other hand, had always pursued the path of commerce, becoming well acquainted with the county's merchants through the trade of mountain goods and grains, and had even established a connection with an elderly cultivator. This indicated that the rise and fall of the Qian family was closely tied to their business endeavors. Even though Zhou Ping had leveraged the authority of the Lin clerk to continually squeeze the Qian family's business in the county, the effects had been minimal. After all, the county could connect to the prefecture, and the Qian family dealt in goods that were always in demand, such as grains and mountain products. It was the Bai family's commercial enterprise that had encountered a significant crisis. Zhou Chenghe murmured softly. Recently, several grain vessels belonging to the Bai family had been hijacked by water bandits while traveling north along the Luochuan River to the prefectural city, resulting in substantial losses for the Bai family. Zhou Ping was momentarily stunned, only to be overwhelmed with joy. The head of the Bai family was the elderly cultivator who had supported the Qian family. Decades ago, he had established roots in the county and single-handedly built the Shang family business, which had gained some notoriety throughout the Nanyang prefecture. This exemplified the advantages of being situated in the county, with its extensive connections to over 100 villages across 8 townships, linking to the prefectural capital and neighboring counties. As long as one could establish a foothold, wealth would swiftly follow from all directions. Families like the Li and Bai families, among others, had assets that dwarfed Zhou's family by dozens of times. Were it not for the safety of his family, Zhou Ping would have aspired to establish himself in the county. However, he understood that the county was fraught with danger, already thoroughly divided among those families, and any attempt to insert oneself would come at a steep cost. Most returnees like him ended up becoming small landlords in their respective villages or joining those established families, now that the Bai family had suffered such a severe blow. Zhou Ping speculated that it was not the work of mere water bandits, but rather a calculated maneuver by Li Mu and other families. Unable to suppress the Bai family openly, they resorted to underhanded tactics to hinder their progress. Several grain vessels laden with thousands of taels worth of grain represented a catastrophic loss. It was likely that the Bai family would need years to recover, let alone the many smaller families under their wing. The inability to undermine the Qian family's business previously had stemmed from the Bai family's substantial investments in it. Now that the Bai family was in such dire straits, how could the Qian family fare any better? They might already be on the brink of collapse. Ha ha ha, let us go dine. Zhou Ping laughed heartily. Just wait, the Qian family will come seeking us to sell their land. Chapter 19. The Decline of the Qian Family. Damn it. Qian Yuanqing seethed, fiercely striking the tables and chairs in the hall with his horsewhip, while the Qian family members around him wore expressions of despair, heads bowed low. Not long ago, the Bai family had been engaged in commerce with the major merchants of the prefectural city, finalizing deals for a total of 18,000 stones of grain and various goods, which were to be transported north along the Luochuan River to Nanyang Prefecture. The Luochuan River was a major river within Nanyang, known for its calm waters, and countless merchant vessels had traversed it without ever encountering significant bandit activity. Moreover, the Bai family had always conducted their business with prudence, never having faced any mishaps. It was precisely due to this unwavering reliability that the Qian family had borrowed funds to purchase 3,000 stones of grain, anticipating a lucrative venture alongside the Bai family. If successful, the Bai family would soar to new heights in their dealings with the prefectural city, and the Qian family would reap enormous benefits. The higher the Bai family's status rose, the brighter the future for their own family would be. However, who could have anticipated that the Bai family, known for their reliability, would meet with such misfortune this time? 3,000 stones, even if we sold our entire Qian family, we wouldn't be able to come up with that much. Qian Yuanqing lamented. Did the Bai family not have 2 immortal masters and numerous capable hands? How could they have fallen victim to water bandits? Staring at the ancestral tablets in the main hall, his blood surged, and darkness clouded his vision, causing him to topple backward. Patriarch! The Qian family members rushed forward in panic, hurriedly assisting Qian Yuanqing into a chair to rest. "What should we do?" a female relative cried out. The Qian family had amassed a significant debt from purchasing so much grain, and if they could not repay it, the men would likely be sold into servitude, while the women would be sold into brothels. "I do not want to be sold into a brothel, father. Please wake up. It's over. Everything is over. Before the debt collectors arrive, we must flee." A crowd surrounded Qian Yuanqing, weeping inconsolably, rousing the unconscious patriarch from his stupor. Slumped in the chair, he surveyed his distraught relatives, a profound sorrow filling his heart. "Why are my kin so utterly mediocre?" Qian Yuanqing scoffed. "Flee. Where can we escape to? Our Qian family's foundation is here. Where could we possibly go? To become refugees or bandits, only to be hunted down by the authorities." Each word fell like thunder upon the hearts of the Qian family members, leaving them in a state of despair. At this point, there is no turning back. With a long sigh, Qian Yuanqing felt as though he might exhale his last breath. They would have no choice but to sell their land. The Qian family owned 213 acres, each yielding 5 stones of grain per year. After accounting for household consumption and various taxes, they could accumulate around 200 stones annually. Yet with a demand for 3,000 stones, even if the Qian family exhausted all their reserves, they would still fall short by 1,700 stones. Regret consumed him. It was his own greed and haste that had led him to gamble away decades of the Qian family's foundation. But who could he blame for the short-sightedness of his kin, none of whom had the foresight to caution him against such a grave mistake? As the saying goes, he who does not die young is a thief. And Qian Yuanqing was indeed a cunning old rogue. He had managed the Qian family well, deftly navigating through various overt and covert pressures, and had seen their business flourish. Yet his fatal flaw was his impatience for quick gains. He knew that nothing in this world was guaranteed, but in his desire for the Qian family's ascent, to secure a foothold in the Bai family's enterprise, and to grasp immense profits, he chose to take risks, purchasing 3,000 stones of grain. Had he succeeded, the Qian family would have reaped immense rewards, stepping beyond Baishi village into a realm of opportunity. Alas, failure had ensued, leading to crippling debts. He gazed at the ancestral tablets, his voice caught in his throat, unable to articulate his despair. Years prior, his father had conspired with several families to eliminate the Li family. The blood, sweat, and tears of 3 generations had established the Qian family's legacy. And now it was all on the verge of ruin due to his own actions. "Send word to the 4 families. We must sell our land." Qian Yuanqing beckoned to his grandson, and in that instant, he appeared to age a decade. Zhou Ping sat within the Qian family residence alongside his brother and a young servant, feeling a surge of elation. Over the past 5 years, he had toiled tirelessly, gathering goods from the mountains and collecting grain rents, barely managing to keep pace with the growth of several rival families, and had pinned his hopes on the Ming Lake to obliterate the 4 families. Little did he expect the Qian family to have self-destructed. Seated across from Zhou Ping were Lu Quan and his grandson Lu Ming, with 2 additional figures present, the patriarch of the Wang family and the patriarch of the Sun family. Qian Yuanqing, observing the predatory gazes of the 4 families, felt a deepening sorrow. "I have gathered you all here today because my family has encountered difficulties in our business, and we wish to sell some land. 1,700 stones of grain would require over 500 taels of silver to weather the storm, with each stone fetching 300 won, and 1 tael exchanging for 1,000 won. However, low-quality land was worth merely 5 taels, average land 8 taels, and high-quality land only slightly more than 10 taels. These individuals would undoubtedly drive the price down mercilessly. To raise the 500 taels, he might have to part with over 100 acres. The more Qian Yuanqing calculated, the more despair consumed him. "Yuanqing, we have been friends for decades. Your family is in trouble, and we will naturally help," the Wang family patriarch said with a cheerful smile. The Sun family patriarch chimed in, "We are all from the same village. It is only right that we assist one another." Only Lu Quan and his grandson remained composed. It was not that they did not wish to purchase land, but rather that they had previously invested heavily in various ventures. Even if they emptied their family coffers, they could not muster much. Furthermore, With their own family now possessing an immortal cultivation technique, they ought to remain low-key. Once they had a master, they would no longer fear others. Zhou Ping also smiled, saying, "Do not worry, Uncle Qian. No matter how great the difficulties, we can overcome them." Qian Yuanqing gazed at Zhou Ping's youthful visage, feeling as though a ravenous wolf was eyeing him, and could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Let us proceed then. Who among you wishes to purchase the land of Qian Pulian in the east of the village? That plot is small and peculiar. It would be difficult to plow. Worth at most 2 taels." The Wang family patriarch shook his head. The Sun family patriarch cleared his throat. "While it is indeed inferior, it is close to my family's third house. I will offer 51 more. That plot is clearly 1.5 acres. How could it possibly be worth only 2 taels? In the distance, the members of the Qian family were shouting furiously. 0.5 taels. Qian Yuanqing gritted his teeth and declared. Once, he too had driven the prices down for the fields of impoverished families. Yet he never anticipated that today he would find himself at the receiving end. 0.2 taels and 401. "I shall not pay a single coin more. Raise it a bit higher." The other 2 families fell silent, leisurely scanning their surroundings. It was the sellers who were anxious now, not the buyers, as long as they maintained their composure. Even at the lowest price, the Qian family would have to swallow their pride and accept it. "Very well, 2 taels and 401 it is." Under the pressure of circumstances, Qian Yuanqing had no choice but to sell the land at such a meager price. The distant relatives of the Qian family glared with rage, seething with indignation. Zhou Ping and Lu's 2 members remained silent, casually sipping tea in their seats. At this moment, the 4 families ceased to compete, unanimously lowering the prices, intent on rendering the Qian family completely powerless after today. An entire afternoon passed before the 4 families finally ceased their negotiations, with the servant brought by Zhou Ping diligently recording the locations of the fields without pause. Despite having fewer members, the Zhou family, although possessing less land than the other families, managed to yield a greater harvest each year. Additionally, Zhou Ping's trade in fresh mountain air allowed them to save over 100 taels of silver annually, the highest among the 4 families. They spent a substantial 200 taels to acquire over 70 acres from the Qian family. The Sun and Wang families each contributed over 100 taels to jointly purchase 120 acres. Only the Lu family, constrained by prior circumstances, could muster only a few dozen taels, yet they still managed to acquire over 10 acres. Thus, the 4 families collectively purchased 200 acres from the Qian family, leaving them with merely a few dozen acres. After seeing off the 4 families, Qian Yuanqing slumped into his chair. No matter the circumstances, he had managed to gather 500 taels, sparing his family from becoming slaves. Yet at that moment, he noticed all the relatives had gathered around, some fidgeting uncomfortably. "Is there something amiss?" One relative spoke softly. "Clan leader, we wish to split the family." Qian Yuanqing's mind reeled, nearly causing him to faint. He never expected that, at such a critical juncture, his own relatives would demand to separate. He had managed the family lands, ensuring their sustenance, and now, not only would they not stand by him in hardship, but they would also add to his woes. "Qian Dachuan, what nonsense are you spouting?" someone shouted angrily. Yet Qian Dachuan remained undeterred, replying, "It was a mistake for the clan to seize everyone's land and force us to farm collectively. Now, with only a few dozen acres left, I merely want my land back." "Exactly. I sold 4 acres. It pains me to no end." Another echoed. "You are truly shameless. The clan leader has tirelessly provided for your needs, and now you choose to strike while he is down. How can you still bear the surname Qian?" A youth hurled insults at those few. The entire mansion erupted into chaos, a cacophony that stirred the air with tension. Yet Qian Yuanqing observed the increasingly restless gazes of the relatives, silently directed at him. He understood that their unity had already crumbled. "Split. Let it all be divided among you," he roared, momentarily silencing everyone. "Clan leader, we cannot split," someone cried out in despair, realizing that once divided, the Qian family would be irrevocably shattered. Reuniting and scraping by thereafter would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The ancestors of the Qian family had once been rogue refugees, establishing themselves through bloodshed. Such occurrences could never happen again among the families of today. If they were to split, the Qin family would fracture into several households. Reduced to mere impoverished remnants, since you wish to divide, then let it be so. Qin Yuanqing's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. On that day, the last 40 acres of the Qin family's land were thoroughly divided among the 3 families and 8 households. Even the ancestral home was partitioned into sections, with the east wing belonging to one family and the west wing to another. Thus, the Qin family was abruptly split into 8 households, once the closest of kin, now akin to strangers or even enemies. That evening, when someone brought food to Qin Yuanqing, they discovered him hanging lifelessly before the ancestral tablet, his eyes forever unclosed. In an instant, the various branches of the Qin family reacted differently. Some wept and lamented the folly of their kin, while others remained indifferent, even cursing the old man for having ruined their land. The 4 generations of the Qin family's legacy were obliterated in an instant, consumed by greed and disunity, leading to their decline. Chapter 20. Family or clan. The Qin family disintegrated overnight, and upon hearing of Qin Yuanqing's suicide, Lu Quan and the heads of the Wang and Sun families fell into a moment of silence. In the past, their forebears had fled to Li family village, but with malicious intent, they had conspired with other refugees to slaughter the entire Li clan and seize their land for their own establishment. The bodies of the Li family were carelessly discarded into a large pit in the mountains, which still exuded the stench of death to this day. At that time, the 4 families were closely intertwined, and their generation, being of similar age, had been the best of childhood companions. However, as more and more refugees settled in Baishi village, breaking new ground, the descendants of the 4 families gradually grew up and expanded their branches. Thus, their once warm and beautiful childhood bonds faded, replaced by self-interest, leading to incessant friction even among the 4 families. Yet now, upon hearing of Qin Yuanqing's death, how could the older generation not feel a sense of nostalgia and sorrow? Little Qing is gone, driven to death by unfilial descendants. Lu Quan sighed heavily, his voice laden with melancholy. The roots of the Qin family's downfall were sown long ago, Lu Ming remarked from the side. They returned the land to the clan, organized communal farming, and then evenly divided the grain and wealth. While this system may have initially benefited collective development, it inevitably led to problems over time. It fails to account for the contributions of individuals. All harvests are merely distributed based on fixed shares. Since everyone receives grain regardless of effort, diligent workers will become complacent, while the lazy will degenerate into parasites. If this continues, the entire clan will descend into lethargy. Even without the White family's commercial enterprise, the Qin family would eventually fragment and cease to exist. Lu Ming paused for a moment, then proudly stated, "Though the Lu family may not be as wealthy as theirs, our relatives live in harmony and mutual support. This is because we distinguish between public and private lands. Public lands contribute to the clan, while private lands belong to individual households, requiring only a tenth to be paid to the treasury. This way, clan members are motivated to cultivate the land, and the clan has surplus funds to support its members. If any family faces difficulties, the clan will provide assistance in the form of money or grain to help them through. Should the number of clan members increase in the future, we can establish a clan school or a martial arts training ground, allowing our children to enjoy a carefree childhood and ensuring that the elderly are cared for." Lu Quan gazed at Lu Ming, who spoke with such conviction. Despite having failed the provincial examinations multiple times, he was exceedingly pleased with Lu Ming, envisioning him as the next clan leader who would surely govern the Lu family well. However, a hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes. Qin Yuanqing, wise from age and experience, could not have failed to recognize the significant flaws in the system he had established. Yet, he persisted in his ways, believing every clan member to be akin to family. Collective farming and shared resources are not merely a clan but a family. Only within a family does each individual yearn for the prosperity of their household, fostering a sense of belonging. But while family members may be devoted to their household, clan members may not share the same loyalty to the larger clan. Clan members first belong to their own small families, and only then to the greater family. He knew that Qin Yuanqing longed for the days of humble beginnings, when they supported one another, when everyone worked together in unison. Yet time had the power to alter everything. Not only had the 4 families changed, but even the kin sharing the same blood had grown apart in their loyalties. Still, Qin Yuanqing deceived himself, believing that regardless of character, each clan member was an inseparable part of his family. The descendants' disloyalty and the desire to split brutally shattered the beauty in Qian Yuanqing's heart, leading this elderly man to a complete emotional demise, leaving him behind in the years gone by. Zhou family. When Zhou Ping heard of Qian Yuanqing's suicide, he was taken aback, feeling both regret and relief. For their family to rise, a stable base was essential. Although Baishi village was barren in spirit, it was still excellent for ordinary folk. Surrounded by mountains, it was defensible and hard to attack, with over 1,000 acres of fertile land capable of supporting thousands. Yet, as long as the four families existed, it would be challenging for their family to rise independently. After all, the resources of the land were limited, insufficient to be shared among several families. If their family were to produce a qi refinement practitioner, the four families would undoubtedly bow to them, but until such a practitioner emerged, they could only vie for survival. Changhe, what do you think of Qian Yuanqing? Zhou Ping inquired of his nephew. Zhou Changhe pondered for a moment. He is a kind elder, but not a good clan leader. Zhou Ping laughed heartily. Excellent. Having witnessed it firsthand, you will be in charge of the family affairs in the future. I have complete faith in you. Uncle is jesting. Zhou Changhe smiled in time. My younger brothers will grow up and surpass me. It will be splendid when they take the reins. That cannot be said. You are the eldest son of the main branch, and your character is well known to me. This family rightfully belongs to you. Zhou Ping shook his head. Though you are a celestial master, your cultivation is humble, and as the years pass, you can only temporarily safeguard the family. In the future, it ultimately depends on you all. With the Qian family now a thing of the past, the business of herbal mountain goods has naturally been vacated. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to seek out your maternal relatives and recruit a few members from the Qian family, so that we may take hold of this venture. When you are a bit older, I shall entrust its management to you. Zhou Changhe gazed at Zhou Ping, his heart trembling involuntarily. His uncle, a master of the ethereal arts, was the pillar of their family. Without him, he might have perished under Lu Dajiao's heel or spent his life toiling in the fields, far from the current splendor he had witnessed in the county that, although the homes of the masters of the ethereal arts had their divisions and branches, the authority invariably resided with the offspring of the masters, without exception. Despite his uncle's constant assurances since returning home that he would hand over the family to him, would he still feel the same when his younger cousin came of age? Would the cousin be content with such an arrangement? Zhou Changhe hastily dispelled the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Regardless, his uncle's intentions were sincere. If, in the future, his cousin desired this family, then it would be his to manage. Uncle, I shall go visit Changxi and the others, Zhou Changhe announced as he rose. Zhou Ping replied with a smile. Go on, go on. You are often away from home. Naturally, you should spend more time with your younger brothers to foster a closer bond. Soon after, Zhou Ping also stood up and headed toward the back courtyard. Within their household, Chen Yanqiu, despite her pregnancy, remained seated, engrossed in her studies and calligraphy. Since marrying, she had devoted herself to managing the household and raising children, while also aiding in the management of a portion of the family business. Yet, lacking formal education was not an option. Thus, she embarked on self-study, finding it a suitable diversion during her leisure. Zhou Ping shared the news of the Qian family's division and his acquisition of 70 acres of land, which left Chen Yanqiu choked with emotion, leading her to weep uncontrollably. The downfall of the Qian family, for her, was a form of retribution for their blood feud. Chapter 21. The medicine-seeking expedition. At this moment, the Zhou family estate was teeming with people, some of whom had not even set down their hoes before arriving, creating a bustling scene. Do not crowd, stand in line, Zhou Hong shouted. But the fervent tenants were undeterred until a couple of servants brandished long sticks, striking a few individuals, which finally quelled the tumult. A distressed voice cried out, Master, why must the land be reorganized? Will the land we rented still count? Indeed, the sowing season is upon us. We cannot afford delays. Zhou Hong barked sternly. Enough with the noise. It is truly bothersome. The land is right there. Can we not plant it? We merely need to reorganize the land for a while, and it will naturally be rented to you afterward. He then gestured respectfully to a nearby official. Sir, all the land contracts for my family's fields are here. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. Haha, there is no trouble at all, the official replied with a grin, completely devoid of the ferocity often seen in other villages. As a minor official in the household department, he was well aware of the Zhou family's ties to the Lin scribe. Even if the Lin scribe had been nearly sidelined by the county magistrate, he was not in a position to oppress them. Moreover, the Zhou family had a master of the ethereal arts, making it unwise to offend them. Follow the land contracts closely. Do not make any mistakes. The accompanying clerks each took a portion of the contracts and followed the villagers to the fields. The villagers, anxious that the Zhou family might renege on the rental, were eager and proactive. By the time the sun was high in the sky, the clerks regrouped, while the villagers anxiously watched from a distance. In total, there were 234 acres of land, comprising 31 acres of superior quality, 72 acres of medium quality, and 131 acres of inferior quality. As the clerks called out, exclamations of astonishment arose from the gathered crowd. Goodness, how is it that the Zhou family has acquired so much land in just a few years? They murmured. They must be incredibly wealthy. We could never earn such an amount in several lifetimes. Just days ago, they had purchased over 70 acres from the Qin family, along with land sold by various households in dire straits. Mixed feelings of envy and admiration rippled through the crowd. If the master has this much land and still rents it to us at 40%, I shall rent an additional 2 acres to save more money, an elder grumbled. Hearing the clerk's proclamations, Zhou felt a surge of satisfaction. His younger brother would no longer have to toil so hard in the future. The superior quality land could yield 6 stones of grain, the medium quality 4.5 stones, and the inferior quality mostly 3 stones. If he rented out the land to these villagers at a 40% rate, it would yield 350 stones of grain annually. After deducting what his family consumed, he could still sell 300 stones at 201 per stone, amounting to over 60 taels. Once the mountain goods and herbal business was established, there would be additional earnings of several tens of taels each year, freeing them from the arduous task of foraging in the mountains. Zhou felt both joy and remorse. Had it not been for Zhou Ping's relentless collection of mountain essences in previous years, the Zhou family would not have enjoyed an annual profit exceeding 100 taels, nor would they have had surplus funds to purchase land extensively. While farming was stable, the returns were minimal. Only through a strategy of low margins and high volume could they hope to gain. If they solely relied on slow cultivation, the Zhou family could never compete with those families who boasted 200 to 300 acres of land. Possessing a significant advantage over them, they could only exploit their strengths to counter the weaknesses of others, discreetly gathering mountain essences each year and exchanging it with Limu for considerable sums of gold and silver, enabling them to outbid those families for land. In previous years, the villagers who had fallen on hard times had all praised the Zhou family as benevolent and charitable, purchasing land at prices above market rates. But behind closed doors, they whispered that the Zhou family was foolish with money, destined to squander it all now. The disparities in land ownership among a few families had diminished, and while the Zhou family had more members, their expenses were also greater. Conversely, families with fewer members naturally had lower expenses. Even relying solely on farming and mountain goods, they were still earning slightly more than those families, and he would no longer put his brother through such hardship. Zhou slipped a few pieces of silver into the official's hand. Thank you for your hard work, sir. The official was momentarily taken aback, weighing the coins in his palm, feeling their substantial weight. He then chuckled, Zhou Lei, you are too kind. Since the land has been verified, we shall not trouble you further. 1 tael of silver could cover the expenses of an ordinary household for a month, while 3 to 4 taels would allow these minor officials to enjoy themselves several times over. After all, it was merely a routine visit, and to reap such benefits was a source of great delight. Zhou paid no mind to the official's blunder, instead smiling, we have prepared a meal at home. It would not be too late for you to eat before taking your leave. Such kind hospitality. Zhou Lei. With that, the group entered the Zhou family estate. Meanwhile, the gathered villagers, under the guidance of the Zhou family servants, were each satisfied as they rented the land and departed with smiles on their faces. On another note, Zhou Ping was leading a group of individuals at the mountain entrance near Baishi village. Standing atop a large rock, with the dense and perilous mountains looming behind him, he surveyed the mixed assembly before him, which included his own family servants, his father-in-law Qinbo, and a few sycophantic members of the Qin family. On the periphery were unfamiliar faces, his sister-in-law Lin Zuelian's relatives, Zhou Changhe's uncles. Taking a moment to assess the crowd, Zhou Ping slowly spoke. I have called you all here, and I trust you understand the matter at hand. I, Zhou Erlang, will speak plainly. I have thoroughly surveyed the situation in the mountains. All that is required of you is to follow my instructions, and we shall split the proceeds from any mountain goods we find equally. Master, what if we do not find anything? A few members of the Qin family murmured quietly. Zhou Ping cast a sharp glance at them, causing the speaker to tremble involuntarily, lowering his gaze. These members of the Qin family had long cultivated a bad habit within their clan, lazy and indulgent. Were it not for their proficiency in the mountain goods trade, Zhou Ping would be reluctant to include them. Once his own family acquired the necessary experience and skills, he would be quick to dismiss these Qin family members. Among the three factions, one comprised Zhou Ping's household servants, whom he had raised for 5 years, notably a servant named Zhou Hu. The likelihood of Zhou Hu betraying the Zhou family was minimal. Not only did he have his indenture with the Zhou family, but he had been raised there since he was 13 or 14 years old. Now nearing 20, he had long since pledged his loyalty. In the future, he might become a bit arrogant due to favoritism. But as long as Zhou Ping remained, he could keep him in check. With Leng He and Ming Hu in the picture, how could a mere servant pose a threat? The second faction included Qinbo, who had enjoyed a better life since marrying off his daughter. His once stooped frame had straightened, and he had taken a widow of a certain age as his wife, who was rumored to be with child, though it remained uncertain whether she would give birth. Should the Qin family have descendants in the future, they could bolster Ming Hu's maternal lineage. If they did not, it would have no adverse impact. As for the final faction, it consisted of Zhou Changhe's maternal relatives, the Lin family from the nearby Linjia village. In the past 5 years, regardless of how short-staffed or hampered the Zhou family had been, they had never called upon the Lin family for assistance. This was primarily due to the Lin family's significant population. 3 generations boasted over a dozen able-bodied men, while the Zhou family had only Changhe. Zhou Ping feared that should he encounter any misfortune, the Zhou family's fragile standing might compel the Lin family to seize their assets. The mountains were perilous. Even though he had scouted them, caution was imperative. They must carry defensive tools to avoid any unforeseen accidents. Zhou Ping meticulously offered a few final instructions before producing the map he had sketched. This map lacked the detail of the original version and even omitted certain territories. It merely indicated areas suitable for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. The marked locations were places where I had discovered the potential for flourishing herb growth. As long as one harvested them in due time and subsequently sowed seeds, they would sprout anew the following year. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qin family immediately gathered around, gasping in astonishment. The Qin family had previously engaged in the herb trade, painstakingly mapping the surrounding 8 mountains at the cost of several lives, which ultimately secured their exclusive business. Although Zhou Erlang's map was not as detailed as theirs, it was nonetheless remarkably accurate, and the highlighted regions included areas that even the Qin family had yet to explore. How could they not be taken aback? However, it was understandable. The dangers of the mountains to mere mortals were trivial in the presence of an immortal master. The Qin family, wary of risking lives and incurring great costs in treacherous terrains, naturally refrained from exploring. Zhou Ping, however, was able to delve deep and ascertain the intricacies within. Even if he encountered low-level monsters, he could escape unharmed. In contrast, a common person who stumbled upon such creatures in the mountains would merely assess the surrounding feng shui and resign themselves to their fate. I have already sown the seeds for the year. You may harvest them when the time comes, but do not damage the roots, he added with a chuckle. Lin Daniu, the head of the Lin family, a relative of Changhe, wore a cheerful expression, though his thoughts were far from innocent. His family had long since realized the Zhou family's prosperity and harbored envy. They had attempted several times to assist the Zhou family, only to be rebuffed by Zhou Hong. Even though Zhou Erlang was an immortal master, he could not perform miracles. At present, he still lacked the manpower and needed their assistance. Lin Daniu had already learned that Zhou Erlang's wife's family had no one left, and the Huang family's lineage had also been severed. Currently, the Zhou family had only 4 children across 3 generations, 3 of whom were his own nephews. Once Zhou Ping departed this world, the Zhou family would dwindle to just a handful, making it imperative to rely on the Lin family, which would render them easily manipulable. Each person entered the mountains with their own motives, while Zhou Ping glanced back one last time before turning towards home. The onlookers kept a watchful eye on one another, ensuring that no unscrupulous behavior emerged too soon. He merely hoped that Zhou Hu could endure these years until Changhe and his cohort could stand on their own, at which point he would ensure their lifelong prosperity and well-being. Chapter 22. The Lu family has an immortal master. By the time Zhou Ping returned home, the officials had already departed, but he was greeted by two unexpected figures. Sun Bo, Wang Bo, what brings you here? The visitors were the heads of the Wang and Sun families from Baishi village. The head of the Wang family was a portly elder, while the head of the Sun family appeared kind-hearted. Both families were closely intertwined, as they had members serving as officials in the county, thus fostering a strong bond among the four families. Zhou Hong sat in the hall, exchanging glances with Zhou Ping, signaling uncertainty regarding the visitor's intentions. As for Zhou Minghu, he had slipped into the rear courtyard the moment he entered, for he was the second immortal master of the Zhou family and the future pillar of the clan. A secret that must not be known to outsiders. We have come today to inform you of a matter and to hear your family's plans, declared the head of the Wang family, his demeanor grave. What matter does Wang Bo wish to discuss? Zhou Ping responded, puzzled by the seriousness of the visit. It seems that the Lu family may have an immortal master. Upon hearing these words, the Zhou brothers' expressions tightened, their faces paling in shock. How could the Lu family possibly have an immortal master? Zhou Hong exclaimed, his gaze shifting between Wang and Sun in bewilderment. His mind raced. If the Lu family had indeed secured a cultivator, how could the two families have learned of it? Furthermore, their visit suggested they sought to recruit the Zhou family in opposing the Lu family. With this revelation, whether the Zhou family chose to engage or not, they would inevitably be implicated. Indeed, should the Lu family become aware of the two families' intentions to confront them, it was likely that the Wang and Sun families would place the blame squarely on Zhou Ping's shoulders. This felt like being coerced onto a pirate ship, and Zhou Ping could not help but feel regretful. He should have disregarded the words of these two. His family merely needed to develop steadily. In a decade or so, once Minghu had cultivated his abilities, he would naturally be able to suppress all petty adversaries, making it unnecessary to engage in risky ventures. Yet, with the matter disclosed, there was no choice but to become involved. Informing the Lu family was out of the question. Not only would they likely not believe it, but allowing them to grow unchecked was also not a viable option. After all, cultivation at the Qi-Ling realm progressed rapidly. Even those with mediocre talent could reach Zhou Ping's level after a decade of training. For those with promising aptitude, they could catch up within a year or two. Minghu's talent was not particularly remarkable. Should he truly wish to grow strong, it would require considerable time. The Lu family's hidden immortal master's aptitude remained unknown, yet the Lu family had managed to ascertain this individual's potential within mere months, indicating that their talent must be considerable. Otherwise, they would not have been able to sense spiritual energy so swiftly. Zhou Ping fixed his gaze upon the head of the Wang family, slowly inquiring, Wang Bo, how did you come by this information? The Wang family head smiled lightly. Your family rose to prominence late and has not yet amassed a throng of unscrupulous individuals in due time. You will understand. As a family grows larger and more populous, inevitably certain scoundrels and parasites will emerge. Lu Quan may be astute, but he cannot guard against the whims of human nature. Zhou Ping fell silent. Yet he discerned the underlying meaning. It was likely that some loose-lipped member of the Lu family had inadvertently leaked this information. He speculated that it might have been Lu Xiu who procured cultivation methods from the military or Lu Ming who had found a lead in the capital. However, the Lu family had no means for verifying talent. They could only allow a select few to attempt sensing spiritual energy as a means of gauging aptitude. But the more individuals who knew, the greater the likelihood of exposure. Given the village's size, even a casual remark could draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. The head of the Sun family interjected, Look at how the Lu family operates in secrecy. There are surely hands controlling matters behind the scenes within their manor. Surely, you have no plans of your own? Zhou Ping contemplated in silence, observing the two cunning old foxes before him. Their visit was likely motivated by a desire to eradicate the Liu family and seize their cultivation methods. Given the Zhou family's current weakness, they posed no immediate threat to the two families. Wang Bo, Sun Bo, what are your intentions? Zhou Ping pondered aloud after a moment. If the Liu family truly has an immortal master, what do you plan to do? Wang and Sun exchanged glances before turning to Zhou Ping and his brother, chillingly uttering a single word. Kill. Even though Zhou Ping had anticipated their intentions, he could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. He had already cultivated to a certain extent. The other families were reluctant to expend lives to encircle him, and coupled with the Zhou family's sparse numbers, they had allowed the Zhou family to rise. The other families believed that once Zhou Ping was gone, the Zhou family would inevitably dwindle, succumbing to their pressures. The prospect of another immortal master emerging from the Zhou family seemed exceedingly slim. After all, amidst so many descendants of immortal masters in the county, none had demonstrated any aptitude for cultivation. The Liu family, however, was different. Their large, prosperous household could produce another immortal master, which would fundamentally alter the dynamics of Baishi village. Thus, the best course of action was to eliminate the Liu family's immortal master before he could mature. After all, an immortal master who had not yet developed was not truly an immortal master. Zhou Ping's lips moved as he pondered. What kind of killing are we talking about? Targeting just the immortal master? Or the entire Liu clan? Perhaps we could merely force the immortal master to his end, suggested the head of the Wang family, his heart heavy. Despite the ruthlessness of their discussion, he was still of humble origins and had once been on friendly terms with Liu Quan in his youth. Now, the thought of slaughtering dozens of Liu family members weighed heavily on his conscience. Let us abandon that idea. Zhou Ping, hearing his words, felt a sense of relief. If they could drop the matter entirely, it would be for the best. The head of the Sun family admonished, Old Wang, this is not the time for your compassion. If we are to kill, we must slay them all. Otherwise, we risk leaving one alive. If we merely force the immortal master to die, do you wish to live in unease for the rest of your days? He understood that by merely forcing the Liu family's immortal master to his demise, they would establish an unending blood feud with the Liu family, a grudge that would last for generations. Only by completely eradicating them could they ensure peace for their descendants. Moreover, they were pursuing the cultivation methods. Would the Liu family willingly hand them over if they merely killed their immortal master? There are also members of my clan serving in the military, and I have inquired thoroughly, the head of the Sun family added in a low voice. Other than Liu Xiu, all those who went to enlist have long since perished. The so-called Liu Wu, who is favored in the military, is merely a fabrication concocted by the Liu family to intimidate us. Zhou Ping felt a heavy dread settle in his heart, realizing that there was no avoiding this matter. Yet he remained reluctant. Is what you say true, Sun Bo? The head of the Sun family replied sternly. If my words are false, my Sun family will cease to exist. Zhou Ping fixed his gaze intently upon him before finally turning to the head of the Wang family. Wang Bo, what are your thoughts? The portly elder's face reflected a mixture of anguish and a fierce resolve. Annihilate them. Not a single one can be spared. Zhou Ping sighed softly and then summoned a wisp of spiritual energy to draw 3 chairs together. Sun Bo, Wang Bo, let us sit down and deliberate this matter carefully. This surgical technique is among the most rudimentary of the arts of manipulation, and its current application serves merely as a means to intimidate the 2 individuals present. Naturally, Sun Wang and his companion were awed by Zhou Ping's celestial prowess, which further solidified their resolve to eradicate the Liu family and heightened their wariness towards the Zhou clan. The 3 of them sat in a close circle, whispering and deliberating their strategies, while Zhou Hong remained seated at a distance, lost in deeper contemplation. Today, the Sun and Wang families were compelling the Zhou clan to join forces in the annihilation of the Liu family. Might they not, on the morrow, conspire to extinguish the Zhou clan as well? Moreover, how could he be certain that this endeavor was not a ruse aimed at eliminating his brother and seizing their family's legacy? Zhou Hong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Turning back, he sought to summon a servant for tea, only to recall that he had sent all of them to the rear courtyard during their visit. Soon enough, the trio finally reached a consensus. To ensure the complete destruction of the Liu family, they decided to strike on the 6th day, coinciding with the commencement of the spring plowing, that time. Even if the Liu family remained vigilant, their kin would still need to tend to their fields, leaving them weary and distracted by nightfall. Thus, the Wang and Sun families would each provide 12 able-bodied men, while the Zhou family would contribute only Zhou Ping. After the midnight hour, they would stealthily assassinate the Liu clan. Once the Sun and Wang families took their leave, Zhou Hong stepped forward, his voice laced with concern. "Brother, could this not be a trap set by the three families against us?" Zhou Ping sighed softly, acknowledging the possibility, yet deemed it unavoidable. He was fully aware that this could be a scheme. But the circumstances left no room for evasion. From the moment the two families had informed him, it had become an inescapable situation. Since the two families intended to deal with the Liu clan, maintaining neutrality would be the height of folly. To alert the Liu family, allowing them to grow stronger, was equally unwise. It was far better to lay down some measures in advance, to ensure that the two families would hesitate to act against the Zhou clan afterwards. Zhou Ping turned to inquire, "What of Changhe?" "He is in the rear courtyard," came the response. Zhou Ping made his way directly to the rear, where he found Zhou Changhe playfully engaging with Zhou Chang'e. He pulled him aside and spoke earnestly. "Changhe, you must pack your belongings at once. I will escort you and Minghu to the county town. If you receive no word from me, do not return." "Uncle, has something happened?" Zhou Changhe asked, puzzled. Zhou Hong, following closely behind, slowly explained the situation to his eldest son, causing Zhou Changhe's brow to furrow deeply, concern etched across his features. He understood that Zhou Ping's directive to take Minghu to the county was a precaution against unforeseen events. Should the three families truly conspire against them, this would safeguard their lineage for future retribution. Zhou Ping produced 100 taels from his pocket, pressing them into Zhou Changhe's hand with a grave admonition. "Remember, once you reach the county, trust no one. Minghu possesses celestial potential, and you are wise and mature. Should we encounter misfortune, take Minghu eastward to seek refuge with the Pingyun Huang family, or join a family of cultivators. You must survive." Subsequently, Zhou Ping addressed Zhou Hong, "Elder brother, allow your wife to take Changshi to Lin's village for a visit in a couple of days. Let them stay for a while before returning. After this matter is concluded, should we be fortunate enough to survive, I will not remain at home. Only in my absence will the two families refrain from making rash moves. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Zhou Ping sought to leave a glimmer of hope for his family. Were it not for Chang'en's tender age and the advanced years of Zhou Dashan and the Huang family, as well as Nianqiu's pregnancy, he would have preferred to send them all away. Yet he knew that if too many departed, it would raise suspicions. Zhou Changhe, being a scholar from the county, would attract no suspicion upon returning, and the presence of his sister-in-law visiting family would seem reasonable. However, if more of the Zhou family were to leave the village, discerning eyes would surely catch on to the underlying motives. "I understand," Zhou Hong replied, his mood heavy. "Brother, you must be vigilant, preserve your strength, and avoid falling into the traps set by the treacherous, as long as you live, even if our family is no more. You can seek vengeance for us." Zhou Changhe packed his belongings, bidding farewell to his mother and grandparents, and took Zhou Minghu by the hand, following closely behind Zhou Ping. Meanwhile, Lin and Huang families lingered, reluctant to see Zhou Changhe depart, blissfully unaware of the hidden peril. Only Chan Nianqiu, gazing at Zhou Minghu's diminishing figure, furrowed her brow. Though Zhou Ping claimed it was merely an opportunity for Minghu to experience the world in the county, her maternal instinct sensed something amiss in the Sun family estate. The patriarch listened to reports from his clan members, feeling a tinge of disappointment. In truth, he had learned of the Liu family's potential connection to a celestial master a fortnight ago. However, it was only today that he chose to disclose this, coinciding with Zhou Changhe's recent return. The return of Zhou Changhe meant that all 10 members of the Zhou family, along with 3 maidservants and 4 servants, were now gathered. After the slaughter of the Liu clan, they could also eliminate the Zhou family in one fell stroke. In such a scenario, Bai Creek Village would belong solely to their 2 families, and they could seek celestial potential within their ranks, paving the way for a glorious future. Yet now, Zhou Ping had personally sent Zhou Changhe and his son away while allowing Lin's family to depart with the children, effectively derailing their plans. Nevertheless, this setback was not catastrophic. If they could annihilate the Liu family and seize their celestial techniques, it would still yield favorable results. Should Zhou Ping meet an untimely end on the day of the massacre, All the better. The patriarch of the Sun family gazed intently into the distant sky. Chapter 23. Murder in the rainy night. The spring breeze stirred, breathing life into all things in by Creek Village. Countless peasant families began to till the soil and build embankments, heralding the onset of spring plowing. The sky drizzled with a fine rain, resembling silver threads that fell upon the laborers, making their task quite unpleasant. Lu Fugue, a frail old man in his 60s, leisurely carried a hoe as he ambled homeward, humming a merry tune. However, as the rainwater seeped through his straw raincoat and into his clothing, he wrinkled his brow and muttered a few curses toward the heavens. Months prior, his grandson Lu Maoho had been suddenly summoned to the clan's grand residence, and since that day, the boy had not returned home by nightfall. The clan had urged him not to speak of it, claiming that Maoho was the Lu family's future, a reincarnation of the god of literature, studying with Lu Ming in the ancestral hall. But the old man was not so naive. He knew that Maoho was not cut out for scholarship. Reflecting on recent snippets of conversation from several clan members, Lu Fugue deduced that his grandson might possess celestial potential, destined to become a celestial master. If his grandson were a celestial master, then he would be the celestial master's great-grandfather. A smile spread across Lu Fugue's face, invigorating his weary body as he made his way home. At the Zhou residence, Zhou Hong paced anxiously within the house, occasionally glancing into the distance, torn between hoping for Zhou Ping's return and dreading it. To ensure caution, he had stationed 2 servants in the front courtyard's ear room, allowing Zhou Hu and Zhou Shi, who had been with the family for 5 years, to occupy the ear rooms on either side of the east and west wings, just a step away from the rear courtyard. He had also provided them with weapons, preparing for any unforeseen events. The 4 maidservants were stationed in the rear courtyard, accompanying Chen Yinxiu and Huang Shi, providing them with some reassurance. He felt a pang of regret, realizing that their family had only a handful of guards. Far too few for his liking. At that moment, the door creaked ominously, startling Zhou Hong, who turned abruptly to the sound. In the dim light of dusk, he spotted a frail figure and murmured, "Father." The figure was none other than Zhou Dashan. Now aged beyond recognition, his eyes clouded and graying hair scattered with white, the heavy weight of mortality evident in his presence. "Where is Pinger?" Zhou Dashan scanned the room, his voice hoarse and ancient. Zhou Hong steadied himself. "My brother has gone out for a matter." The old man fell silent, slowly sitting beside Zhou Hong, gently grasping his hand in silence. Zhou Hong had been worried about Zhou Ping's safety, but suddenly feeling the warmth radiating from his father's hand caused his heart to tremble. In his childhood, during thunderstorms, he would be gripped by fear, and it was Zhou Dashan who would hold his hand, allowing him to sleep peacefully. As he matured, however, Zhou Dashan had ceased such comforting gestures. "You and Pinger are my children. You must take care of yourselves," Zhou Dashan murmured, leaning against Zhou Hong, softly patting his son's hand. Though with diminishing strength, the two sat quietly together, watching as the night deepened, gradually swallowing all traces of light. Meanwhile, in the adjacent quarters, the women of the Zhou family sat quietly upon their beds, with a slumbering toddler, Zhou Chang'an, nestled among them. Huang Shi's aged visage bore a tranquil expression, yet her occasional glances toward the outside revealed her unease. Chen Yinxiu caressed her abdomen, eyes shut tight as she recited Buddhist scriptures, praying for the safe return of Zhou Ping. Though the Zhou brothers had not explicitly shared their concerns with the family, they were all too aware of the tension in the air. As the hour approached midnight, By Creek Village fell into a hushed stillness, save for the soft patter of rain, the croaking frogs and barking dogs silenced. Lu Fugue lay asleep, his aged face adorned with a contented smile, perhaps dreaming of his grandson Maoho becoming a celestial master, living a life of ease. Suddenly, a faint creak at his door pierced the quietude, masked by the sound of rain, failing to rouse him from his slumber. Two burly figures stood at his bedside, their imposing frames casting a shadow over the old man. Then came a dull thud as a blunt object struck the old man's head, creating a gaping wound from which warm blood gushed forth. Staining the bedding crimson, he would never awaken again. Such events unfolded in several households throughout By Creek Village. Some were startled awake by the intruders, but before they could scream, they too fell into pools of blood. Some, however, never awaken, remaining eternally ensnared in the realm of dreams. The pungent scent of blood is isolated within their respective abodes by the gentle patter of rain, akin to the vengeful spirits of the deceased imprisoned within their diminutive cages. In the Liu family courtyard, Liu Maoho sits in meditation, suddenly jolting his eyes wide open, gazing around in confusion, yet inexplicably gripped by a sense of trepidation. Lu Ming, who was on the verge of slumber, hastens over at the sound, his voice a hushed murmur of concern. "Howard, what troubles you?" Liu Maoho, possessing the potential to become an immortal master, can no longer be addressed by the trivial name Maoho, but rather as Liu Hao. Following the family lineage, Liu Hao shakes his head. He is still quite young and merely startled by an unexpected fright. Lu Ming casts a dubious glance outside, unable to discern anything amiss, when suddenly a thunderclap reverberates, causing him to jump. It is but thunder. Indeed, children often fear such storms. "Fear not, cousin, I am here," Lu Ming soothes Liu Hao gently. Liu Hao represents the future of the Liu family. Nothing must happen to him. Even this night, he and a few others are taking turns keeping watch. Yet at that moment, a deafening thunderclap awakens all from their slumber, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Liu Hao, gripped by fear, strikes Lu Ming's hand, shouting, "Cousin, there are people at the door." Lu Ming whips around, his eyes narrowing sharply as the lightning illuminates the courtyard, revealing several figures cloaked in black, their expressions twisted in malice as they peer into the house. The Liu family members, once concealed in the shadows, now lie motionless in the rain. As the storm subsides, darkness envelopes once more. "Run!" he exclaims in horror, scooping up Liu Hao and fleeing deeper into the courtyard. Shouting as he goes, within the Liu family courtyard, some relatives stir at the commotion, but their panic escalates as figures emerge from the darkness, mercilessly slaying two family members who had barely managed to clothe themselves. Lu Xiu bursts forth from a room, seizing a wooden stick to fend off one of the black-clad figures, bellowing, "Who dares intrude upon my family's domain?" Yet, in the blink of an eye, several assailants encircle him, brandishing weapons, their intentions clear. Despite being a veteran soldier, he finds himself at a disadvantage, with no suitable weapon at hand, and quickly succumbs to the pack. Amidst the chaos, a flash of golden light shoots through the crowd, piercing his thigh and causing a profusion of blood. In an instant, he is rendered powerless, his body pierced by several blades, collapsing to the ground with a thud. An immortal master. It is Zhou Erlang. Lu Xiu's final thought flickers in his mind before he succumbs to darkness. Lu Quan, roused from slumber by the clamor, finds his mind clouded and dim, hastily donning a coat before flinging open his door. His eyes, bloodshot, take in the scene of carnage. Several family members lie lifeless on the ground, while the remaining ones grapple desperately with the masked assailants, their situation dire. Lu Quan's head feels as though it might explode. Upon seeing the masked figures, he realizes they are no mere bandits, but agents of the Wang and Sun families. They must have learned of the Liu family's plight, intent on eradicating them. "Run, and do not look back." Lu Quan screams frantically, as Lu Ming clutches Liu Hao and rushes deeper into the Liu family estate. "Grandfather, hurry, come with me." Lu Quan, despite his frail age, summons a surge of strength, pushing Lu Ming back. "As long as you survive, there is still hope for the Liu family. Go. You must protect Liu Hao." With that, the old man seizes a hoe from nearby and charges into the fray. He is determined to sacrifice his life to buy time for Lu Ming's escape. Nearby, other Liu family members also grab sticks and hoes, resolutely charging at the masked men. They may have been greedy, lazy, or narrow-minded in their everyday lives, but they understand the bonds of kinship. They know that only Liu Hao's survival ensures the Liu family's future and the chance for vengeance. Chapter 24. The Liu family tragedy. Zhou Ping blends into the chaos, periodically striking down members of the Liu family. His formidable strength instills fear in both the Wang and Sun families. Regardless of his actions, Zhou Ping retains a portion of his spiritual energy for self-defense. Wary of ambush from either clan, he skillfully avoids entrapment. Maneuvering around the crowd, a few individuals attempt to discreetly encircle him. Yet all fail in their efforts. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Zhou Ping swiftly retreats deeper into the Liu estate. Upon entering the Liu family's rear courtyard, he scans the area for potential escape routes, noticing several windows that could facilitate a hasty exit, which grants him a measure of relief. From this night onward, Zhou Ping has been keenly aware of the dangers, having meticulously planned his escape. He soon spots Lu Ming and Lu Hao retreating into a room, and with quick strides, follows them. He cannot believe that after years of operation, the Lu family lacks an escape route. Just as Lu Ming lifts the lid of the rice barrel to reveal a secret passage, he catches sight of Zhou Ping approaching, his expression instantly shifting to one of alarm. Zhou Erlang, aiding the Wang and Sun families against the Lu family is the height of folly. They are intertwined by blood. With my family gone, do you believe the Zhou family will survive? In time, your entire clan will also fall beneath their blades. This is your just reward. Perhaps driven to madness by the impending doom of his lineage, Lu Ming roars like a wild beast. Come, kill us, and await the destruction of your Zhou family. Zhou Ping remains calm, grasping Lu Ming by the throat before tossing him to the ground, speaking slowly. Who says I intend to kill you? He subtly flicks something towards Lu Hao, though neither is aware of the gesture. Lu Ming, stunned on the ground, finds even his pain momentarily forgotten, staring at Zhou Ping in disbelief. You intend to let us go? Lu Ming asks uncertainly, casting anxious glances at Zhou Ping, his heart racing. He has witnessed Zhou Erlang's slaughter of Lu family members. Could Zhou Erlang truly be a hesitant soul, not knowing to eradicate threats completely? Or does he wish to distance the Zhou family from this massacre, planning to exact revenge solely on the Wang and Sun families later? What I have done today was out of necessity. I was coerced by the Wang and Sun families, Zhou Ping replies, his expression one of feigned helplessness, as if he bears a great injustice. Lu Ming's heart scoffs at this. He does not trust Zhou Ping's words. Yet, since Zhou Ping chooses not to kill him, he decides to play along, for survival is paramount. The path to hope lies in avenging their kin. We must move quickly. Do not let them catch up. Zhou Ping urges, pulling several books from his robe and tossing them onto the ground to burn. What are you burning? Lu Ming inquires, puzzled. Cultivation manuals, Zhou Ping replies calmly. Lu Ming's eyes flicker with thought, and he seizes Lu Hao's hand, leading him toward the other end of the passage. Zhou Ping observes as the majority of his written works are consumed by flames before he follows after them. Since the Wang and Sun families desire these manuals, he will write a few for them to see if they dare to practice. These manuals, hastily cobbled together from various techniques of gathering spiritual energy, cannot attract the essence of heaven and earth but can draw in chaotic energy. Even a practitioner at the awakening stage risks severe injury or even death by recklessly attempting to harness violent energies. Let alone mere mortals. With much of it now burned, he will see if the Wang and Sun families dare to practice the remnants left behind and the melee at the Lu family's front courtyard. Several burly men cast furtive glances at Zhou Ping, as if assessing his level of exhaustion. At the sight of him pursuing deeper into the estate, they exchange glances and promptly follow suit. The clan leader had decreed that if Zhou Erlang entered a building from which he could not escape, they would surround him and slay him. Though the immortal master is formidable, once his powers are depleted, he is but a mortal. Some among them feel trepidation, yet are firmly seized by their companions, who hiss, "What are you afraid of? Zhou Erlang is just an ordinary immortal master, not much stronger than us. With so many of us, we could easily overwhelm him. Have you not heard? 15 years ago, an arrogant immortal master crossed the Black Wolf gang in the city and ended up trapped in a house. Despite taking down several of them, he was ultimately reduced to a pulp. The clan leader has promised that whoever brings down Zhou Erlang will be rewarded, even if they perish in the attempt. Their families will be cared for, and each will receive an additional 15 acres of land." With these words, even those who were initially fearful find their courage bolstered, pressing deeper into the Lu family courtyard. Be cautious, brothers. Though Zhou Erlang has expended much of his energy, he still possesses some strength. Do not let your guard down. They search the premises meticulously, both for Lu Ming and Lu Hao and for Zhou Ping. However, after thorough searching, they find no trace of the three. Ultimately, they discover a dark passage concealed within a rice barrel. What the hell? When did the Lu family dig a tunnel? Follow me. the leader curses. Leaping into the passage, in a wonder they could not find those three. They had escaped through this tunnel. Upon entering, they see several flickering flames, the acrid scent of burning paper filling the air. Not good. It's the immortal manuals. Panic ensues as they rush forward to extinguish the flames. Even with timely rescue, only a scant few complete remnants remain. Brother, Zhou Erlang has vanished. Shall we pursue him? Someone inquired. Indeed, we must pursue. If we do not eliminate him, how can we ever swallow the grievances of the Zhou and Lu families? With that, several individuals hastened towards the tunnel's exit. Zhou Ping trailed behind Lu Ming and another. And upon emerging from the tunnel, he was astonished to discover it led to an embankment outside the village. Not far from a dense forest, a large stone had been placed atop the tunnel, cleverly concealed within thickets and shrubs and surrounded by the Lu family's land. Had he not traversed this path today, Zhou Ping would have remained oblivious to its existence. At this moment, the night was still shrouded in a gentle, persistent rain that left a chill in the air. Lu Ming, gripping Lu Hao, cast a wary glance at Zhou Ping, whose disheveled attire suggested a state of distress. Noticing Zhou Ping's lack of action, they cautiously began to move deeper into the woods, and once a safe distance was achieved, Lu Ming picked up Lu Hao and sprinted away. Zhou Erlang, you are truly foolish, he exclaimed. You do not grasp the principle of eradicating the root of the problem. Rest assured, when we return to Baishi village to exact our vengeance, we shall deliver a swift end to your Zhou clan. Zhou Ping observed for a moment, waiting until Lu Ming and his companion had completely disappeared from view before channeling his energy to pursue them into the forest. His decision to spare Lu Ming and the other was a calculated one, aimed at leading them further away from the village. When the time came to strike, he would ensure that the Wang and Sun families could not find the bodies, sowing seeds of suspicion and caution. Had he acted within the tunnel, dragging two corpses would have severely hindered his movements, making it all too easy for the Wang and Sun families to catch up, placing him in a precarious situation. Now, with the two having entered the forest, he could dispose of them in a concealed location, leaving behind only a lingering mystery. Zhou Ping summoned his magical powers. Unleashing a dim, dark trail that snaked into the woods, Lu Ming, panting heavily, clutched Lu Hao as he desperately fled deeper into the forest, not daring to pause or slow his pace. Yet the rain-soaked woods were eerily silent, save for the sound of his frantic footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. After fleeing several miles into the forest, Lu Ming finally collapsed to the ground, allowing the rain to drench him, and uttered to Lu Hao, "However, we will survive. We will." As long as they survived, there remained hope for vengeance against their family's enemies. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, illuminating Lu Ming's ghastly visage. "Cousin, we certainly will." Even though Lu Hao was still young, the terror of the night had made him aware of their family's demise and the loss of their grandfather. His small face was glistening with droplets, whether from rain or tears, as he gazed resentfully towards the direction of Baishi village. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly heard a faint sound amidst the rain, a sound akin to leaves being crushed. His expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Erlang must have planted some tracking method on him. Remembering how Zhou Erlang had seized his throat in the tunnel, Lu Ming frantically rubbed and clawed at his neck. "However, later, I will lure Zhou Erlang away. You must hide well. Do not let him find you." Lu Ming spoke resolutely to Lu Hao. "You are the hope of our Lu family. Remember, we cannot forget the revenge owed to the 47 members of our clan. Survive, and we shall avenge ourselves." With that, Lu Ming pressed Lu Hao into the grass and then sprinted off into the opposite side of the forest, daring not to linger even when colliding with tree trunks in the darkened woods. He repeatedly crashed into trees and stones, his body battered and bloodied with countless small wounds. He met with misfortune, tripping and breaking his left leg, the searing pain flooding his senses, yet he could not afford to stop. The sound behind him clung to him like a haunting specter. Zhou Ping halted at the spot where Lu Ming had just evaded him, then summoned a golden light spell towards the nearby thicket, unleashing a sharp beam that sliced through the darkness. A child's terrified scream echoed from the underbrush, followed by a chilling silence. To safeguard against any unforeseen issues, Zhou Ping had indeed left behind methods on both individuals. fearing they might detect his presence and leave him with future troubles. Still feeling uneasy, Zhou Ping conjured another golden light spell on the opposite side of the small figure, just in case Lu Hao's heart lay there. He then rushed towards the direction where Lu Ming had fled. Ultimately, he found Lu Ming, exhausted, beneath a massive stone. Zhou Ping, exercising caution, positioned himself on top of the stone, out of Lu Ming's sight, and hurled a rock down with great force, eliciting a scream from below. Yet, to ensure absolute certainty, he continued to throw several more stones until a profound silence settled. As he cautiously approached, he beheld Lu Ming's body, half crushed, blood flowing away like a stream mingling with the rain. Lu Ming's left hand was fiercely clenched around a dagger, his eyes wide open in death. Zhou Ping remained silent. Killing was not a new experience for him. During his time in the Qingyun sect, he had participated in numerous anti-bandit missions, facing far more insidious foes than this. Once, he had nearly lost his life, which instilled in him a sense of extreme caution. He aimed at the hand gripping the dagger, shattering it with a stone, sending the dagger flying, but only a faint thud followed. "You shall not die well," a hoarse voice emerged, as Zhou Ping coldly watched Lu Ming's life ebb away. Thereafter, he disposed of both bodies at a steep cliff, rummaging through their belongings but finding no trace of the Lu family's martial arts techniques. He then dismembered the corpses and cast them over the edge. As for the residual blood, the rain would wash it away by morning, leaving no trace behind. The next day, the inhabitants of Baishi village awoke in a state of alarm, shaken by the events of the previous night. Upon hearing of the Lu family's massacre, they were gripped by fear. Their composure shattered in the Sun family estate. The patriarch was seething with rage, smashing objects in his path. "What on earth are you all doing?" he bellowed. "It is bad enough that Zhou Erlang was not killed. You have not even found the remnants of the Lu family. Do you realize the grave consequences of this oversight? To leave the roots intact is to invite disaster." After a lengthy tirade, the Sun patriarch, exhausted from his outburst, kicked several of the downcast men in the hall before collapsing into a chair, his frustration boiling over. "Have you searched the mountains?" he demanded. A man stammered. The brothers scoured the mountains but found only traces of mud. "Lu Ming and the child are nowhere to be found. And Zhou Erlang? Did he return home?" The Sun patriarch inquired slowly. "He came back briefly this morning, but the clansmen on watch were taken by surprise and knocked unconscious before they could react. He did not linger and has since vanished into the mountain's point," one of the men recounted. "Should we capture the Zhou family members to draw him out?" The Sun patriarch shot him a disappointed glance. "Do you think Zhou Erlang is a fool? He is precisely hiding because he fears we will capture him. As long as he remains in the shadows, we cannot act against his family. After all, history has shown that no thief can operate forever without being discovered. Zhou Erlang, now lurking in the dark, is like a coiled serpent. Should we touch his family, he will strike fiercely in retaliation. He is no ordinary man. Unless we abandon our fields and our livelihoods, how can we guard against him? Moreover, there are still members of the Zhou family scattered outside. We must not act foolishly." The Sun patriarch waved his hand dismissively. "Go. Inform the villagers that bandits entered the village last night, seeking revenge against the Lu family." As the men prepared to leave, they heard the Sun patriarch call out once more, "And gather back the clan members who were watching the Zhou family. Since Zhou Erlang remains hidden, there is no need to sever ties with the Zhou family. Let us first test a few of the remnants of the martial arts techniques and see if they yield any results." "Yes, patriarch," they replied, slowly departing. The Sun patriarch remained in his chair, his expression dark as he muttered to himself. "Have they perished, or have they escaped? Zhou Ping does not concern me. His elusive nature makes the Wang and Sun families wary. But what of Lu Ming and the Lu child? Have they fled? Or has Zhou Ping taken their lives? Should they have escaped, it would pose a significant threat." With that, he resolved to seek out the Wang family patriarch. Such a grave incident in the village required the involvement of the prominent families, especially the Zhou family, who held the position of village leaders. The thought of shifting the blame for the Lu family massacre onto Zhou Ping and reporting it to the authorities never crossed his mind. Did he truly believe the government would act without due diligence? This matter was fraught with suspicion and could not withstand scrutiny. It must be quelled swiftly, rather than escalating by involving the authorities. Such an act would only invite unnecessary trouble. Given 3 to 5 years, the incident would fade into the annals of memory. Meanwhile, within the Zhou family estate, Zhou Hong, despite a sleepless night, brimmed with vitality and excitement. His younger brother had returned that morning, unharmed and safe, and how could he not feel exhilarated by this news? Zhou Dashan, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of relief upon his weary face before peacefully settling down to rest, in the backyard. Chen Yanxiu and Huang Shi were overjoyed to the point of tears, nearly causing a miscarriage. The maidservants, blissfully unaware of the events that transpired last night, remained oblivious even to the massacre of the Liu family, believing instead that their masters were celebrating some joyous occasion, which accounted for their exuberance. Little did they know that they too had traversed the threshold of death. "Zhou Shi," Zhou Hong called out, and shortly thereafter, a servant emerged from a nearby side room. Although not particularly robust, he possessed a commendable physique. "Young master, how may I serve you?" "Accompany me to the village," Zhou Hong instructed. "Yes, sir." After a peaceful night, Zhou Hong felt a sense of delight upon noticing a shadow slipping away at the corner of the wall, and as he walked, he engaged Zhou Shi in casual conversation. "Zhou Shi, it has been 5 years since you and Zhou Hu came to our household. Has it not?" "Indeed, young master," the servant replied earnestly. "It was the second young master who personally purchased us from the brokers, allowing us to enjoy our current fortunate circumstances. You are growing up. What are your plans for the future?" At this, the servant appeared somewhat flustered, ready to kneel and plead. "Young master, have I displeased you in some way? I shall amend my ways. Please do not dismiss me." Zhou Hong quickly steadied him, laughing. "What are you thinking? I have no intention of casting you aside. You have both matured, and as your masters, it is time we considered your futures and prospects for marriage. You and Zhou Hu are fine young men. We have observed all that you have done over the years. What say you of Chunlan? Would you be willing to take her as your wife?" Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Zhou Shi felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, though he lowered his head in embarrassment. Zhou Hong smiled silently. It was no secret that Zhou Hu and Zhou Shi had long been captivated by the enchanting Chunlan from the back courtyard, and he was merely playing the role of a matchmaker. "In a few days, I shall arrange a wedding for you and allocate 5 acres of land as the foundation for your new family. How does that sound?" Zhou Shi was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, for he was but a child of poverty, having suffered greatly before being taken in by the Zhou family. The notion that his masters would provide him with land and aid him in establishing a family filled him with profound gratitude. "What are you crying for, you big man?" Zhou Hong chuckled, gently wiping away Zhou Shi's tears, and continued on his way to the village. His actions were not without purpose. Having experienced various tribulations, he understood that the household was ultimately understaffed and intended to acquire additional help. Zhou Hu and Zhou Shi, being familiar and loyal, were to be cultivated, one as a steward and the other as an overseer, responsible for the family's internal and external affairs in the world. Genuine affection is the most effective means to win hearts, and although Zhou Hong's methods may seem like a means of buying loyalty, they were rooted in sincerity and goodwill. Furthermore, their lands belonged to the Zhou family, and their wives hailed from within its ranks. Thus, all that they had was derived from the Zhou family, naturally fostering a deeper allegiance. Long before, they had been granted the Zhou surname to ensure that their future offspring would also bear it. Even if they shared no blood relation, they were nonetheless part of the Zhou clan. This choice, albeit born of necessity and potentially skewed in power dynamics, was a decision made out of desperation. Unlike other families, the Zhou clan was flourishing and could easily call upon relatives for assistance, whereas they had no one to rely on, having to depend on servants, with no option to involve wives or maternal kin. After all, while servants could be managed, it was far more challenging to rein in relatives by marriage. Before long, Zhou Hong arrived beneath the largest banyan tree in the village. The area was already teeming with people, a cacophony of anxious chatter filling the air. "What has happened to the Liu family?" As I passed by this morning, I nearly retched. The place was a scene of carnage, bodies strewn about, blood soaking the ground, severed limbs scattered everywhere. It was terrifying, indeed. Old Liu San, already in his 70s, met a dreadful end. his head rolling into the courtyard, and he bore no less than 7 or 8 wounds, his entrails spilled across the ground. You have no idea. Even I was frightened just hearing about it. You should have seen the Liu family estate. It was a veritable slaughterhouse, some bodies so mangled they were beyond recognition. A farmer, puzzled, interjected. What could the Liu family have done to incur such a ruthless vengeance, to be annihilated so completely? One man glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. Let me tell you, it is a matter of enemies. I've heard that the Liu family obtained a treasure from the Immortals, and thus, last night, the Wang and Sun clans, alongside Zhou united to exterminate the Liu family. Is that so? How do you know this? The man exclaimed. Keep your voice down, the informant urged, pulling him aside, his expression triumphant. I was still awake last night and overheard the details as he boasted. He failed to notice that someone nearby had caught wind of his words and cast several curious glances his way. When the heads of the Sun and Wang clans, along with Zhou Hong, finally appeared, the crowd fell into an abrupt silence, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the 3 men. Among them, some cast fearful or resentful glances, having varying degrees of ties to the Liu family, some apprehensive of repercussions, others harboring grievances due to the tragic fate of their relatives. Yet, these emotions were carefully concealed, unbeknownst to the outside world. The head of the Sun clan surveyed the hushed assembly with satisfaction, feeling an unprecedented thrill within. Even if all were aware that it was they who had orchestrated the Liu family's demise. Who among them would dare speak out? Who would dare voice their thoughts? Subsequently, the 3 clans each delivered speeches, shifting the blame for the calamity onto the enemies and bandits. They then proceeded to divvy up the Liu family's nearly 200 acres of land, with each of the Wang, Sun, and Zhou clans receiving 30 acres, while the remaining land was distributed among the villagers. Perhaps there were still some who felt anxious or indignant, but when the tangible rewards of land fell into their hands, none would dare raise a complaint regarding matters that did not concern them. After all, ordinary folk had little chance of seeking recourse through the authorities, perpetually separated from the government by the chasm of wealthy landowners. Although the county office had heard whispers of the Liu family's tragedy, as long as they could collect taxes and no one stirred up a ruckus, they would trivialize the incident, turning a blind eye and classifying it as an affair of banditry. Ultimately, the absence of significant disturbances would serve as a testament to their governance. Thus, all parties emerged with their share of gain. The Wang, Sun, and Zhou clans acquired wealth and status from the Liu family. The villagers received land, and the county office boasted of political achievements. Only the Liu family, with all 49 members perishing tragically, saw their ancestral heritage seized by others. Chapter 26. Zhou Xuanya in the blink of an eye. A month had passed, and the Liu family had become a topic of conversation among the farmers, gradually fading from memory as the spring planting season demanded their attention. During this time, various incidents transpired, including a drunken man from the Wang family who, accompanied by a few brothers, attempted to intrude upon the Zhou household at night, only to be chased away by the servants on his way back. He apparently stumbled and injured his leg in a ditch. Meanwhile, a member of the Sun family unexpectedly collapsed, burning with fever, an odd occurrence indeed. Qianbo followed closely behind a Zhou servant, a look of worry etched upon his face. Even before reaching the inner courtyard, he could hear the anguished cries echoing from within. Zhou Hong paced anxiously at the entrance, glancing inside intermittently. In the distance, Zhou Dashan stood like an ancient tree, gazing slowly toward the inner courtyard, muttering unintelligibly to himself. This morning, Qian Yinxio's water had broken, sending the entire family into a flurry of panic, with Lin and Huang families and a multitude of maidservants in a state of disarray. Fortunately, anticipating the event, the Zhou family had arranged for a midwife to stay at their home in preparation for such an eventuality. "Sister, please be safe," Zhou Hong fervently prayed, as his brother had been forced to retreat to the mountains due to the Sun and Wang clans, leaving him to manage the household. Should anything happen to Chen Yinxiu during childbirth, he would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. "Qiu'er," Chen Bo wept, for despite his relentless desire for vengeance, as a father, he could not help but feel anguish for his daughter. The continuous screams from within the house gripped the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, in the shadows surrounding the Zhou residence. Several men from the Sun family lay in wait, armed with sharp instruments, uncertain of whom they were expecting. Zhou Erlang is truly heartless. Even as his wife is in labor, he remains hidden, one man spat in disdain. Why not charge in and seize Qin? I refuse to believe Zhou Erlang would stoop so low. The leader murmured, have you forgotten how Wang Laosi got injured? Zhou Erlang was now akin to a wolf lurking in the shadows. Should his entire family perish, how would they ever hope to restrain him? He scanned the surroundings silently, but his joyous shouts erupted from within the house. Zhou Ping's figure remained conspicuously absent. Reluctantly, he stood up. Realizing that if Zhou Erlang was not forthcoming, there was no point in remaining. They should return. These men had merely sought to take advantage of Chen Yinxiu's labor to see if they could catch Zhou Ping. As for directly entering the house to harm the Zhou family, it was a risk they were unwilling to take. Over 10 days prior, Wang Laosi had led a raid, leaving Zhou Dashan so frightened that he suffered a stroke. And Zhou Erlang had not emerged since. Until a few days ago, Wang Laosi toiled alone in the fields, only to be abruptly thrown into a ditch by the sudden appearance of Zhou Ping. Suffering a grievous fall, naturally, the families of Sun and Wang would refrain from acting rashly, for Zhou Ping lurked in the shadows while they remained in plain sight. Day and night, they remained vigilant. It would drive any clan to madness. Inside the residence, Zhou Hong gazed at the newborn cradled by the midwife, wrinkled and resembling a little monkey, quite unappealing. Yet he was overwhelmed with excitement as he trembled while holding the child close. Mother and son were safe. A plump boy weighing 7 jin and 6 liang, the midwife beamed. Zhou Hong joyfully shouted, Zhou Shi, take the matriarch downstairs. Immediately, Zhou Shi jogged over from one side, clad in finely tailored attire. His confidence evident in his demeanor. Follow me. The midwife promptly followed suit, her heart elated. The Zhou family was known for their generosity, and surely the reward would be substantial. Subsequently, Zhou Hong addressed the gathered servants and maids with exuberance. Today, I am filled with joy. Each of you shall receive 200 won from the storeroom as a token of good fortune. Zhou Hu, take them downstairs. The servants and maids erupted into cheers, and under Zhou Hu's guidance, they dispersed one by one after the Liu family was annihilated. Zhou Hong had purchased several young boys and girls from the market to serve as guardians for the estate. Zhou Shi was appointed as the steward, overseeing the household affairs and training the servants in martial arts. Zhou Hu was tasked with managing the family's herbal medicine business, accompanying the Qian and Lin families in their hunts for medicinal herbs. Although Zhou Hu lacked the capability to command respect, his loyalty to the family was unwavering. He had even taken a wife, Huixiang Chunlan, who had been a maid in the back courtyard, devoted to their household. All these efforts were aimed at ensuring the family would not fall prey to the threats posed by the Wang and Sun families. By rewarding the servants, Zhou Hong also intended to inform Zhou Ping, who was far away in the mountains, that mother and child were safe, urging him not to worry. Zhou Hong gazed tenderly at the newborn, softly uttering, Xinya, greetings to you, my dear nephew. Meanwhile, several miles away from the Zhou residence, atop a mountain, Zhou Ping stood on a rock, able to overlook the general layout of the Zhou family estate. Observing the minuscule figures bustling about like ants, his eyes became moist with emotion. For days, he had concealed himself in the mountains to evade the Sun and Wang families. Nonetheless, he frequently spotted individuals from those families loitering in the vicinity, ostensibly searching for herbs, yet truly seeking him and Lu Ming. However, both Lu Ming and he had been dismembered and cast into the unfathomable depths of a cliff. Thus, how could they ever be found? The grievances of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Zhou Ping's gaze hardened as he stared toward the direction of the Sun and Wang families, before setting off toward the county town. I in the town of Qingshui, brother. When will father come to fetch us? Zhou Minghu timidly inquired of Zhou Changhe. Even though he could cultivate, he was merely a 5-year-old child, unaccustomed to being separated from his parents for such an extended period, and naturally felt frightened and anxious. Prior to their departure, Zhou Ping had repeatedly cautioned him against practicing cultivation. After all, there were several practitioners of the Qi awakening realm in the county town. Should they sense any fluctuations in spiritual energy? An investigation would surely ensue. Zhou Minghu, being so young, made Zhou Ping fear that he might be captured by those individuals and raised as one of their OW. Oh, not be afraid, my dear Minghu. Uncle will definitely come to fetch us, Zhou Changhe reassured him, though he himself felt a profound sense of uncertainty and trepidation. Baishi village lay several dozen li from Qingshui County. Aside from the occasional visit from officials collecting grain or during significant events in the county, communication between the two locations was nearly severed. Even if he wished to learn about Baishi village's circumstances, there was no means to do so. Zhou Changhe, would you like to go play outside? A voice called from outside. It was Lin Zhaohe, the son of Lin Ruohua, slightly older than Zhou Changhe. Zhaohe, the county examination is approaching. It would be wise to refrain from frivolity, Zhou Changhe advised. Lin Zhaohe waved his hand dismissively. Laughing, it's merely the examination for the child scholar. How could I possibly fail? His father was a clerk, and for impoverished families, being a child scholar might indeed signify a certain status, yet for him, it was of little consequence. Even if he performed poorly, the clerks at the county office would likely overlook it. After all, child scholars held neither status nor privileges. It was merely a title, not worth more than a favor from the chief clerk. Only after passing the provincial examination and becoming a xiuzai could one enjoy exemptions from labor and taxes. This was also the reason Lu Ming had repeatedly attempted to pass the provincial exam. Once successful, the Lu family could transfer some of their land into his name, relieving him of all land taxes. Should he pass the county examination and become a jiren, he might even be recommended as an official in their respective county, albeit without rank, but wielding considerable authority. The Wang and Sun families, however, were not jiren. They were merely minor officials in the county. Had they been jiren, they would have long since become the true landlords of Baishi village. Even ordinary practitioners of the Qi awakening realm, if judged by status, would fall short of a xiuzai or jiren. Yet, their formidable strength easily allowed them to establish their own familial power. Zhou Changhe gazed enviously at Lin Zhaohe. Wishing he too could achieve scholarly success, even as a minor official in the county, he could maintain order within his household. But for now, he was merely an ordinary civilian without any title. Not even a child scholar. Zhaohe, perhaps it is best to refrain. I have my younger brother here and cannot leave him. Lin Zhaohe, oblivious to Zhou Changhe's reluctance, assumed it was merely concern for his brother. So he persisted, "Oh, just let the servants look after him." After much persuasion, Zhou Changhe finally managed to dissuade Lin Zhaohe. Sitting in the room, he glanced at the frightened Zhou Minghu and let out a soft sigh. He then pulled a book from his desk and began to study intently, hoping to reassure Zhou Minghu. Yet, his heart was tumultuous. The 100 taels of silver Zhou Ping had given him were being spent with utmost frugality. With no news from home for an entire month, his heart grew heavy. He was merely a 10-year-old child, while Zhou Minghu was only 5. The servant they brought along, although already grown, how far could they travel as a trio? He worried if, over time, the servant might harbor ill intentions. After all, human hearts are the most fragile when tested. Zhou Minghu observed his brother reading, gradually relaxing his small frame, staring blankly at Zhou Changhe. Since arriving in this unfamiliar county town, he felt lost. Only when Zhou Changhe read did he feel a semblance of security. Chapter 27. Crisis. As night fell, Zhou Changhe finally managed to soothe Zhou Minghu to sleep, feeling quite fatigued as he stared blankly at the ceiling. What should I do? The complete severance of communication with Baishi village for over a month left him wandering in distress. Reluctant to step outside, he felt as though everyone harbored ill intentions toward them, that every person might be affiliated with the Sun and Wang families, intent on eradicating them. "Young master, would you like something to eat?" At that moment, a voice came from the side. A teenage servant emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully. Zhou Changhe was startled by the sudden voice, feigning composure. "No need. It is late. You should rest." "Yes, young master," the servant replied, his eyes glimmering before he slowly retreated. Only after the servant had completely departed did Zhou Changhe let out a sigh of relief. Although the servant had been in their employ for quite some time and was named Zhou Yuan, Zhou Changhe harbored suspicions about his intentions, especially since coming to the county town last year, where he had encountered its splendor and mingled with various unsavory individuals, leading Zhou Changhe to grow increasingly apprehensive. Had Zhou Ping not saved Lin Zhaohe, providing a life-saving favor to the Lin family, and if their rented house wasn't adjacent to the Lin residence, Zhou Changhe would genuinely fear what Zhou Yuan might do. But gazing into the pitch-black night beyond the door, he felt a twinge of fear as he approached to close it, hanging a bell behind the door before tightly embracing Zhou Minghu and gradually drifting into slumber. As the entire town of Qingshui fell into silence, devoid of any sound, within Zhou Yuan's room, 3 individuals sat in a circle, feasting on wine and meat. One of them was Zhou Yuan, while the other 2 were a shifty-eyed scoundrel named Ma Lu and a burly man with a fierce countenance named Chen Wu. Both were the local ruffians of the county town, idling their days away, bullying the weak while fearing the strong, surviving through unscrupulous means. Yuanzi, do those 2 little brats truly possess such wealth? Ma Lu asked, his mouth greasy with food, grinning maliciously. Zhou Yuan wiped the grease from his mouth. I have seen it with my own eyes. There must be at least dozens of tails. Just look at this. All I have to do is ask that fellow for it, and he readily gives me a tael of silver. He is quite generous. Ever since he had accompanied Zhou Changhe to the county town, he had been responsible for overseeing Zhou Changhe's daily needs and safety, inevitably coming into contact with various individuals. Naturally, scoundrels like Ma Lu and Chen Wu had set their sights on this unfamiliar and lavishly spending lamb, luring Zhou Yuan into gambling and revelry, further deepening his apprehension, though he maintained certain boundaries. However, with the Zhou family's prolonged silence, Ma Lu and Chen Wu had heard some rumors from the neighborhood and continuously coaxed Zhou Yuan, causing him to waver, ultimately stirring rebellious thoughts against his family. Once we complete this deal, we will escape. As long as we flee from Qingshui County, it will be our time to revel freely. Chen Wu chuckled, his face contorted in a fearsome manner. We must be quick. This is the county town. Zhou Yuan cautioned uneasily. If we are discovered, both you and Ma Lu will merely be charged with theft and murder, likely facing years of exile or imprisonment. However, as a servant, with his indenture held firmly in the hands of the Zhou family, his demise was unequivocal. You know, Brother San, we've become quite familiar with each other. How can you still doubt us? Ma Lu sneered, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Wu, who was drinking in the distance, appeared to be engrossed in his drink, yet his peripheral vision was fixed on Zhou Yuan. They had no intention of fleeing to distant lands. After all, right before them stood an excellent scapegoat. The audacious betrayal of a servant against his master was a crime ample enough to warrant Zhou Yuan's execution dozens of times over. Once the 3 had their fill, they casually rummaged around, seizing wooden sticks and daggers, and stealthily made their way towards Zhou Changhe's room. Suddenly, Zhou Minghu, who had been fast asleep, woke with a start, fearfully glancing toward the door, and hurriedly shook Zhou Changhe awake. Groggy and about to inquire, Zhou Changhe was abruptly silenced by Zhou Minghu's hand over his mouth. Brother, there are people outside, Zhou Minghu whispered, his voice barely audible, almost lost in the stillness unless one were to press it close to Zhou Changhe's ear. Instantly, Zhou Changhe was jolted awake, fully aware that Zhou Minghu was a spiritual master, albeit still in his infancy, yet possibly possessing some extraordinary means. His thoughts raced as he cautiously opened the window. Though the transitional season of spring to summer brought mild days, the deep night still bore a chilling bite, and the cold wind swept through his thin garments, causing Zhou Changhe to shiver involuntarily. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such discomfort. He hurriedly disheveled the bedding, donned no clothes, and, clutching Zhou Minghu, hid beneath the bed. Grabbing a small object, he hurled it against the window, producing a deafening crash. Beneath the bed, he held Zhou Minghu tightly, like a frightened creature trembling in dire straits, too fearful to make a sound. The trio outside, hearing the immense noise emanating from within, were suddenly taken aback. Chen Wu kicked open the door, and the sound of a bell rang frantically within the room. Lu stepped forward, yanking the bell down and tossing it to the ground, cursing, "The little brat was on guard against you." Yuanzi. A cold breeze continued to invade through the window, causing the 3 to awaken further from their stupor. Meanwhile, beneath the bed, Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu were trembling from the cold, with the latter clutching Zhou Changhe's arm tightly. Zhou Changhe felt the presence of the 3 intruders in the room, and he dared not breathe or move, holding Zhou Minghu close, eyes averted from the outside. Zhou Yuan approached, feeling the warmth of the bedding, and remarked, "There's still warmth under the blanket. The two little brats must not have gone far. Then what are we waiting for? Let us pursue them." Ma Lu barked angrily, striding to the window to peer outside. The nearby courtyards were tall. There was no way the children could have climbed over. If they searched the alleys thoroughly, they would surely catch them. Casually, Zhou Yuan pulled open Zhou Changhe's bookshelf but found the pouch of money that usually resided there absent. Leading to his disappointment, the three searched the room haphazardly, rummaging through everything. Lu cast a glance under the bed. Yet, in the darkness of the night, shrouded in obscurity, and with Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu nestled in the deepest corner, all he could see was an impenetrable blackness. Unwilling to relent, he reached out with his hand, grasping at nothing. "Let us scour the nearby streets thoroughly," Ma Lu growled, and the three departed the room. Zhou Changhe trembled all over, having felt the hand only a foot away from him. He could even sense the force of the arm's swing. The two children curled up, and even when the outside fell silent, they dared not emerge. Time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. Zhou Minghu nudged Zhou Changhe. "Brother, I can't sense them anymore." Zhou Changhe then cautiously crawled out, holding Zhou Minghu tightly, as if they had survived a calamity. In a flurry, he donned his clothes, grabbed a pouch of money from a small compartment, and pulled Zhou Minghu towards the exit. However, just as they were about to step out, he halted in his tracks. It was a pitch-black, windy night. The entire Qingshui County was enveloped in silence, the streets devoid of life. Even the slightest sound could carry far, and if they were discovered, could the two children outrun Zhou Yuan and the others? Moreover, under the cover of night, where could they possibly flee? Even if the residence next door belonged to the Lin steward, at such a late hour, knocking would awaken no one and only attract Zhou Yuan and his companions. Zhou Changhe gazed back into the room, then resolutely pulled Zhou Minghu into Zhou Yuan's chamber. Witnessing the scattered remnants of delicacies and fine wine, Zhou Changhe's heart surged with indignation. Despite his diligent kindness towards Zhou Yuan, such gestures could not quell the wolfish ambitions. Now, conspiring with outsiders to murder for wealth, Zhou Minghu, gazing at the aromatic morsels, could not help but swallow hard. Yet he said nothing. Zhou Changhe carefully led Zhou Minghu beneath Zhou Yuan's bed, cautious not to disturb anything that might raise suspicion. After half an hour, the three returned, grumbling and cursing. "Damn it! Where could those two brats have gone?" Zhou Yuan muttered, stepping into Zhou Changhe's room, only to find the clothes on the bed vanished, immediately realizing they had been deceived. Damn it, they never left the room. Ma Lu and Chen Wu entered, cursing in unison. The trio scoured every corner of the room, and indeed found Zhou Changhe's hidden pouch in another corner. This meager amount of money, and they dare to play housemaster? Truly laughable, Ma Lu scoffed, stuffing the coins into his clothing. After searching the entire room, they had only unearthed a mere dozen taels. "Those little brats are quite clever. They played us for fools?" Ma Lu exclaimed, a mix of anger and amusement. "What shall we do now?" Zhou Yuan asked. "What else? Keep searching. If we can't find them, we'll leave at dawn for the West Wind stronghold." Ma Lu replied, his frustration evident. "Damn it, we have no money, yet you dream of living lavishly. What good is a mere dozen taels?" Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. Regret gnawed at him. Why had he been so blinded? Now contemplating a descent into banditry? "What, do you wish to remain a servant?" Ma Lu discerned Zhou Yuan's reluctance and sneered. "Those two brats have ties to the Lin steward. You know better than us." "They might not know Chen Wu and me, but do they not know you?" Zhou Yuan sighed, realizing that there was no turning back. Having boarded the pirate ship, he could only sail into the night. Once more, the three ventured out in search of Zhou Changhe and the others, but still found no trace of them. They returned to Zhou Yuan's abode, consuming the remaining food and drink with great satisfaction. As dawn began to break, the trio made their way towards the city gate, eager to depart at the earliest opportunity. Unbeknownst to them, as they indulged in their feast, two pairs of cold eyes watched from beneath the dark bed. Committing their faces to memory, at the city gate, Zhou Ping stood in a corner, quietly awaiting the opening of the gate. Surrounding him were many ordinary townsfolk, patiently waiting, all farmers from nearby villages eager to enter the city at dawn to secure a good position for selling vegetables. He had hurried towards the county town yesterday, but having traveled several dozen miles, he arrived only to find the gate closed for the night, forced to wait for the morning guards to open it. His purpose for entering the county town was, of course, his concern for Zhou Changhe and the others. Even with some household servants at his side, he could not shake the worry for two children. As the sun gradually rose, the city gate slowly creaked open. Zhou Ping joined the throng of people entering the city, while Ma Lu and his companions blended into the crowd, evading his notice. Upon entering the city, Zhou Ping followed his memory towards the Lin family residence, while Ma Lu and the others wandered further away, soon finding themselves in sparse company, with thick trees providing ample shade. "Brother Ma, what is this West Wind stronghold like?" Zhou Yuan inquired. Ma Lu chuckled. "The West Wind stronghold is quite the robust mountain stronghold, boasting several hundred brothers, located northwest of Arqing Shui County. Several nearby villages are obliged to pay tribute to them. It's quite impressive." However, his hand was hidden behind him, signaling Chen Wu. "What role will we play there? Surely, we won't just be lowly lackeys." Zhou Yuan pressed that if we go, we will certainly be, Ma Lu began, only to suddenly produce a short knife from his sleeve and stab it into Zhou Yuan's abdomen. Chen Wu followed suit, striking Zhou Yuan on the head with a club. Instantly, crimson blood gushed forth. Zhou Yuan had no time to react, engulfed by pain, his arms flailing in a desperate attempt to strike Ma Lu. Yet after stabbing, Ma Lu withdrew the knife and retreated several paces, watching as Zhou Yuan slowly succumbed. "You tricked me!" Zhou Yuan shouted, struggling to steady himself, but torrents of blood flowed from his wound. And with a blow to the head from Chen Wu, his mind felt as if it were bursting, pain intensifying and rendering him increasingly dazed. He attempted to lunge at Ma Lu and Chen Wu, but his vision darkened, and he finally collapsed to the ground. Ma Lu stepped forward, spitting a few times, and the two, still uneasy, delivered a few more stabs, then discarded him into the nearby woods, proceeding to rummage through his belongings. At last, they unearthed a few taels of silver from the corpse, and their faces lit up with joy as they wiped the coins clean on Zhou Yuan's clothing before pocketing them. Who would want to become a bandit? What a naive fool, utterly oblivious to his own identity. Subsequently, the two individuals meticulously divided the silver, and then sauntered leisurely towards the direction of Qing Shui County. Chapter 28. Father. Ming Hu wishes to cultivate after expending considerable effort. Zhou Ping finally located the residence he had rented beside the Lin mansion, a look of joy illuminating his face. "Changhe? Ming Hu, I have arrived." However, gazing at the wide-open door, he was met with silence, instantly causing his expression to shift dramatically as an ominous feeling took root in his heart. He hurriedly rushed inside, anxiously searching through several rooms. "Changhe, where are you?" "Ming Hu, father is here. Where are you?" Meanwhile, beneath Zhou Yuan's bed, Zhou Changhe and Ming Hu had long succumbed to slumber, exhausted from a night fraught with fear. The drowsy Zhou Changhe faintly perceived someone calling his name and groggily awakened, only to hear Zhou Ping's voice, which filled him with overwhelming joy. "Uncle, we are here." Zhou Ping, who had been engulfed in despair, was suddenly elated to hear Zhou Changhe's feeble shout, bringing him to tears as he rushed towards the source. Upon opening the door, he was met with a pungent odor of liquor and meat, and the sight that greeted him was one of utter disarray as he beheld the two figures crawling out from beneath the bed. Tears of joy welled in his eyes, and he embraced Zhou Changhe and Ming Hu tightly. "I have come too late. I have caused you to suffer. Daddy, I am hungry," came the tender voice of Zhou Ming Hu, accompanied by a soft rumble from his stomach. "I will take you to eat right away." Zhou Ping replied, his heart aching as he gently stroked Zhou Ming Hu's head, leading both of them outside a street-side pancake stall. Zhou Ping watched Zhou Ming Hu devour the food voraciously, his heart heavy with compassion. How much hardship had they endured during his absence? "Changhe, what exactly transpired?" Zhou Changhe swallowed a piece of pancake and recounted the events in detail. "What a treacherous wretch!" Zhou Ping exclaimed in fury, his heart brimming with indignation. Zhou Yuan, after all, was an elder raised by their family, and had always behaved decently in the ancestral home. It was unfathomable that upon arriving in the county, he would conspire with outsiders to betray and harm his own master for personal gain. Do you remember his two accomplices? Though I was frightened, I observed carefully from beneath the bed. Even if they were reduced to ashes, I would recognize them. Zhou Chang, he declared resolutely, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. If Zhou Yuan and his companions ever fall into my hands, I shall make them wish for death. A fate worse than death. Come with me to find Lin Zhu, so we may confirm the identities of those two before making a decisive plan. Zhou Ping said slowly, I will follow Uncle's lead. Zhou Chang, he nodded, then inquired, by the way, Uncle, I am still unaware of how things stand at home. Are grandfather and father well? A month ago, the Liu family, numbering 49 souls, was slaughtered by our 3 families. Zhou Chang, he shuddered momentarily before regaining his composure. The fall of the Liu family had been inevitable since the news leaked. Had it not been for Uncle's presence, they too would have faced a similar fate. Then, Zhou Chang, he pondered gravely and asked, did the Liu family's celestial cultivation techniques fall into the hands of the Wang and Sun families, or remain undiscovered? Zhou Ping shook his head slowly. They were not found, but I left behind several modified techniques for them, which the Wang and Sun families have acquired. The whereabouts of the Liu family's cultivation techniques remained elusive, as if they had vanished entirely. They might have been taken by someone or hidden away. Upon hearing that the Wang and Sun families had not obtained the techniques, Zhou Chang, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although their family was few in number, with the presence of Uncle, a celestial master, and the inheritance of celestial techniques alongside the gifted Ming Hu, their future was bound to flourish. Those 4 families were well aware of the Zhou family's possession of cultivation techniques. Why did they not demand them? It was because they knew that Zhou Ping would never comply. Even if he did, they would not dare to practice, fearing Zhou Ping's possible deceptions. Moreover, all the returning Qi spirit realm cultivators in Qingshui County kept their techniques well guarded, unwilling to pass them on even to their own kin lacking the aptitude for cultivation. The reason was simple. Resources were limited. Every new Qi spirit realm cultivator heralded the rise of a new family. Despite the presence of over 100 villages in Qingshui County, only a handful of families had established themselves through Qi spirit realm cultivation. If techniques were shared indiscriminately, time would inevitably lead to an oversaturation of families vying for dominance. Indeed, cultivating in the Qi spirit realm posed minimal difficulty. With talent and the right techniques, even the least gifted could reach the peak of the Qi spirit realm within a decade. Thus, families naturally regarded their techniques as treasures, sharing them only with great reluctance. Even Zhou Ping, upon joining the Qingyun sect, had only acquired the most basic techniques, spending years of contributions to obtain a respectable one, which he intended to pass down as a family legacy, never to be shared lightly with others. Now that the Wang and Sun families had practitioners of the techniques I left behind, and even experienced fatalities, Zhou Ping remarked with a chuckle. The techniques he provided were indeed authentic, yet derived from certain methods of gathering celestial energy. One member of the Sun family had met his demise, his body scorching hot, having drawn an excessive yang energy, ultimately reducing his organs to ashes. Such yang energy was something even Qi cultivators dared not summon recklessly, let alone mere mortals. Zhou Ping was only aware of the method of gathering it, but had never dared to attempt it himself. The fact that a member of the Sun family could harness such energy indicated their true potential. However, their ignorance led to their untimely demise. Once the two had satisfied their hunger, Zhou Ping rose and declared, "Let us seek out Lin Zhu and bring those treacherous wretches to justice." Just then, a small hand grasped his arm, drawing his attention to Zhou Minghu. "Father, Minghu wishes to cultivate. Will you teach me?" Zhou Minghu gazed at Zhou Ping with innocent eyes. Zhou Ping felt a tremor in his heart, guilt flooding over him. Minghu was still quite young, and even when he had been by his side, he often became distracted, failing to impart proper teachings. Now, with the child expressing a desire to cultivate, it was undoubtedly the suffering of the past month that had touched his spirit. As a father, how could he not feel remorse for the hardships his child had endured? Very well, father will surely teach Minghu. Chapter 29. The bonds of friendship fade even if he were to formally instruct Zhou Minghu in cultivation. It could not be within the confines of the county. After all, the presence of numerous celestial masters in the county made them particularly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Even if practitioners were present, they were mostly well-known entities. Should a foreign energy signature present itself, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Zhou Ping appeared at the Lin mansion, and before Lin Ruo he had even left for the government office. He heard from his subordinates that Zhou Ping had arrived, prompting him to joyfully rush out to greet him. Ping Di, you could have informed me of your visit in advance. This is your oversight. Lin Ruo he chuckled. Ever since Zhou Ping had saved Lin Zhaohe, the entire Lin family had rejoiced, and even after many years, the bonds of friendship had not diminished significantly. However, Zhou Ping understood that until his family possessed sufficient strength, it was best to tread lightly regarding this friendship. After all, the disparity in their powers meant that goodwill would only be drained. If the Zhou family were to grow in might, that friendship would only deepen. Though he was a Qi spirit realm cultivator with formidable strength, he still found himself bowing low before Lin Ruo. The reason was simple. Standing behind Lin Ruo, he was the Zhao Kingdom's court. In terms of status and power, Qi spirit realm cultivators were not much different from martial artists in the martial world. They had not truly transcended the mundane, rendering them subject to the court's governance. Only upon reaching the Qi refining realm and beyond would the court appoint them as celestial families, allowing them to govern a region independently. Thus, the court seldom appointed cultivators as officials, both due to their scarcity and to prevent lower-tier cultivators from acting against humanity. It was far easier to control mortals in positions of power. Mistakes could be dealt with through swift and decisive actions. This created a peculiar situation. The court governed mortal officials, while those officials managed territories and regulated the cultivation families. Landowners and countless common folk, it not out of concern for the safety of your children that you have come so early. Zhou Ping smiled apologetically. Lin Ruo he did not take offense, but instead led the three into the house. Upon hearing Zhou Ping recount the events of the previous night, Lin Ruo he rose in anger, exclaiming, "In the county, there are actually thieves bold enough to commit such audacious acts right under my nose. Ping Di, fret not. As you are the savior of my Lin family, I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution." As he spoke, Lin Ruo he covered his face, tears streaming down, lamenting, "Ping Di, you saved my son Zhaohe back then, preserving the Lin family's lineage. Now, just beyond the wall, a grave incident nearly unfolded. As your elder brother, I am deeply ashamed." Zhou Ping observed Lin Ruo's tearful display, seemingly sincere, yet his heart grew heavy with foreboding. The words spoken by Lin Ruo he implied a transaction, using their past camaraderie as a means to negotiate this favor. Henceforth, even if the two families maintained contact, it would never be as close as before. All of this stemmed from the Zhou family's weakness, lacking both power and influence. Zhou Ping also perceived Lin Ruo's character, self-important and insincere, and no wonder he is being undermined by the county magistrate. Nor is it surprising that the cultivators within the city are reluctant to rescue his son. Zhou Ping earnestly stated, "It is those three nefarious individuals who are to blame, and it has nothing to do with my elder brother." "Ping Di," Lin Ruo called out, the corners of his eyes seemingly brimming with tears, "I will summon someone at once to bring those three to justice." "Thank you, elder brother," Zhou Ping replied gratefully. Lin Ruo slowly continued, "It is still early. Why not be my guest at home, where I can extend proper hospitality?" Suddenly, he turned sharply to look at Zhou Changhe. "Ping Di, this must be your nephew, right? He seems to get along quite well with my Zhaohe." Gently stroking Zhou Changhe's head, he expressed contentment. "Having been in the county for so long, I, as an uncle, have not fulfilled my duty. I have been preoccupied with official matters and have had no time to visit. In a few days, the county examination will take place. Why not take him along to join my Zhaohe in the test?" "Thank you, elder brother." Zhou Ping bowed in gratitude. He understood that after this incident, the bond with the Lin family would be irrevocably shattered. The reason Lin Ruo mentioned Zhou Changhe now was to subtly imply that he would ensure him a student status. Yet, the student status was of no real benefit to the Zhou family. To exchange a mere token of goodwill for a life-saving favor, truly, the Lin gentleman is commendable. Zhou Ping sneered inwardly while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. Initially, he had intended to reserve this favor for a time of family crisis. However, With Zhou Yuan and the others mingling among the masses, only the government officials could trace their whereabouts, leaving Zhou Ping no choice but to seek Lin Rua's assistance. After all, those three had cast such a shadow over Changhe and Minghu, nearly bringing about a tragedy, and how could Zhou Ping possibly endure it? If those three were not swiftly captured, there would be no hope of apprehending them in the future. If the bond is lost, so be it. A powerful family will naturally attract friendships, but if he cannot take vengeance upon his enemies, the fury in Zhou Ping's heart will not be quenched, and the fears harbored by Changhe and Minghu will remain unresolved. As the constables approached Zhou Changhe to inquire about the appearances and names of Ma Lu and Chen Wu, mere hours later, a lead was uncovered. After all, Ma Lu and Chen Wu were known rascals in the neighborhood, and the authorities had long been aware of them. Reporting to the magistrate, this morning, as the city gates opened, Chen Wu and the others left the city. Zhou Ping, listening from the side, felt a pang of regret. He had entered the city this morning, only to brush past the very villains intent on harming Changhe and Minghu. An hour later, Ma Lu and Chen Wu returned to the city, but Zhou Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Currently, the two were enjoying themselves at the Chun family's gambling den. They had amassed quite a fortune today, leading to suspicions that Zhou Yuan had fallen victim to their greed. The junior official of the inspection department reported in detail. The inspection department, responsible for maintaining order in the county, was naturally well informed. Should we apprehend the two now? Lin Rua declared with righteous indignation. How can we tolerate such brazen ruffians? Quickly, bring them in and throw them into jail to await their fate. Instantly, several constables rushed towards the Chun family gambling den, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Emma Lu and Chen were still loudly celebrating their wins at the gaming table when, in the blink of an eye, they were forcefully subdued by the constables. I am the prison, my lord, I am innocent, Ma Lu wailed, crying out to the heavens. Do not try to argue. Was it not you who conspired against Zhou Yuan? Did you not steal from the Zhou family? The constable rebuked Dame Lu, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, indeed. Zhou Yuan left the city with us, but we parted ways at Ma Jiape. How could we be accused of murder? He knew that as long as he maintained his innocence regarding the murder, the worst he would face would be a theft charge, which would likely result in a few dozen lashes and a brief imprisonment. If he were fortunate enough to fall under a general amnesty, he would be released immediately. The constable scoffed. They had no evidence to prove that Ma Lu and his companion murdered Zhou Yuan. However, the scribe desired their deaths, and even a theft charge would suffice, eliminating the need for any convoluted explanations. It is precisely you ruffians, unambitious and consumed by vice, that have turned our Qingshui County into such a den of iniquity. After all, the art of punishment requires skill. If the lashes are too light, even hundreds may merely serve to stretch one's limbs. If they are too severe, even a mere 10 could be fatal. Bring forth a total of 30 lashes for each. At that moment, several jailers entered, forcibly restraining the two against the bench. Emma Lu, initially composed, twisted his face in agony as the first lash struck. His flesh was torn, his garments stained dark red with blood, his complexion paling to an extreme. The tall and imposing Chen Wu was left ghastly pale, stripped of his previously fearsome demeanor. Outside the cell, Lin Rua and Zhou Ping silently observed. Zhou Minghu, terrified, curled up in Zhou Ping's embrace, trembling at each dull thud and anguished cry. Changhe, though frightened, fixed his gaze intently, his face reflecting a ruthless satisfaction. Lin Rua's peripheral vision caught the reactions of Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu before finally settling on Zhou Ping's face. Even though Zhou Changhe possessed a fierce temperament and was a promising candidate for ruthlessness, what of it? In this world, it is not merely the fierce who thrive, but those who are sufficiently powerful enough to instill fear in all. Zhou Ping observed quietly, though he was not bloodthirsty. His decade of cultivation and 5 years of returning home, fraught with various tribulations, had hardened him to the point where this slight brutality would not sway him. Ultimately, it was during the 17th lash that Ma Lu succumbed to death, while Chen Wu, despite his robust physique, managed to endure only until the 26th lash. Although they seemed so close to 30, the jailers, intent on their deaths, would not allow them to live, even if they survived 30 lashes. The dim, damp confines of the prison would surely claim their lives. Ping Di, are you satisfied? Lin Rua inquired with a smile. Zhou Ping bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, my lord." He then sought a pretext to take his leave. Recognizing that the government office was no place for them to linger. Watching Zhou Ping and his companions depart, Lin Rua gradually retracted his smile, reflecting inwardly. Zhou Ping is not a fool who cannot comprehend. He is quite perceptive. He is using the lives of Ma Lu and Chen Wu along with the student status to repay his debts of gratitude, hoping to exhaust his obligations swiftly. After all, this is merely a trifling matter, easily resolved. Should the Zhou family encounter trouble in the future, I hope it does not lead to disaster for the Lin family as well. However, I cannot afford to distance myself too much. If, by chance, the Zhou family rises in prominence, the Lin family could benefit from that relationship. Chapter 30. Return home in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Zhou Ping was resting at a tea house with Zhou Minghu. While the county office loomed in the distance, at this moment, the county office was heavily fortified, surrounded by constables. Outside, a throng of common folk had gathered, eagerly craning their necks in anticipation. The county examination is the first hurdle for scholars seeking to attain official status. Only by passing this examination can one gain the title of student and qualify for subsequent tests. For many impoverished families supporting their children's education, achieving the status of student is already a considerable accomplishment. After all, being a student is a title recognized by the imperial court in some remote villages. Even the teachers in private schools are merely old students. Following the county examination comes the prefectural and provincial examinations. Only by excelling in all three can one achieve the title of Shoutsai, thereby enjoying certain privileges and exemptions from taxes. Beyond the provincial examination lies the county examination, where passing grants one the title of Jurin. In many county offices, aside from the county magistrate, who must be a Jinsher, all other officials can be appointed from local Jurin. Just like the scribe Lin, who is merely an old Jurin. Yet it is precisely these layers of barriers that obstruct the vast majority of scholars. Even those who manage to become Shoutsai are rare, let alone Jurin or Jinshai.as for the current county examination. Only a handful among the 2,000 students from Qingshui County would be nominated. However, Zhou Ping was not concerned about Zhou Changhe's chances of failing. His confidence did not stem from Zhou Changhe's academic prowess, but rather from Lin Rua's promise. The title of student is devoid of power or benefit, merely a nominal distinction. Lin Rua could easily grant it. This is also a tacit understanding among officials. They protect one another, ensuring that officials' children are almost always students, with some even excelling to become Shoutsai or Jurin. Even if their children are incompetent, they must still possess a title, for only then can they inherit their positions. Zhou Changhe is now among the beneficiaries of this arrangement, naturally sharing in the glory. Zhou Ping gazed at the surging crowd outside, filled with countless eager faces, and could only shake his head slightly. How many of these hopefuls would ultimately find their aspirations dashed, destined to toil in the fields for a lifetime? Each year, only 1% of candidates are nominated, and after satisfying the offspring of officials, landlords, and gentry, there remains barely room for the children of common folk. This means that for an ordinary child to attain the status of student, they must exhibit exceptional talent. Otherwise, success is exceedingly difficult. Of course, such arbitrary practices are only prevalent during the county and prefectural examinations, as the title of student is merely a name, a qualification. However, once it reaches the provincial examination, officials would not dare to act in such a capricious manner. Due to the privileges already bestowed upon the scholar, he is exempt from taxes, does not need to bow before officials, and can further avoid labor service for himself and 2 relatives. Should they dare to commit any wrongdoing during the scholar's examination, the imperial court will undoubtedly purge all wrongdoers. "Father, how much longer must we wait?" inquired Zhou Minghu. Zhou Ping gently stroked Zhou Minghu's head and replied softly, "It won't be long now. Once Zhou Changhe completes the county examination, Zhou Ping will take them back to Baishi village. Even if Zhou Changhe qualifies for the provincial examination, the likelihood of his success is slim. After all, Lu Ming had struggled for many years without passing the provincial exam. Furthermore, Zhou Changhe is still quite young, and Zhou Ping is uneasy about him traveling to the distant provincial city for his studies. It would be wiser to first hire a private tutor to study at home, who can also teach Zhou Minghu and Zhou Changxi in the process. Zhou Ping had never considered the possibility of Zhou Changhe attaining fame. He simply wished for his descendants to be literate. After all, he believed that by nurturing their talents and ensuring steady growth, his family would eventually rise to greatness without the need for official titles. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted below, as countless individuals surged toward the county office. "Why hasn't my grandson come out?" an elderly man exclaimed, bewildered and jostled by the crowd. A farmer stood atop a height, calling out, "You err! Your father is here." In the distance, a simple youth heard the call and joyfully rushed toward the farmer. "Son, how did you fare in the exam?" An elderly woman cautiously fanned a young scholar with a palm leaf fan, only to be brusquely pushed away by the agitated scholar. "Stop fanning me. I flunked." The woman, struck as if by a thunderbolt, stood frozen in place, while those nearby cast pitying glances her way. After years of hardship in supporting him, only to see him fail, how much blood and tears lay behind this disappointment. After a long while, the woman managed to steady her grief, watching as her son's lips moved, yet he could not utter a single word. "Son, if you didn't do well, you can try again next year. I've made your favorite mushroom soup. Come home with me." The young scholar, already regretting his earlier actions towards his mother, grasped her hand and slowly made his way back home. Among the crowd, some rejoiced while others despaired. Some walked with confidence and pride, while others hung their heads, unable to face the eyes of their kin. Oh Changhe emerged alongside Lin Xiaohua, the two of them appearing remarkably different. One was a carefree young gentleman, while the other resembled a taciturn elder. "Changhe, now that the exams are over, would you like to join me for some fun?" Lin Xiaohua asked. "Since the students cannot escape, why not indulge a bit?" "Xiaohua, I think I will pass. My family is still waiting for me," Zhou Changhe replied slowly. He had accompanied Lin Xiaohua once before, only to find himself among a group of officials' children indulging in revelry, which he found quite uncomfortable and never returned. Rumor had it that they had mockingly dubbed him a country bumpkin as a means of derision. For these reasons, Zhou Changhe never ventured out with Lin Xiaohua again. "Very well," Lin Xiaohua said with a tone of regret, then turned to leave with his family's servants, his expression shifting abruptly. "Truly just a country bumpkin. I wonder why my father insists I befriend him. Aren't there plenty of families like the Zhous in the county? As the saying goes, like father, like son." Lin Xiaohua was not as amiable as he appeared. Although he resented Lin Ruohua's orders to befriend Zhou Changhe, he complied without question. In Zhou Changhe's eyes, Lin Xiaohua was a kind and friendly older brother, unaware of the darkness lurking within him. "Changhe." Zhou Changhe turned to see Zhou Ping approaching with Minghu and greeted him respectfully. "Uncle." Zhou Ping nodded slightly, watching Lin Xiaohua's departing figure. Although he had not seen clearly in the tea house, he sensed that the young man was far from the benevolent figure he pretended to be. "Truly, a tiger begets no dogs. Uncle, what's wrong with Xiaohua?" Zhou Changhe asked in confusion. "It's nothing. It's always prudent to be cautious when dealing with him," Zhou Ping replied. "How long until the results of the county examination are announced?" 3 days, but Xiaohua has already given me the student symbol, Zhou Changhe said, carefully revealing a corner of an object from his sleeve before tucking it away again. Even though it was an open secret that the children of officials had passed, it was best not to flaunt it publicly, as it could incite public ire. "Do you feel confident about passing the provincial exam?" Zhou Changhe shook his head, aware that his skills were still lacking. Zhou Ping nodded and then said, "Then let us return home. I will hire a tutor for you to study diligently." He had been away from Baishi village for several days, and although he believed that the Wang and Sun families would likely not dare to act against them, he remained somewhat uneasy. He thought of his newborn child, whom he had yet to see. "Let us go home." "Yay, we're going home!" Zhou Minghu exclaimed joyfully, having repeated his desire to find his mother countless times over the past few days. "Minghu, I have something to tell you. You are going to be a big brother now. You must take good care of your little brother." "Yay, I'm a big brother. I will definitely protect my little brother." Chapter 31. A gesture of goodwill in the Sun family courtyard. The clan leader of the Sun family occupied the seat of honor, accompanied by numerous members of the Sun clan and the leader of the Wang family. Yet, they all wore furrowed brows as they gazed upon an individual lying on the ground. Although the sun shone warmly, the person was clad in thick cotton clothing, shivering under the sunlight, as if trapped in an icy abyss. "Clan leader, I can no longer practice this celestial technique. If I continue, I shall perish, he pleaded, his voice trembling, exhaling faint wisps of white mist. The leader of the Sun family remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Clan leader, I believe there is something wrong with this celestial technique. Otherwise, how could it lead to such dire consequences? One clan member boldly asserted. Point two of our clan members have already perished from the heat. And now Aussie has become this cold. If we continue practicing, something terrible will surely happen. Clan leader, we truly cannot continue. More and more clan members cried out, having initially reveled in their newfound celestial teachings, dreaming of producing a celestial master to rival Zhou Ping and reclaiming the Sun family's fortunes. But now, only two clan members possessed the aptitude for cultivation. One had recently perished from the heat, and now this individual was afflicted with the cold. Continuing down this path would surely lead to disaster. Old Sun, perhaps it is best to advise the clan members to cease their practice. The leader of the Wang family said worriedly, we know nothing about celestial matters. We cannot afford to experiment blindly with these techniques, as the dangers could cost lives. The Wang family had also encountered similar incidents. Some clan members sensed their potential for cultivation through the remnants of the texts, but after a few days of practice, they exhibited alarming symptoms, bleeding from the orifices, alternating between heat and cold, and showing signs of a deadly illness. He had promptly halted their practice, fearing further tragedies. However, the Sun family remained resolute, even after the recent fatalities. Now, witnessing such a dire state, they were gripped with fear. The leader of the Sun family stood up, his eyes sharp as a wolf's, sweeping across the assembly of clan members, causing them to tremble in fear and instinctively take a step back. The opportunity for celestial fortune is within our grasp, a chance for both our families to rise. You would forsake this because of fear? He thundered. What value does human life hold? A mere chill or warmth is nothing. Rising from his seat, he chastised, do you not understand that if our two families produce a few celestial masters, the nearby villages will bow to us, and the prominent families and officials in the county will regard us with respect? Though we appear prosperous in Baishi village, have you observed which families in the county hold us in esteem? We labor tirelessly in the fields without any backing. The Zhou family, though composed of only 3 or 5 individuals, why does the Lin clerk treat him with such kindness? Why do we not dare provoke them? It is because Zhou Ping is a celestial master, wielding celestial powers, and we are compelled to tread carefully. He then sank back into his chair, letting out a slight sigh. What we lack is not manpower, but power and influence. Only with celestial masters can we hope to stand on equal footing with the great families, to pursue academic opportunities and establish our own schools. You do not comprehend, the leader of the Sun family lamented, perceiving that these farmers, who toiled in the fields, possessed only brute strength and lacked foresight. Previously, some had even ridiculed the Liu family for their tireless support of Liu Ming, only to gain nothing in the end. For the farmers, expending so much effort and resources to support a single individual in education seemed wholly unworthy. It would be wiser to assist in the fields, yielding more crops. Yet, without a path forward, without seeking an escape, they would be doomed to a lifetime of toil. Now that the celestial technique lay before them, the chance for their families to alter their destinies was at hand, and no matter how arduous the path, he was unwilling to relinquish it. Old Sun, I understand your intentions, the leader of the Wang family sighed. But we cannot proceed recklessly. We know nothing of celestial matters. Blindly groping in the dark will lead to grave consequences. I suspect there may be celestial taboos at play, or that the celestial technique itself is flawed. Hence the current predicament. The patriarch of the Sun family sighed deeply. How could I be unaware of this? But what can we do? If we were to consult those immortal masters, I fear that both our families would be utterly consumed. It is well known that the secrets of their cultivation methods are closely guarded. Those immortal masters, in their quest to maintain their own status, might not hesitate to eliminate both the Wang and Sun families. Patriarch, why can we not cultivate a friendship with the Zhou family and persuade Zhou Erlang to teach us the art of cultivation? Inquired a member of the clan. The Sun patriarch offered a wry smile and replied slowly, how can you be certain that Zhou Erlang would not harbor ulterior motives? Why would the Zhou family place their trust in us? Zhou Erlang is no fool. He understands that he is the only immortal master in Baishi village, which is precisely why the Zhou family remains unscathed. In fact, he dares not even show his face, fearing that he might be trapped and eliminated by both clans. Patriarch, we could use the lives of Zhou family members to coerce Zhou Erlang into teaching us the cultivation methods, suggested another stubborn clan member. The Wang Patriarch could no longer remain silent. If Zhou Erlang is ruthless, even if we were to risk the lives of our entire family, hiding in the shadows and watching with a hawk's eye, it would forge an irreparable blood feud. After all, they were farmers by nature. Unless they could eradicate future threats like the Liu family, they would always tread carefully, leaving room for reconciliation. Even now, their actions against the Zhou family were merely petty skirmishes conducted in secrecy. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. After a moment of contemplation, the Sun Patriarch finally spoke. Sun Hong, you shall visit the Zhou family and ease the tension between our two clans. Yes, Patriarch, replied a young man as he slowly withdrew. Old Sun, are you truly conceding? Inquired the Wang Patriarch in surprise. Since the immortal methods are of no use, it is better not to let our relationship with the Zhou family deteriorate too much. After all, once Zhou Erlang passes, their power will inevitably wane, the Sun Patriarch said thoughtfully. Though he spoke in this manner, his mind was already formulating a plan. Given the futility of the immortal techniques, if he wished for his family to thrive, he must strategize with the Zhou family in mind. Previously, he had waited for Zhou Ping to pass away, intending to consume the Zhou family whole. However, now that he was aware of the presence of someone with a celestial affinity within his own family, he needed to earn the trust of the Zhou family, allowing Zhou Ping to willingly impart their knowledge to both clans. He had heard that the eldest son of the Zhou family had grown up, and his own family had several eligible daughters. He would devise a way for their families to become in-laws, perhaps one day effortlessly consuming the Zhou family whole. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping had returned to the village entrance with Zhou Minghu and two elderly gentlemen. Among them was an old scholar who had long abandoned hopes of the imperial examinations. Zhou Ping had hired him handsomely to serve as a tutor for the children. The other was a limping old soldier, whose murky features still bore a menacing air that instilled fear in others. The purpose of inviting this old soldier was to teach the household guards martial skills. As long as the guards were sufficiently strong, even in Zhou Ping's absence, the Wang and Sun families would not dare to act recklessly. Even though he was aware that having too many guards while his own family remained small posed certain risks, after all, the human heart is difficult to gauge. Zhou Ping could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Without guards to protect his home, his family's safety would become a grave issue, and the notion of hidden dangers would be moot. Chapter 32. A life of seclusion in the mountains. What are the Wang and Sun families up to? Zhou Ping pondered deeply while hidden in the forest, his brow furrowed. After escorting Zhou Changhe and the others home, he had not encountered any remnants of the Wang and Sun families. Furthermore, he had learned from Zhou Hong that the Wang and Sun families had come to offer goodwill, even hinting at a desire for familial ties. Were they attempting to curry favor because they had discovered flaws in their cultivation methods, hoping to lower his guard? Zhou Ping speculated, becoming aware of the news that some members of the Sun family had died unexpectedly, while others were left cold as ice. One individual from the Wang family had also succumbed to the chill, ultimately abandoning their cultivation efforts. He had not anticipated that 3 members of the Wang and Sun families possessed the potential for cultivation, which increased his wariness. Fortunately, he had been prudent enough to burn and discard the method for gathering the essence of heaven and earth, leaving them to stumble upon it as a means of cultivation. If they had truly obtained the Liu family's techniques, how could he possibly contend with both families? Moreover, Zhou Ping had chosen the 2 most powerful techniques for gathering the essence of heaven and earth, the Taiyin moonlight and the Taiyang sun essence. These 2 forms of energy were so potent that even mere mortals, let alone chi-refining practitioners, would not dare to absorb them without extreme caution. The fact that those individuals could sense them indicated their potential. However, the month-long duration it took them to do so suggested their aptitude was quite lacking. After all, if it took them over a month to sense such powerful energies, how strong could their potential truly be? Conversely, he suspected that the individual who had been literally cooked to death possessed a talent exceeding 2 inches of spiritual light. Ironically, This very potential led to their demise at the hands of the Taiyang Sun essence. A true case of fortune intertwined with misfortune. Regardless of the schemes of the Wang and Sun families, he would not act recklessly. As long as he remained hidden, they would not dare to act too brazenly. Yet, where had the Liu family's techniques gone? Had they been picked up by someone else? Or were they hidden in some dark, forsaken corner? Zhou Ping did not wish to dwell on such thoughts as he made his way deeper into the mountains. In previous years, he had been exploring the forest and had discovered several secluded spots far from Baishi village. He intended to reside in those locations temporarily, returning to the village periodically to secretly guide Minghu in his cultivation and to instill fear in the Wang and Sun families. After all, he had spent many years living in the mountains and had grown accustomed to it. On a cliff, shrouded by dense foliage, he could faintly see the small and blurred outline of Baishi village to the east. While to the west lay the magnificent and sprawling Daong mountain range, exuding a vast and formidable aura. Between two massive rocks on the cliff, thorns grew abundantly, concealing a small opening beneath, leading to a compact cave. Zhou Ping unleashed a burst of golden light from his fingertips, meticulously refining and shaping the cave's interior until a stone bed and several stone stools emerged, which could serve as tables and chairs in the future. Once he completed his labors, he sank wearily to the ground, his complexion pale and frail. As a practitioner of the awakening realm with exceptionally poor aptitude, Zhou Ping possessed only a few wisps of spiritual energy. Even for ordinary techniques, he could manage to perform them only 6 or 7 times, and the more aggressive golden light technique could be unleashed merely 4 or 5 times. This meant that if he were to be besieged by mortals, he could at most display his might by slaying a dozen or so before exhausting his spiritual energy, ultimately succumbing to their blades. This was precisely why Zhou Ping refrained from appearing before the Wang and Sun families. He feared they might conspire to eliminate him. Given their willingness to eradicate entire families, he sat cross-legged, continually inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in the depths of the mountain was naturally more potent than that found in Baishi village, allowing his recovery to progress more swiftly to the Zhou family estate. A dozen robust men clad in gray attire were synchronously wielding knives and spears, their battle cries echoing loudly. A nearby stack of wooden stakes and straw dummies lay in tatters, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Put in more effort. Has the master not provided you with enough food? An old, limping soldier shouted angrily from the side, wielding a slender bamboo pole to strike the men. Pointing out their errors in the distance, Zhou Hong watched with a hint of fear. However, as the current head of the Zhou family, he knew he could not reveal any sign of trepidation before the servants. The authority of those in power requires an air of dignity and distance from subordinates to instill a sense of reverence. Changhe, what do you think of Su Bo? Zhou Hong inquired, stroking Zhou Changhe's shoulder. Su Bo has lived a solitary life, and his leg was injured on the battlefield. It was my uncle who, upon seeing him in his old age, took him in to teach the household guards martial skills. Zhou Changhe replied, at least he seems kind-hearted thus far, but one cannot be too cautious, for the human heart is inscrutable. Zhou Hong nodded in approval. It is commendable that you can discern this. Remember, aside from our own kin, do not confide too readily in others. Always keep a watchful eye. I have assigned Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu to manage our internal and external affairs, but they do not share our bloodline. So I cannot let my guard down. You are growing up and should begin to handle some family matters. Starting tomorrow, you shall learn from Zhou Shi. Do not become complacent, Zhou Hong instructed. Yes, father, Zhou Changhe replied respectfully. Do not be afraid. Your mother and aunt will be with you. If you have any questions, you may also ask them, Zhou Hong reassured him, recognizing Zhou Changhe's anxiety and apprehension. He did not wish for Changhe to shoulder such responsibilities at a young age, but circumstances left him no choice. The Zhou family was too small. Zhou Dashan and Huang Shi were both too aged to function and required servants for their daily care. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping had to seclude himself in the mountains to guard against the Wang and Sun families. Only Zhou Hong, Lin Shi, and Chen Yinqiu remained to manage the vast family estate. The Zhou family's 200 acres of farmland are not merely to be rented out for income. They also require the collection of a tenth of the crop as tax, along with the myriad daily concerns of tenants, both trivial and significant. Furthermore, there is the trade in medicinal herbs, led by Zhou Hu, who forages in the mountains, ultimately selling the harvest to the Zhou family. The intricacies of this business demand a person of considerable stature to maintain control and stabilize the interests of the four factions involved. Additionally, Zhou Hong must fulfill the responsibilities of the village head, which includes urging the villagers to pay taxes or perform corvée labor, as well as handling various village affairs. Zhou Hong is reluctant, and even fearful, to entrust any aspect of this to an outsider, lest he be openly or covertly robbed. He must personally oversee the herb trade and the duties of the village head, while delegating matters concerning the farmland to Zhou Shi, Lin Shi, and Chen Shi, gradually allowing Zhou Changhe to take charge. Presently, the Zhou family employs over a dozen servants and several maids, resulting in a scenario where the masters are weak and the servants are strong. If this situation continues unchecked, they risk losing their estate to their servants. How could he not feel anxious and alarmed? Do you believe that martial training is beneficial? Zhou Hong inquired slowly, gazing at the men practicing nearby. Zhou Changhe was reminded of being kicked aside by Lu De during his childhood and the recent threats from Zhou Yuan and his companions. If he had possessed some martial skills, he would not have found himself in such perilous situations on multiple occasions. Practicing martial arts is undoubtedly advantageous. With some skills, even without these guards, we could defend our own. Changhe decided to begin training with them the following day. "Ah, my son, that's splendid," Zhou Hong exclaimed with delight. "There are medicinal herbs in the storeroom. I shall seek out a physician tomorrow for a few prescriptions to invigorate the blood and strengthen the body. We must avoid any injuries in the future." He would also include Changxi and Minghu in the training. Even if they could not master martial arts, it would still be beneficial for their health. Although Zhou Minghu was capable of training, Zhou Hong did not dare to treat him differently for fear of drawing unwanted attention. Even their daily practice was conducted in secrecy, with Zhou Hong ensuring that no one else was aware. Changhe understood. Chapter 33. The alliance of marriage at noon. Baishi village was abuzz with activity as farmers, having completed their morning chores, returned home with their tools. After all, the spring plowing season had passed, and there was no longer a need to remain in the fields constantly. Today, there was indeed a grand celebration in Baishi village. Zhou Changhe, the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, was marrying a girl from the Sun family. At the ages of 15 and 14, they were perfectly matched. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. The wine flows freely. Zhou Changhe, tall and robust, was now quite intoxicated, struggling to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong and the elders from the Wang and Sun families sat at the banquet, smiling as they observed the lively scene around them. The more people there were in Baishi village, the more prosperous these three families would become. "Cousin Xian, isn't Erlang coming?" the patriarch of the Sun family casually inquired. Zhou Hong took a sip of his drink, yet a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, pondering the ulterior motives behind the elder's question. "My brother is practicing in the mountains. His whereabouts are uncertain, and we cannot locate him." The patriarch of the Sun family smiled, his eyes glinting. "What a pity. With the two children getting married, we had hoped Erlang would offer his blessings." Internally, he seethed, feeling that Zhou Erlang was excessively cautious. Having hidden in the mountains for 5 long years, were it not for his occasional appearances, which instilled fear, he would have already taken action against the Zhou family. Despite the current alliance, should a conflict arise, kinship would not prevent harsh measures from being taken. 5 years ago, after the failure of the celestial arts, the Wang and Sun families had sought to ingratiate themselves with the Zhou family. In the eyes of Baishi village, the three families seemed to be truly united as one. This only served to deepen the resentment of the impoverished families, who felt trapped in their plight. This was, of course, another strategy of the Wang and Sun families to subtly absorb the Zhou family. Even though they could not deal with Zhou Ping immediately, they could not allow the Zhou family to develop in peace. Hence, they employed marriage as a means to gradually assimilate the Zhou family, ensuring that after a century, the Zhou name would exist only in name, with all their hard work belonging to the Wang and Sun families. Now that Zhou Changhe was marrying into the Sun family, it was a blatant scheme, one that the Zhou family could neither refuse nor resist. To reject it would be tantamount to offending the Sun family, while acceptance would fortify Changhe with a powerful marital alliance. The Wang family also subtly indicated their desire to establish a familial bond with the Zhou family in the future. This appeared to benefit the Zhou family. not only rekindling harmony with the Wang and Sun families, but also securing stability. Yet what would happen when Zhou Ping passed away? The Zhou family would soon be completely consumed by the two families, leaving their descendants with half of another lineage's blood. Despite Zhou Hong's efforts to delay matters, Zhou Changhe married the Sun girl at the tender age of 15, a result of relentless pressure from the Wang and Sun families. After all, such a marriage between families without competitive ties is known as a strong alliance. However, in the confines of the small Baishi village, with two influential families, this was not an alliance but rather a complete takeover. Zhou Hong gazed at his son's glorious demeanor from afar, inwardly lamenting. He hoped that the alliance with the Wang family could be postponed until Minghu had made significant progress in his training. Alleviating his fears, if only they knew Minghu was capable of training. Otherwise, who could predict the dreadful consequences that might ensue? The patriarch of the Wang family surveyed the banquet with a sense of unease. While the Wang and Sun families appeared harmonious, they were ultimately not one. Now that the Sun family had taken the lead in the alliance, the remaining children of the Zhou family were all quite young. The eldest not exceeding 10 years. By the time his own family sought to ally with the Zhou family, it was likely the Sun family's daughters would already be of age. A single misstep could lead to a significant imbalance in the division of the Zhou family's legacy. He did not wish for the Wang family to be overshadowed by the Sun family. Only with equal strength could they ensure a lasting kinship. He then noticed a small table occupied by several half-grown children and some female relatives and servants. Among them, two children stood out. One was delicate and taciturn, almost resembling a girl, yet with a sturdy physique. The other exuded brilliance and exceptional charm, bearing no resemblance to a mere peasant child, but rather like a young warrior in armor. He could not help but feel envious, thinking how fortunate the Zhou family was to have produced not only a celestial master, but also a remarkably poised child among 3 generations. If left unchecked, the Zhou family might indeed rise to prominence. The two he observed were Zhou Minghu and Zhou Chang. Zhou Minghu's skills advanced. If not for his simple attire and unassuming appearance to conceal his talents, he would likely draw even more suspicion from others. Although somewhat extraordinary, the patriarch of the Wang family dismissed it, attributing it to the Zhou family's good upbringing, as they had hired a scholar to tutor their children in recent years. Suddenly, he had an idea. With so many children of his own, why not allow them to study as well? This would foster good relations with the Zhou family's younger generation. Cousin, the number of children in our village has been increasing these years. It's not sustainable for them to toil in the fields without any prospects. The patriarch of the Wang family urged Zhou Hong earnestly. With Erling absent, you are acting as village head. Why not take the lead? We could pool some resources to establish a school in the village, enabling the children to receive an education and learn some principles. Zhou Hong, engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the patriarch of the Sun family, was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing the patriarch of the Wang family for being inconsiderate. The Wang family's voice, though not loud, had been heard by several tables around them, and outright refusal was not a viable option. If a school were indeed established, the Wang family would benefit the most, as they had more than 10 children in this generation, outnumbering the combined offspring of the Sun and Zhou families. For the other impoverished families, even if a small fee was charged, how many would be willing to spend money? After all, sending children to school required both financial resources and the loss of half a labor force, making it a poor investment. Ultimately, the only children who could attend would be those from the 3 families and some relatively well-off households. Zhou Hong was seething internally. They had already hired a scholar for home tuition, and establishing a school would mean sending the scholar away. Teaching a few children versus teaching dozens represented an entirely different level of commitment. Uncle Wang, this matter requires careful consideration. I will discuss it further and seek the opinions of the villagers, Zhou Hong replied slowly. The patriarch of the Sun family chimed in, cousin is right. While establishing a school is a noble endeavor, it will inevitably incur significant costs, so we must deliberate thoroughly. The Sun family had around 40 to 50 members, yet only a handful of children underage, significantly fewer than the Wang family. This implied that the Sun family's burden was not as heavy, allowing them to save up a considerable amount each year. He intended to follow the Zhou family's example by hiring a scholar for home education, keeping expenses minimal while enlightening their kin. However, Establishing a school would entail finding a location, renovating an old building, acquiring desks and chairs, and procuring books for the teacher, all of which required funding. As the head of a clan, even with some surplus funds, he could not afford to be extravagant. Everything had to prioritize the family's future. I shall contribute 40%, and how about the two of you cover the rest? Other families can merely contribute a small amount for their children to attend school. The patriarch of the Wang family suggested with a smile. Instantly, cheers erupted from several tables nearby. Lord Wang is truly a benevolent man, willing to fund the establishment of a school. Constantly toiling in the fields yields no prospects. Once the school is established, I shall, despite the hardships, ensure my child receives an education. Indeed, should our ancestral grave emit a wisp of green smoke, it may herald the arrival of a literary talent, thereby bringing glory to our family and potentially elevating us to the status of gentry. Although Zhou Hong and the clan head of the Wang family maintained smiles on their faces, their hearts seethed with indignation. As prominent families in Bai Creek Village, they were well aware of the secrets surrounding the imperial examination. For farming households like theirs, unless one possessed extraordinary literary talent, even achieving the status of a child scholar was a distant dream. If one truly excelled in literature, those in the county would naturally nominate them. Yet to expect a literary genius to emerge from a remote valley is akin to hoping for a prodigious disciple to arise from one's own family. It was merely the ignorance of these farming households that led them to express such gratitude. The reason these three families sought to enlighten their kin was not out of a desire for familial ignorance, but to safeguard their ancestral heritage. Calculating their gains from these farming households without any illusions of success in the examinations. However, with the Wang clan head raising the matter during the grand wedding, Zhou Hong and his companion found themselves in a difficult position. It would be prudent to proceed with the establishment of the school, especially since the Wang family was the most financially invested. Zhou Hong mused that even if the Wang family benefited most, the fruits of education would only be reaped many years hence. With such a noble cause proposed by Wang Bo, our two families cannot afford to be vague. Tomorrow, I shall seek someone to renovate the Liu family mansion, transforming it into the school for Bai Creek Village, ensuring our children receive a proper education. Although the head of the Sun family was surprised by Zhou Hong's change in attitude, he himself harbored thoughts of enlightening the kin and thus did not contest further. Saying with a smile, I will send someone to the county to procure some texts to serve as the school's curriculum. The three reached a consensus, bringing immense joy to the impoverished families in the distance, who proclaimed the beneficence of the hosts. Thus, this grand wedding, amidst the schemes of the three families, finally came to a close. Chapter 34. The brothers. As night fell, Zhou Hong and his sons sat in the study. Zhou Hong conveyed these matters to Zhou Changhe and then advised him. Though the Sun family has married into ours, the ties with the Sun family are hard to sever. We must remain vigilant lest we become ensnared in a web of tenderness and risk compromising our own interests. The child is not so foolish, Zhou Changhe replied slowly. However, I truly believe that the establishment of the school is indeed necessary. Oh? Why do you say so? Zhou Hong inquired, surprised. The Zhou family has children now. We can send Zhou Shi's children to study alongside ours, thereby enhancing our family's prestige. Moreover, we could also sponsor the children of some tenants to study, fostering their gratitude towards us. Furthermore, several nearby villages lack a proper private school. Those wealthy families, like ours, merely hire a teacher to instruct at home. Zhou Changhe approached the table and pointed to a map depicting the villages surrounding Bai Creek, saying, since the Wang family wishes us to take the lead, why should we not leverage this for our own renown? Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. He had been preoccupied with immediate gains, neglecting the significance of reputation. The impoverished families were easily swayed by public opinion. If they could be won over and earn their respect, it would greatly benefit the Zhou family. With a brother by his side, the common folk would dare not defy them. Unlike others who resorted to forceful acquisition, their family engaged in fair transactions for land, often offering lower rents than usual, gradually earning a reputation for benevolence among the villagers. However, without the backing of formidable strength, even the best reputation could be meaningless. Yet now, with the presence of a celestial master and a cadre of robust guards, their reputation was further enhanced. which in turn deterred the guards from harboring any ill thoughts. Reputation may seem intangible and weak, but it wields considerable influence. My son is indeed wise, thinking far beyond my own foresight. Zhou Hong remarked with a smile. It is getting late. You should go and keep the Sun Lady company. Though she is of the Sun family, her child will inevitably carry the Zhou surname. I must also go to oversee Minghu and the others in their cultivation. Your uncle has mentioned that once our family produces a chi-refining celestial master, we shall be granted official status by the court, and we will no longer need to live in fear. With that, Zhou Hong made his way to the rear courtyard. Zhou Changhe gazed enviously at the rear courtyard. Acknowledging that his uncle was indeed a celestial master, not only was he powerful, but even his two children possessed celestial affinities. Alas, why was I not similarly blessed? He attributed his uncle's fortune to luck. Unaware that even among foundation-building cultivators, the likelihood of their offspring possessing talent was merely 1 in 10 or 20, while he envied his two cousins for their potential to become celestial masters, he bore no jealousy as long as his own family prospered. Presently, the Zhou family was in decline, their numbers dwindling, and the younger generation had grown up together, fostering deep bonds akin to brothers. Everyone harbored hopes for their family's improvement. Yet, should the Zhou family become powerful in the future, it might give rise to petty rivalries and even fraternal discord. Soon, Zhou Changhe made his way to his own room, where the Sun Lady awaited him. If only he could also have a child with celestial affinity, their family might rise sooner. Zhou Hong traversed several doorways until he arrived at a door. The rear courtyard was strictly off-limits to the guards, leaving only the womenfolk present, and at that moment, the area was devoid of anyone. After surveying his surroundings, he pushed the door open, revealing Zhou Minghu and a 4- or 5-year-old child. Zhou Xuanya, the second son of Zhou Ping. Greetings, uncle, they said respectfully. Zhou Hong nodded with satisfaction, pleased that both of his brother's children possessed celestial affinities, ensuring the family's legacy would be upheld. His own eldest son, Zhou Changhe, was mature and composed, while his second son, Zhangxi, though somewhat indecisive in temperament, was kind-hearted and demonstrated a modicum of talent in martial arts. His youngest, Zhang'an, was a lively and mischievous boy, yet a keen learner. Despite their family's modest size, they lacked mediocrity or waywardness, and prosperity was surely within their grasp. Indeed, Xuanya is quite obedient, Zhou Hong remarked, ruffling Zhou Xuanya's hair. Uncle will be here watching over you. Please focus on your cultivation. Although Zhou Hong and Zhou Changhe were unfamiliar with the path of cultivation, they often provided encouragement, wary of being discovered by the maids or guards. Yes, uncle, Zhou Minghu replied respectfully, settling down to meditate. Since experiencing the turmoil in the county, he had matured considerably, understanding the importance of humility and discretion in the absence of strength. Over the past 5 years of arduous training, he had already completed the process of drawing qi into his body and circulating it, achieving 5 strands of spiritual energy within. Once he reached his personal limits, he would be able to attempt to break through. However, Zhou Minghu sensed that to fully saturate his energy, he would require at least another year or two, primarily due to the thin spiritual energy in Bai Creek Village, which hampered his progress. He planned to master several techniques over the coming months before venturing into the mountains, both to accompany Zhou Ping and to continue his cultivation. Zhou Ping had chosen to reside in seclusion due to familial obligations. Even when he occasionally descended from the mountain, the solitude was profound. As a son, he could not bear to allow his father to endure such loneliness. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanya, a small figure, diligently practiced the qi drawing technique taught by Zhou Minghu. Drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy, Zhou Xuanya had been born after Zhou Ping had left the Zhou family. Even if he returned occasionally, a child of such tender years could hardly remember. Therefore, his cultivation had always been a relay. Zhou Ping taught Zhou Minghu, who then taught Zhou Xuanya. This arrangement rendered Zhou Xuanya unfamiliar and even fearful of Zhou Ping, as their few encounters often left him in tears. Brother, I've gathered a strand of spiritual energy, he exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Zhou Minghu. Xuanya is truly remarkable. Zhou Minghu smiled and patted his younger brother's head but suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. In the past, Zhou Ping had praised him in the same manner. Yet now, their father was no longer by their side. Brother, what's wrong? Zhou Xuanya asked. tilting his head in confusion. Zhou Minghu regained his composure and gently replied, I am fine, Xuanya. You must continue to cultivate diligently. Yes, yes, Xuanya will. Zhou Hong observed the harmonious scene between the two brothers, smiling as he turned to leave the room. He settled on a stone bench in the rear courtyard, gazing at the swaying stars above, and couldn't help but sigh. The courtyard was increasingly cramped. Soon, Zhangxi and Zhang'an would establish their own families, necessitating separate rooms for Minghu and Xiniat. It appeared they would need to expand the estate further. Otherwise, it would become quite unsafe. After all, the cultivation of Zhou Minghu and his brother was of utmost importance to the family. Apart from Zhou Ping, only Zhou Changhe was privy to this information. The rest of the household, despite living under the same roof, were kept in the dark. The unfortunate fate of the Liu family served as a cautionary tale. The more individuals who knew, the greater the danger to their own family. Moreover, the children were growing up, and with numerous women and guards in the household, the space was increasingly insufficient. He recalled how, when his brother proposed constructing a larger courtyard, Zhou Dashan had vehemently opposed it, claiming it was unnecessarily grand. Yet, in merely a decade's span, it has become insufficient. How swiftly time passes. Gazing at the crescent moon in the heavens, Zhou Hong could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He wondered how his younger brother fared in the mountains. Zhou Ping had sacrificed so much for their family, and now, he endured humiliation and hardship in seclusion, separated from his son, the elder brother. Zhou Hong felt deep shame and regret for not having taken better care of his sibling, allowing him to suffer in solitude within the mountains. Over the years, he had dared not indulge in even a moment of leisure, diligently managing the family affairs, burdened by the guilt of failing Zhou Ping. He endeavored to treat Zhou Minghu and his brother with utmost kindness, even surpassing his own children, not only because they were his nephews, but also to alleviate the torment in his heart. Brother, it is I who have been ineffectual. Chapter 35. The enigmatic fox. Meanwhile, far in the forest, Zhou Ping's appearance had remained largely unchanged, yet his time spent in deep meditation and several attempts to break through barriers had allowed the spiritual energy within him to accumulate to 11 strands. Inching closer to the threshold of 16. However, he had reached a point of stagnation. His innate talent loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, cruelly severing his path to advancement. This was the lament of the majority of Qi awakening cultivators. It was not due to a lack of diligence or effort, but rather an inherent deficiency in potential, rendering their aspirations for the celestial path utterly hopeless. Especially after investing 5 to 10 years to reach the pinnacle of Qi awakening, only to find themselves forever barred from the Grand Tao. How could they not feel despair and heartache? Some, accepting their fate, would descend the mountain after a few more years of fruitless striving, establishing families and living as carefree wealthy men, while others, resolute in their pursuits, would continue to battle endlessly, ultimately perishing on the mountain. A lamentable fate indeed. Though Zhou Ping was discontent, he was not one to cling stubbornly to his ambitions. He cherished the memory of his parents and brother, and now bore the weight of the entire Zhou family in his heart. If the family prospered with descendants aplenty, he would find no reason for discontent. As long as Minghu succeeds in his cultivation, I need not remain hidden in these mountains forever. Standing on the cliff, he gazed longingly at Baishi village, a sense of melancholy washing over him. He wondered how Xuanya was faring. The last time he saw her, she was still so small. Memories flooded back of his last secretive return home, when he had hoped to draw closer to Xuanya, only to be met with her wailing upon seeing him, igniting a pang of sorrow in his heart. A child unable to recognize his father, a family unable to reunite in the past 5 years. The continual overtures from the Wang and Sun families had led Zhou Ping to gradually lower his guard, even contemplating a return home to be with his family. However, 2 years prior, a Qi awakening cultivator from the neighboring Lin family village had returned home to great fanfare, only to be brutally killed in his sleep one fateful night, serving as a dire warning that resonated deeply within him. How could Zhou Ping afford to be careless? As long as his own family did not rise, he could not dare to reveal himself to the world. After all, it was his hidden presence that kept the Wang and Sun families at bay. Just as Zhou Ping reminisced about his family, he suddenly heard rustling in the nearby woods, causing his heart to race. He instinctively activated his techniques, gripping a large blade tightly, and cautiously turned his attention to the source of the sound. After years in these mountains, he had encountered various wild beasts, even witnessing giant insects and black bears. Although animals typically fled from his aura, he remained vigilant. Suddenly, a vivid red fox leapt from the underbrush. Its fur strikingly vibrant. Upon seeing Zhou Ping, the fox's intelligent eyes flickered with disappointment. Such a formidable creature. Zhou Ping's heart raced. He sensed the potent demonic aura emanating from the red fox. It was a formidable spirit beast. His body stiffened, cold sweat pouring from his brow, paralyzed with fear, lest he provoke the fox's wrath. Even though he recognized his inability to confront it, he frantically sought an escape route. This was a considerable distance from Daong Mountain, where even transformed demons were scarce, yet here stood a formidable spirit beast. Zhou Ping lamented, casting a glance at the cliff behind him. Although the drop was perilous, with a misstep leading to certain death. A winding river lay below. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, he could survive by leaping in. Seeing that the red fox showed no signs of aggression, Zhou Ping mustered the strength to suppress his terror. Spirit beasts that had attained sentience could communicate, much like some creatures within Qingyun's sect, which could even speak human language with proper guidance. Judging by the fox's demeanor, it was likely not a vicious monster. Perhaps they could engage in conversation. Hu Li, a descendant of the celestial fox ancestor from Daong Mountain, had been wandering the mountains out of boredom when it sensed a decent aura from the thinly populated foothills. Initially mistaking it for a spirit beast worthy of recruitment, only to discover it was a human. Although it had never encountered a human before, it had heard many tales from its kin. "Human, what brings you to Daong Mountain?" Zhou Ping was taken aback, astonished that the mountain spirit could indeed understand human speech. Could this fox be a descendant of the great demons of Daong Mountain? Inheriting their legacy? He bowed respectfully. "I mean no harm. I simply reside nearby in seclusion, and I have never harmed any living being in these mountains. I hope you will not take offense." Hu Li, however, was unimpressed, sensing Zhou Ping's lack of malevolence. It was not one of the savage beasts of the mountains, disinterested in human flesh. Suddenly, it recollected something, saying, "I have heard that humans possess many delectable treats. Fetch some for me, and I shall not treat you poorly. I am curious to taste what delights your kind has to offer." Zhou Ping's eyes lit up with joy. Unlike humans, spirit beasts were not inherently treacherous. Though they might be unpredictable, they also possessed a certain innocence. From the fox's words, it seemed unlikely it would harm him. Furthermore, this could potentially become an opportunity for the Zhou family. Daong Mountain was filled with treasures. Yet it was the domain of spirits. Few would dare venture too deep within, however. If he could win over this fox, it might casually drop some treasures that could aid in his cultivation. "I shall certainly fulfill your request, but I am unsure how to find you again." Hu Li glanced around, finally looking skyward. "When the next full moon arrives, I shall return. You must be prepared with that." Hu Li cast a glance at the distant Baishi village, likely the human's home. This sight caused Zhou Ping's heart to tremble. He felt a deep unease at the thought of the fox remembering Baishi village. Should he fail to satisfy its demands, it could spell disaster. With that, Hu Li disappeared into the forest. The energy in this outer mountain area was exceedingly thin, and it found the environment somewhat uncomfortable. Only once Hu Li had completely departed did Zhou Ping find some semblance of calm. Collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat as his mind raced, it was likely that the fox had been drawn to his aura. Though he was some distance from Daong Mountain, it was still close enough to alert the greater demons. Fortunately, it was a benevolent creature. Had it been a bloodthirsty beast, Zhou Ping shuddered at the thought. During his next training session, he would need to seek a more concealed location. He must never practice atop this cliff again. After calculating the time, he realized it was already the 13th of June. With less than 2 days until the full moon, it was too late to send someone to the county town, so Zhou Ping would have to make the journey himself. After hastily packing his belongings and securing his dwelling, Zhou Ping set off towards Qingshui County town. He had considered reporting the incident to the authorities, but time constraints rendered that impractical, and he doubted the court would intervene. First, the fox had not harmed anyone. Second, It had remained within the bounds of Daong Mountain, never encroaching upon human territories. In fact, should any misfortune befall Baishi village, the court would likely turn a blind eye, given that Daong Mountain was a well-known realm of demons. Zhou Ping sighed, realizing he could only take one step at a time. Chapter 36. The magical artifact upon the cliff. Huli savored the pastries Zhou Ping had prepared, its tail wagging in delight. Ah, human food is truly delectable. Zhou Ping stood respectfully to one side, not daring to make a sound. Once Huli finished the treats, still licking its paws with satisfaction, it cast a glance at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. You did well. These treats are yours to keep. Huli opened his mouth and astonishingly expelled a heap of dilapidated weapons, including swords and spears, all corroded with rust, seemingly ready to shatter at the slightest touch. These relics were unearthed from the vicinity of Derong Mountain, remnants of the fierce battles fought between the human and demon races centuries ago. Since they served no purpose, he decided to present them as a gift to this human. Zhou Ping was taken aback. He had expected that this fox demon would offer him nothing more than some ordinary herbs. But to his surprise, it was weaponry. Despite their worn appearance, these arms retained their integrity and might even possess the essence of magical artifacts. Little did he know that if Huli were to offer him herbs, he would be reluctant to do so. After all, these lowly and battered weapons were of no use to the demons, while herbs and spiritual fruits were invaluable for enhancing cultivation. Even a simple mountain ginseng would not be given away lightly. Thank you, Senior, Zhou Ping said, deeply bowing. Magical artifacts were treasures he had never dared to dream of. Even a single piece could fetch dozens or hundreds of spiritual stones. Moreover, the energy required to activate them was immense. Even at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, he might not have enough energy to activate one even once. He never anticipated that amidst the human race's treachery, the demon race could be so sincere. If even a few of these weapons were functional, they could unleash extraordinary might, allowing him to suppress the Wang and Sun clans without having to hide in the depths of the mountains any longer. Next time, I shall prepare some delicacies. There will be ample rewards for you, Huli said, noticing Zhou Ping's delighted expression. Feeling a twinge of pride, it was unclear to him what these items were truly worth. He had only heard the clan elder mention that humans could wield them, yet they were exceedingly weak and could be easily destroyed. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety about presenting them, as they were merely scrap metal to him. If they were deemed unworthy as a gift, it might tarnish his status. Huli was somewhat of an anomaly among the Fox clan. Unlike other demons who reveled in bloodshed, his noble lineage made him quite empathetic, earning him the affection of the celestial foxes. Rather than being a mere beast that had attained sentience, he was more akin to a spiritually attuned entity. Zhou Ping was fortunate. Had he encountered another formidable demon, he might have already met his demise. Of course, it was only Huli who would venture out to this sparsely populated area, while other demons preferred to remain hidden deep within Derong Mountain. I shall certainly do so, Senior, Zhou Ping replied respectfully. As he raised his head, he noticed Huli gazing intently at him, causing a moment of panic. Oh, not be afraid. I do not consume human flesh. The impurities within the human body would hinder my cultivation, Huli assured him, his fur shimmering with a vibrant sheen. Now, take a look at these items. As he spoke, Huli feigned disinterest, licking his fur as if he were not observing Zhou Ping. Only then did Zhou Ping breathe a sigh of relief and approach the weapons for a thorough inspection. Huli, out of the corner of his eye, scrutinized Zhou Ping's actions, eager to understand how these human artifacts functioned. After rummaging through the pile, Zhou Ping finally discovered 3 weapons of notable potency. The rest were merely scrap metal. It was also possible that these weapons had originally been magical artifacts, or even more powerful treasures. But centuries of wear had rendered their inscriptions ineffective, reducing them to mundane objects. The 3 remaining usable artifacts included a small sword, a palm-sized shield, and a bronze array disc. The array disc was the most intact, and although its effects remained untested, it held significant potential for the Zhou clan. The sword and shield, however, were in much worse condition. When Zhou Ping infused a slight amount of spiritual energy into the sword, he felt it surge with formidable power, its sharpness manifesting like a tangible force. Yet, He sensed that the numerous inscriptions within the sword, already damaged, began to crumble further, prompting him to hastily withdraw his energy. Even a novice like him could estimate that the sword had at most 3 to 5 uses left before it would shatter completely. The shield, while slightly better off than the sword, could manage only a few more uses. However, it was precisely because both weapons were so damaged that he could activate them with his limited spiritual energy. Nonetheless, even with this, Zhou Ping had to expend all his energy to unleash their might. It was no wonder that magical artifacts could only be wielded by those who had reached the qi refining stage. Not only were they costly, but their energy consumption was immense, making them unsuitable for cultivators below that level. Even the most gifted disciples in the qi awakening stage possessed only a handful of spiritual energy, enough to unleash a complete artifact once or twice before exhausting themselves. If they missed their target, they would find themselves in dire straits. In comparison, wielding ordinary weapons or talismans would be far more practical for those at the qi awakening stage. However, the Zhou clan's situation was different. They were not contending with cultivators, but rather with common villagers. What they desperately needed was powerful weaponry to assert their dominance. "Thank you, senior. I shall repay your kindness 100-fold in the future," Zhou Ping exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply. Hu Li's gift of weaponry was akin to a timely boon for the Zhou clan. Freeing Zhou Ping from the need to hide from the Wang and Sun clans in the mountains, Hu Li, however, felt somewhat indifferent. Having felt the weapon's power, he deemed them barely sufficient to match a full-strength attack from a beginner in the qi refining stage. Hardly enough to pierce his FURD. No wonder the clan elder remarked that human artifacts were weak. They truly were. "Prepare me more delicacies. I have plenty of these," Hu Li declared, his thoughts pure and untainted. Akin to a child of 10, desiring to exchange these old trinkets for delectable human pastries. Zhou Ping readily agreed. As long as even 1 or 2 of the weapons were useful, it would be worth any number of pastries in return. "Then I shall wait here every month. Does that suit you, senior?" Zhou Ping inquired respectfully. Hu Li pondered for a moment, but shook his head, realizing that frequent visits would arouse suspicion from the clan elders. Moreover, the clan's territory was hundreds of miles away, and he was reluctant to travel. "Wait for me every 3 months. If I do not arrive, leave the items in your cave, and I will come to collect them," Hu Li instructed. Zhou Ping quickly added, "Senior, these pastries cannot be stored for long. I hope you won't be displeased if they spoil." He feared that if they were left too long, they might spoil by the time Hu Li came to collect them, leading to his ire being directed at him or even White Creek Village. Hu Li shrugged off the concern, saying, "If they spoil, I will send my kin to find you in that village. You can prepare another batch then." He had no intention of sending demons into the village, but foxes were naturally perceptive, and even ordinary foxes could locate him. "I shall obey," Zhou Ping replied respectfully. With that, Hu Li stood up and, without looking back, darted into the forest, heading toward the majestic Durong Mountain. "This human's aura is so weak. He won't just perish one day, will he?" Halfway down the path, Hu Li suddenly turned to glance back at the cliff. He was not particularly concerned about Zhou Ping. Rather, it was because Zhou Ping was the first human he had encountered, evoking a unique sentiment in him. Much like a child cherishing their first toy. Watching Hu Li's retreating figure, Zhou Ping felt a pang of envy. If only he could attain the qi refining stage, not only would he live for over 100 years, but he could also establish himself in his home, suppressing all petty miscreants, allowing his family to ascend to the ranks of the immortal clans. His deep-seated envy transformed into a sigh, laden with the bitterness of unfulfilled aspirations. Zhou Ping did not rush home. He intended to thoroughly study the shield and array disc to understand their functions. Only by grasping their effects could he prepare adequately for the challenges ahead. After several rounds of testing, he finally unraveled the secrets of the 3 artifacts. The small sword required the expenditure of over 8 strands of spiritual energy to unleash a flying sword light, which could be controlled by the wielder, reaching a maximum distance of 10 zhang. However, the further it traveled, the greater the energy consumption. Most importantly, it had only 4 uses left, each invaluable. The shield was a versatile artifact that could be activated with over 6 strands of spiritual energy, transforming into a massive shield of 1 zhang in size, capable of both defense and offense. It, too, had only 5 uses remaining, but its lower energy consumption meant Zhou Ping planned to entrust it to Ming Hu, who resided at home and could surprise any intruders. As for the final array disk, Zhou Ping was not a formation master, so he could not comprehend its effect. He knew that formations required auxiliary flags to function properly, and without them, the disk would be ineffective. Now, with only the array disk remaining, even if he understood its effects, he wouldn't be able to utilize it anytime soon. He rose, tidied up the various garments in the cave, and concealed the entrance before heading toward White Creek Village. This time, he would see if the Wang and Sun clans dared to resort to underhanded tactics, as the day was still young and the servants had not yet arrived to disturb him. He settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his energy to practice his cultivation, drawing upon the sparse spiritual essence of heaven and earth from all directions. Wisps of ethereal mist gradually coalesced from the surrounding environment, formless and intangible, until they finally converged at the energy vortex in Zhou Minghu's lower abdomen, where they condensed into a thread of spiritual energy, emanating a faint white glow before merging into the vortex. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Minghu exhaled a cloud of turbid air, a smile of joy gracing his features. Remarkably, he had gathered this thread of spiritual energy in just half a month. A swift accomplishment indeed. His internal spiritual energy had amassed to no less than 7 threads, and he estimated that with a few more months of diligent practice, he could reach his limits. At that point, with 2 Qi Ling realm cultivators stationed, his father would no longer be confined to the mountains. The cultivation of the Qi Ling realm was not inherently difficult, especially after forming the energy vortex. It was merely a matter of refining spiritual energy to nurture oneself. Once he reached his limits, he could attempt to open his spiritual orifices. This was also the reason why several families, upon learning of the Liu family's cultivation techniques, resolutely exterminated them, fearing that in a few years, the Liu family might produce an immortal, which would be hard to contend with. Zhou Minghu mused to himself, aware that even if he became a Qi Ling realm cultivator, the spiritual energy within him would not be sufficient to deal with many mortals. The Wang and Sun families combined had over 100 members, with at least 40 or 50 able-bodied men among them. Even if he included his father and a dozen household servants, it would be insufficient to match half of the Wang and Sun families, let alone in a life-and-death crisis where the loyalty of those servants might be in question. After all, human hearts are fickle, especially when bound only by a paper contract devoid of blood ties. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Minghu felt a flicker of resentment towards Zhou Hong. Even though he understood that his father was compelled to act for the sake of the family, he could not help but question why his uncle's family enjoyed harmony while his father remained trapped in the mountains. Unable to reunite with them, at that moment, he sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching the main gate of the estate, causing his eyes to narrow instinctively as he activated the golden light technique. One of the more powerful offensive spells left by Zhou Ping, capable of slicing through wood and bone with the precision of a blade. Who was this cultivator? Zhou Minghu's mind raced as he prepared to rise and awaken the servants, only to realize that the aura felt oddly familiar. "Open the door, I have returned," came Zhou Ping's voice from the main entrance, instantly filling Zhou Minghu with joy as he dashed towards the gate. The commotion within the household erupted upon hearing the call. The second master has returned. Zhou Hong was awakened by the servants. Unable to don proper attire, he rushed out in a sheer garment, exclaiming with excitement, "Is my brother back?" Lin followed closely behind, her demeanor respectful, for the wealth their family currently possessed stemmed entirely from this uncle. In one of the rooms, Qian Yinxia was overwhelmed with joy. Waking the slumbering Zhou Xinyan, your father has returned." Since Zhou Ping's retreat into the mountains, even though Zhou Hong had never shown favoritism, Qian Yinxia still felt lonely, especially when compared to the Lin family, where they seemed to have the upper hand. Zhou Xinyan, still groggy, sat up, and instead of joy, fear clouded his face upon hearing his mother's words. He had seen Zhou Ping too seldom, and only in his childhood, rendering him unfamiliar and even fearful of that figure. Qian Yinxia hurried to dress Zhou Xinyan, cradling him as they made their way to the main entrance. "Old master, old madam, the second master has returned," a maid softly announced before Zhou Dashan and his wife. The elderly couple, initially stunned, soon burst into tears, trembling as they made their way to the entrance, nearly faltering without the support of the maid. On the other side, Zhou Changhe and Sun were eagerly advancing toward the front courtyard. Sun, being prudent by nature, lagged behind slightly. Though she had never met Zhou Ping, she had long heard the legends of the second master of the Zhou family. Even her marriage to Zhou Changhe was a gesture from the Sun family to curry favor with the Zhou family. Zhou Changxi held the hand of the slightly older Zhou Chang'e, following closely behind his brother. They were both somewhat intimidated and unfamiliar with their uncle Zhou Ping. Even Zhou Changxi, who had been nurtured in the rear courtyard and had a gentle disposition, was distanced from Zhou Ping, let alone Zhou Chang'an, who had never seen him before. Despite the Zhou family being only 3 generations old, distinctions had already emerged. Not only were there differences between the first and second families, but even among the 3 Zhou brothers, there existed a degree of estrangement. Zhou Changhe, now managing a portion of the Zhou family's affairs, had established his own household. Despite having ample time, he was cautious in overseeing Zhou Minghu and his brother, leading to a less intimate relationship with his siblings. As the gates swung open, Zhou Ping stood at the threshold, witnessing a sea of faces, the majority being servants and family members, which filled him with a sense of warmth and joy. "The Zhou family has a future," he exclaimed. "My son, you've endured hardships in the mountains." Huang stepped forward, her frail form embracing Zhou Ping as she wept uncontrollably. Zhou Ping gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Mother, I am fine. I have returned." Zhou Dashan, on the other hand, silently shed tears, resembling a stoic rock, quietly expressing his emotions. On the day of the massacre, he had stood vigil with his eldest son, often calling upon the brothers Xinyan and Minghu to sit by his side, wishing to shield them from undue sorrow. Zhou Ping composed himself and addressed the silver-haired Zhou Hong to his side. "Elder brother, I have returned and will not leave again. That is good, that is good." Zhou Hong joyfully wiped his tears. Over the years, he had felt immense guilt and hardship, diligently managing the family business, never daring to relax for a single day, fearing he would let down his brother. Behind them, the gathered servants bowed their heads, afraid to look up, each harboring their own thoughts. If the second master had returned, surely the second family would rise in prominence. These servants, dependent on their respective masters for their livelihoods, naturally desired a better life. Should they find favor in the second house, their rewards might significantly increase. Several servants had already devised plans to approach Zhou Shi and Hu Weixiang, the housekeeper and the matron of the rear courtyard, respectively, hoping that a few coins would secure their service to one of the masters. Such arrangements were clearly orchestrated by Zhou Hong, as Hu Weixiang was Zhou Hu's consort, signifying the family's esteem, while Chunlan, Zhou Shi's consort, managed the front courtyard ladies, preventing any one faction from becoming too powerful. "Uncle, let us head home. It is windy outside, and one might catch a chill," Zhou Changhe suggested. Zhou Minghu's eyes glistened with moisture as he spoke to Zhou Ping. "Indeed, father, it is illogical to linger at the gate. It would be better to return home where it is warm." Only then did Zhou Ping realize that most of his family were clad in thin garments, prompting a surge of guilt within him. "Let us go inside," he urged, supporting Huang as they moved toward the home. "Mother, quickly don an extra layer. Do not catch a cold." Zhou Changhe called out to Chunlan. "Sister Lan, prepare several dishes. Let us celebrate this momentous occasion." "Of course, young master," replied a woman in her 20s as she retreated. As Zhou Ping made his way halfway, he noticed an elderly, hobbled man among the burly guards. Bowing slightly, "Su Bo, you have worked hard. The second master has made me feel ashamed. Otherwise, I would not be able to enjoy a life free from worry at this age." The old man chuckled, his eyes sparkling with joy at being treated with such regard by his master. He was the old soldier Zhou Ping had recruited 5 years prior, who had since been teaching the guards martial skills, with several of the Zhou children practicing under his guidance. "What of Zhengbo?" Zhou Ping inquired. "A school has been established in the village. Zhengbo has gone there to teach," Zhou Changhe replied. Zhou Ping nodded, saying nothing further, then turned his gaze toward Chen Yanxiu and the small, timid figure shrinking behind her. Their eyes met, and Chen's tears flowed freely, her voice choked with emotion. Despite harboring deep-seated grievances, she was but an ordinary woman, unable to suppress her longing for her husband. Zhou Ping reached out, taking Chen's hand, but as he attempted to caress Zhou Xinyan beside her, the child instinctively recoiled in fear, leaving Zhou Ping with a tumult of emotions, a bittersweet ache in his heart. Come, let us go home. I will not leave again. Chapter 38. The stirring of two families while the Zhou family reveled in their joyous reunion. News of Zhou Ping's return naturally reached the Wang and Sun families. The Sun family residence. The patriarch sat in his chair, furrowing his brow. How dare Zhou Erlang return? Is he not afraid of being secretly murdered by our families? Patriarch, should we send my sister to ascertain his situation in a few days? If possible, we can eliminate Zhou Erlang, and Baishi village will be ours to command, suggested a man to his side. The patriarch of the Sun family nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Erlang was not a fool. It was highly likely he had acquired some means to protect himself from their schemes. Otherwise, why would he return so abruptly? He originally believed that Zhou Ping would remain in the mountains for a lifetime, and had even contemplated encouraging the Sun family daughter to bear several children, ensuring that their lineage would dominate the Zhou family, thereby gradually swallowing up the Zhou family's foundation. It is only natural for an uncle to assist his nephew in solidifying the family business, regardless of the context. However, now that Zhou Ping has returned and shows no intention of leaving again, it has inevitably sparked some thoughts within him. After all, while the strategy of waiting and gradually undermining the Zhou family's legacy is feasible, the lengthy time frame makes it susceptible to unforeseen changes. Should a child with celestial potential unexpectedly emerge from the Zhou family, or if they find success through other means, the schemes of both families could crumble, forcing them to bow and scrape before the Zhou family. Even though such possibilities seem remote, given enough time, they cannot be entirely ruled out. Moreover, he is considerably older than the head of the Wang family, and fears that upon his death, the clan might splinter, leading to petty squabbles. Zhou Ping, being in the prime of his life, could ultimately exploit any weaknesses in their plans. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Sun family devised a plan. The one in urgent need is not himself, but rather the head of the Wang family. Recently, the Wang family patriarch caught a chill and has been coughing persistently since, appearing gravely ill despite the ailment being relatively minor. His advanced age exacerbates the situation, making it seem as though he is suffering from a severe illness. The patriarch himself harbors concerns about not waking up one day. More troubling is the fact that the young master of the Wang family lacks sufficient prestige to command the authority over the 4 branches and 6 houses of the Wang family. Should the patriarch pass away suddenly, even if the family maintains a fade of stability, internal discord would surely ensue. If he discreetly nudges things along, it is possible that the Wang patriarch, in his worry, might take drastic actions. Mingqing, go to the village and spread the word that Zhou Erlang has returned. The Sun family patriarch gestured to the side, then added that Zhou Erlang is in excellent health and capable of subduing both wolves and tigers. A middle-aged man named Sun Mingqing stepped forward. Upon hearing his elder's words, he paused for a moment, then seemed to recall something, bowing slightly as he replied, "Nephew understands." The Sun family patriarch watched Mingqing depart with a sense of satisfaction. He still has a few good years left, and if he can cultivate Mingqing into a capable head of the family, he could secure the future of the Sun family's legacy. This is the lamentable reality for families of their stature. Despite appearing prosperous, they often lack a strong leader. If the family head does not possess the requisite virtue and esteem, they cannot unify the clan, leading to fragmentation and even division. The Qin family serves as a prime example. While it seemed that the Bai family's troubles led to the Qin family's bankruptcy, it was actually the total destruction of Qin Yuanqing's decades-long prestige that caused the clan's loyalty to falter, ultimately resulting in their dissolution. Conversely, as long as Zhou Ping remains, no matter how many petty factions arise, the Zhou family will not face disintegration. For Zhou Ping is a celestial master. The question now is whether the old Wang will fall for the bait and dare to test the waters with the Zhou family. If Zhou Ping possesses the means, the Sun family will immediately adopt a more reserved demeanor, fostering a harmonious relationship, but if he lacks such capabilities, they cannot blame the harshness of fate. Elder Wang. Look, this is your great-grandson. A young woman presented a newborn infant to the Wang family patriarch, her face radiating pride. The patriarch reclined in a rocking chair, his complexion frail, yet a joyful smile broke through as he extended his withered hands to receive the child, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. The urgent sound echoed. The old man's veins bulged painfully, his face turning crimson, causing the woman to anxiously pat his back. A middle-aged man with a short beard hurried over. Administering a concoction, which alleviated the patriarch's distress, half squatting beside the elder, he asked, "Grandfather, are you all right?" "I am fine." The Wang family patriarch gazed at the infant, yearning to hold him, but found himself utterly drained of strength. Letting out a despondent sigh, "I am old, of no use." "You are not old, grandfather." The middle-aged man took the child and gently rubbed the elder's hand against the infant's tender cheek, causing the roughened fingers to leave a red mark. Prompting the baby to wail in a flurry, the man handed the infant back to the woman, exclaiming, "Quickly take him away, lest you disturb grandfather's rest." The woman hurriedly departed, anxious not to disrupt the elder's recuperation. "Adieu, one must act with prudence. Otherwise, how can one uphold a family?" The patriarch grasped the middle-aged man's hand, his eyes filled with hope, earnestly advising. This was his grandson Wang Du, the heir he deemed most suitable to lead the family. Unlike his brother's offspring, who were all frivolous and short-sighted. "Grandfather, I understand everything you say, but I am worried about you." Wang Du's eyes welled with tears. Sigh. The Wang family patriarch lamented how he wished to live a few more years, so that Wang Du could solidify his position as the family head. Yet, now he is bedridden, and Wang Du's authority is insufficient to reign in the others. Entrusting the family to him would surely lead to chaos. But placing it in the hands of the frivolous would be even more precarious. During his illness, the fourth and fifth branches have already been embroiled in disputes over land, and should he die? It is uncertain how fierce the conflicts would become. A thriving lineage brings both blessings and burdens. The Wang family has stood for 70 years, with some branches having passed through 5 generations. Undeniably prosperous. Yet, the consequence is an ever-growing family, with kinship becoming increasingly tenuous, giving rise to countless grievances. As the elder and patriarch, he can still maintain order among the families. But how can Wang Du impose order? In a moment, the Wang family patriarch was consumed with anxiety, irate at his sudden illness, lamenting why he had not cultivated Wang Du earlier. Yet, all his frustrations ultimately coalesced into a sigh. Then, recalling the hushed conversations among the clansmen that morning, he inquired, "Has Zhou Erlang returned?" Wang Du had initially intended to keep this from his grandfather, instructing others not to mention it in front of the patriarch. Now, he could only recount everything. He returned this morning and claimed he would not leave again. Currently staying at the Zhou family's estate without making an appearance, a surge of vitality coursed through the Wang family patriarch as he struggled to sit up. Zhou Erlang has returned. Does he know that his death may be imminent? Thus unafraid of their families? Or has he acquired some means? The elder's thoughts grew heavy as he considered various possibilities. Is there anything else? Wang Du hesitated, then replied, "Villagers say they saw Zhou Erlang carrying back a fierce tiger this morning." The Wang family patriarch scoffed coldly, instantly discerning that this was a rumor spread by the old son, aimed at provoking him to act against the Zhou family. Yet, this was a blatant scheme. And he found himself forced to engage. He harbored no fear of the Sun family, not only because their families were closely related by marriage, but also because the Sun family's situation was hardly better. Riddled with its own petty squabbles, even if the Sun family wished to act against the Wang family after his death, they would find themselves powerless to do so. The Zhou family, however, was different. Though fewer in number, they were united in purpose. He genuinely feared that after his demise, his own kin might, in their lust for power, unwittingly invite calamity upon themselves by bringing the Zhou family into their affairs. Or worse, that the Zhou family might strike first, and their once great legacy would become fodder for another. Have you handled the relationships as discussed? How did it go? All is well arranged. There is a man named Zhao Quan among the guards, who is greedy and licentious, easily manipulated. Wang Du replied. The schemes of their two families against the Zhou family extend beyond mere marriage alliances. They have also subtly infiltrated the servants and guards, covertly wooing the tenants. Had it not been for their apprehension of Zhou Ping, they would have long since devoured the Zhou family. The Wang family patriarch nodded slightly, suggesting they find a few ruffians from the neighboring village to test the waters with the Zhou family. Send Wang Yin as well. Instruct him that if he does not return, his family will be supported by the clan. Wang Du's expression shifted. Wang Yin was a member of the Wang family who had killed someone in his youth and had gone missing. In truth, he had returned to the clan, but only a few were aware of this. My grandson understands. He will ensure they have no ties to our family. Wang Du's eyes flickered as he slowly withdrew. Although they had heard many rumors of celestial masters being killed, those were merely tales. The incident involving the celestial master from Lin Village, who was murdered in his sleep, had occurred close to home, shattering the sacred aura surrounding celestial masters in the eyes of the ignorant villagers, diminishing their fear. The Wang family patriarch reclined in his chair, his eyes closed in rest, occasionally succumbing to coughs. While the old son wished him to confront the Zhou family and test Zhou Ping's capabilities, he was determined not to let his own kin take action, as that would leave no room for reconciliation with the Zhou family. For a family to flourish and endure, one must tread carefully, plotting several steps ahead while engaging in feigned cordiality with adversaries, preparing for multiple contingencies. Should the Zhou family grow strong, the Wang family would naturally bow and scrape in submission. If the Zhou family finds itself in a position of weakness, then it is only fair not to blame the law of the jungle, for the world is indeed unjust. For now, let those ignorant villagers, blinded by greed, pay with their lives to test the Wang family's resolve. Chapter 39. The father wields the sword, the son holds the shield in the Zhou family's grand residence. Zhou Ping summoned Zhou Minghu to the study and handed him a small shield. Zhou Minghu, puzzled by the diminutive size of the shield, inquired, "Father, what is this little shield?" After all, Zhou Ping had focused solely on teaching him the ways of cultivation over the years, leaving him with little knowledge of the common lore in the realm of practitioners. This is a magical artifact, a weapon only cultivators can wield. By channeling spiritual energy, it can unleash tremendous power, Zhou Ping explained, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With this artifact, even if the Wang and Sun families dare to conspire in the shadows, we can easily suppress them. Once refined, it will respond to your will like an extension of your own body. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Minghu's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that possessing such a treasure would ensure their family's safety. He promptly sat cross-legged and began the process of refinement, gradually infusing the artifact with his spiritual energy. Magical artifacts are indeed meant for cultivators at the qi refinement stage. Not only do they possess abundant spiritual energy, but they also develop a sense of consciousness. Although a qi refinement cultivator's consciousness may be weak and devoid of any formidable aura, it is sufficient to refine the artifact, preventing it from being easily seized by others. However, Zhou Minghu, as a mere novice at the awakening stage, could not fully refine it and could only imbue the artifact with his energy, familiarizing himself with it for future use. Yet, should he encounter a qi refinement practitioner in battle, the artifact would likely be snatched away in an instant. Fortunately, in the entire Qingshui County, only the Eastern Pingyun Huang clan had qi refinement practitioners, while the Western region was sparse in spiritual energy, making it unlikely for any qi refinement cultivators to linger there. Before long, Zhou Minghu opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face. He felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, and the small shield rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive shield nearly 10 feet wide, adorned with numerous fearsome cracks that emanated a faint pressure. Had the study not been spacious enough, it would have caused quite a commotion. With a mere thought, the shield began to whirl in his hands, creating a tempest within the study, causing books and furniture to rattle and scatter chaotically. "What a marvelous treasure!" Zhou Minghu exclaimed in exhilaration. The force of that strike must have been close to 1,000 pounds. Should it strike a person, it would surely result in grievous injuries. The area of effect was substantial, capable of overwhelming a crowd. This was infinitely superior to his previous golden light technique. It was indeed a celestial method. However, in the next moment, Zhou Minghu's expression changed as he felt his spiritual energy deplete entirely, leaving him utterly drained. The shield swiftly returned to its original size, resting in his palm, now bearing additional noticeable cracks on its surface. Zhou Ping could not help but chuckle at the sight. Even though the shield consumed relatively little energy, it was not something Zhou Minghu could command at will at this stage. After all, he currently possessed only 7 strands of spiritual energy, while the shield required over 6 strands to operate. His reckless failure to sever the connection with the shield allowed his energy to be entirely drained, leaving him in a state of disarray. While both the shield and the small sword were incomplete artifacts, capable of being used only a limited number of times, Zhou Ping did not consider this instance a waste. Each use familiarized Minghu with the artifact, increasing their chances of victory in future confrontations. By any measure, it was worth it. This artifact is a flawed object, and its uses are limited. Each instance is invaluable. Do not use it carelessly, Zhou Ping cautioned in battle. Do not pour all your spiritual energy into it at once. While it may amplify its power, failing to eliminate the enemy could plunge you into peril. I understand, Father, Zhou Minghu replied solemnly, feeling shame for having squandered such a precious family treasure. Zhou Ping continued, after my return home, the Wang and Sun families will surely not remain idle. They will act. When the time comes, we must strike with swift and thunderous force to intimidate them, ensuring they dare not entertain any nefarious thoughts. Allowing us to live in peace. Father speaks wisely. Only by becoming powerful enough to instill fear of overstepping will the Wang and Sun families submit to us, Zhou Minghu said respectfully. Zhou Ping nodded. From now on, I will diligently instruct you and Xianya in the ways of cultivation and the knowledge required. Our family is destined to become a prominent clan. It is imperative that we are well-versed in the realm of practitioners. Zhou Minghu felt somewhat perplexed. Although their family already had 3 practitioners, it did not guarantee that future generations would produce more. Nevertheless, his father was correct. Both he and Xianya should indeed familiarize themselves with the fundamentals of cultivation. Zhou Ping smiled with satisfaction and made to leave the room, pausing slightly to say, by the way. Zhou Minghu was taken aback and asked, Father, is there something else you wish to command? Make sure to tidy up this mess you've created. We wouldn't want the servants to notice, Zhou Ping said with a smile, opening the door to the study and kindly closing it behind him, leaving Zhou Minghu in a state of daze amidst the disarray. Earlier, he had summoned forth the shield with great flair and confidence, but in doing so, he had scattered books all over the study, truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Yet, he also understood that their family had only recently established itself, and many of the servants were merely hired hands, not entirely trustworthy. To allow the Wang and Sun families to perpetrate evil, secrecy was paramount. They needed to display a powerful strike to intimidate their foes while ensuring that the price they paid for their actions would instill fear in the Zhou family. People may not harbor excessive respect for authority, but they will live in perpetual fear of tyranny. When Zhou Minghu finally emerged, the study had returned to its original state. After ensuring that no one was watching, he made his way to the backyard. However, shortly after his departure, a servant made his way from the front yard toward the back, casting a casual glance at the study before continuing on his way. Since Zhou Ping's return, the Zhou family had embarked on extensive renovations, expanding the grand residence with 2 large courtyards on either side, transforming the estate into a colossal cross-shaped structure. They had employed many skilled masons and carpenters to refurbish the Zhou family residence. Zhou Dashan, rising from his sickbed, felt both gratified and nostalgic, realizing that the family's years of savings were about to be depleted. The Zhou family had established itself through kindness and benevolence, owning nearly 300 acres of land, with 40% of the villagers as their tenants. When Zhou Ping first returned, the family owned only a few acres and had to rent land from Lu Da to survive. Even when they eventually purchased land, the other families did not covet their modest holdings, as they amounted to only a few dozen acres. However, the situation was drastically different now. With nearly 300 acres, the Zhou family surpassed any of the Wang or Sun families in land holdings, yet they remained few in number, and their virtue did not match their wealth. Had the Zhou family possessed such land a decade ago, the other families would have long since conspired to undermine them. This was why Zhou Ping had remained hidden after the Lu family was exterminated. He feared the ruthless nature of the Wang and Sun families and recognized that their increased landholdings made them a target for greed. Building new homes attracted many people, creating a complex situation, and erecting high scaffolding on either side of the grand residence made it easy for accidents to occur. Should any ill-intentioned individuals wish to enter the premises, they could simply leap over the walls. This provided an opportunity for the Wang and Sun families to strike. After all, the ancient proverb states that one cannot guard against thieves forever. only by making the Wang and Sun families believe there is an opportunity to exploit could they be lured into a risky endeavor, thereby establishing control over them. Yet, despite the considerable opportunity, Zhou Ping and his son had been taking turns keeping watch for over a month, yet the Wang and Sun families showed no signs of making a move, which began to wear on their nerves. One night, Zhou Ping said, "Minghu, you should sleep. I will keep watch during the latter half of the night." He had dressed and approached Zhou Minghu, who was already exhausted from his vigil and, upon hearing his father's words, obediently lay down on the nearby bed and fell asleep. Zhou Ping then sat cross-legged nearby, practicing his breathing techniques, gripping the small sword in his palm, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As time passed, darkness enveloped the earth, and all fell into a deep slumber, leaving Baishi village in complete silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint sound drifted from outside. Crack! Zhou Ping, who had been meditating with his eyes closed to maintain his optimal state, suddenly opened his eyes wide, focusing on the outside. Just in time. Chapter 40. The thunderous strike in the side courtyard. Several figures cautiously climbed over a pile of dirt to enter the yard. The leader was a towering man named Wang Yin, known for his fierce and menacing demeanor. Following closely behind were several others, each with a sinister appearance, their eyes shifty and untrustworthy, as the saying goes. One's appearance reflects one's inner nature. They were nothing more than idle ruffians from a neighboring village, spending their days in petty theft and mischief. They had previously been bribed by a wealthy landowner from the adjacent village to murder a returning Qi awakening cultivator, which had only emboldened their audacity. Thus, the Wang family sought their services. Should it succeed, it would merely pertain to a matter of monetary gain. However, if it fails, it would be of no consequence to the Wang family. In their hands, they wielded sharp and formidable blades, exuding an aura of menace. Within the courtyard stood a vigilant guard named Zhao Quan, attired in a fitted uniform. He surveyed the surroundings before catching each of the individuals below as they descended. "What is the situation?" After all had safely landed, Wang Yin discreetly slipped a silver ingot, weighing 20 taels, into Zhao Quan's hand and subsequently inquired in a hushed tone. Zhao Quan, receiving the silver, beamed with delight, assuring, "Rest assured, I will keep watch tonight, and I shall not be discovered. I have also gathered intelligence on the Zhou family. At this hour, they are typically fast asleep. Although Zhou Changhe has deployed 2 teams of 4 guards for the night watch. As the saying goes, there are always countermeasures to policies. Once the Zhou family has retired for the night, these guards will inevitably grow lax. Zhao Quan's initiative to keep watch will be met with approval from the other guards. Eager to partake, by merely guiding them in, he stands to earn 20 taels of silver, and should the plan succeed, he would receive an additional 15 acres of land, freeing himself from servitude. How could Zhao Quan resist such temptation? The indolent ruffians, noticing a glimmer of silver in the darkness, felt their breaths quicken, their eyes ablaze with avarice. Wang Yin turned, speaking in a low voice, "If tonight's endeavor is successful, each of you shall receive 30 taels." One among them, a man named Lin Shirtu, sneered, "We have slain before. It is merely a matter of entering with a white blade and exiting with a red one, leaving no breath behind." The others around him displayed grinning, malevolent expressions, their weapons gleaming ominously. Technically speaking, the Zhou family had some blood relation with them. Zhou Hong's wife hailed from the Lin family. Yet, the slain sorcerer was of their own kin, and thus feared by the prominent families, ultimately leading to his demise. Should the price be right, even kin and friends could be slain, let alone a sorcerer of tenuous blood ties. Zhou Erlang is in the eastern room of the back courtyard. "I will lead you there," Zhao Quan declared, tucking the silver into his bosom. The group stealthily advanced towards the back courtyard, with Wang Yin trailing at the rear. The Wang family had tasked him with the assault on the Zhou family, not merely to assassinate Zhou Ping, but also to ensure that, in the event of failure, he would leave no survivors, never allowing the Zhou family to seize any incriminating evidence. Wang Yin, remember, if Zhou Erlang possesses any formidable abilities, you must fight fiercely. Do not let it implicate our family, do not worry. Your parents, wife, and children will be well cared for, had been Wang Du's words to him before the operation, along with a provision of 20 taels as a relocation fee. He was originally a fugitive murderer, hiding within the clan for survival. Guilt gnawed at him for failing to care for his parents, and if he could trade his worthless life for the happiness of his family, it would indeed be worthwhile. Zhao Quan pressed forward, his expression menacing. Should the plan succeed, he would not only gain wealth but no longer be a servant to anyone. Lin Shirtu fantasized about how to squander the acquired riches. The 4 or 5 individuals resembling ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Suddenly, the door separating the back courtyard burst open, an intense white light flooding in, blinding the men momentarily. Damn it, my eyes, run! Zhou Erlang has awakened. As panic ensued, a formidable presence erupted, a small sword darting forth from the back courtyard like a phoenix in flight, slicing through the crowd, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and dismemberment in its wake. Wang Yin trembled with fear, disregarding his visibility, swinging his large blade forward, cleaving into one man's neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With such prowess displayed by Zhou Erlang, he could not allow himself to be implicated. Zhou Ping, taken aback, had not anticipated an attempt on his life, but how could a mere mortal outpace a flying sword? His eyes narrowed as the small sword unleashed a tremendous force, cleaving Wang Yin in two. Flesh exploding. Ultimately, the family was implicated. The last vestige of Wang Yan's consciousness faded in regret. Zhou Minghu, witnessing such a horrific spectacle for the first time, trembled violently, unable to bear it, closing his eyes in distress. Open your eyes and witness. This world is unforgiving. If we do not kill them, they will annihilate the Zhou family. Zhou Ping reprimanded. He would not allow Zhou Minghu to be timid. Such cowardice could not uphold the future of the Zhou family. The chorus of reprimands and screams forced Zhou Minghu to quiver, yet he steeled himself to focus on the carnage before him. Once the blinding light receded, the small sword transformed back into a streak of light. Retreating into Zhou Ping's sleeve, his complexion slightly pale. Only Zhao Quan and Lin Shirtu remained alive, the rest reduced to mangled corpses, strewn across the ground. Sensing the approach of others, Zhou Ping roused Zhou Minghu, instructing him to employ the light spell, a minor technique typically used by cultivators for illumination. However, in the pitch darkness of night, it yielded astonishing results. The sudden brilliance temporarily blinded the assailants, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of the small sword. Awaiting their demise, the guards in the front courtyard were awakened by the cries, and upon witnessing such a ghastly scene, their faces turned pale with fear, some even retching uncontrollably. Zhao Quan, what have you done? Elder Su, dragging his weary frame over, remained composed despite his background as a battle-hardened veteran. Observing the massacre, he grasped the situation and fell to his knees before Zhou Ping, lamenting, "Second Master, it is I who have failed to teach properly, deserving of death 1,000 times over. Yet, I implore the Second Master to allow me to personally execute this wretch, to repay your kindness with my own demise." Zhao Quan, covered in countless wounds, was paralyzed with fear, kneeling and banging his head against the ground, trembling, "Second Master, spare me. It was but a moment of folly. I beg for your mercy." Elder Su, rise. This is not your fault, Zhou Ping replied slowly, casting a cold glance at the other guards, causing them to tremble and kneel. Elder Su's head was bloodied from his fervent bowing, and he picked up a short knife from the ground. Furious, ready to stab Zhao Quan. Having benefited from the Zhou family, how could he tolerate the betrayal of a guard he had trained? But suddenly, Zhou Minghu stepped forward, golden light erupting from his hands, and he pierced Zhao Quan's chest, cleaving his upper body in half. In an instant, fear gripped everyone, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The hidden groups outside the courtyard were equally horrified, fleeing frantically to their homes. The Zhou family not only possessed unparalleled sorceress might, but also a second sorcerer. Those emerging from the back courtyard were also horrified, their screams echoing. Zhou Hong and Zhou Changhe, suppressing their own fear, advanced, yet Lin Shirtu spotted the Lin clan's woman in the back courtyard, clinging to her like a lifeline. "Sister, it is me, Shirtu. Please save me. I do not wish to die." Zhou Changhe frowned, kicking him down, bellowing, "Do not utter nonsense. Tell me who sent you." At this moment, Even distant relatives would face death, let alone his own uncle. The Lin woman, despite a flicker of compassion, dared not utter a word in a life-and-death situation. Lin Shitu, fearing he would be too late, trembled and pointed at the remnants of Wang Yan's corpse, anxiously exclaiming, "It was Wang Yan from the Wang family." Zhou Ping scoffed. He knew much about the Wang family. And Wang Yan was a fugitive murderer, unsuspected to be harbored by them. Now, with this evidence in hand, he contemplated dismantling the Wang family. The Wang and Sun families had officials within the county, albeit minor, but they had the means to report to the authorities. Thus, to act against the Wang and Sun families could not be done as the Liu family had, with a massacre. It required cunning. Yet, he was the village chief of Baishi village, responsible for law and taxation. If someone were found harboring a murderer, it would inevitably fall upon him. He then commanded the guards, "Take Wang Yan and this fellow to the Wang family to demand justice." The guards, already paralyzed with fear, worried about repercussions from their masters, hastily grabbed Wang Yan's corpse and hastened towards the Wang family, not daring to delay. Zhou Ping discreetly passed the small sword to Zhou Minghu, who took up his shield, followed by a throng of people toward the Wang family. After all, the Wang family was numerous and powerful, and he lacked the spiritual energy to summon the small sword again. Although the remaining spiritual energy was insufficient to unleash the shield's full might, it would still serve as protection. As Zhou Ping departed, the ground was left soaked in blood. The servants and guards dared not look up at their master. Their previous confidence shattered. The distinction between a sorcerer and a sorcerer who unleashed a massacre was stark. In the minds of these servants, an indelible sense of awe and terror had taken root. "Clean this place," Zhou Minghu commanded, his voice raspy and abrasive, causing the servants to tremble with fear, forcing themselves to suppress their dread as they desperately cleaned the blood and filth from the ground. In that moment, he possessed greater authority than the long-serving Zhou Hong and his son. Meanwhile, upon hearing Sun Mingqing's report of Zhou Ping's sorceress abilities and Zhou Minghu's status as a sorcerer, the Sun family patriarch fell into a prolonged silence, eventually exhaling deeply. "From this day forth, Baishi village will bear the Zhou surname. Join me tomorrow morning to pay a visit to the Zhou family." He comprehended that the celestial techniques capable of instantaneously slaying multiple individuals were far beyond what the Sun family could contend with. Moreover, with the Zhou family possessing a second immortal master, the prospect appeared even more unattainable. Fortunately, his family had not made an early move, and they still maintained a familial alliance with the Zhou family. He had already devised plans to have his clan become a vassal family to the Zhou, ensuring at the very least the preservation of their lineage. Should the Zhou family prosper, it was conceivable that his own family might also ascend in fortune. As the saying goes, if the Zhou family were weak, the strong would prey upon the weak. If the Zhou family were strong, the Sun family would naturally bow and serve as their loyal retainers. Chapter 41. The sordid struggles on a pitch-black night. Torches blazed fiercely as several burly servants hurriedly transported the lifeless halves of Lin Shitu and Wang Yin, resembling dead dogs, towards the Wang family estate in Baishi village. Some families, lightly slumbering, were roused by the commotion outside. Peering through cracks in their doors, they were struck with terror, hastily retreating with their children to hide in the grain cellar. In an instant, Baishi village was engulfed in chaos and confusion. Zhou Ping, however, remained oblivious to the disturbance emanating from the surrounding houses, continuously cultivating his qi to restore his spiritual energy. Though the recovery was painfully slow during his movement, every bit of energy contributed to his self-preservation. Moreover, there was no time to waste. Procrastination could lead to unforeseen changes. His target of accountability was not the entire Wang family, but rather the family patriarch, aiming to sow discord among the various branches of the Wang clan. The distance between the Wang and Zhou families spanned the entirety of Baishi village, inevitably inciting unrest among a large portion of the populace. Old Qian, roused from his slumber, peered through a crack in the door with bleary eyes, which widened in sudden terror, revealing an unprecedented glimmer of clarity. He turned to glance back at his bed, where a middle-aged woman and a toddler lay. Why must our Chen family not witness the trials of the people? Since Chen Yinxiu married Zhou Ping, Old Qin had enjoyed a life of comfort, even taking a middle-aged woman as his second wife. and a few years prior, they had welcomed a robust son named Chen Fusheng. Though he harbored old grievances and blood feuds, those were remnants of his deceased mother's family. He himself carried the Chen surname. By offering the land deed once owned by the Chen family to Zhou Ping, he not only sought vengeance but also endeavored to secure a future for his own lineage. Now that the Zhou family was on the rise, and given the turmoil of the evening, it was likely that the Wang family would soon become a thing of the past. With the Zhou family being few in number, they would inevitably need to recruit from various sources. And as a member of the Zhou family's second branch, he would be far more easily controlled than the primary Lin lineage. With little room for decline, he sat before the bed and gently shook the woman awake. "Old man, what is happening at this late hour?" she murmured, still half asleep. "Tomorrow, you and I will take Fusheng to the Zhou family to meet his sister and several nephews," Old Chun replied softly. The woman, still dazed, could only respond vaguely, unaware of the significance this day would hold for the Chen family. Meanwhile, chaos reigned among the Wang family. The surroundings of the Wang family estate, which encompassed over 10 houses, were bustling with figures of all ages, some of whom had hastily donned their clothes before rushing towards the main courtyard. "What is happening?" a man inquired urgently. "The patriarch said that Zhou Erlang has killed one of our kin and is heading this way." This revelation incited a wave of fury among the Wang men. "Zhou Erlang truly has a death wish. We haven't provoked him, yet he dares to bully our family. Even if he is an immortal master, he shall meet his demise today. By the gods, who does Zhou Erlang think he is? Does he believe our Wang family to be a pushover?" The courtyard was filled with a throng of 30 to 40 individuals, all clamoring loudly. Yet, the 6 seated at the head of the gathering bore varying expressions. Some were elderly, while others were robust men, the decision-makers of the 4 branches of the Wang family, while the ordinary clan members remained oblivious. These 6 were acutely aware of the reality. They had failed in their assassination attempt and were now ensnared in a trap, and tonight, they would undoubtedly have to pay a price. The Wang family patriarch scanned the 5 others present, including his own younger brother, who was secretly vying for the position of the primary branch's leader. There were also distant nephews, further complicating the already tumultuous situation within the Wang family in the past. When his father established the family, there had been a younger brother, scarcely older than himself. This had led to the 3 branches of their family being widely dispersed, with a 4th branch descended from that younger brother. Due to the tenuous blood ties, the descendants of that younger brother had always been marginalized, unable to integrate with the other 3 branches, yet ironically, the small official from the Wang family hailed from that very branch and could not be ignored. Thus, while the Wang family appeared to thrive outwardly, beneath the surface, numerous petty disputes festered, and he could only tenuously maintain the facade. Upon learning of Wang Yan's death and the exposure of their plot, he hastily summoned the clan members, intent on using a one-sided narrative to unify them and then applying collective pressure to force Zhou Ping into submission. After all, they had a relative in the government. Even if he could not assist the family, should Zhou Ping act recklessly, it would naturally be reported to the authorities, where punishment would ensue. Fearing that he might be too late in addressing the situation, he was apprehensive about any potential mishaps arising from the other branches that could ultimately lead to the Wang family's downfall. Wang Du stood behind him, trembling slightly. He was merely a country boy raised on a farm, and even though he had received a few years of guidance from his grandfather, he had never encountered such a scene. Beside the Wang family patriarch sat a stout middle-aged man, seemingly indifferent, sipping tea leisurely. In terms of relations, he was the patriarch's cousin, the spokesperson for the younger brother's branch, named Wang Hui. On the other side, the patriarch's younger brother and 3 nephews exchanged furtive glances. Lost in their own calculations, for a moment, the majority of those in the courtyard shared a common enmity, yet the heads of the various branches wore different expressions, each assessing their own interests. How ironic indeed. When Zhou Ping finally arrived with a throng of servants, the courtyard remained in turmoil. 2 guards coldly cast Wang Yan's corpse to the ground, the blood still fresh, splattering everywhere, causing bystanders to retreat hastily, fearful of staining their garments. "Zhou Erlang, you have the audacity to throw a corpse in the ancestral hall of my Wang family," someone in the crowd bellowed angrily. Zhou Ping chuckled derisively. It is precisely because this is your ancestral hall that I have brought him here to acknowledge his lineage." Upon hearing this, several members of the Wang family surged forward, only to be thwarted by the contingent of servants, whose fierce demeanor was intimidating. Among them was Zhao Quan, a notorious rebel against the family. Now gripped with fear by Zhou Ping and his son's ruthless reputation, eager to make a good impression to avoid punishment later. After all, the presence of vicious criminals in their estate was a grave dereliction of duty for those tasked with guarding it. In the crowd, some individuals wore perplexed expressions, frequently glancing at the dismembered body, until they finally recognized the blood-stained face and their expressions shifted dramatically. Some who were aware of the truth maintained their composure, casting sidelong glances at their clan leader, while others, including women and children, wept bitterly, their sobs choked with grief. "I shall see how long you Wang family will shield a murderer," Zhou Ping thundered, instantly silencing the crowd. He then kicked Lin Shitu forward, instructing them to grasp the situation clearly. Lin Shitu stumbled to the ground, his clothes soaked in blood, appearing feeble yet igniting a flicker of hope in his eyes. On the way, Zhou Ping had explicitly told him that if he placed the blame squarely on the Wang family patriarch, he could secure his own survival. "It was Lord Wang who found us and offered each of us 30 taels to go to the Zhou family and commit murder," Lin Shitu exclaimed, casting a fearful glance at Zhou Ping before suddenly springing to his feet, pointing at Wang Yan's corpse and shouting, "It was he! It was Wang Yan who led us!" He then tossed the 30 taels Zhou Ping had given him onto the ground. Trembling in fear as he pleaded, "The money is right here. I dare not do it again. Lord Wang, please save me." This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd as they turned their gazes towards their family patriarch. They were astonished to learn that their patriarch had indeed hired assassins, and at such a considerable cost. It was likely that he had diverted the family's resources. Wang Du, consumed with rage, was infuriated. He had only given each person 5 taels, intending to repay them with money from the Zhou family after the deed was done. "You lie! When did we send you to kill anyone? Cease your nonsense, moreover, Zhou Erlang. You dare to randomly drag 2 people in here to slander the Wang family. Do you truly hold us in such low regard?" Some Wang family members glared with hostility, poised to encircle Lin Shitu and his companions. The crowd was easily swayed, following the tide of popular opinion. Naturally, they trusted their own kin over outsiders. "Oh? So, are you suggesting that I have made a mistake? This person is not one of your Wang family?" Zhou Ping replied with a calm smile, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Some seethed in anger but remained silent, while others recognized Lin Shitu yet felt unable to speak out. Wang Yan, son of Wang Yueping from the 3rd branch of the Wang family, left for distant lands 4 years ago after slaughtering the entire Li family of Guilin, and subsequently went into hiding after being pursued by the authorities. As Zhou Ping continued, the expressions of many Wang family members transformed, and as they gazed upon the body, they could not deny that it was indeed their own kin. Wang Yanit is crucial to understand that while committing murder and pillaging in secrecy may not have repercussions as long as one evades the authorities, being pursued by them carries far graver consequences. Should the investigation continue, it could very well implicate the entire Wang family. Zhou Ping surveyed his surroundings, and all the members of the Wang family instinctively lowered their heads. Unable to meet his gaze, asked the village chief of Baishi village, "It is my duty to report any individuals harboring criminals within our midst to the authorities." Zhou Ping paced as he declared, "The Wang family, led by Wang Du, is guilty of harboring criminals and, furthermore, of hiring a murderer. Such transgressions warrant severe punishment. Seize them quickly and deliver them to the authorities by tomorrow." With a thunderous command, several burly guards advanced menacingly toward the head of the Wang family. The Wang family members, aflame with indignation, many of them brandishing makeshift weapons, stood defiantly at the forefront, shouting, "Let us see who dares to touch our patriarch." Zhou Ping tightened his grip on his shield and retorted coldly, "Then it appears that it is not merely Wang Du who harbors criminals, but the entire Wang family." Instantly, the fervor among the Wang family members diminished significantly. Yet they did not retreat, forming a barrier to protect their household servants, in the distance. The patriarch of the Wang family sighed mournfully. His illness had rendered him too weak, yet, A glimmer of satisfaction crossed his face, for he still witnessed the unity of his kin. However, the remaining 5 members stood in silence, each wishing for Zhou Ping to take their patriarch away, yet unable to voice such sentiments in front of the entire clan. Zhou Ping then chuckled lightly, producing 50 taels of silver from his sleeve and casting them to the ground with a resounding declaration. This is the money your patriarch misappropriated from the clan's assets to hire a murderer. As village chief, I must uphold the integrity of each household's wealth, and thus I have come to return it to your family. As the glimmering silver coins fell to the ground, the morale of the Wang family members waned once more. If their patriarch had indeed squandered the clan's resources so recklessly, then even as the leader, he would struggle to command their respect. Clan assets belonged to all, and the thought that he had so freely given away nearly 100 taels, without their knowledge, would undoubtedly sow seeds of discontent and resentment. When personal interests are at stake, all individuals become exceedingly selfish. The expressions of the 5 heads of households shifted subtly, with one of them slowly rising to his feet. They were acutely aware that this silver was not their own but a blatant gift from Zhou Ping. This revelation was precisely what they had hoped for, as they had long coveted the position of patriarch. After all, who would not aspire to lead and seek greater resources for their own branch of the family? Now they had the opportunity not only to usurp their patriarch, but to gain a windfall of silver as well. Why would they not seize such an opportunity? It was clear that Wang Yin and his associates had failed to eliminate Zhou Ping, thus allowing him to occupy the moral high ground. If they continued to resist, they risked inviting disaster. It was far more prudent to acquiesce and let the tide carry them. After all, they had connections within the local government, and the worst that could happen would be some minor inconveniences. However, misappropriating clan assets would be a grave offense, and even if they returned unscathed, their patriarch would no longer be fit to lead. Thank you, esteemed village chief, for reclaiming our clan's assets, Wang Hui began slowly. But the matter of my family patriarch harboring criminals still requires thorough investigation. I implore you to act justly. This statement, though seemingly an attempt to exonerate his patriarch, effectively solidified the accusation of misappropriation. The spirits of the Wang family members were crushed, and many cast cold glances at their patriarch. Their eyes filled with anger and resentment. My mother fell ill and sought a loan from the clan for medicine. And they only offered me a few coins. It turns out they had given it all to outsiders, even hiring a murderer, one man muttered in outrage. Another young man, equally incensed, added, our family can barely afford to eat. Yet the promised grain from the clan diminishes year by year, leaving our children hungry. With so much money, how much grain could we have bought? Wang Du shouted in desperation, attempting to explain to his kin. Do not listen to his nonsense. I did not give any money. If you claim you did not provide funds, then surely this genuine silver cannot be counterfeit, a woman retorted angrily. Wang Du tried to argue further, but was abruptly seized by his grandfather's grip on his arm. The elder shook his head slowly. From the moment Wang Hui had stood up, there was no turning back. He offered a bitter smile. Fearing that the others felt similarly, then, an elder beside him rose and spoke with measured calmness. My brother would never harbor a murderer. I beseech you, esteemed village chief, to investigate thoroughly. The patriarch of the Wang family, upon seeing his younger brother Wang Feng rise, felt utterly defeated, his eyes cast downward in despair. Rest assured, Uncle Wang Feng, I believe the authorities will clear your brother's name, Zhou Ping replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wang Feng responded with a knowing smile. Indeed, you speak wisely. Once his brother was deposed, the position of patriarch would naturally fall to him. What difference did a few years of age make in determining the rightful leader? He wished to demonstrate to their late father that he too could effectively govern the family. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers of the Wang family's 3rd branch exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying their amusement. Once their elder uncle was removed, their branch, being the most populous, would rightfully assume leadership. Thank you for your understanding, dear uncles. I shall now take my elder uncle away, and I hope you do not hold it against me. Zhou Ping said, bowing respectfully. The guard surged forward, ready to apprehend Wang Du and his grandson. Some attempted to intervene, but Wang Hui interjected, this is merely speculation for now. Should the investigation yield a different outcome, my elder brother will surely be released. What is there to worry about? Rest assured, with my presence, nothing will happen to my elder brother. His assurance brought a measure of comfort to the gathered family members. As Wang Hui's second son held a position in the county, and surely they would not deceive their own kin. The guards swiftly seized Wang Du with both hands, who struggled valiantly but was unable to break free. The patriarch of the Wang family sat in his rocking chair, which was unceremoniously lifted along with him. Already afflicted by a chill, Zhou Ping was determined not to exacerbate the old man's condition, at the very least. He did not want his demise to occur on his watch. Let us return home. With that, Zhou Ping led his retinue away, leaving the Wang family in disarray. As he exited, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The situation had been exceedingly perilous, nearly necessitating the use of magical artifacts. Fortunately, he had devised a strategy beforehand. The various factions within the Wang family were rife with conflict, and he intended to exploit that division with tangible wealth. Moreover, he was not seeking to harm anyone. He merely wished to escort Wang Du and his grandson away, and the Wang family would likely not react too violently. While it may seem that he had not diminished the Wang family's power, even inadvertently gifting them a significant sum of silver, in the long run, this was a worthwhile trade. The Wang family was formidable, yet fraught with internal strife. By removing Wang Du and his grandson, the other factions would inevitably engage in fierce power struggles. This is not merely a matter of short-sightedness. It is the crucial path for any family or power to flourish. Only by consolidating authority can a family maximize its strength. Otherwise, it risks becoming a disjointed entity. Given the current state of the Wang family, it would take years to reforge their unity, if they could at all, as evidenced by the Qian family, who had fractured completely. Did the Qian family cease to exist? Not at all. They had merely devolved into a collection of smallholders, no longer a formidable clan. Zhou Ping had no intention of allowing the Wang family to coalesce again. A disunited Wang family was the ideal outcome. He gazed at the shield in his palm, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Having preserved his life with mere dozens of taels of silver was undoubtedly a bargain. After all, familial bonds were fewer than the resources available. Money could always be earned anew, but the usage of magical artifacts was finite and should not be squandered lightly. The torches illuminated the surrounding darkness as Zhou Ping experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. With the Lu family extinguished, the Qian family reduced to commoners, and now instilling fear in the Sun family while fracturing the Wang family, what household in Baishi village could possibly impede the ascendance of the Zhou family? Chapter 42. Conspiracy. The following day, Wang Du and his grandson were escorted early in the morning by a group of household servants to the nearby township, where the township head would then transport them to the magistrate's office. Zhou Ping was well aware that this journey would not inflict significant harm upon them. However, even if the patriarch of the Wang family returned unscathed, he would neither be qualified nor able to retain his position as leader. After all, misappropriating clan assets is a grave injustice towards one's kin. Vying for power among the factions is a struggle for authority. How could he still serve as patriarch? Furthermore, the arduous travel combined with his frail health raised questions as to whether the old man could even return alive. Meanwhile, the Zhou family was welcoming two groups of visitors in the East Wing. The patriarch of the Sun family adopted a humble demeanor, smiling as he engaged Zhou Ping in conversation about the trivial matters of life in Baishi village. Zhou Ping spoke slowly. Uncle Sun, I feel that our Baishi village is ultimately too impoverished. The villagers endure too much hardship, and as village chief, I feel a deep sense of guilt. The patriarch of the Sun family cursed silently. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Ping's eagerness to extract benefits so soon after their previous meeting. Yet he could only respond with a forced smile. You speak the truth, but alas, our Baishi village's foundation is too weak. Furthermore, being situated near the mountains, our land is not as fertile as in other regions, and despite the villagers' efforts, they yield only a meager harvest. That is not entirely accurate, Uncle Sunday. While our village may indeed face challenges, we possess over 1,000 acres of arable land, which allows us to produce several thousand stones of grain annually, Zhou Ping countered, shaking his head. In years of plenty, we can accumulate a substantial surplus. However, our village's remoteness from the county town poses a significant barrier. Even if the villagers wish to sell their grain for money, they lack access to markets. Zhou Ping sighed mournfully. Meanwhile, the head of the Sun family seethed with indignation. Having finally discerned Zhou Ping's true intentions, he was after the village's grain in the past, due to various circumstances. When the villagers had surplus grain to exchange for money, they would mostly sell it to the four families. After all, even if the villagers wished to sell to the rice shops in the county, the arduous journey over treacherous mountain roads spanning dozens of miles was daunting. Moreover, with their meager amounts of grain, often only a few hundred pounds, it was questionable whether the rice shops would even take notice, and they would inevitably face price suppression. This predicament forced them to sell to the four families, who, though they too would undercut prices, at least offered rates within the villagers' tolerable limits. Thus, the grain from Baishi village predominantly flowed to the four families, allowing them not only to profit from reselling but also to establish strong connections with the merchants in the county. Much like the Qin family, who managed to latch onto the grand vessel of the Bai family, only to later suffer the same downfall as they did. Had it not been for Zhou Ping's reliance on the pure mountain air, the Zhou family would have found it exceedingly difficult to connect with Li Mu and escape the grip of the four families, given their initially small stature. The cost of transporting grain to the county was already exorbitant, compounded by the pressure from the merchant rice shops, leaving them no choice but to seek alternative paths to at. He couldn't help but lament how advantageous it would be to establish a foothold in the county, where one could amass the wealth of over 100 villages and connect with the county's governance. Yet, he was acutely aware that the county had long been carved up by various powers, and any attempt to gain a foothold would likely end in disaster. In a county as vast as Qingshui, numerous Qi-Ling cultivators returned home each year. So why were there only a few factions in the county? This was because those factions had deeply entrenched themselves, their influence vast, even including several cultivators among them. This left returning cultivators with only two options: either to join one of those factions as subservient followers or return to a village to become landlords. Many cultivators, in a moment of impulsive bravery, aimed to carve out their share in the county, only to meet their demise. What plans could Erlang possibly have? The head of the Sun family sighed softly. Having resolved after last night's confrontation to become a vassal of the Zhou family. After all, with two immortal masters wielding genuine celestial methods, how could mere mortal families like theirs contend with such power? I propose that the three families join forces to form a team, purchasing all the grain and mountain goods at fair prices and then selling them collectively, Zhou Ping suggested. This way, our fellow villagers can earn a bit more, and Baishi village can prosper. Rest assured, I am well connected with the Li family, and the prices will certainly not incur any losses for you, he added. The head of the Sun family managed a bitter smile, realizing that while it was framed as a joint effort between three families, the eventual sales would predominantly be under the Zhou family's name, leaving little benefit for them. This also signified that they would lose all their avenues, rendering them mere landowners without leverage, completely at the mercy of the Zhou family. Erlang speaks wisely. I believe we should proceed as my esteemed nephew suggests, the head of the Sun family conceded. Zhou Ping smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Sunday. I shall devote myself to leading our fellow villagers toward prosperity. After exchanging compliments, Zhou Changhe approached, bowing to the two, uncle, grandfather. His wife belonged to the Sun family, making him a direct descendant and naturally addressing the head of the Sun family as grandfather. The head of the Sun family looked at Zhou Changhe with satisfaction and asked gently, "You have been married to Huir for nearly half a year now. Why is there still no news?" He was aware that Zhou Ping's eldest son, Zhou Minghu, was an immortal master, but over the years, he had discerned that the next head of the Zhou family would be his granddaughter's husband. The rise of the Zhou family was an unstoppable trend. If Zhou Changhe's branch flourished, the Sun family, as the maternal kin, would not fare poorly either. Zhou Changhe's face flushed slightly, remaining respectfully silent. "Changhe, you arrived just in time. Accompany Uncle Sun for a while. I have some matters to attend to," Zhou Ping said. Raising an eyebrow, "Ha ha, then Erlang, go ahead with your business. What could this old, nearly buried bone do for company?" The head of the Sun family chuckled, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Zhou Ping departed with a smile, finding the courtyard already cleaned of blood. He then appeared in the western wing, where Qian Yanxia was engaged in casual conversation with the Qian elders' family, while Zhou Minghu and Zhou Xuanya were playfully entertaining a child of a few years. "Erlang has arrived," the Qin elder exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Ping, quickly rising to greet him. Chun Yinxiu gazed affectionately at her husband, while the woman beside her fidgeted awkwardly to eye in the distance. Zhou Xuanya, feeling a tinge of fear, subtly retreated behind Zhou Minghu. Meanwhile, the child, Chun Fuxing, gazed curiously at Zhou Ping, showing no signs of trepidation. Zhou Ping nodded slightly. "How is your health, elder?" "I am in excellent shape," the Qin elder replied with a grin. "That is good to hear," Zhou Ping said. "From now on, you should refrain from joining the medicinal herb gathering team in the mountains." The faces of the Qin elder and his wife shifted visibly, and he hastily insisted, "Erlang, I am quite well. Going up the mountain is nothing to worry about." Fearing that Zhou Ping intended to expel him from the herb gathering team, he knew that since Zhou Ping had marked locations for planting herbs, the so-called herb gathering had now transformed into a lucrative endeavor, provoking envy among many. Both he and the Qian and Lin families had profited greatly from it. And with the Zhou family on the verge of rising, he certainly had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. "You misunderstand. It is ultimately too exhausting to travel up and down the mountain. You are advanced in age and cannot withstand such strain," Zhou Ping reassured gently. "Currently, I have already made arrangements with the Wang and Sun families to form a team for transporting grain, which is why I thought of you." The Qin elder was taken aback, then filled with joy. Zhou Ping was not only not expelling him but seemed eager to utilize him. "Erlang, I am quite fit. I can handle anything," the Qin elder exclaimed with delight. Zhou Ping smiled softly in agreement, knowing there were reasons for his decision to rely on the Qin elder. Presently, although the Wang and Sun families dared not engage in any underhanded schemes, they still existed, and even the now declining Qian family still had dozens of descendants. With his own family being small and now stabilized, Zhou Ping would surely encourage Changhe and the others to marry and have children, though it would take time. Thus, it was imperative to support some easily controllable individuals to assume important positions, gradually diminishing the influence of the Wang, Sun, and Qian families. The Qin elder was an excellent candidate. He was the maternal kin of Minghu and the others, and with only a 2- or 3-year-old child, he was easily manageable. Even if he grew stronger in the future, Zhou Ping's own family would have likely expanded significantly by then, rendering any potential threat negligible. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Ping bid farewell to the Qin elder and his family. Inside, Zhou Xuanya looked timidly at his father, nearly mustering the courage to approach, but ultimately hesitated in fear. Just as he gathered the nerve to confide a secret to Zhou Ping, he noticed his brother had already stepped forward, leaving him disheartened. Zhou Minghu approached Zhou Ping's side and whispered, "Father, Chun Fuxing has the potential for cultivation." Zhou Ping paused in surprise, then regained his composure but contemplated the implications of this revelation as he watched the retreating figures. Chapter 43, Baishi Grain Team in just a few days. Under Zhou Ping's vigorous initiative, the 3 families took the lead, mobilizing their households to contribute labor, and Baishi Village swiftly formed a team of 45 members, aptly named the Baishi Grain Team. Although the Wang family had their objections, they were embroiled in internal strife, each faction vying for dominance, and even if they wished to sell grain, they found themselves powerless, as none were willing to share their grain with the others. Thus, they had no choice but to let Zhou Ping take the reins. However, for the impoverished villagers of Baishi, this was a splendid turn of events. Previously, even when they had surplus grain to sell for money, they could only sell it to the 4 families, often being undercut by 10 to 30%. Now, they could sell directly to the Zhou family at a price only 0.5% below the market rate, which was exceedingly fair. How could they not feel joy? Regardless of the conflicts between the Zhou family and the others, whoever enabled them to lead better lives would earn their unwavering support. Before the Zhou family estate, a dozen ox carts stood lined up neatly, as dozens of individuals busily loaded grain into the carts, bag by bag. "Hurry up, secure everything tightly. I don't want any spillage along the way." Qian Fongso barked sternly, bustling around the caravan. He was in his 20s, clever and capable, and belonged to a branch of the Qian family that was both small in number and at odds with the others. It was precisely for this reason that Zhou Ping appointed him as a minor grain supervisor within the Baishi grain team, aiming to prevent him from gaining too much power that could potentially revive the Qian family. However, for Qian Fongso, the situation was vastly different. His branch had always been sparse in numbers, and they had been suppressed by the other branches even when the Qian family thrived. When the family was divided 5 years ago, the other branches had seized all the remaining fields, leaving his branch with nothing and burdening them with considerable debt. Had it not been for the Zhou family renting them land to cultivate and offering them some grain, the Qian Fangso family would likely have perished from hunger 5 years prior. Consequently, the Qian Fangso family was even more loyal than most of the Zhou family's servants, eager for the Zhou family to rise. Zhou Hong emerged from the estate, gently inquiring of Qian Fangso, "How is the packing coming along?" "Rest assured, my lord. Everything is in order." Qian Fangso replied with a beaming smile. "That's excellent." Zhou Hong nodded in satisfaction, then called out, "Everyone, come here." Suddenly, a multitude of sturdy men gathered from various corners of the convoy. At the forefront stood 4 individuals: Old Qian, Qian Fangso, Sun Mingqing, and lastly, Wang Yichang, the eldest son of Wang Feng, who was selected due to the incessant disputes within the Wang family, choosing the most senior among the younger generation. These were the 4 small grain leaders meticulously chosen by Zhou Ping to maintain balance among the factions, preventing any one side from gaining undue prominence within the grain team. The remaining 40 men were the robust laborers from other households in Baishi village, each promised a modest wage. For them, it was merely a trip for which they would receive compensation without effort, and since it would benefit their families, they were naturally eager to participate. Zhou Hong stood atop a large rock and proclaimed loudly, "Today, we shall initially transport 300 shur. Once we reach the township 20 li away, our task will be complete, and the Li merchant group will assist us at that time." He then produced a pouch from his sleeve. "Inside are 201. The wages I, Zhou, have promised you. Not a single coin shall be missing." Instantly, the crowd of men erupted in cheers, and the 4 leaders at the forefront also expressed their delight. Once the grain team was fully established, they too would rise with the tide. Zhou Hong then touched the 2 small bottles given to him by Zhou Ping, which contained the mountain essence, a key reason for the Li family's willingness to engage in trade with the Baishi grain team. "Now, let us depart." With Zhou Hong's command, a dozen ox carts surged forward towards the township. Zhou Ping stood atop a hill, gazing at the departing convoy, and could still see Zhou Changhe leading Zhou Shi and a few others in the fields. He had always known that his elder brother's ability to manage affairs was somewhat lacking. For the initial years, he had been preoccupied with gathering mountain essence and mapping the nearby hills, spending over a month without much time to spare. During that period, Zhou Changhe had not yet matured, leaving Zhou Hong to take charge of the family affairs. Thus, 5 years ago, Zhou Changhe began to manage the family business bit by bit. Despite his youth, with the assistance of Zhou Shi and the Lin and Chen families, he had managed the Zhou household quite well, while Zhou Hong took care of the procurement of herbal medicines and mountain goods. However, with the matter of the grain team being of great importance, the Zhou family needed to appoint someone of considerable prestige to oversee it. Zhou Ping, serving as the stabilizing force, naturally could not remain with the team at all times. The others were either too young or lacked qualifications. Leaving Zhou Hong to take the reins, delegating the procurement of herbal medicines to Zhou Hu to ensure safety, Zhou Ping had also discussed with Li Mu about designating the trading location at Baishi Township, which was only 20 li away and familiar territory, thereby minimizing risks. Once the grain team was fully established, the influence of Baishi village would rest entirely in their hands, instilling a subconscious obedience towards the Zhou family among the villagers. Though the grain team seemed to hold little significance, the potential returns it could generate were unimaginable. Zhou Ping even contemplated training the grain team in the future, so that when their family ascended to become a clan of cultivators, they could easily muster a contingent of clan soldiers. Once the convoy was no longer visible, Zhou Ping turned to Zhou Minghu beside him and said, "Minghu, today I shall teach you the method of gathering mountain essence." Zhou Minghu, puzzled, inquired, "Father, what is mountain essence?" Mountain essence is a form of the natural energies of the heavens and earth, existing within the mountains and forests, Zhou Ping explained slowly. There are myriad types of these energies, numbering in the tens of thousands, such as the moonlight and sunlight that are visible day and night. There are also ominous energies, chilling energies, as well as energies of morning and evening, the essence of clear rivers, hot sands, and even the frost and mist you see upon waking in the morning. Each is a variant of the natural energies. There are also unique types of energies such as the energy of battle, blood energy, human energy, and the energy of fire and smoke. Everything in the world possesses energy, differing only in abundance. Furthermore, the energies of nature can both nurture and counteract one another, originating from the same source or different sources. The cultivation of energy involves refining these natural energies until certain energies that are nurturing or counteracting, or of the same or different origins, can be transformed into a foundation for advancement into the next realm. He elaborated. You can understand the concepts of nurturing and shared origins, but how can opposing and differing origins coexist? Zhou Minghu pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. The secret treasures of the major sects encompass all manner of knowledge. Naturally containing specialized cultivation methods, Zhou Ping sighed softly. The characteristics of these natural energies vary, and they manifest in the cultivator, influencing their temperament and psyche. For instance, those who cultivate sinister energies may become enamored with power, allowing it to cloud their judgment. Zhou Ping spoke earnestly. Minghu, your aptitude exceeds mine, and your prospects for breakthrough are greater as well. I possess 2 volumes of cultivation methods for refining energy. One is Mountain Stream and the other is Raging River. While neither is particularly potent in offense, they are gentle on the self, allowing you to choose either for your future cultivation. Both Mountain Essence and River Essence are among the most common and mild forms of natural energies, and many cultivators practice methods associated with these 2 energies, leading to significant demand. Our family is situated near the Great Mountains, so we must seize this resource wisely, whether for your future breakthroughs or for trade to establish our family's legacy. This is invaluable, I understand, Father, Zhou Minghu replied, bowing respectfully. Now, let me teach you the secret methods of gathering. Remember, each form of natural energy requires specific techniques and incantations for collection. A slight misstep could result in failure or even self-harm. At the Li residence, Li Mu held a small bottle in his hand, within which a faint white mist swirled. Mountain essence is not particularly precious, and many know how to gather it. However, it can only be collected in vast forests. Many of these cultivators have either lived in comfort for years or are unwilling to traverse the mountains for collection. Furthermore, they each have their own enterprises and do not see the value in such meager profits. Conversely, the Zhou family thrives in the rural mountains and is close to the majestic Daong mountain range, a situation that presents both advantages and disadvantages. Li Mu, having established trade routes with the Huang family of Pingyun to the east, saw the potential for mountain essence to pave the way for him, while he had little interest in the grain and mountain goods from Baishi village, preferring to sell them in his county. He murmured to himself while holding the small bottle. What a stroke of luck! He naturally learned through the merchant group that the Zhou family had produced a second cultivator. Although the Li family also had more than one cultivator, he was the sole cultivator bearing the Li surname. As he aged, he grew increasingly concerned about the possibility of the 2 venerated figures seizing the Li family's assets upon his passing. While the Zhou family might be struggling in the countryside, the emergence of another cultivator could safeguard the prosperity of future generations for decades. In contrast, what use was it for his own family to possess vast wealth? Sighing deeply, Li Mu reflected on how his connections with the Huang family of Pingyun were also a means of securing a safety net for himself. Chapter 44. Sorrow and joy as spring gave way to autumn, and summer's heat yielded to winter's chill. 3 years passed, and the Zhou family's estate underwent a significant transformation. In addition to the original 3 courtyards, 2 new courtyards were constructed on either side, forming a cross shape. Zhou Hong and Zhou Ping's households were located, leaving the rear courtyard occupied solely by Zhou Dashan and his wife, along with numerous servants, in the 4 corners of the cross. 4 relatively simple small courtyards were built, connected to the main courtyard by small gates. Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu welcomed offspring, and given that they were no longer considered lowly servants, they naturally required their own small courtyards. Additionally, granaries, stables, and training grounds for the guards were established. With the Zhou family's fortunes steadily expanding, the affairs and personnel became increasingly complex. Fortunately, Zhou Changhe managed these with great skill. Unlike Zhou Hong's simplicity, he possessed a naturally cold and ruthless disposition, adeptly suppressing or promoting various factions, thereby governing the Zhou household effectively. The servants and guards were filled with trepidation, if anyone in the Zhou family were to be feared. It would undoubtedly be Zhou Ping, followed closely by Zhou Changhe and Zhou Minghu. Zhou Shi stood respectfully to the side, his head bowed as he reported, "Eldest young master, this year has not begun well. The Zhao family and other tenants are pleading for a reduction of half a share in rent." Zhou Changhe, seated at the desk and drafting plans for a water channel, replied without looking up, "No reduction. Tell them that starting tomorrow, we will begin road and channel construction, and they shall receive half a gene of grain daily." Given the intolerable heat over the past 2 years, the mountain herbs have significantly dwindled. "Should we fell some timber to offset the losses?" Zhou Shi inquired. Zhou Changhe set down his brush and gazed at the map behind him. "Our Baishi village is surrounded by mountains, seemingly abundant in timber, but if we were to indiscriminately fell trees, we risk destabilizing the soil and rocks, leading to devastating mudslides. As we are situated in a lowland, mudslides will inevitably occur. How can we still contemplate logging for profit?" He then approached Zhou Shi, speaking sternly. "If you wish to covertly fell timber, that may be tolerable, but now you seek to profit brazenly. Was this your idea or Zhou Hu's, eldest young master?" "I am only considering the interests of the family," Zhou Shi responded, his demeanor anxious. "Humph." Zhou Changhe scoffed but refrained from further comment. It wasn't merely the timber business. Even the small grain leaders of the grain team were pocketing their fair share. Yet as long as the overall profits remained substantial, Zhou Changhe would not dwell on such matters. After all, water that is too clear has no fish. Moreover, allowing them to indulge in minor gains could foster their loyalty to the family. If he were to be excessively strict and permit not a hint of impropriety, it would only breed discontent. Everything remained under his control, and when someone dared to overstep their bounds, it would be his opportunity to set an example. Dismissed. Zhou Changhe waved his hand, instructing Zhou Hu and the others to cease their actions. Understanding, Zhou Shi gradually retreated. Zhou Changhe sat at the desk, resuming his plans for the family's development, engaging in commerce with the Li family business, purchasing textiles, tea, and tools from them to sell to the nearby villages, though the profits were meager, would greatly contribute to the family's future growth. Elder brother, there have been increasing sightings of ferocious beasts in the mountains recently. At that moment, a delicate and handsome youth entered, albeit incongruously armed with a hunting bow and dagger. He was Zhou Changxi. Although his temperament was somewhat indecisive, he had learned a great deal from Su Bo, acquiring skills that allowed him to lead a few guards in hunting expeditions in the mountains. Exuding an air of authority, "My uncle has already informed me to avoid the mountains for a while, due to potential dangers." Zhou Changhe said lightly, "Please relay this to Su Bo, and ensure that the training of the grain team and guards is intensified. We must not become complacent." A glimmer of melancholy flickered in Zhou Changxi's eyes. Realizing that his uncle favored his elder brother while disregarding the other 2 nephews, "I understand. By the way, the schoolhouse is in need of repairs. Discuss it with the village elders and come to a decision." Zhou Changhe gazed at his brother. Despite Zhou Changxi's shortcomings, he had grown up and could no longer afford to be idle. He needed to take some responsibility for the family business. Their third brother, Zhou Chang'an, showed promise in his studies and remained at the school, diligently pursuing the classics. Their cousin, Zhou Minghu, was already 13 and had taken it upon himself to manage the herbal trade in the mountains. As for the youngest, Zhou Xuanya, only 8 years old, he was still too young to work and should focus on his studies at home. Zhou Ping, however, was not burdened with any responsibilities, for he could not allow himself to be tied down by others. Only in this manner could he maintain control over the Zhou family and respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Over the past 3 years, monsters had descended from the mountains, but thanks to Zhou Ping's timely interventions, significant losses were averted. It was indeed Zhou Ping's occasional actions that bolstered his reputation among the villagers of Bai Creek. "I understand," Zhou Changxi replied absent-mindedly before departing. Zhou Changhe attempted to say something but could only watch his brother's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. Meanwhile, in the side courtyard, Zhou Ping held a baby, only a few months old, observing Zhou Xuanya as he wielded a long spear. "Lower it. That last thrust was too high to be lethal," Zhou Ping called out. Although unfamiliar with spear techniques, he understood that a spear could be deadly. Zhou Xuanya remained silent, instinctively adjusting his stance, displaying a hint of brilliance. Ensuring there were no mistakes, Zhou Ping looked down at the infant in his arms, his third son? Zhoubai? Yet, a shadow of worry clouded his brow, for Zhoubai lacked aptitude. The three of them, Zhou Ping and his two sons, could accumulate 3 points of Ding Fire each year. Consequently, they had amassed 21 points of Ding Fire by last year. At that time, Zhou Ping discovered a system that could enhance his aptitude, but it could only apply to him, not to his brothers. This meant he could continually elevate his own aptitude, but his children could only benefit while still in the womb. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to focus on improving his own abilities, intending to seek treasures and spiritual herbs to aid his family once he achieved greater prowess. However, misfortune struck. After consuming 20 points of Ding Fire to elevate his spiritual light to 2 inches and 5/10, Chen Yinxiu became pregnant. As a result, there was no Ding Fire left to enhance Zhou Bai's aptitude, relegating him to the status of an ordinary mortal. Ding Fire, 4 spiritual aptitude, low-grade cultivation, Qi awakening realm offspring. 3 Moreover, Zhou Bai could not accumulate any Ding Fire. After years of struggle, Zhou Ping finally grasped the relationship between Ding Fire and the system. He likened himself to a source of fire, with his descendants representing the flickering flames. However, they remained extinguished unless he ignited them with Ding Fire. Allowing them to reciprocate, in other words, to acquire Ding Fire, it was imperative that they were his descendants and had undergone aptitude enhancement through Ding Fire. Fortunately, he had also come to understand that enhancing aptitude was not as daunting as it seemed. Each increment required only 10 points. If he were to elevate an ordinary descendant to 9 inches of spiritual aptitude, it would consume 450 points of Ding Fire. As more cultivators emerged among future generations, the accumulation would naturally accelerate. Though the path ahead was becoming clearer, Zhou Ping was still filled with concern. Currently, his spiritual light stood at 2 inches and 5/10, with a maximum capacity of 14 threads of spiritual energy, presenting a fortuitous opportunity for a breakthrough, potentially extending his lifespan beyond 100 years. Yet, Zhou Bai possessed no spiritual light, remaining an ordinary mortal. He could only watch helplessly as his son aged and passed away. How could a father not feel heartbroken? Zhou Bai's 2 older brothers had spiritual lights of 1 inch and 9/10, and 1 inch and 8/10, both demonstrating commendable aptitude. Should they discover treasures in the future, they might not be without the chance to break through. As the saying goes, one does not fear scarcity but rather inequity. Zhou Ping naturally felt a greater sense of obligation towards Zhou Bai. I shall ensure your life is filled with peace and joy. Free from worries, Zhou Ping murmured, holding Zhou Bai close and offering gentle comfort. He resolved to ensure that future generations of his family would be brought into the world in an orderly manner, particularly among his sons and grandchildren, striving to cultivate as many with aptitude as possible. Chapter 45. Conclusion of the transaction. Zhou Ping exhaled a breath of stale air, his body emitting crisp cracks as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing an uncontrollable joy. Ever since enhancing his aptitude, his capacity to contain spiritual energy had significantly increased. Generally speaking, 1 inch of spiritual light could hold 7 to 12 threads of spiritual energy. 2 inches could manage 10 to 15, and 3 inches could accommodate approximately 13 to 18. The variance in the amount of spiritual energy 1 inch could contain compared to 2 inches, or even exceeding the usual values, often stemmed from certain acquired conditions. Spiritual light originates from true spirit, a predetermined quantity. Even though there exist methods to alter spiritual light, the costs are substantial. However, the physical body can be modified through external means, such as consuming treasures of heaven and earth or repeatedly risking life to break through, fostering a greater affinity for spiritual energy, thereby altering its maximum capacity. For instance, Zhou Ping had previously possessed only 1 inch and 5/10 of spiritual light, allowing him to contain a mere 8 threads of spiritual energy. Yet, as he trained to the pinnacle of his abilities, he had repeatedly attempted to break through the Qi awakening realm, despite suffering grievous injuries each time. This experience fostered a close integration with the spiritual energy, resulting in his final capacity reaching 11 threads. In other words, he had already reached the pinnacle of his Qi awakening realm, and the excess threads represented a half step into a realm that was otherwise unattainable for someone of his modest aptitude. Although 3 inches of spiritual light constituted the minimum threshold for breaking through the Qi awakening realm, many sects accepted disciples with spiritual light above 2 inches and 5/10, as those with such aptitude might, with great determination and after navigating numerous life and death challenges, achieve breakthroughs. Now, with his spiritual light at 2 inches and 5/10 and a capacity of 14 threads of spiritual energy, an increase of 3 threads, if he were to attempt a few more times, he might well achieve the Qi awakening realm, thereby elevating his family into a clan of immortals. Just as Zhou Ping was about to concentrate and refine his cultivation further, he heard Zhou Minghu's hurried voice from outside. "Father! Father!" Zhou Ping opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, observing Zhou Minghu, drenched in sweat, and inquired with concern, "What has happened?" Ever since Zhou Minghu learned the method of gathering the pure air of the mountains, the father and son had frequently ventured into the mountains for this purpose. Zhou Minghu, eager to contribute to the family, often spent extended periods away from home. Additionally, regarding the dealings with the fox spirit, although the fox had grown increasingly disinterested in trifling delicacies over the past 3 or 4 years, leading to longer intervals between transactions, it remained the sole avenue for procuring magical instruments. Thus, Zhou Ping and his son placed great importance on these dealings, with this occasion marking Zhou Minghu's clandestine negotiation. Over the past 3 years, they had acquired several useful incomplete magical instruments, including the spear in Zhou Xuanya's possession, among others like a jade seal and a wine gourd. After calming the heat within him, Zhou Minghu spoke softly, "The fox spirit no longer wishes to trade. It said it would cease all dealings in the future." Zhou Ping was taken aback, feeling both regretful and relieved. Regretful, as it would no longer be possible to seek incomplete magical instruments, yet relieved, as dealings with the fox were fraught with peril. Were others to discover it, they would be labeled traitors to humanity. With the cessation of trade, there was a silver lining in the situation. The fox spirit mentioned something before parting. Zhou Minghu continued. "It said the recent heat has stirred the creatures within Dazhong Mountain, and there may be a beast tide brewing. We should be cautious." This revelation left Zhou Ping momentarily stunned. While the fox spirit was kind-hearted, he had not anticipated it would offer such a warning. In contrast, human nature could be treacherous. Even with knowledge of impending danger, many would turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. I have noticed this as well. The unbearable heat over the past 3 years has caused Bai Creek to dwindle significantly. Zhou Ping replied, "The wild creatures in the mountains are certainly struggling. The herbal gathering team has encountered ferocious beasts several times already. Your cousin has taken precautions, having built a dam downstream to preserve the water, and is now preparing to dig a channel to divert it, at least ensuring the crops can survive." Zhou Ping added, "You should refrain from venturing into the mountains to gather air. The situation is complex, and encountering monsters would be exceedingly difficult to handle." Zhou Minghu nodded slightly, but the beast tide remained a formidable challenge. Perhaps I should inform each household in the village, urging them to contribute both manpower and resources, thereby forming a team to defend against the beast tide. However, he was met with a direct refusal from Zhou Ping, who asserted, "A mere notification suffices. Our families are already overwhelmed with farm work. Should we go door to door soliciting help, it would surely breed resentment towards our family. Currently, our household has over 30 individuals dedicated to guarding the estate. You and Uncle Su should lead them in digging ditches around our village, wider and deeper ones, not only to fend off wild beasts, but also to channel water for irrigating crops." "Father's words ring true," Zhou Minghu replied with a bow. Zhou Ping inquired, "What is your current level of cultivation? Are there any confusions?" "I have reached the 12th strand, yet I remain stagnant," Zhou Minghu recounted, followed by a sigh. "The deeper I delve into cultivation, the more I feel the path to immortality is elusive. I wonder when our family will produce a Qi refinement practitioner, should one emerge. We could establish our own clan and petition the court for a formation, thereby attracting spiritual energy to cultivate spirit rice." Zhou Minghu mused, "If we could consistently consume spirit rice, it would greatly improve the health of grandfather and the others." Since Zhou Ping compiled a tome detailing insights from the cultivation world, it has finally bridged the gap in understanding for the Zhou brothers. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping could not help but sigh. He too longed for the longevity and health of his kin. Yet in the entirety of Qing Shui County, only the Huang family of Pingyun in the east sold spirit rice. Each year, they offered merely a few £100, and even if the Zhou family expended considerable resources, they could acquire only a meager £10, barely enough for Zhou Dashan and his wife, let alone the many relatives. Moreover, the spiritual energy required for cultivating spirit rice must be exceptionally dense. The Huang family utilized a specific formation to gather spiritual energy from all directions, enabling them to cultivate spiritual fields. In impoverished regions like Baishi village, during Zhou Ping's initial years back home, he had turned the surrounding land upside down. Even in the most favorable locations, they could barely cultivate ginseng or spiritual mushrooms, let alone spirit rice. However, Zhou Ping had no means to set up formations. Each formation required at least 100 spirit stones as a foundation, and those were precious resources. The only avenue lay in becoming a qi refinement practitioner and establishing a clan, which would allow them to petition the court for simpler formations, albeit at the cost of incurring substantial debts. It was known that the Huang family of Pingyun still owed the court 500 spirit stones, with the majority of their spirit rice annually allocated towards repaying that debt. As for qi awakening practitioners, even to apply was out of the question. The court was not naive. They would accurately assess whether one had the capacity to repay. A qi refinement practitioner could establish a clan and wield significant strength, thereby securing their position with the power of formations. Yet for a qi awakening practitioner, one could expect that after setting up a formation today, they might end up lifeless in the wilderness by tomorrow, with the formation lost to the winds. The court would never take such risks, especially when it came to harvesting clans, as they were not in the business of losing investments. Chapter 46. The monster enters the village. As days gradually shifted from late spring to the height of summer, the heat became increasingly oppressive. For months, not a single drop of rain fell, and even the Baishi River had reached its bed, holding barely 30% of its original volume. This was only thanks to Zhou Changha's efforts to divert and conserve water. Otherwise, it would have dwindled further. Should this continue, it was likely that households in Baishi village would soon clash over water rights. The sun blazed fiercely, leaving one to wonder if the crops could survive. 2 men from the Wang family sat in the shade of the ridge, waving their hats to cool themselves. One of them expressed his concern. If this persists, the fields will surely perish. What are we to do? Why won't this accursed weather grant us rain? It's driving us to despair. As he cursed, he squinted at the distant waves of heat, distorting the landscape. At that moment, he suddenly narrowed his eyes in confusion and pointed towards the foot of the mountain, asking, "Sanner, do you see that?" The other man, who had been dozing off, opened his eyes groggily and followed the direction of the pointer. "What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Are you seeing things, Sanner? There really is something moving." The two were instantly drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably as they grabbed their hose and sprinted towards the village. Behind them, a towering black bear, nearly 10 feet tall, charged towards them with ferocity. "Roar!" The bear's blood-red eyes were fixed on the two men, its fangs menacing and terrifying, its fur dark with hints of crimson, its massive body resembling a small mountain that shook the ground with each step. "Help! A black bear has entered the village!" The two men shouted in terror, instantly alarming the entire Baishi village. "Where is this black bear? Where?" shouted someone, brandishing a pitchfork as they rushed out, but upon seeing the massive creature, they were paralyzed with fear and fled towards the Zhou family. The Zhou family had 2 immortal masters. Surely they could subdue this black bear. Some individuals dragged their families in a panic, but were overtaken by the bear, its enormous form engulfing them. "Ah!" The children cried out in terror, while a middle-aged man, suppressing his fear, angrily swung a sickle at the giant bear. "Damn it, you beast! Don't you dare touch my family!" Yet, the sickle struck the bear without inflicting any damage, only serving to enrage it further. A massive paw descended violently, creating a gust of foul wind, and with a resounding thud, it crushed the man's skull, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around him. The women and children, already paralyzed with fear, now screamed in horror as the giant bear tore them apart, limbs and flesh scattering across the ground. The bear ravenously devoured the blood and flesh, its eyes glimmering with a more intense ferocity. It was no ordinary beast. but rather a demonic creature that had attained a form of sentience. The entire Baishi village fell into silence, as others had already fled to the Zhou family in the east, while the Wang and Sun families gathered their kin in their courtyard. Barricading themselves, armed with weapons, they stood vigilant and fearful. After all, when the sky falls, it is the tall ones who bear the brunt. They only needed to protect themselves. The world is indeed strange. People dare not wield swords against a fierce tiger yet are willing to conspire against experts in tiger hunting. Previously, they had dared to covet the Zhou family, acting with arrogance. Yet now, faced with a demonic beast, they were filled with dread and sought self-preservation. This was because the former were bound by rules, while the latter was a savage and brutal beast. Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu felt a rush of urgency, swiftly locating the enormous bear in the village center, which was relentlessly demolishing a mud house from which the cries of children emerged. Ah, there's a monster! The mud house crumbled like tofu under the bear's might, eliciting heart-wrenching wails from the children inside, who screamed in desperation, "Woo-woo, father! Mother! Where are you?" Zhou Minghu's eyes narrowed as he charged towards the bear. A small shield materializing at his fingertips, swelling with the surge of his spiritual energy. In an instant, the shield expanded into a massive barrier, emanating an ancient pressure as it crashed down upon the bear, sending it staggering several yards away. "You wretched creature, you seek death." Though the bear was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, the impact of the shield left it dazed. Yet, upon spotting Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu, the bear's eyes gleamed with greed, for it sensed a delectable aroma emanating from the two humans. Roar! The bear let out a furious roar, the stench of blood wafting towards Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu, causing them to frown in revulsion. As the bear charged towards them, Zhou Minghu pressed forward instead of retreating, wielding the shield like a torrential downpour, relentlessly striking at the bear. Initially, the bear attempted to withstand the blows with brute force. But as the strikes continued, each carrying the weight of hundreds of pounds, even if one failed to land, it gradually battered the bear's paws into a bloody mess. With a crack, the bear howled in agony as its spine suddenly snapped, revealing exposed white bones amidst the bloodshed. As the spine broke, the bear seemed to lose its support, its massive form crashing to the ground. Yet it continued to claw and thrash, emitting pitiful cries while its bloodshot eyes locked onto Zhou Ping and Zhou Minghu. Exuding a chilling terror, the shield finally dissipated, and Zhou Minghu, panting heavily, was about to step closer to assess the bear's condition when Zhou Ping abruptly pulled him back. "Minghu, remember, never underestimate the enemy. Although this bear demon has broken its spine, we must remain cautious until it is truly dead." Zhou Ping pointed sternly at the bear. "Look at its legs. They may appear weak, but in truth, they are gathering strength. If we approach recklessly, it will surely lash out in a final, desperate attack." Zhou Minghu observed closely and indeed noticed the bear's legs subtly pushing against the earth, secretly building up energy. Had he approached even from a distance, he would have been caught off guard and likely met with a swift demise. Demonic creatures differ from human cultivators. Their bodies are robust and savage, with sharp fangs and claws that can easily tear a person apart, even a cultivator. Since the bear demon's spine had been broken, it could no longer escape. We need only wait for it to perish. Zhou Ping spoke slowly. A cornered beast, when faced with desperation, may still retaliate. Humans are no different. The black bear, recognizing that the two individuals did not approach, chose to lie still, feigning death, while occasionally emitting mournful wails, as if it were truly on the brink of demise. Yet, Zhou Ping remained unfooled. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the distant mountains, revealing a trace of sorrow in his brow and eyes. Since the beginning of the year, wild beasts had been descending from the mountains in increasing numbers, initially only wild boars and foxes, but later even tigers and black bears appeared. Now, this particular black bear had become a formidable creature. A manifestation of the arcane point. One could only wonder how many more beasts and supernatural entities would come rushing down if this drought persisted. Chapter 47. Divide and Conquer. Seeing that Zhou Ping and his companion were not deceived, the enormous bear's eyes glinted with a savage light as it suddenly lunged at them, its upper body slumping down as if it were a rampaging zombie. Zhou Ping and his companion had long been prepared, keeping their distance. Thus the giant bear could not come near. After sprinting several paces, the bear's spine could no longer endure the strain and snapped with a resounding crack, collapsing to the ground with a thud as crimson blood stained its fur. Emitting a pitiful wail, after a considerable time, the bear fell silent. Zhou Minghu, still feeling uneasy, cautiously prodded it with a long stick several times, confirming the bear's demise before finally relaxing. From afar, villagers who witnessed the bear's fall erupted in cheers. "The black bear is dead! The black bear is dead!" The jubilant cries echoed from around the village, as more and more villagers rushed from the distance, eager to glimpse the fallen giant, yet were struck with trepidation upon seeing it. "Goodness, this bear is enormous. Its claws are larger than my head," one man exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. Others were jostled by the crowd behind them, and one unfortunate soul was pushed onto the bear, instantly terrified. He scrambled up in a panic, shouting, "Who pushed me? Step forward if you dare." "Ha ha ha, Mahozi, are you afraid?" another man teased, causing Mahozi's face to flush with embarrassment as he angrily plunged into the crowd. Creating a stir, a woman lamented, "How tragic for the Li family. They were all killed by this beast. Thank goodness for Dongjia. Or who knows how many more would have suffered," Qian Fangsu voiced amidst the crowd, prompting nods of agreement from the villagers. Indeed, had it not been for the timely intervention of our village chief, who knows how many more lives this beast would have claimed. Another added, "We are fortunate to have a sage in our village. I heard that the Lin family village next door also experienced wild beasts, resulting in several deaths at night, and they haven't caught any yet." As the villagers exchanged fervent remarks, Zhou Minghu felt somewhat embarrassed, his face turning slightly red. Zhou Ping, surprised, cast a sidelong glance at Qian Fangsu, realizing the lad was quite astute, even at this moment, knowing how to bolster his family's reputation. He had a promising future ahead. He then stepped forward and declared, "As the village chief, it is my duty to ensure the safety of our community. This bear, being so colossal, must have gained some form of spirit. Consuming its flesh would surely be beneficial. Therefore, I have decided to prepare a grand stew tonight, allowing everyone to partake. What say you?" "Excellent," an elder exclaimed. "Indeed, Zhou family is commendable." Zhou Ping, with great care, began to divide the bear's meat, recognizing the necessity of his actions. After all, with summer approaching and the heat intensifying, the bear's meat would not last long, and preserving it would compromise its quality. Thus, sharing it would not only garner him respect, but would also provide sustenance for his family. The bear weighed over 1,000 pounds, and setting aside a few hundred would suffice to sustain his family for a time. In the distance, the Wang and Sun families emerged from their courtyards, enviously eyeing the spectacle surrounding Zhou Ping and his son. Younger children gazed upon them with admiration, for to them, they were heroes. As night fell, Baishi village was aglow with lights. A bonfire blazed beneath the large tree at the village entrance. Accompanied by a massive cooking pot, a dozen men toiled for nearly half an hour to skin and prepare the enormous bear. When they pried open the bear's belly, a foul stench and blood gushed forth, sizzling as it dripped to the ground. The resilient bear hide was claimed by the Zhou family, with Zhou Ping intending to craft several pieces of leather armor from it. Zhou Minghu also collected several pounds of the bear's heart's blood, storing it in a gourd to brew into blood wine. This gourd was a reward from previous exchanges with a fox spirit. It was not a weapon of aggression, but rather resembled a high-quality wine vessel. However, due to its severe damage, it could only serve to enhance the wine's flavor. Since finding supernatural creatures was challenging, Zhou Ping had previously used it to brew medicinal wines. Now, with the bear spirit at hand, he could not pass up the opportunity. The heart's blood of the bear's spirit contained a trace of spiritual energy, once infused with herbs and allowed to mature for 100 or 80 days. It could be considered a form of spiritual wine. As the preparations neared completion, a group of men gathered around the bonfire, sharing laughter and boasting about the arduous task of skinning the bear. Meanwhile, a crowd of women busily chopped the meat, bringing forth scallions, ginger, and other ingredients to remove the gamey taste. Some suggested grilling, while others argued that stewing would be healthier, leading to a lively debate, ultimately resulting in both methods being employed. Each household contributed something from their homes. The affluent brought pickled meats and mountain goods, while those with fewer resources gathered vegetables from their gardens. The group enjoyed flavorful meat, soup, and skewers, filling the air with joyous laughter. Children darted among the crowd, brimming with energy, as if celebrating a festival. Zhou Minghu and Zhou Changhe mingled among the villagers, blending into the cheerful atmosphere. Zhou Ping savored a bowl of bear meat soup, feeling a warm sensation radiate from his stomach throughout his body, providing immense comfort. He sensed a subtle increase in his internal spiritual energy, while the bear meat itself could not have such remarkable effects. His heightened aptitude, coupled with not yet having reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, meant that consuming this supernatural blood and flesh would yield some benefits. He resolved that once the spiritual wine in the gourd was fully brewed, he would prepare to break through once more. By then, he should possess more than 15 strands of spiritual energy, though still shy of 16. He retained hope of breaking through with the aid of the spiritual wine. The threat of drought and the frequent descent of beasts and supernatural entities loomed large. If he could indeed break through, it would bring considerable stability to his family. Xianya, come here, Zhou Ping called out into the distance. Soon, a youth over 4 feet tall approached, clad in a green robe, strikingly handsome. None other than Zhou Xianya. Father, Zhou Xianya greeted with utmost respect as he stood before Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping regarded his son with a mix of pride and melancholy, feeling a twinge of regret for not having spent enough time with him in his formative years, which had instilled such reverence in the boy. Take some bear meat back with you for the family, especially for your grandfather. His health has been declining. Also, prepare some spiritual rice porridge for him and ensure he rests early. I understand, father, Zhou Xianya replied with a bow, turning to seek out his 2 cousins. Changxi sat alongside several maidens, while Zhou Chang'an trailed behind a scholar, listening intently to his teachings. Upon realizing it was their uncle's request, they promptly gathered some servants and headed toward their home. Zhou Ping remained by the bonfire, observing Zhou Changhe amidst the crowd, where people either revered or flattered him, constantly engaging him in conversation. Zhou Shi stood protectively by his side, with several servants on guard. Surrounding Zhou Minghu were a group of youths and children, eagerly requesting tales of how he vanquished the bear spirit. Among them were the children of Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu. Zhou Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. His family had finally risen to prominence. Chapter 48. Cultivating Qi. The cicadas sang, birds chirped, and the sky was adorned with high-hanging clouds. The oppressive heat scorched the earth, causing crops in the fields to wilt and wither. Men labored tirelessly, hauling muddy water from ditches, carefully watering the roots. Yet within moments, the sun's rays dried them once more, leaving only a hint of moisture. Occasionally, wild creatures descended from the mountains, warily observing the human presence in the fields before crouching to drink from the ditches, wherein only a shallow layer of mud remained. Despite this, some men brandished sticks to drive them away, fearing both injury and the preciousness of the water. Damn it, this life is unbearable. One man, exhausted and desperate, collapsed onto the ground, cursing the heavens. Heavenly Father, if you don't bring rain soon, we won't survive. Yet, after his curses, he struggled to rise, shouldering his burden to the ditch, repeating this endless cycle of irrigation until the heavens relented. Such scenes unfolded across Baishi Village, Baishir Township, in all of Qingshui County, Zhaoping Prefecture, and throughout much of Nanyang Prefecture, emerging with alarming frequency. Ever since 3 years ago, the heat in Nanyang Prefecture had intensified year after year. This year has witnessed an unprecedented drought. Since the onset of the year, not a drop of rain has graced the parched earth. Even the Bai Creek, which has flowed uninterrupted for decades, now runs dry to its very bed. The entire Nanyang Prefecture is engulfed in lamentation, with certain regions already succumbing to disaster, leaving tens of thousands displaced and countless lives lost to starvation. I am the grand estate of the Zhou family. Zhou Changhe is presently directing his household servants in the side courtyard, drilling a third well. He seeks not an abundance of water, but merely enough to sustain his family's needs. Over the course of 3 years, significant changes have transpired within the Zhou family compound. The once modest courtyards at each corner have been fortified with high walls, seamlessly connecting with the main courtyard to form an expansive grid layout. covering over 7 acres, with dimensions exceeding 20 zhang in both length and width. Even the outer walls have been raised to a height of 1 zhang, with guard posts established in various locations. This fortification is a testament to Zhou Changha's commitment to safeguarding his family. Ever since the onset of climatic changes 3 years ago, he has been increasingly anxious, reducing the sale of his grains and instead storing them in the cellar. He has erected high walls and diligently trained his household guards. Particularly this year, the 3 Zhou brothers, including Zhou San, have collectively resolved to cease all grain sales. Although they reside in a remote mountainous area, cut off from the outside world, they are by no means oblivious. On the contrary, it is the landowners who are most likely to survive in times of calamity. For instance, the Zhou family has stored nearly 1,000 sure of grain in their cellar, while the household, including the guards, comprises no more than 50 or 60 individuals. Should they rely solely on their own provisions, they could sustain themselves for several years. Zhou Changha fears that natural disasters may precipitate human calamities, leading to famine, which is why he has taken every precaution, preparing for the worst. After all, when people find themselves in desperate situations, they are capable of resorting to anything at such a time, even if one possesses a celestial master. The starving populace may still storm the gates in desperation. "Young master, we have found water," a voice called from the depths of the pit, eliciting joy among those nearby. Zhou Changha pondered for a moment before commanding, "While the water level is still low, drill another 10 zhang deeper." "Your insight is commendable, young master," Zhou Shi responded with a grin. "You lot, put in more effort. These sediments should be transported to the fields, lest they go to waste." Only then did Zhou Changha take a seat to the side, sipping tea with an air of indifference, though his eyes furtively glanced at a small door, hoping for good news from within. Ostensibly, they were digging a well, but secretly, Zhou Ping was attempting to break through to a higher level of cultivation. To ensure stability, Zhou Changha had summoned some guards here under the pretense of well digging. Meanwhile, in the second courtyard, Chen Yinqiu cradled Zhou by beneath the pavilion, while Zhou Minghu and Zhou Xinyan sat beside their mother, playfully teasing Zhou Bai, bringing joy to the child and creating a warm, harmonious atmosphere among the 4 of them. Yet, concealed within Zhou Minghu's sleeve was a small sword, poised for action, and beside Zhou Xinyan lay an old iron spear, rusted and marked with dark red stains, reminiscent of dried blood, exuding a menacing aura. After all, breaking through to the qi refinement stage is no trivial matter. It is the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation, having thwarted countless practitioners. Success promises the hope of ascension, while failure condemns one to a mundane existence. The process of breaking through is fraught with life and death peril. Failure may result in backlash from spiritual energy, leading to severe injury or even death. Chen Yinqiu regarded Zhou Ping's endeavor as a routine practice, but Zhou Minghu and his brother were acutely aware of the truth. Though they appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were fraught with concern, their gaze frequently darting toward the house. Had they not felt the steady and growing aura emanating from within, they might have rushed inside long ago for the other members of the Zhou family. They remained blissfully ignorant of Zhou Ping's impending breakthrough, perceiving the day as an ordinary one. Inside the house, Zhou Ping sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, his breath flowing like a meandering stream. Distant and enduring, he then drew in a deep breath, sensing an unusual change within him, his lower abdomen. The spiritual energy circulating through his body began to coalesce gradually, transforming into wisps of ethereal vapors that emanated a gentle aura. Zhou Ping instinctively cleared his mind of distractions, silently reciting his incantation. Clear heart guiding spirit, white soul assisting the divine. Enlightened mind perceiving essence, blazing fire shining bright. The 15 strands of spiritual energy within him surged continuously, converging into a swirling light, radiating pure white brilliance. However, Zhou Ping began to feel a gradual fatigue setting in. This was a consequence of gathering spiritual energy. Some practitioners with inferior aptitude often fail during breakthroughs due to insufficient spiritual energy, requiring greater mental exertion, akin to constructing a building with limited materials, necessitating the utmost efficiency in utilizing every ounce of energy, leaving no room for waste. Yet, it is precisely this exhaustion that leads to failure. Zhou Ping's spiritual energy was already one strand short of the threshold, implying that his time for breakthrough was consequently reduced. He could only hasten his efforts, concentrating his mind to control the spiraling energy, causing his aura to steadily intensify, a barely perceptible pressure beginning to manifest around him. From all directions, faint wisps of energy began to converge slowly, flowing into his lower abdomen, causing it to rise and fall rhythmically. The energy spiral continued to condense until it finally coalesced into a bead of white light. Yet Zhou Ping was drenched in sweat, blood rushing to his head, his body trembling slightly. Transform the essence. Merge the myriad energies, open. With a mighty shout, the bead of white light quivered violently, and then erupted with a force akin to an explosion. A minuscule space was expanded by the white light, igniting Zhou Ping's elation. This space was the spiritual aperture, the dwelling place of spiritual energy. However, just as success seemed within reach, the white light faltered, a consequence of insufficient spiritual energy. He swiftly grasped a gourd at his side. Taking a vigorous swig, the sharp, pungent liquor coursed through his stomach, accompanied by an unbearable scent of blood. Yet, it contained a modicum of spiritual energy, which was gradually absorbed and refined. Though it barely amounted to 1/10 of a strand, it was sufficient to prevent the white light from waning, slowly expanding the space further. Ultimately, a faint rumble echoed suddenly. Exhausted, Zhou Ping collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat, yet a joyful smile graced his face. Within his lower abdomen, a cavity the size of a bean appeared amidst the flesh, empty yet signifying the spiritual aperture. After over 20 years of seeking the path of cultivation, he had finally achieved the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 49. Refining the pure essence of the mountains outside the courtyard. Zhou Minghu and Zhou Xinyan sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere within the house, their expressions drastically changing as they rushed toward the door. Although Chen Yinxiu was unaware of the reason, seeing her two sons in such a state of panic left her no time to comprehend, and she hurriedly carried Zhou Bai along. Father, Zhou Minghu, though alarmed, understood the sacredness of cultivation and dared not recklessly open the door. Instead, he called out softly from outside. Zhou Xinyan cautiously approached the window, gently pushing it open to take a peek, careful not to make any sound. Although both were cultivators, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, fearing ill tidings from within. Come in. I am unharmed. Zhou Ping's faint voice drifted from inside. Through the window, Zhou Xinyan saw Zhou Ping lying feebly on the bed, though his chest rose and fell steadily, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The three gathered at the bedside, their expressions laden with concern. Father, do you feel unwell? Zhou Minghu knelt beside the bed, worry etched on his face. Zhou Xinyan stood by silently, his unease palpable in his eyes. Chen Yinxiu, now in her 30s, although having lived a life of luxury, bore the subtle traces of time's passage in her features. Adding an air of grace, "Darling, is your cultivation obstructed, causing you harm?" she asked, leaning down with concern. I shall retrieve medicine from the storeroom. Have the servants brew something to replenish your blood and vitality. Only Zhou Bai, in his innocent ignorance, gazed at his father with a smile, pure and untainted. Regaining a modicum of strength, Zhou Ping sat up and embraced Zhou Bai, saying, "No need. I am perfectly fine." The two brothers were momentarily taken aback. Then their eyes sparkled with joy. Although they had yet to experience a breakthrough themselves, they were aware from Zhou Ping's writings of the dangers involved. Failure could lead to serious injury or even death. Now that their father seemed well, albeit slightly fatigued, could it be that he had succeeded? Zhou Ping turned to his eldest son, Minghu, "Go summon your cousin." "Yes," Zhou Minghu replied, slowly retreating. "Ningxiu, I would like some lotus seed porridge. Please ask the kitchen staff to prepare a serving." Chen Yinxiu complied and stepped out of the courtyard, leaving Zhou Ping and Zhou Xinyan alone. The latter felt an unexpected tension surge within him. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai continued to wave his small hands, utterly adorable. Zhou Ping observed his son with calmness and said, "Xinyan, that I am here." Zhou Xinyan replied, his gaze dropping in unease, unable to meet Zhou Ping's eyes. "In these years, I have instructed you to keep your cultivation concealed. Do you harbor any grievances?" "None whatsoever," Zhou Xinyan replied, I understand that all you do is for the safety of our family. With 2 cultivators already in our household, others have begun to envy us. Should a third emerge, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions of hidden treasures, attracting unwanted attention. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, his heart aching for his son. I apologize for the burden it has placed upon you. In due time, when the high-ranking cultivators from the prefecture arrive to set up a protective formation encompassing this area, you will no longer need to hide in such a manner. I understand, father. Before long, Zhou Changhe, under the guidance of Zhou Minghu, hurriedly made his way to the courtyard, unable to contain his joy. Uncle, I hope you are well. Changhe, tomorrow you and Minghu shall visit the county office to seek out the county magistrate. Inform him that I have ascended to the rank of a qi refining practitioner, and that our Zhou family aspires to attain the status of immortals, willingly pledging to safeguard this region. Zhou Ping gazed at his upright nephew with great satisfaction. And do make sure to notify the Li family as well. 6 months prior, due to the intensifying heat, the fresh air from the mountains had become considerably scarce. And with the cessation of grain trade, business with the Li clan had naturally come to a halt. Yet, circumstances had changed dramatically. Once they had properly established their formation, they would be able to cultivate spiritual rice and fruits. And those merchant families would undoubtedly come to seek them out. However, upon arranging the formation, they would inevitably incur a substantial debt to the court, necessitating the pursuit of funds from other sources to bridge this gap. Zhou Ping was aware of the conflicts within the Li family and among the other merchants. Li Mu, now aged and frail, was contemplating aligning with the Huang family to ensure the safety of his descendants. With the rise of their own family, he could not believe that Li Mu would remain indifferent upon learning of in the prosperous Huang family. There was an abundance of resources, while the newly ascendant Zhou family had a much shallower foundation. As long as one was not foolish, they would undoubtedly prefer the latter. After all, aligning with a powerful clan from outside meant merely securing a mediocre position for retirement, while aligning with a newly risen weaker clan presented the opportunity to become a trusted minister, ensuring a brighter future for oneself. Nephew, you shall give the orders shortly. Very well, you may all withdraw. Zhou Ping nodded, handing Zhou Bai to Zhou Minghu. The 3 exited the room respectfully, closing the door behind them. Outside, Zhou Changhe looked joyfully at his 2 younger brothers. Today is indeed a momentous occasion. With uncle and you, Minghu, our Zhou family is destined to thrive. Brother, you jest. It is our father who is the cornerstone of our family. Zhou Minghu replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, indeed, you speak wisely. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Changhe stood up to leave, as he had responsibilities to manage within the Zhou family and instructions to relay to the servants. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly turned back to gaze for a moment, letting out a deep sigh. Why was it that none among the 3 brothers possessed any celestial affinity? Although their family appeared prosperous, he knew that their fortune was entirely reliant on their uncle's lineage. He couldn't help but worry for future generations. For now, the 2 branches remained close-knit, but as they expanded in the future, they would surely grow distant. If no immortal teacher were to support their lineage in the future, what would become of their descendants? Thankfully, he sensed some movement within Sun's womb, and he fervently hoped that this child would possess celestial potential. Inside, Zhou Ping retrieved 3 small vials from a hidden compartment, each containing swirling wisps of fresh mountain air. He possessed only 2 common qi refining techniques, one known as the mountain stream and the other as the river surge. As there were no significant lakes or rivers in Qingshui County, he could not source river air. The only place to gather mountain air was near the large Banyan Mountain to the west. Although other types of elemental energies could be found, Zhou Ping lacked specific cultivation methods, thus he could only practice the mountain stream technique. He sat down, focusing his consciousness inward. His awareness had grown considerably, now able to sense within a radius of 3 zhong. He noticed a cavity the size of a bean in his lower abdomen, continuously drawing in the thin spiritual energy from all directions, transforming it into delicate strands. Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy during his breakthrough, his cavity could only accommodate a little over 100 strands of energy. In contrast, those with superior talents could harness dozens of strands in the Qi awakening stage, and their cavities would expand exponentially after breaking through. This meant that Zhou Ping would need to invest more time and energy not only in cultivation, but also in solidifying and enhancing his spiritual cavity, a process that could take decades. Meanwhile, those prodigies who began their journey in the qi refining stage only needed to continuously refine the elemental energies, facing no barriers in their progression. From the onset of cultivation, the quality of one's innate talent proved crucial. A single misstep could lead to a lifetime of stagnation. Zhou Ping, however, chose to focus on his immediate goal of formally commencing his qi refining practice. He promptly opened all 3 vials, drawing the mountain air into his abdomen. As the mountain air entered the cavity, it began to assimilate the existing spiritual energy, transforming it into a bluish-white hue. Zhou Ping's aura became ethereal and clear, reminiscent of the fresh mountain breeze. Tio refined qi was to transform the energies of the world into one's own supreme essence. The distinction between realms within the qi refining stage was determined by the quantity of energy units. With Zhou Ping practicing the mountain stream technique, upon refining 100 strands of mountain air, he would condense them into a single unit of mountain air energy, thereby becoming a first-tier qi refining practitioner. Upon reaching 9 units, he would attain the pinnacle of the qi refining realm, at which point he could seek rare treasures of the world to attempt a breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. Of course, such practitioners were considered the weakest due to their singular energy type. In contrast, those who practiced more profound and esoteric techniques could refine various types of elemental energies, such as wind, thunder, water, and fire. Each additional element exponentially increased their combat prowess, resulting in more formidable final transformations. After a considerable time, Zhou Ping finally expelled a breath of turbid air. Within him, over 10 strands of spiritual energy had already transformed into mountain air. He aimed to reach the first tier of qi refining before the arrival of the county's practitioners. After all, nothing could signify his status as a qi refining practitioner more than the energy units he amassed. Chapter 50. For extreme fixed element formation. A few days later, the practitioners from the county arrived, accompanied by the magistrate of Qingshui County, Zhu Zhan, and a host of officials. Zhou Ping had not anticipated that the court would act so swiftly. Despite his diligent efforts to refine the mountain air, he had only managed to condense a meager amount in such a short span of time, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. After all, without even a single energy unit, he could not truly claim to be a first-tier qi refining practitioner. Nevertheless, in just these few days, he had already begun to perceive the stark contrast between the qi awakening and qi refining realms. The abundance of spiritual energy coursing through his body nourished him, causing his physique to grow stronger, with flesh and muscles becoming denser and his sinews more supple. Although spiritual energy also circulated throughout the body in the qi awakening stage, its meager presence had only a negligible effect. It was akin to a riverbed that had long been shaped by a constant trickle, suddenly inundated by a torrential flood, an extraordinary transformation. While he did not possess the terrifying physique of a demon beast, Zhou Ping had experienced the necessity of exerting considerable force to pierce flesh with a weapon. The most significant change was in his offensive capabilities. Using the same rudimentary golden light technique, Zhou Minghu could only manifest a few inches of golden light, while Zhou Ping, with his abundant spiritual energy, could unleash a length of several feet, akin to a flash of golden light capable of cleaving through timber as thick as a person's waist in an instant. This was comparable to the power he had previously exerted with his small sword. If he were to utilize a magical artifact, he felt confident that he could effortlessly eliminate 100 ordinary men surrounding him. At the Zhou family estate, the area was crowded with officials and guards, while within the main hall, a stern-looking middle-aged man in a blue official robe sat at the head of the table, none other than Zhu Zhan, the magistrate of Qingshui County. His left sat an elder with an air of celestial grace. At this moment, Zhu Zhan felt immensely pleased. As a county magistrate, ensuring the stability of his county was a matter of political achievement, and the emergence of a new cultivation family within the county was a significant boost to his record. Should he accrue more such achievements, he might very well receive a promotion, after all. For the court, each additional immortal clan represented a new source of long-term resources, and naturally, the officials beneath him would be generously rewarded. Thus, upon learning of someone breaking through to become a qi refining practitioner, he immediately reported to the Immortal Registration Office of Zhaoping County, resulting in his swift arrival in Baishi village. Zhu Jin looked at Zhou Ping with a smile. I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of Elder Zhou. Seeing you today, your demeanor truly reflects the grace of an immortal, and your youthfulness bodes well for your future aspirations. You flatter me, my lord, Zhou Ping replied with a respectful bow. Zhu Jin smiled and gestured to the side. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang, an immortal from the Immortal Registration Office, here today to register your family. The elder first inclined his body in respect to Zhu Zhan, then turned to Zhou Ping and said, I am Zhang Ting, honored to meet you, fellow Taoist. Zhou Ping reciprocated with a bow. I am Zhou Ping of the Zhou family, pleased to meet you, Taoist Zhang. The reason they showed such reverence to Zhu Zhan, a mere mortal, was due to his backing from the court. Behind the court stood the Zhao royal family and 3 influential clans. Even sects such as the Qingyun sect dared not openly defy them. Ha ha ha, the affairs of the immortals are beyond my comprehension, Zhu Jin chuckled. Why don't you two esteemed immortals converse at length while I find a place to rest? It is quite stifling in this heat. Understanding his intent, Zhou Ping promptly called out to the back courtyard, Changhe, please escort the lord to a cool place. We wouldn't want him to suffer in this heat. Zhou Changhe respectfully approached, my lord. Please follow me. Zhu Jin cheerfully followed Zhou Changhe out of the main hall and into a side courtyard, where a stage had already been set up, complete with fresh fruits just drawn from the well. Chilled to the core, upon seeing Zhu Jin seated, the performers immediately began their acted. As Zhu Jin enjoyed the fruits, he chuckled. Not bad at all. Zhou Changhe, observing Zhu Jin's joyful demeanor, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the day prior, someone had made an introduction, enabling him to seek out a troop according to Zhu Jin's preferences. Zhou Shi, go and attend to those officers outside, and also request the kitchen to brew some refreshing tea to send along. The subordinate understood. Zhou Shi acknowledged and then hurried off, leaving Zhou Changhe and the others to accompany Zhu Jin in enjoying the performance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Ting and Zhou Ping were engaged in an earnest discussion. Zhang Ting slowly remarked, since you have petitioned the court, my friend, you must already comprehend the significance of acquiring a celestial status. However, I feel it necessary to elaborate on the various aspects of entering the celestial register. There are 3 primary benefits to obtaining celestial status. First, you may select a mountain peak within the borders of Qingshui County to serve as your clan's domain. Everything within that mountain will belong to you. Second, all taxes on the lands owned by your clan will be exempted. Third, you can request a magical formation from the Celestial Registration Office, and you may do so on credit, repaying gradually in the future. Zhou Ping nodded, expressing his understanding, yet requested to see the map for better planning. Zhang Ting chuckled, realizing he had forgotten to show the map to his companion after all his talk. He then produced a scroll of embroidered silk, revealing the topographic map of Qingshui County, which detailed the rivers, mountains, and numerous towns and villages. Qingshui County spans 130 miles from east to west and over 80 miles from north to south. At the far eastern edge, a mountain peak was marked with the inscription Pingyun Huang Clan, while the surrounding areas were devoid of any notable powers. Zhou Ping examined the map closely, his brow furrowing slightly. The entirety of Qingshui County was rather flat, with most of the peaks merely small hills, none of which seemed appealing, he sighed, concluding he would likely have to choose one of the small hills surrounding Baishi village. Yet, he remained reluctant and inquired, is there a size limitation for these mountain peaks? Zhang Ting paused, then recalled seeing that the village was surrounded by mountains, each only about 100 zhang high. With very thin vital energy, thus understanding Zhou Ping's concern, I have over 10 large formations available. You may select one of the larger formations to place among the small hills to the east of the village, which would allow for a broader coverage. But can it not only be one mountain peak? Zhou Ping asked. Zhang Ting smiled and replied, not at all. Those 2 small hills are interconnected, essentially forming one entity, merely separated by water erosion. Zhou Ping was taken aback, but Zhang Ting continued. As fellow cultivators, we are all aware of the challenges involved. Why Zhang family resides in the southern borders of Fuyang County. I hope our 2 families can maintain closer ties in the future. Zhou Ping finally understood that Zhang Ting was leveraging public matters for private gain. The matter of mountain peak selection was merely a trivial affair under his authority, yet it could serve to foster goodwill, truly a win-win situation. What you say is indeed true. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Zhang Ting was undoubtedly eyeing the Zhou family's prospects. For Zhou Ping was a cultivator of qi refinement, and his eldest son was also a practitioner, indicating commendable aptitude. A future alliance through marriage would surely open up more avenues. Contemplating this, Zhang Ting could not help but sigh. His own family had only been established for a brief period, merely 4 generations with over 100 individuals, yet only 2 descendants possessed talent. The Zhou family, on the other hand, seemed fortunate, with a cultivator emerging in the 2nd generation. Subsequently, Zhang Ting retrieved a jade mirror from his sleeve, requesting Zhou Ping to refine it. Zhou Ping took a look and discovered that this jade mirror was, in fact, a magical artifact. Zhang Ting spoke solemnly. This is a supreme treasure of our Celestial Registration Office. Once refined, it signifies your official entry into the Celestial Register and indicates that your family will become a Celestial clan, leaving a mark in the court, thus requiring you to undertake the responsibilities that come with it. My friend, have you made up your mind? I understand, Zhou Ping replied with a respectful gesture. Although he was aware that becoming a Celestial clan would mean relinquishing his freedom to protect a territory, he also recognized that without becoming a Celestial clan, his family had no inherited techniques or treasures, making any rise to prominence nearly impossible. Even the protective formations for the family were nowhere to be found. Without hesitation, Zhou Ping forced a drop of blood from his heart onto the jade mirror, causing it to shine brilliantly in an instant. A vast ocean of knowledge surged into his mind, leaving him dizzy. His consciousness swiftly scanned through the information, gaining a general understanding. It detailed the court's means of controlling celestial clans by registering them, subsequently enticing them with merits to willingly submit the hard-earned spirit rice and spirit fruits to the court, or to eliminate demonic creatures in exchange for merit points. These merit points could be exchanged for various rare treasures, secret techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts from the Celestial Registration Office. In such a manner, both parties could benefit. The court received resources while the localities enjoyed the protection of celestial clans. Conversely, celestial clans could acquire treasures and techniques from the court. Zhou Ping could only sigh deeply at the realization. 100 pounds of spirit rice could be exchanged for 1 spirit stone, and 1 spirit stone equated to 1 merit point. A mere scroll of qi refinement techniques could start at over 10 merit points, while the costs of elixirs and magical artifacts were staggering. You may choose one of the formations from the formation column and repay gradually in the future, Zhang Ting said gently from the side, wary that Zhou Ping might be overwhelmed and lose track of time. Zhou Ping then bypassed the numerous lists and scrolled to the formation column, discovering over 10 formations available for exchange. Ghostly Shadow Disguise Formation, 3 Yuan Stabilization Formation. Each formation had detailed descriptions, each with its unique strengths, causing Zhou Ping to feel parched and his eyes to gleam with excitement, wishing he could exchange for them all. Yet, he understood that had it not been for the court allowing them to purchase on credit, he would not even have had the opportunity to choose. In the end, he selected a formation named the 4 Extreme Stabilization Formation. Chapter 51. By Shi Zhou Clan. The 4 Extreme Stabilization Formation. A mid-tier first grade, costs 300 merit points. The steep price made Zhou Ping's heart ache, yet he knew this formation was the most suitable for his family. Given that Baishi village was surrounded by small hills and lacked any towering peaks, selecting another formation would only encompass 1 small hill. However, as the hills were already small, it meant little could be cultivated on them, making it impossible to plant spirit rice. To cultivate more spirit rice and fruits, a larger area must be covered. The 4 Extreme Stabilization Formation has a main array eye and 4 secondary array eyes, allowing it to encompass several miles around, far exceeding ordinary formations. Of course, with such advantages, it also had its disadvantages. Its offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as its ability to attract spiritual energy, were only about 60 to 70% of that of a typical formation. Nevertheless, for the Zhou family at this moment, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. My friend, I choose this formation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting turned to look, saw that it was the 4 Extreme Stabilization Formation, and could not help but nod in approval with a smile. You truly are an insightful person. He then astonishingly produced 5 array discs and 18 array flags from his sleeve. Zhou Ping's eyes widened. He had not noticed anything unusual when Zhang Ting had previously taken out the map and jade mirror, but now, producing so much else suggested he must be using a storage bag. Storage bags constitute their own space and are exceedingly valuable, each worth hundreds of spirit stones. Zhang Ting, being merely a second-tier qi refinement cultivator, surprisingly possessed one. Noticing Zhou Ping's astonishment, Zhang Ting smiled lightly. My friend? You need not harbor any ill thoughts. These are items of the Celestial Registration Office, imbued with the means of a profound elixir master, so there is no fear of them being taken by others. Hence they are entrusted to me for safekeeping. Hearing about the means of a profound elixir master, Zhou Ping's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly dispelled any distracting thoughts, apologizing. My friend, please forgive me. Haha, it is only human nature. Zhang Ting chuckled, then took out a piece of jade, which served as the array disk and flags for the 4 extreme stabilization formation. My friend. Once you arrive at the formation site, simply activate the jade, and it will automatically arrange itself. Zhou Ping was taken aback and hurriedly asked, Are you not coming to arrange it? Zhang Ting sighed with a smile and waved his hand. If I truly knew how to arrange formations, I would not have to toil so. Zhou Ping fell silent, realizing how difficult it is to master the myriad arts of cultivation. Each discipline is foundational to a clan's establishment. Even he, during his time at Qingyun's sect, was merely a spirit planter. The court's desire to harvest celestial clans, and the celestial clan's aspiration for longevity, meant that the myriad arts of cultivation would inevitably remain closely guarded. Seldom shared in the exchange list, items like elixirs only required a few merit points, but anything pertaining to the inheritance of arts could cost hundreds or even thousands of merit points or more. Zhang Ting stroked his beard and stated, Then, my friend, you should proceed to establish the formation. Once the protective formation is arranged, I too can leave with peace of mind. The arrangement of the protective clan formation, particularly the location of the array I, is a closely guarded secret, so he certainly would not partake in it. It was my oversight. Zhou Ping replied apologetically with a smile. Minghu, please accompany the elder in my stead. Zhou Minghu then walked from the back courtyard, respectfully greeting Zhang Ting. I am Zhou Minghu. Pleased to meet you. Elder Zhang. As for Zhou Xuanya, he had been sent to the mountains by Zhou Ping. Fearing that Zhang Ting might sense his cultivation. Truly a talented youth, so impressive in demeanor, Zhang Ting observed Zhou Minghu with a smile, already contemplating which female relative to marry into his family. The two conversed pleasantly, their exchange respectful and harmonious, resembling a pair of elder and junior. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping hurriedly made his way toward the eastern side of Baishi village. Baishi village is nestled between the foothills of the Great Banyan Mountain. Encircled by mountains on all sides, resembling a basin. To the east, for small hills surround a narrow path, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Unless one traverses the mountains, departing from Baishi village necessitates this very path. Zhou Ping, delving into the jade stone with his divine sense, felt a formidable consciousness surge forth, manifesting as a phantom whose terrifying aura rendered him breathless. A foundation-establishing expert. Zhou Ping's heart quivered incessantly as he gazed at the figure with a mix of fear and despair. Yet, he soon discerned that the apparition was exceedingly dull, akin to a lifeless puppet. The phantom scanned its surroundings and, with a sweeping gesture, caused the array disc and flags in Zhou Ping's hands to soar. Shooting towards the 4 small hills, immediately, an almost transparent barrier enveloped the hills, subsequently fading from sight, while the phantom dissipated into the ether. Far away in Nanyang Prefecture City, a powerful being, engaged in inscribing an array disc, suddenly trembled, a faint smile gracing his lips. Someone had chosen the formation he crafted, and he could now receive 300 spirit stones from the Immortal Regulation Office. Zhou Ping remained unsettled, yet gradually regained his composure. Fully aware that this was but a fragment of consciousness, destined to execute the commands left by its origin. The main array disc in his grasp emitted a faint ethereal glow, from which he could sense the formation enveloping the 4 hills. Resembling 4 interconnected circles, gradually gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. As the master of the main array disc, he could manipulate the grand formation in myriad ways with but a thought. However, the spiritual energy within the formation was still exceedingly sparse, rendering its might insufficient. Zhou Ping silently sensed that once the spiritual energy became abundant, and with him presiding over it, even 3 to 5 cultivators of the same realm would find it hard to breach. Contemplating this, Zhou Ping could not help but smile as he made his way home. Upon his return, he was greeted by Zhang Ting, who was already smiling at him. On the splendid map, a new name had emerged to the west of Qingshui County, the Zhou clan of Baishi. Congratulations, my friend. From this day forth, your family shall be a clan of immortals, Zhang Ting exclaimed with a grin. You must keep that jade token safe, for it serves as proof of your family's immortal status. Should you wish to exchange anything, you may invoke the jade token, and cultivators will come to assist. However, I suggest that unless it is a significant item, you should exchange it yourself in the prefectural city. The journey is long, and the Immortal Bureau will demand a hefty fee, along with the potential for unforeseen events. Zhou Ping understood. He bowed slightly and then probed into the jade token, only to be taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "My friend, why has it changed to 500 merits? Originally, his merits within the jade token were 0. Even with the selection of the 4-polar stabilization array, he would only owe 300. Yet now, he found himself indebted by a staggering 500 merits, which was indeed alarming. Zhang Ting sighed, "Do not be anxious, my friend. This is also the reason why the court allows us immortal clans to defer payments. The interest has surged by 40%. The 500 merits you owe require you to pay 2,500 pounds of spiritual rice to the Immortal Bureau every 3 years, equating to 25 merits, thus clearing the debt in 60 years. Additionally, every 3 years, you must also pay 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice as the operational cost for your Zhou family's cultivation ground." Zhou Ping stood frozen, letting out a faint sigh. Even as an immortal clan, they remained subject to exploitation. While it seemed they were granted a mountain as a cultivation ground, in truth, they remained bound by the court's control. Facing no substantial change, merely substituting mundane taxes with spiritual rice. Calculating this, his family would need to pay 3,500 pounds of spiritual rice to the court every 3 years, which posed a substantial challenge in terms of how much spiritual land would be required for cultivation. "Thank you for the information," Zhou Ping remarked. Zhang Ting waved his hand, producing a manual. "As fellow immortal clans, life is not easy for any of us. Otherwise, I would not have joined the Immortal Bureau, enduring such toil. Here is a manual, a gift from the Immortal Bureau to all immortal clans, detailing most common heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I hope you cherish it." Zhou Ping accepted it, yet inwardly he sneered, not at Zhang Ting, but at the court. The court's provision of a spiritual treasure manual to the immortal clans likely stemmed from their concern that the clans might encounter treasures yet remain ignorant of their worth, ultimately unable to harvest them. Only when the immortal clans discovered treasures, but lacked the myriad arts of the immortal families, would they be forced to exchange them as mere ordinary materials for merits. Meanwhile, the Immortal Bureau would receive these treasures, refining them into pills, artifacts, talismans, and formations, thereby continuing to reap from the immortal clans. It was akin to the former world, where some backward small nations could only sell cheap raw materials at slim profits, while developed nations wielding technology transformed the raw materials into products, subsequently harvesting the wealth of the smaller nations. The two engaged in further pleasantries, sharing a mutual understanding. Soon, Zhu Jin emerged from the side courtyard, content as he bid farewell to the Zhou family, with Zhang Ting following suit. All that remained for Zhou Ping were the seeds of spiritual rice, the techniques for cultivating spiritual fields, and several techniques related to spiritual rice cultivation. The court aimed to keep weaker immortal clans like the Zhou family firmly entrenched, ensuring they toiled for generations, allowing the court to reap the rewards while also safeguarding against monstrous creatures and malevolent forces. Preserving local tranquility. Chapter 52. The fortune of immortality. Once Zhu Jian and his entourage departed, Zhou Ping summoned Zhou Hong, Zhou Changhe, and others to the main hall. Zhou Ping addressed Zhou Changhe. "Changhe, take some people to level a few areas on the nearby hills at the village entrance and construct a few small courtyards. From now on, this will be our family's ancestral land. In the future, we shall reside atop the mountains, which will benefit your health." "Nephew understands," Zhou Changhe replied, cupping his hands in acknowledgement before departing with his companions. Zhou Ping then turned to Zhou Hong, saying, elder brother, gather everyone from the village and bring them to the village entrance. We shall be departing shortly. I will go at once, Zhou Hong responded before leaving the hall. Zhou Ping then looked at Zhou Minghu, retrieving an old land deed, and slowly stated, "This is the deed to your great-grandmother's land. How to handle it is entirely your decision." Initially, he had accepted the deed in hopes of attaining immortal fortune, believing that his family could only become wealthy landowners. Hence he had valued the land highly, contemplating reclaiming it in the future. However, now that his family had become an immortal clan and could enhance the qualifications of future generations, ordinary land had naturally become mere mundane possessions, rendering the deed inconsequential. Moreover, he could easily reclaim land now. But Zhou Minghu had been greatly influenced by Qian Yinxiu. If he did not allow him to clear his mind, Zhou Ping feared unforeseen consequences might arise. By handing him the deed, it was not a matter of resolving land disputes, but rather addressing the blood feud. Upon receiving the deed, Zhou Minghu's gaze turned cold. "I will kill the Wang and Sun families, as well as the Qin clan descendants, but not just yet." He understood that even though their family had become an immortal clan, they could not handle everything personally. They still needed mortals to carry out tasks such as trade, farming, and herb gathering. Given that Baishi village had a sparse population of only a few hundred, if they were to slaughter the Qian, Wang, and Sun families at this moment, the village would lose over 100 people in an instant, causing panic and fear among the others, which would be detrimental to their rule. If word got out, it would tarnish their reputation, and they might even be branded as malevolent. In a few years' time, they could quietly swallow them whole. By then, he would ensure that the three families would have a difficult time. Zhou Ping nodded. "As long as you have made up your mind, that is well. If you wish to eradicate the three families, I will accompany you." Zhou Minghu's eyes glistened with tears, but he shook his head. If they were to massacre the three families now, it would instill fear in the hearts of those who might wish to ally with them. After all, if they ruthlessly slaughtered even the earliest families that had allied with them, it would leave them with the infamy of betrayal. "Let us go. We should see what is happening at the village entrance." Under the great banyan tree at the village entrance, a dense crowd had gathered. Zhou Hong stood to the side with a group of family retainers. There were large households like the Wang and Sun families clustered together, as well as smaller families huddled in groups of threes and twos, whispering among themselves, visibly anxious and uneasy. A man hushly exclaimed, "Did you hear? Zhou Erlang has attained the Tao. Today, so many officials have come. I even saw the county magistrate, who treated Zhou Erlang with such respect. He must have achieved enlightenment." Another farmer scratched his head, replying, "I've heard from others that once an immortal master attains the Tao, they become ageless and immortal. I don't know if it's true, and it must be true. The Huang Laozu to the east of our county attained the Tao when my grandfather was wandering. He's still alive now. Goodness, we can no longer speak carelessly. We must refer to Zhou Erlang as an immortal now." Cultivators in the qi refining stage typically have a lifespan of 120 years, and with spiritual energy nurturing them, their aging process is exceedingly slow. Mere mortals who possess only half of that lifespan. Qi refining cultivators appear as immortal beings, capable of anything. Meanwhile, on another side, the patriarch of the Sun family leaned weakly on his cane, requiring the support of Sun Mingcheng. "Mingcheng, Zhou Erlang has now become an immortal. You must not harbor any thoughts of rivalry." His murky eyes could hardly see, his body resembling a withered candle, flickering in the wind. "We, the Sun family, are the wife family of the Zhou family's main branch. As long as we remain loyal, we shall encounter no misfortune. I have but a few years left to live. Once I pass, you will become the patriarch of our family. Remember, from this day forth, the Sun family will be a vassal of the Zhou family, merely a dog to them. Do you understand?" Had Zhou Ping not attained the Tao, he would have considered the possibility of conflict between the two families a century later. For the lifespans of ordinary immortal masters did not differ significantly from those of mortals. However, now that he had achieved enlightenment, with lifespans stretching far beyond mere mortals, and Zhou Erlang being merely in his 30s, what could they possibly contend with? "Mingcheng remembers," he replied solemnly. Sun Mingcheng lowered his head. Despite the turmoil of resentment brewing within him, he could only bury it deep in his heart and refrain from speaking. After 3 years of overt and covert struggles, The Wang family had divided into two factions, one led by Wang Feng and the other by Wang Hui. The three brothers of the third line had long been incited into discord, turning against one another. "Cousin, what do you think Zhou Erlang summoned us for?" Wang Hui asked with a smile directed at Wang Feng. The juxtaposition of their ages, one over 60 and the other in his 40s, made them appear less like cousins and more akin to father and son. Wang Feng, however, stood there, seemingly indifferent, exuding an air of calm assurance. Wang Hui's gaze darkened. This old man, relying on his age, stubbornly contested him for the position of clan leader, now showing such disdain. One day, he would make this old fool pay. As for the elder patriarch of the Wang family, he had passed away shortly after returning. When Wang Du returned to the village, he harbored ambitions of becoming the clan leader, but somehow fell gravely ill. Becoming timid and cowardly, Old Chen and Qian Fangsu were surrounded by a throng of people. In times of fear and uncertainty, the villagers sought solace in the strong, and these two, having gained the Zhou family's favor, gradually acquired prestige and status within the village. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. "The immortal has arrived." As Zhou Ping and his son came into view, the ordinary villagers shrank back in trepidation, while the influential figures approached with smiles, though they dared not speak too freely. Zhou Ping responded with a smile, stepping forward to address the crowd. "I apologize for the intrusion today. I bear good news to share with you all. A few days ago, I, Zhou Ping, attained enlightenment and was further graced by the imperial favor, receiving a decree from the court." With that, he brandished a jade mirror that shimmered, casting a beam of golden light into the air. The Zhou family of Baishi, witnessing such a spectacle, many in the crowd were so frightened that they dropped to their knees, murmuring in awe, causing a stir of excitement. "An immortal," Zhou Ping called out. "From now on, the 4 mountains at the village entrance shall be renamed Baishi Mountain, and shall fall under the governance of my Zhou family." He then gestured towards Baishi Mountain, subtly activating a formation. The 4 small hills trembled and roared, a colossal illusory barrier manifesting, causing the ground to shudder slightly, leaving the villagers trembling in fear, kneeling in horror. "An immortal. It truly is an immortal." Such earth-shattering displays led them to believe that a celestial being had descended upon them. Sun Mingxing bowed his head to the ground, hearing the thunderous beat of his own heart, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. This was indeed an enlightened immortal. Zhou Ping's expression remained serene. Although the court had granted him only 4 small hills, Baishi village was enveloped within them, making it an undeniable acquisition. "Though my Zhou family is now of celestial lineage, we shall not forget our fellow villagers. I have decided to assess the aptitude of the eligible children in the village. Should any possess a celestial affinity, my family will take them under our wing for cultivation." This proclamation sent the crowd into a frenzy. "Is what the Zhou immortal says true? Will he truly accept our children?" The families of Wang, Sun, and Qian were struck with astonishment, quickly followed by elation. If one of their own became an immortal, their family would ascend to glory and prosperity. In contrast, Zhou Minghu and the other Zhou family members wore grim expressions. Especially Zhou Minghu, who understood that while recruiting outsiders into the clan was common practice, it typically occurred when the clan was strong and outsiders were weak. With only 3 cultivators in their family, he feared they might be overrun by outsiders if they failed to produce any cultivators among their descendants. Yet, as it was Zhou Ping's decision, they dared not oppose it. Zhou Ping's choice to select children from the villagers was made with careful consideration. Every 3 years, they were required to provide 3,500 caddies of spiritual rice, but the cultivation of this rice necessitated the assistance of cultivators. They could not all abandon their cultivation to solely tend to the rice. By selecting children with celestial potential, he aimed for them to assist in the cultivation of spiritual rice. Furthermore, children were easier to manage. As long as the system was in place, it was certain that a cultivator would eventually emerge from their lineage, sufficient to keep the outsiders at bay. Any child aged 5 to 10 with celestial potential will be taught our techniques and taken to Baishi Mountain for cultivation. Zhou Ping reiterated, prompting the villagers to nod and express their gratitude. "Immortal, I shall fetch my child at once," someone shouted, igniting a flurry of activity and excitement among the crowd. After a considerable time had passed, a line of children of varying heights stood before Zhou Ping, anxiously gazing up at him. Among them was Chen Fuxing, bewildered as he looked at his uncle. Zhou Minghu stepped forward to assess them one by one. He had received Zhou Ping's covert instructions. If the spiritual light measured below 2 inches, he would announce it widely. If it exceeded 2 inches, he would conceal it and later find a way to eliminate the child. "Let us begin." A small child, led by his father, trembled as he stepped forward. Zhou Minghu placed his hand on the child's shoulder, letting the spiritual energy circulate within him, and calmly proclaimed, "Next." The man beside him displayed disappointment, lifting the child and walking away. Soon, cries of despair echoed through the crowd, deepening the silence until it was Chen Fuxing's turn. After 3 years, Zhou Minghu placed his hand on Chen Fuxing once more, his own nephew. As the spiritual energy flowed, his expression shifted from joy to dismay. Suddenly, gritting his teeth, he ceased to conceal the spiritual light emanating from Chen Fuxing's head. Chen Fuxing possesses aptitude. Below, old Chen wept tears of joy, embracing the elderly woman beside him and shouting incessantly, "My Chen family is about to produce an immortal master. My Chen family is about to produce an immortal master." The surrounding people cast envious glances, particularly the Wang, Sun, and Qian families, who wished fervently that it were their own kin receiving such fortune. Yet Zhou Ping remained as calm as ever, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. For the spiritual light above Chen Fuxing's head measured an impressive 2 inches too. Such a spiritual light, if accompanied by further opportunities, held a significant chance of breaking through to qi refinement. He gazed deeply at Zhou Minghu, knowing he had ultimately acted out of familial affection. However, now that the revelation had been made, he found nothing further to say. A few more children were assessed, each yielding disappointing results, until finally, a pleasant surprise emerged. It was Wang Hui's grandson, named Wang Dashu, whose spiritual light measured merely 1 inch 4. Considered rather poor even among the lower grades. Yet this brought great joy to Wang Hui, while Wang Feng's expression soured. But as the evaluations concluded, no additional children with celestial potential appeared, leaving Sun's family patriarch despondent. Qian Fangsu sighed softly but soon regained his composure. As long as he aligned closely with the Zhou family's main branch, he could ensure the prosperity and safety of his own family, regardless of whether they produced an immortal or not. Chapter 53. 8 acres of spiritual fields in the blink of an eye. More than 2 years had passed. Baishi Mountain had transformed, though not towering. It was enveloped in swirling mists, exuding an enigmatic aura. Through the veiled clouds, one could glimpse numerous cleared areas atop the peak, where several pavilions had been constructed, modest yet possessing a certain grandeur. The original 4 mountains, which stemmed from a single peak, had been renamed by Zhou Ping as the 4 peaks. Ming, Jing, Qing, and Qi among them. Ming Peak stood the tallest and most majestic, adorned with the most opulent courtyards, serving as the new residence of the Zhou family. Meanwhile, the old courtyard in the village, though still tended by servants, had become a site for Zhou Changhe and others to handle village affairs. The other 3 peaks were simply furnished with rudimentary living quarters. Scattered throughout the 4 peaks were fragmented fields, some measuring half an acre, while others were mere patches of a few square feet. This represented the entirety of the spiritual fields that could be cultivated on the 4 peaks, totaling a meager 8 acres. The scarcity and fragmentation were due to the varying concentrations of spiritual energy caused by the rugged terrain, resulting in differing viability for cultivation. Some areas rich enough to meet the standards for spiritual fields, while others merely offered favorable geomantic conditions. On Qi Peak, a 7 or 8-year-old child infused spiritual energy into water, diligently watering a small plot of land. A mere 2/10 of an acre consumed half an hour, and finally, exhausted, he plopped down on the ground, joyfully calling out into the distance, "Minghu, I'm done watering." Nearby, in another spiritual field, Zhou Minghu wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. "Uncle is doing great." Once Zhou Minghu finished tending to the spiritual field, he took Chen Fuxing by the hand and headed toward another plot. Though Zhang Ting had left behind techniques for summoning rain and directing water, only Zhou Ping among the entire Zhou family could utilize them. Unfortunately, these spiritual fields were too scattered, dispersed across the 4 peaks, and irrigation required water vapor infused with spiritual energy, which was an immense drain. Zhou Ping could only focus on irrigating the larger, more concentrated fields, leaving the smaller, fragmented plots to be meticulously watered by Chen Fuxing and a few other nascent cultivators. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Zhou Changhe was distributing gruel to the villagers of Baishi, with grains sourced from the Wang, Sun, and Zhou families, as well as some provided by the Li merchant house. "Young master, this cannot go on." Zhou Shi lamented, his brow furrowed. Zhou Changhe calmly held a bowl of sparse rice porridge and replied, "I know this is not a solution, but look at the chaos outside. Only in the depths of our Baishi village can we remain untouched. Otherwise, we would have already faced an influx of disaster-stricken individuals. If we do not provide gruel to the villagers, by this time next year, it is highly likely that half of Baishi village will starve to death." Zhou Shi sighed, "But we have no idea how long this drought will persist. We cannot keep playing the role of benefactor. The relentless drought over the years has left not only the crops barren but has also deprived the villagers of drinking water. The entirety of Nanyang Prefecture has become a desolate expanse, with all life withering away, and countless beings have perished from exposure and starvation. Bai Creek Village, encircled by mountains, has not succumbed to famine like other regions, as the only road connecting it to the outside world remains covered by a great formation, and the few families there have managed to stockpile some provisions. Moreover, Zhou Changhe has skillfully managed the waterways, allowing the village to avoid the dire fate that has befallen others. However, Zhou Changhe gestures dismissively, cautioning against myopic thinking. While it may appear that he is performing acts of benevolence, he is, in fact, using the provisions to placate and manipulate the villagers. Each day, he merely has to prepare large pots of thin porridge in exchange for the tranquility of his domain. Yet, this is not without cost. The villagers must toil up the mountains to repair roads and dredge channels within their territory. Now, aside from the village itself, which remains largely unchanged, the surrounding landscape has undergone a dramatic transformation. In the fields, deep channels have been excavated in a grid pattern, each measuring 7 feet wide and 8 feet deep, stretching for miles and connecting to the Bai Creek. This not only reorganizes the farmland but also facilitates future irrigation. In the midst of the parched riverbed of Bai Creek, around 100 men toil vigorously, deepening and widening the riverbed. Zhou Changhe intends to transform this area into a small lake to ensure the village's continued prosperity. Numerous stone steps rise from the foot of Bai Creek Mountain, extending towards the four peaks, ultimately vanishing into the mist, alongside the leveling and cultivation of the four peaks, creating numerous courtyards and pavilions. These two are the result of Zhou Changhe's urging of the villagers. The Zhou family has expended merely 1,000 stone of grain for these endeavors, half of which was provided by the Wang and Sun families. Though reluctant to witness the villagers starving, the over 500 residents of Bai Creek Village require over a stone of grain daily, just to scrape by, amounting to roughly 100 pounds. Zhou Changhe reflects as he swallows another mouthful of porridge. With 500 stones of grain remaining, he considers that after expending another 100, he would cease the distribution of porridge, as the necessary improvements in the village have already been made. At that point, whether the villagers live or die would depend solely on their own fates. After all, in such a year of calamity, other landlords have long shuttered their doors, fearing that the starving might covet their possessions. Leaving no surplus to provide for labor in exchange for food in some areas, the desperate have even stormed the homes of landlords, resulting in tragic fatalities. Yet, the Zhou family has managed to sustain their surplus grain through the cooperation of 3 families. As Bai Creek Village is isolated within the mountains, preventing news of their plight from leaking out or attracting disaster-stricken outsiders. Just then, a commotion arises in the distance. The Immortal is about to bring rain. "Come quickly!" Instantly, the crowd erupts into a cacophony, with the once listless villagers bursting forth with renewed vigor, rushing towards the source with bowls and jars in hand. "Don't push! Don't push!" a man shouts, yet he is jostled further away as the throng surges forward. Leaving women and children trapped in the middle, crying out for help, a burly man forcefully shoves his way through the crowd, shouting, "Make way! I'm here for water!" Their throats parched, they have suffered greatly from dehydration. In this drought, not only do the crops fail to thrive, but there is also a severe lack of drinking water, capable of causing death by starvation and thirst. Although the thin porridge provided by the Zhou family contains some water, it is but a drop in the ocean. Only by invoking his powers every 3 to 5 days can Zhou Ping summon water and rain to preserve the villagers' lives. The crowd continues to push and shove until Zhou Ping exerts his authority, commanding silence. If it gets any louder, there will be no rain today. The throng falls silent, each person trembling, shrinking back in fear. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Zhou Ping begins to chant his incantation, his inner energy swirling. In an instant, air currents converge from all directions, coalescing in the sky into a massive cloud formation. Soon, a drizzle begins to fall, igniting wild joy among the villagers as they rush forward, desperately trying to catch the rain in their containers. Many tilt their heads back, allowing the scattered droplets to land on their chapped lips, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. The Wang and Sun families are also present, scrambling to gather water, anxious not to miss out. As for the Zhou family, throughout the year, Zhou Ping has continually summoned water vapor, resulting in several deep ponds atop Ming Peak, sufficient for the household's water needs. The energy expended in summoning rain and condensing spiritual energy from the rain is vastly different. Summoning water requires only a modest amount of energy, while condensing a rain of spiritual energy can deplete Zhou Ping's entire reservoir of power. This situation has naturally led to Qin Fuxing and others aiding in the irrigation. Saving effort, however, as Zhou Ping gazes at the gathering clouds, a slight sigh escapes him. The clouds seem to grow smaller with each attempt. If this continues, he may not be able to summon rain at all. After all, the process of summoning rain involves collecting moisture from all around. But if the surrounding areas are devoid of any moisture, no amount of gathering will produce rain. He gazes into the distance, his brow furrowed. This drought has persisted for far too long, an uncommonly protracted ordeal. He recalls the tales he heard at Qingyun's sect regarding powerful beings capable of altering the weather with mere thoughts, wielding godlike abilities. Yet, at that time, Zhou Ping was merely a servant, and those powerful figures seemed a world apart, mere legends. Now, however, with Nanyang Prefecture enduring 5 or 6 years of increasingly severe drought, he cannot help but entertain wild thoughts. Could it be that a mighty being is attempting to break through in Nanyang? Chapter 54. The sporadic raindrops fell for less than a quarter of an hour before ceasing. The villagers craned their necks, gazing longingly at the sky, only to be met with disappointment as they reluctantly clutched their water containers, fearful of any mishap that might cause their precious water to spill. Zhou Changhe addressed Zhou Shi. First, let the villagers take the water home, then they can return to work. You truly are a great benefactor, young master, Zhou Shi chuckled, thumping his chest. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on things. We'll surely dig a deep pit today. Zhou Changhe merely grunted in acknowledgement and strolled away. Though he had not yet reached 20, he had been in charge for 7 or 8 years. Having grown accustomed to wielding authority, instilling a sense of awe in the common villagers. 2 years prior, the Sun family had welcomed a child, and as a new father, Zhou Changhe had become even more composed. Zhou Shi, having watched Zhou Changhe depart, straightened his back and, with an air of arrogance, summoned a servant. Go tell those folks to get to work quickly. If they try to slack off, they may find their porridge gone. Yes, sir. The servant bowed humbly, but upon reaching the villagers, he changed his demeanor, barking menacingly, Get up. The master is kind-hearted and fears you'll starve in this year of calamity, providing you with grain, and yet you remain ungrateful. Dawdling while you ought to be digging channels and lakes. You'll reap the benefits of this lake in the future. How could you be so ungrateful? Hurry up, if you don't get moving. You won't have any porridge to eat tonight. At the mention of no porridge, the weary crowd stirred, reluctantly picking up their tools and beginning to work on the riverbed in the distance. Zhou Ping and Zhou Changhe led their people up the mountain, aware of the commotion behind them. While Zhou Shi's behavior might be somewhat overbearing, he was nonetheless loyal and effective. The distribution of porridge as a charitable act, paired with Zhou Shi's intimidation, ensured a balance of respect and fear. This was Zhou Changhe's method of governance. After all, at times, the name of the celestial clan may not wield as much influence as the authority of these servants. Zhou Changhe fell back half a step, whispering to Zhou Ping, Uncle, in a few months, it will be time for us to deliver the spiritual rice to the family, but the outside world is chaotic, teeming with disaster victims and bandits. It may not be wise to send our people. Perhaps we should spend a bit more to have someone from the Divine Spirit Bureau come personally to collect? Zhou Ping, trudging ahead on the stone steps leading to Ming Peak, was lost in thought. Although the family possessed 8 acres of spiritual fields, the yield accumulated over the years was disappointingly meager. The harvest of spiritual rice is heavily reliant on the richness of spiritual energy. The denser the energy, the higher the yield. When he was a spirit planter at Qingyun sect, the abundant energy there often yielded 800 pounds per acre. However, Bai Creek Mountain is situated in a region lacking spiritual energy, and the formation there is only of the first tier, far less effective than the protective formation of Qingyun sect, resulting in yields of less than 300 pounds per acre. From this yield, they must reserve enough for their own consumption and set aside a portion to reward the Qin and Fu families, leaving them with only around 1,300 pounds each year. Should they summon someone from the Divine Spirit Bureau using the Jade Mirror, it would require an additional 400 pounds, equivalent to 3 years' worth of harvest. No wonder Zhou Ping felt a pang of heartache. Yet, with the current turmoil, the entire Nanyang prefecture is rife with disaster victims, and Zhou Ping is loath to send his family out to deliver grain. After all, even a Qi awakening cultivator would struggle against the masses of desperate people, let alone the risk of other factions seizing their provisions. As for Zhou Ping himself delivering it, that was out of the question. He was the pillar of the Zhou family and could not afford any missteps. If he were to leave, the formation would only be left in Zhou Minghu's hands. Should a Qi refinement cultivator attack, it could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Even though the likelihood of such an event is slim, one must always prepare for the worst. What if another faction has set its sights on their family? Sighing deeply, Zhou Ping lamented that after some time, once this season's spiritual rice had ripened, he would allow the representatives of the Divine Immortal Bureau to collect it. Even though the submission of spiritual rice was entirely voluntary, how many frail celestial clans would dare to take such a risk? Especially for families like the Zhou clan, which possessed only a single Qi refining practitioner. Any unforeseen mishap could plunge them into an abyss of despair, leaving no room for regret. The court truly had them at its mercy. Knowing these weaker celestial clans would not dare to gamble, which is why they had set the quota at 400 jin. High enough to be disheartening yet not so daunting as to deter them completely. It was a shrewd maneuver to drain their reserves, making it exceedingly difficult for the celestial clan to gain momentum. Yet, Zhou Ping found solace in the fact that his parents enjoyed daily meals of spiritual rice, and their health was steadily improving. With this thought, his spirits were greatly lifted. The Ming Peak, standing only 100 zhang high, was reached by the group in a mere quarter of an hour. The 4 peaks were shrouded in mist. Without guidance, even a Qi awakening practitioner could easily lose their way within. Several times, villagers attempting to build courtyards on the mountain had wandered astray, suffering dire consequences. Instilling a deep sense of reverence in the hearts of all mortals from Bai Creek village, who dared not step beyond their bounds. Rumors began to circulate throughout the village that residing on Bai Creek Mountain could extend one's lifespan, which excited elders like the patriarch of the Sun family, who desperately sought to align themselves with the Zhou clan, yearning for the day they could live atop the mountain. This notion had naturally been propagated by Zhou Changhe. Although living in a spiritually abundant area did indeed confer certain benefits to mortals, it was merely a matter of a few additional years of life. Yet, this did not hinder Zhou Changhe from winning the hearts of the villagers from Bai Creek. He even brought Old Man Qin and the parents of Wang Dashi to live on the mountain, both to secure the affections of Qin Fuxing and Wang Dashi, as well as to set an example for the villagers. The joyous atmosphere, combined with the subtle influence of spiritual energy, made the few people appear significantly younger, further igniting the aspirations of the older generation. Otherwise, how could the Wang and Sun families so willingly part with their grains? They were, after all, motivated by the prospect of longevity, with the patriarch of the Sun family and Wang Feng eagerly rushing to contribute their share. Atop the mountain stood several courtyards, where a few children played merrily in an open area. Watched over by maids, upon seeing Zhou Ping and his son's arrival, the children rushed over with gleeful shouts. "Daddy!" Zhou Bai exclaimed joyfully, wrapping his small arms around Zhou Ping's leg and gazing up with eyes that sparkled like a starry sky. Innocent and pure. "Where did you go, Daddy? Why didn't you take me with you?" Zhou Ping chuckled as he lifted Zhou Bai into his arms. Daddy went down to make it rain. For this third son, who lacked any particular talent. Zhou Ping always exhibited a touch more patience and warmth. Make it rain. What is that? Zhou Bai asked, tilting his head in confusion. Making it rain means helping the people below to survive and live a better life. Zhou Ping explained. Hearing this, Zhou Bai's eyes lit up with excitement as he waved his small hands and shouted, Then I want to make it rain too, so that Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle can all live well. Zhou Ping, gazing at his exuberant son, felt a pang of reluctance to disclose the harsh realities of their situation. Ian Zhou Changha's embrace was another child, barely 1 or 2 years old, who gazed around with innocent curiosity, babbling indistinctly. This was Zhou Chengqian, the firstborn of the 4th generation of the Zhou family. His name was chosen by Zhou Hong, reflecting the hope that his eldest grandson would inherit and flourish the family business. The character Cheng was designated by Zhou Ping as the generational name for his descendants. Now that their family had ascended to the status of a celestial clan, as long as no calamities befell them, they were bound to thrive, potentially amassing a clan as large as the Pingyuan Huang family. With an increase in family members, however, came the risk of discord. Thus, for the sake of familial cohesion and the preservation of order and tradition, Zhou Ping resolved to establish a generational naming system beginning with the grandchildren. Chengxi, Xiuwen, Jingyuan, Zhanting, Changsheng, Yong'an were the names he set for the male heirs of his lineage, with Zhou Chengqian being the first of the Cheng generation. Zhou Ping even devised generational names for the female members: Qianyue, Qingxiu, Jiazhao, Yijin, Yuruo, Yingji, a lineage to span the next 12 generations. As for what lay beyond the 12th generation, Zhou Ping harbored no illusions about whether he would still be alive by then. Yet, he trusted that if he were still around, or if the Zhou family remained prosperous, the continuation would naturally follow. Chapter 55. Family Feast. Zhou Changha affectionately pressed Zhou Chengqian against him and gently encouraged. Chengqian, greet your uncle. With clear, innocent eyes, Zhou Chengqian turned to Zhou Ping and shyly called out, Uncle. His voice was tender, and his words still unrefined. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully responded, merely 30. He found himself an uncle, a whimsical surprise indeed. In his previous life, he would have likely been unmarried by this age. Come, let us pay our respects to our ancestors, Zhou Ping said with a smile, leading the way toward the most magnificent courtyard at the center, with Zhou Changha closely following behind, holding Zhou Chengqian. Meanwhile, the other children scampered off to a nearby small courtyard, where the offspring of Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu, among others, played. The Zhou family did not oppose their maids and servants forming families, and in fact, subtly encouraged it. Those loyal servants who had once departed from the family were naturally more devoted than those of the Wang and Sun families. Some virtuous and loyal individuals were even granted the surname Zhou, both as an honor and to strengthen the Zhou lineage. For Zhou Ping, this was a way to blend his own bloodline into the larger family. Avoiding unwanted attention. As Zhou Ping entered the courtyard, holding Zhou Bai, he observed the servants busily preparing dishes. 2 Attendants respectfully greeted. Second young master. Zhou Hong, seated on a side chair, smiled warmly. I just heard Bai's voice and knew you had returned, so I had them bring the dishes out. Zhou Hong was several years older than Zhou Ping, now in his 40s, with noticeable streaks of gray in his hair and a face that had lost some of its youthful vigor. Just in time. I was feeling a bit peckish. Gather everyone for a meal, Zhou Ping replied. The attendants dispersed to summon family members from various branches and courtyards. Before long, Zhou Dashan emerged, supported by Zhou Hu. Trembling and unsteady. Since the drought had struck, the Zhou family's herbal business had ceased operations. Zhou Hu, unwilling to fall behind Zhou Shi, had become Zhou Dashan's personal servant, while his wife, Huixiang, a loyal elder of the Zhou family, had been responsible for the inner courtyard servants and was well respected, even referred to as Sister Huixiang by younger generations like Zhou Minghu. Zhou Dashan, nearing 70, bore pale, mottled skin and appeared frail. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, with daily meals of spiritual rice and the nurturing influence of spiritual energy from Zhou Ping and his sons, his health had gradually improved, no longer resembling the withered state of 2 years prior. In contrast, Huang Shi seemed to grow younger with each passing day. If not for her silver hair and creased skin, one would hardly believe she was over 70. Zhou Ping's sister-in-law, Lin Shi, had arrived with Zhou Chang'an. The previous night raid had resulted in the deaths of several ruffians from Lin family village, igniting resentment among many in the village. During Lin Shi's visits home, she had faced numerous accusations from the families of the deceased. Torn between her maternal and marital families, she had suffered greatly, ultimately developing a heart ailment that aged her beyond her years. Despite Zhou Chang'e and his son's earnest pleas for her to stay away from her family, she could not quell her longing for her maiden family, as it remained her own kin. It was not until 2 years prior, when Zhou Ping broke through to the qi refining stage, that the Zhou family transformed into a formidable celestial clan. Suddenly, members of Lin family village rushed to curry favor with them, leading to an improvement in Lin Shi's condition, albeit she had already changed beyond recognition. Only 13 or 14 years old, Zhou Chang'an had matured into a refined young man, well-versed in literature and exuding an air of cultured grace. Zhou Ping had not anticipated his nephew's academic talent, and it seemed possible that the family might soon produce a scholar or a successful candidate. Following closely behind was Zhou Changxi, who was accompanied by a woman exuding a robust demeanor. Unlike the gentle nature typically associated with rural maidens, Zhou Changxi had been raised in the courtyard, influenced by the women around him, resulting in a delicate, indecisive character, ill-equipped to take charge. With Zhou Chang'e and Zhou Minghu present, there was little need for him to exert himself. He had taken up martial arts under the tutelage of Su Bo, acquiring skills for self-defense, and often roamed the mountains and forests in search of game. One day, he returned with this woman, claiming she was the daughter of a hunter from the mountains, named Mu Lu. Zhou Ping had initially harbored suspicions that Mu Lu might be a spy sent by some faction. But since she remained devoted to Zhou Changxi and rarely ventured beyond their home, he decided to ignore the matter, though he instructed Zhou Xinyang to remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen mishap. Next came Chen Yinxiu and Zhou Xinyang, a harmonious mother and son duo, who greeted everyone before settling beside Zhou Ping. Shortly thereafter, 3 women emerged from the back courtyard, one being Zhou Chang'e's legitimate wife, Sun Shi, while another was the younger sister of Qian Fangsu, Zhou Chang'e's concubine. The 2 women displayed a notable respect for the last lady, slightly stepping back in her presence. This final woman was Zhou Minghu's concubine, a daughter of the Wang family and a granddaughter of Wang Feng. When the Wang family sought a marriage alliance, they originally intended to forge a bond with Zhou Hong, aiming for Zhou Changxi to marry her. After all, the Wang family was well aware that Zhou Minghu, being a celestial master, would likely look down upon their daughter. If they were to insist and be rejected, it would only lead to humiliation. Thus, it was wiser to settle for a lesser option. At that moment, Wang Feng was still engaged in conversation with Zhou Hong, who, naturally, was skillfully dodging the topic, not wishing to make a definitive decision regarding his son's marriage. Their discussion stretched on for quite some time without reaching a resolution. It was then that Zhou Minghu stepped forward, offering to take her as a concubine. Wang Feng was more than agreeable, for it was evident to any discerning observer that, despite the Zhou family being led by the eldest branch, their fortunes were ultimately tied to the second branch. Moreover, Zhou Minghu was a celestial master. Even being a concubine was far superior to becoming Zhou Changxi's wife. Later, Zhou Ping inquired about Zhou Minghu's thoughts on the matter. After all, he had previously declared his intention to eradicate the Qian, Sun, and Wang families, and now he was marrying into the Wang family. I would rather he harbor resentment towards his father than towards his uncle, Zhou Minghu had expressed during their conversation. The Wang matriarch bowed respectfully to the gathered crowd and then inclined her head in deference to Zhou Ping, who finally snapped back to reality and nodded in acknowledgement. Outside, Zhou Minghu arrived in a disheveled state, first greeting Zhou Dashan and the others before sitting closely beside the Wang matriarch, their proximity reminiscent of a loving couple. The Wang matriarch gazed at her husband with a blissful expression, as if she had just savored a sweet date. She understood that Zhou Hong had been reluctant to accept her as a daughter-in-law, and it was her husband who had stepped in to preserve her dignity. After their marriage, she was showered with affection, inciting envy among onlookers. Surely, she must have accumulated great merit in her past life to be able to wed such an ideal partner in this one. Observing his son and daughter-in-law in such a manner, Zhou Ping ultimately buried his thoughts deep within. Regardless of Zhou Minghu's actions, as a father, he would silently support him. Zhou Dashan surveyed the surroundings. witnessing the joyful cries of his descendants, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Everyone is here. Let us eat," he declared. Chapter 56. Grain Payment. As autumn approached, Zhou Minghu stood upon the field ridge, directing the household servants in the harvest of the spirit rice. A closer inspection would reveal his pale complexion, with his left arm bandaged. Just a few days prior, Zhou Minghu was somewhat reluctant to surrender the grain to the celestial office, for it was a hefty 400 pounds of spirit rice. Thus, he secretly led a group down from Shandong, hoping to reach Zhaoping County or Qingshui County. However, what he encountered was a scene of utter desolation. Scorched earth stretched for miles. Zhou Minghu had ventured eastward for a mere 10 miles, only to find barren fields where no crops or vegetation thrived. Rivers dried up, and the land littered with the corpses of the starving. The disaster-stricken people resorted to boiling the dead for sustenance, while wild dogs feasted on bones, their eyes glowing with a spectral green light. Even the skeletal remains of trees had been stripped bare, leaving only stark trunks standing. He witnessed individuals with grotesquely swollen bellies collapse to the ground, coughing up nothing but dirt. The presence of Zhou Minghu and his entourage naturally drew the hungry gazes of these desperate souls. After all, the Zhou family members were still well fed, their figures robust, and to the starving villagers, they appeared as succulent, savory morsels. While passing through a village, they were quickly surrounded by a throng of starving people. Had it not been for Zhou Minghu wielding a small sword and carving a path through the crowd, and the villagers being too famished to keep pace, their survival would have been in jeopardy. Nevertheless, 2 servants lost their lives, devoured by the desperate mob, and Zhou Minghu's arms sustained injuries as well. Having never witnessed such a year of famine, he failed to grasp the terror it entailed, which led to his reluctance in surrendering the 400 pounds of spirit rice, clinging to a sliver of hope. Had he known the true horror of a world consumed by famine, he would have never dared to venture out. Upon his return, Zhou Ping reprimanded him, furious at his reckless actions. Zhou Minghu gazed longingly at the mountains beyond, as if the desolate and tragic scenes were still etched in his mind, and sighed deeply. Alas, when will this dreadful drought come to an end? If this continues, our own lives will surely become unbearable. The chances of summoning rain are dwindling. It may soon reach a point where not a single drop can be coaxed. At that time, even if we have grain, survival will be impossible. The hundreds of souls in Baishi village may perish, and I cannot fathom how many of our own servants will endure, let alone our family members. Third young master, we have finished the harvest, Zhou Shi respectfully reported, gesturing towards the neatly stacked piles of spirit rice. Although spirit rice required the attention of cultivators for irrigation, it was otherwise similar to ordinary rice, resilient yet slightly more labor-intensive to harvest, making it accessible for commoners. Zhou Minghu approached, taking a handful of spirit rice and rubbing it between his palms. As he examined the grains, his brow furrowed with concern, ultimately giving way to a long sigh. The yield was disappointingly meager. It was evident that the drought had severely impacted the harvest. He instructed them to search the fields thoroughly, ensuring that not a single stalk of rice was overlooked. Turning to Zhou Shi, he added, "Also, pack these into bags, transport them to the granary, and thresh them there. Handle them gently. Do not let a single grain spill." "Understood," Zhou Shi replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Despite this, Zhou Minghu lingered, silently watching as the others worked. He could not afford to be indifferent. The reduction in spirit rice meant that every grain was invaluable. If they were to fall short by even a few pounds, the consequences would be unbearable. But if this decline persisted, what would they do in 3 years? Meanwhile, in other regions of Baishi Mountain, Zhou Xuanya and Zhou Changhe were personally leading their teams to harvest spirit rice. The entire Zhou family placed great importance on this endeavor, eagerly awaiting the final tally to see if they would meet their quota. If not, they would have to barter with alternative goods. Zhou Ping even ventured into the mountains to gather the pure air that could aid in his cultivation, which could later serve as collateral for a portion of his achievements. With everyone laboring diligently, they managed to complete the task by the end of September. Moreover, they received joyous news. Although this year's spirit rice yield was diminished, the combined total over 3 years still amounted to 4,000 pounds of spirit rice. Zhou Ping activated the Jade Mirror and took his position within the Great Formation. awaiting the arrival of the Celestial Office's representatives. On the third day, a small boat, measuring a yard in length, landed at Baishi Mountain, from which two figures emerged, one of whom was a familiar face to Zhou Ping, Zhang Ting. "Zhou Daoyu, we have arrived," Zhang Ting called out, brandishing a token that caused Zhou Ping's jade mirror to shimmer incessantly. Zhou Ping then opened the formation, allowing the two men to enter, keeping the array plate close at hand, ready to activate the formation at a moment's notice. After all, one must always remain vigilant. Even though he had no choice but to send Zhou Xuanya into the mountains 3 years prior during the recording of celestial qualifications, he did so to avoid detection of their potential and to preserve a spark for his family. Despite the court's endorsement, matters of life and death are fraught with uncertainty. Caution is always prudent. "Zhang Daoyu," Zhou Ping greeted with cupped hands. Zhang Ting smiled and replied, "It has been 3 years since our last meeting. Your cultivation has indeed progressed significantly. Congratulations." The moment he descended, he sensed Zhou Ping's aura had reached the first level of qi refining, overflowing with vitality, a testament to his relentless dedication to cultivation. He felt no envy. For those of low aptitude like himself, refining qi was not particularly challenging. The nurturing of spiritual orifices was the true endeavor. Zhang Ting had achieved qi refining at 36. And after 40 years, he had only reached the 4th level of those 3 decades. Most had been spent nurturing his spiritual orifices, with only a few years devoted to genuine qi refining. Though he appeared to have over 40 years of life left, seemingly having the potential to reach the pinnacle of qi refining in his twilight years, the reality was that as one progressed, nurturing spiritual orifices became increasingly challenging. Even if fortunate enough to reach the pinnacle of qi refining, one's vitality would have waned, making breakthroughs into the foundation establishment stage all the more elusive. Seeing Zhou Ping's industriousness reminded Zhang Ting of his younger self, and he could only hope that decades later, Zhou Ping would still possess such fervor. Zhang Ting couldn't help but reflect internally, then gestured towards the burly middle-aged man behind him, saying, "Allow me to introduce my companion from the Celestial Office. Li Qing, that we always send 2 individuals to collect merit resources. This time, it is both Li Qing and myself." This statement also served to reassure Zhou Ping not to harbor any fears. "Greetings, Li Daoyu," Zhou Ping said. Although Li Qing was also a qi refining cultivator, he appeared somewhat awkward and responded clumsily, "Greetings, Zhou Daoyu." After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Ting, Zhou Ping led them deeper into the granary, where a mound of spirit rice lay before them. "Daoyu, behold, this is the spirit rice my family is submitting, totaling 3,900 pounds. Zhang Ting stepped forward, rubbing the spirit rice and nodding in approval upon seeing its high quality. "Haha, Zhou Daoyu, you have been quite diligent. To amass such a quantity in just 3 years is truly remarkable. Just recently, the Huang family in Pingyun County had to barter with treasures due to insufficient spirit rice." Li Qing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spirit rice, akin to a farmer relishing a bountiful harvest. He promptly retrieved a storage pouch from his waist. Zhang Ting wasted no time either. He performed a technique, murmuring incantations, causing the mound of spirit rice to levitate gradually, flowing into the storage pouch like a tide. Zhou Ping watched enviously, marveling at the unique qi refining technique Zhang Ting displayed. Zhou Ping has only mastered 2 or 3 techniques of qi refinement thus far, all of which pertain to the cultivation of spiritual rice, which is rather lacking in comparison. However, this is unavoidable. After all, Zhang Ting has the backing of the Divine Immortal Bureau, making it easier for him to acquire such techniques. Yet, there is a cost to this ease. Zhang Ting has little time to attend to his own family, resulting in the Zhang family's current predicament. My friend, 3,900 gene is neither more nor less. This is the surplus, Zhang Ting said with a smile, placing the excess spiritual rice back on the ground. Measurements taken by ordinary means inevitably lead to some discrepancies, and although Zhang Ting's techniques still yield a measure of inaccuracy, they are far more precise than the Zhou family's assessments. Soon, the jade tablet in Zhou Ping's hand showed a slight change, yet there remained a deficit of 475 merit points. My friend, since the transaction is complete, we shall take our leave, Zhang Ting said, bowing as he observed the changes in the jade tablet. Zhou Ping, attempting to retain them, remarked, "The household has prepared food and drink. Given the arduous journey, why not rest and feast before departing?" However, Zhang Ting waved his hand, saying, "In this year of calamity, with chaos and danger everywhere, it would be prudent for us to return and report as soon as possible, my friend. This unprecedented disaster has persisted for years, resembling no natural calamity. May I inquire as to its origin?" At this moment, Zhou Ping voiced his curiosity, causing both Zhang Ting and his companion to change countenance. Zhang Ting clasped his hands and replied, "It is better that you remain unaware, my friend. I can only inform you that this great calamity will last at most until the year's end, after which normalcy shall be restored." Witnessing the shift in their expressions only solidified Zhou Ping's suspicions. It seemed likely that a formidable being was engaged in cultivation. However, the certainty that it would cease before the year's end felt somewhat peculiar. Yet, since the two were unwilling to divulge further, Zhou Ping found himself at an impasse. Before long, the two bid farewell, but as they were leaving, Zhang Ting discreetly conveyed to Zhou Ping, "The calamity is connected to the Qingyun sect." Zhou Ping gazed at the departing flying vessel. Lost in contemplation. Chapter 57. Guarding the wilderness. When Zhou Ping was still at the Qingyun sect, he had gained a general understanding of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom lies at the border between the human and demon races. Established hundreds of years ago when a mighty being vanquished the local demon king, using the remnants of the demon king to uphold the mandate of heaven, thereby founding a human dynasty atop the ruins. The descendants of that mighty being now comprise the royal family of Zhao. The Zhao Kingdom is vast, spanning 8,000 miles, divided into 18 prefectures, each encompassing over 1,000 miles, home to countless human inhabitants. The forces within are as numerous as the stars, with any faction that holds dominion over a prefecture and boasts high-level alchemists being considered a superpower. Besides the royal family, there are only 14 such formidable factions within Zhao. Thus, it is also referred to as the 3 clans, 4 sects, and 7 gates. The superpower within the Nanyang Prefecture is the Qingyun sect, which stands 2,000 miles away from Baishi Mountain on Qingyun Mountain. Yet, even though these factions dominate a prefecture, they dare not act recklessly within their domains. This is due to the overwhelming strength of the royal family. The 3 major royal clans obey the royal family's commands, with legends suggesting that the mighty being still lives, which naturally deters these factions from mischief. This explains why no one dares provoke the divine Immortal Bureau, and why cultivators treat ordinary officials with utmost respect, as they stand behind the court and the royal family. Could it be that the ancestor of the Qingyun sect is on the verge of a breakthrough? Zhou Ping pondered, only to subsequently dispel the thought from his mind. During his time at the Qingyun sect, he was merely a menial disciple, rarely visiting the main peak and having seen only a handful of foundation-building cultivators. Even if the ancestor were truly on the verge of a breakthrough, he would not know who it was. Moreover, even if he did know, what could he do about it? It is best not to dwell on such matters. It is said that those high-level cultivators can sense their names being uttered. Perhaps this is the reason why Zhang Ting and his companion were reluctant to reveal more. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat reassured, knowing that the drought might end before the year's end. Although its authenticity remained uncertain, it was certainly better than an unending plight. After all, if the drought continues, their family would face ruin. Yet after the drought, how many would still be alive in Nanyang Prefecture, and how many would lie in starvation along the roads? Zhou Ping walked towards the courtyard but did not share the news of a possible end to the drought with his family, as it was merely an uncertain possibility. 1,000 miles away, a majestic and towering giant mountain loomed over the earth, its aura potent and overwhelming, with peaks hidden among the clouds. However, the once lush and verdant giant mountain now bore a charred, crimson visage, reduced to countless withered and burnt remnants, as if it had transformed into an impending volcano on the verge of eruption, devoid of all vitality. The mountain, once adorned with countless palatial structures and flying courtyards, had been relocated over 100 miles away. This was the once great Qingyun sect INA pavilion. 2 figures were engaged in a game of chess. The player with the white pieces was an elderly man in robes, while the player with the black pieces was a fearsome general clad in armor. After nearly 6 years, the elder Qingyun has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Would it not be better to awaken him? The old man smiled, making a move that countered the black piece's aggressive advance. My Senior is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. He must not be disturbed. I beg your pardon, my lord. The general replied coolly, "I act under the emperor's orders, and came here specifically for Elder Qingyuan. Do you mean to suggest that I return empty-handed, failing to meet the emperor's lofty expectations?" The general's tone turned stern. "The breakthrough of Elder Qingyuan would be a great joy for our Zhao kingdom. The black piece captured a white piece, shattering the white formation, yet now, after 6 years, there had still been no success, leading to suffering and death among the people of Nanyang Prefecture. Your esteemed sect must do something for the countless innocent lives lost." The old man sighed. He was the second elder of the Qingyun sect. Qing Xuanzi. "However, my senior is at a crucial stage in his breakthrough. If we were to interrupt him recklessly, it could lead to irreparable harm. I ask for your understanding, Divine General." The general, however, was Zhao Yuanmu, the foremost general under the current emperor of Zhao. Humph. Zhao Yuanmu snorted coldly, a surge of fierce energy pressing down upon Qing Xuanzi, his terrifying aura manifesting in the world, suppressing all around him. All the Qingyun sect cultivators nearby, regardless of their cultivation level, from the foundation-building experts to the menial disciples, were instantly subdued, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their hearts racing in fear. They looked towards the pavilion with trepidation. Could that be the legendary Divine General? Foundation-building cultivators lay prostrate, unable to lift their heads, only able to catch glimpses of the figure within the pavilion through their peripheral vision. Qing Xuanzi's expression shifted slightly, and he erupted with power to counter the pressure, only to discover that he was being suppressed by Zhao Yuanmu. His face changed drastically. How many years had Zhao Yuanmu practiced? And yet he had become even more formidable than himself. Zhao Yuanmu slowly rose to his feet, resembling a towering mountain, instilling fear in all present. In his hands, a long spear gradually materialized, and in an instant, a chilling aura pervaded the surroundings, his armor radiating brilliant light, before he stepped into the void, shaking the heavens and the earth. He hurled the long spear towards Qingyun Mountain, unleashing a terrifying might that shattered the giant mountain, revealing a hidden bronze chamber within. Inside lay a withered old man in a blood robe, emanating extreme black flames, who was startled awake by the spear's force, unable to contain the turmoil within, causing his body to explode, fracturing the mountain and tearing the heavens asunder. "You little ghost, seeking death?" A chilling, indifferent voice echoed throughout the realm, and a figure slowly re-emerged. It was the blood-robed elder, though his body was shattered, and he was severely impacted spiritually. Had it not been for the protection of powerful measures, he would have surely perished. "Ancestor, it is the ancestor!" Countless Qingyun sect cultivators exclaimed in joy. Yet, Zhao Yuanmu remained unperturbed. The long spear reappearing in his grasp, his aura vast and overwhelming, shaking the universe. Elder Qingyun, having failed to break through for several years, has caused unspeakable suffering to the people of Nanyang. I act under the emperor's orders to apprehend you. As a punishment for your unintentional transgressions, you are to guard the wilderness for 500 years. Chapter 58. A time of reconstruction. Elder Qingyun stood poised in the void, the space around him crumbling and breaking apart. A terrifying aura of destruction enveloping the realm, causing all present to tremble in fear. The wounds covering his body were healing, yet a particularly gruesome and terrifying scar remained, one that pierced through both his body and soul. As Elder Qingyun took a step forward, the space could not withstand his overwhelming might, fracturing like a spider's web, and the immense force surged towards the heavens and beyond. "With you, a mere second-tier alchemist. Dare you seek to punish this old man?" His voice was cold, filled with intense fury. He was at a critical stage of his breakthrough when Zhao Yuanmu's intervention had disrupted his progress, causing a backlash that reversed his path. Even though he had managed to protect his body and soul, the injuries he sustained were severe, leaving him with no hope of further advancement. To obstruct one's path to enlightenment is akin to slaying one's parent. How can one not be enraged? Zhao Yuanmu's armor erupted with a powerful blood light, the accumulated essence of countless slain demons, and he shouted coldly, "Your cultivation has caused the heavens to change, turning the land of Nanyang into scorched earth and resulting in the suffering of the people. I act under the emperor's orders to escort you to the southern wilderness for 500 years, to atone for the sins against the millions of souls in Nanyang." What a farce! Those ants die, and it matters not, Elder Qingyun scoffed. If I were to achieve the pinnacle of Shuangguan, I wonder if Zhao Zhan would still dare to utter such words. Zhao Yuanmu furiously retorted, presumptuous. The emperor's name is not to be spoken lightly by you. A mere criminal. 6 years have passed without a breakthrough. Yet you have caused the people of Nanyang to suffer. You deserve death for your crimes. In an instant, he brandished his long spear, charging fiercely towards Qinjianzi, while behind him manifested a colossal figure of a golden-armored deity, towering over 1,000 zhong, shaking the heavens and the earth with its terrifying might. Countless cultivators below trembled in fear, their hearts gripped by terror. Such audacity! Today, I shall slay you. Let us see what Zhao Zhan can do to me. Qinjianzi snorted coldly, his sleeves rustling like the wind as a fire cloud materialized in the heavens, causing the world to grow suddenly sweltering, flames appearing out of thin air to scorch the earth, reducing all to ashes. This is bad. Below, King Xuanzi's expression changed slightly as he hastily gathered numerous palaces and buildings into his sleeves, leading the disciples of the Qingyun sect to flee into the distance. He understood that if a great battle erupted, the centuries of heritage and foundation of Qingyun sect would be consumed in the aftermath. Only when he had distanced himself considerably did he feel a measure of relief. Yet he gazed at the two diminutive figures in the sky, silent and contemplative, finally letting out a long sigh. One was his elder brother, the esteemed elder of Qingyun sect. The other represented the current emperor. He wished not to intervene, nor dared to. Brother, Qingyun sect needs me more. His elder brother's breakthrough into the Tongxian realm was a blessing for the sect, a fortune for the Zhao kingdom. Yet, as he practiced the path of fire, intertwining with the heavenly Tao, it had resulted in a 6-year-long drought in Nanyang Prefecture. How could Qingyun sect be blind to the numerous tragedies in Nanyang? How could the entire Zhao kingdom remain oblivious? However, having another Tongxian powerhouse was immensely beneficial for the Zhao kingdom. Thus, the emperor tacitly allowed his elder brother's breakthrough, even if it meant the suffering of countless souls. But 6 years had passed, and his brother had yet to break through, having long lost the best opportunity for it, with hope now dimmed. The emperor would naturally not allow Qinjianzi to break through again, but rather sought to atone for the millions of common folk in Nanyang Prefecture by sending him to the southern wilderness to slay demons and expand territory for humanity and the Zhao kingdom. If he were to assist his brother, it would be tantamount to defying imperial commands, deserving punishment. Should both of them venture to the southern wilderness, Qingyun sect would be left without a Tongxian alchemist to hold the fort, jeopardizing their position in the Zhao kingdom. Above Qingyun Mountain, the divine manifestation and the fire cloud faced off, watching as the multitude of Qingyun sect members retreated. The energies of the two entities slowly surged, trembling the void. Qinjianzi knew this was the punishment he deserved. His heart burned with resentment as he longed to chastise Zhao Yuanmu. Moreover, this was Qingyun sect, and Zhao Yuanmu's actions, though representing the imperial family, would only lead to disappointment among the disciples if their ancestor remained idle. Furthermore, as he was already a sinner, even if he wounded Zhao Yuanmu, it would be of little consequence. As for the notion of subduing Zhao Yuanmu, Qinjianzi merely spoke in jest. After all, even with the countless mortal lives lost in Nanyang, the Zhao kingdom merely tasked him with guarding the southern wilderness, recognizing that there were still too many demons and ferocious beasts in the world, requiring strong figures to carve out territory. Yet, contemplating the horrific and brutal nature of the southern wilderness, even Qinjianzi could not help but sigh in trepidation. Suddenly, the fire cloud ignited the heavens, erupting with overwhelming might, obscuring the sun, seeking to refine the golden-armored manifestation. Yet, the manifestation, spear in hand, exuded killing intent like a vast ocean, surging with overwhelming malice, piercing through the fire cloud and shattering the firmament with its ruthless ferocity. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic battle erupted, shattering the void, with Qingyun Mountain being ravaged, countless rocks cascading down, the mountain peak ground down to nothing. Soon, a figure plummeted from the void, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater. His armor lay in tatters, his spear broken, the scene utterly grim. Flesh and blood scattered across the ground, transforming into specks of vitality, with blood grass sprouting from the earth, rich in spiritual essence, yet suffused with a chilling aura of death. Qin Jianzi stood in the void, gazing down at Zhao Yuanmu with icy indifference. Were it not for the imperial authority, he would have truly desired to slay Zhao Yuanmu to vent his pent-up fury. Zhao Yuanmu struggled to rise, his grievous wounds rapidly healing, a bitter smile creeping upon his face. Even if Qin Jianzi had suffered a setback in his breakthrough, with his strength diminished, he was still beyond Zhao Yuanmu's capacity to contend with. Though both were of the same realm, their powers were as disparate as heaven and earth. He retrieved a decree from his bosom and shouted, "By the decree of my emperor, Qin Jianzi is sentenced to guard the southern wilderness for 500 years." Instantly, a blinding golden light surged forth, and a colossal, majestic phantom emerged, akin to an emperor of the world, exuding imperial might that suppressed all beneath it. Even the cultivators of Qingyun's sect, 100 li away, felt a sense of submission and trepidation, with some kneeling in fear before that phantom. Qin Jianzi's expression shifted slightly as he felt an overwhelming pressure rising like a tide from all directions, pinning him in midair. He had not expected the emperor to possess such terrifying power, capable of subduing him with merely a decree. He sighed softly, bowed, and clasped his hands, saying, "The sinner Qin Jianzi acknowledges the decree." The phantom looked down coldly upon Qin Jianzi, and then the decree transformed into a speck of golden light, entering Qin Jianzi's consciousness, becoming a binding force. Only after Qin Jianzi had guarded the southern wilderness for 500 years would this binding dissipate. Zhao Yuanmu's suffering was not in vain. It was a gesture of faith from the imperial family towards Qingyun's sect. The phantom then surveyed the world, seemingly witnessing the tragic plight of countless commoners in Nanyang. A glimmer of compassion appearing in its eyes as it called out to the distant disciples of Qingyun's sect, "The beings of Nanyang suffer greatly. All is in disarray. You must not be negligent." Its voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Qin Jianzi bowed and replied, "We understand, my lord." Subsequently, the phantom dissipated into the ether, while Qin Jianzi and Zhao Yuanmu transformed into streaks of light. Flying southward as for the many members of Qingyun's sect, they set to work calming the turbulent energies of Qingyun Mountain. A wood Dao practitioner raised their hand, causing countless plants to sprout, revitalizing the entire massive mountain. Meanwhile, the oppressive heat that had pervaded Nanyang Prefecture began to quietly dissipate, with clouds of moisture flowing into the area, as if nurturing the promise of rejuvenating rain. Yet, how many years would it take for the scarred and desolate expanse of Nanyang, littered with bones and filled with tormented souls, to return to its former glory? Chapter 59. Heavy rain in mid-November, the sky grew dim. Zhou Bai was playing outside with his nephew Zhou Qingqian, accompanied by several other children of similar age, one named Zhou Liang, the son of Zhou Shi, another named Zhou Sisi, the daughter of Zhou Hu, along with some other servant-s children. Zhou Bai was laughing joyfully, calling out to Zhou Liang, "It's your turn to be the eagle." Among the 3 generations of the Zhou family, none were as fortunate as Zhou Bai. The other 5 in the generation had, to varying degrees, suffered some unfortunate events, especially since the Zhou family had not yet fully established itself, with Zhou Ping often having to hide in the deep mountains to protect his family. Since Zhou Bai could remember, the Zhou family had already ascended to the ranks of the celestial clans, and even during the drought, this young master's privileged life remained unaffected. Coupled with Zhou Ping's doting guilt and the indulgence of Zhou Minghu and others towards their younger brother, Zhou Bai lived a carefree and joyful life. However, a child dressed in rough linen was sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I don't want to. I've already been the eagle several times. Let someone else do it." Zhou Bai approached and kicked him, shouting, "You lost? It's your turn to be the eagle." Zhou Liang, rolling on the ground, suddenly felt the sharp pain from the kick and, being a child, quickly became angry, wanting to charge at Zhou Bai. However, he was quietly restrained by Zhou Sisi. Although only 5 years old, Zhou Sisi had witnessed her father serving Zhou Dashan like a lowly servant, making her far more mature than ordinary children. She understood the hierarchy and whispered, "What do you want to do?" Zhou Liang regained his composure, noticing the gaze of the guarding maid in the distance. and instantly recalled a lesson his father had drilled into him. Even if Zhou Bai and Zhou Chengqian hit you, you must endure. They are the masters, and you are the servant. Zhou Liang had not yet had a chance to thank Zhou Sisi when Zhou Bai called him over. Zhou Bai, pulling Zhou Chengqian, stood before a puddle and exclaimed joyfully, "Sisi, let us make mud figures." Even in such a dry season, whenever Zhou Bai wished to play, the Zhou family would do their utmost to accommodate him. The servants in the distance eyed the puddle, licking their lips. Although the Zhou family did not leave the servants without water, the amount each could drink was limited, and of course, it was still far better than the villagers of Baishi village down the mountain. "Good," Zhou Sisi timidly replied as she walked towards the puddle, her voice as melodious as the chime of bells. Zhou Liang watched this scene, and a surge of indignation welled up within him. Why was he born a master while I am but a servant? Just then, the sky rumbled, drawing everyone's gaze upward. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall. It's raining. Finally, it's raining. The nearby servants erupted with joy, looking skyward with mouths agape to catch the falling droplets. Zhou Bai looked up at the sky, extending his hands to feel the coolness of the raindrops, murmuring, "Is this the rain that father summoned? How amazing!" A seed that had long been sown in his heart now quietly sprouts and flourishes. The rain pours down increasingly, prompting the servants to hurriedly carry Zhou Bai and the others into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping and his companions stand beneath the eaves, gazing at the rainwater streaming down like fine threads from the sky, and the immense weight that had pressed upon their hearts finally lifts. "Father, it has finally begun to rain. Surely, the great drought has passed. What are our family's plans moving forward?" Zhou Minghu inquired slowly. Zhou Ping stroked his short beard and replied with a gentle smile. "As for the development of our clan, I trust that Changhe will manage it well. What you must focus on now is to take good care of the Wang family. As their condition progresses, we must be attentive." Several months prior, Zhou Ping had discovered through the system panel that the Wang family was expecting a child, with a naturally gifted spiritual aura measuring 1 inch and 6/10. This was the Zhou family's authentic first celestial connection. After 6 years of accumulation, the Ding fire had also reached a total of 22 points. Zhou Ping decided to utilize it to enhance the potential of his yet-to-be-born grandchild, elevating their talent to 2 inches and 6/10. What the family lacked was not an ordinary Qi awakening practitioner, but another cultivator of the refining Qi stage. Once another refining Qi practitioner appeared, one could guard Baishi Mountain while the other transported offerings of spiritual rice to Xiaoping County, thereby eliminating the need to pay an additional 400 pounds of spiritual rice. That 400 pounds could nourish the family's vitality or serve as rewards to attract others, proving far more advantageous than directly handing it over to the Dingxian division. "I understand, child." Zhou Minghu bowed respectfully. Zhou Xinyan had also matured into a handsome young man, carrying a long spear on his back and remaining silent. Suddenly, Zhou Ping felt the jade mirror tremble. He took it out to probe with his divine sense, and his expression shifted between joy and concern. The jade mirror was a sub-artifact of a treasure from the Dingxian division, inherently possessing the ability to convey messages, though it could only interact with the main artifact. Now, it was a message from the Dingxian division. "Nanyang Prefecture has encountered a great disaster. It is a time of rebuilding." With the populace suffering, various celestial clans, as local leaders, must guide and govern their territories to rescue the people from their tribulations, becoming protectors. This message conveyed to all celestial clans indicated that during such a calamity, if they could manage the afflicted areas, those territories would belong to the respective celestial clans. How could Zhou Ping not rejoice? If his family could manage the disaster in several villages, once order was restored in Nanyang Prefecture, they would command over 10 miles of territory, receiving offerings from all sides. After all, strictly speaking, the Zhou family's true domain was only Baishi Mountain. Even the village at the mountain's foot did not belong to them. It was merely encircled by Baishi Mountain, unknown to the outside world, allowing Zhou Ping to seamlessly incorporate it into his domain. However, now that a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to claim land had arisen, Zhou Ping would certainly not let it slip away. Yet amidst the joy, there was concern. After a great disaster, there would inevitably be a great plague. Demons and monsters would run rampant. The celestial clans should set an example and protect their regions. In any era, A great plague always follows a great disaster, but in this world, it would be even more terrifying. The countless wrongful deaths would gather resentment and malice, ultimately manifesting as malevolent spirits and evil entities lingering in the world. Some beasts and humans would consume the corpses of the deceased, eventually transforming into monstrous beings. Such creatures would inevitably arise during great disasters. These monsters varied in strength and were unpredictable. And no wonder the Ding Xian division generously allowed celestial clans to claim land. They sought to have these clans eliminate the bizarre and evil entities. After all, though mortal armies may be formidable, they are ultimately flesh and blood, unable to contend with the supernatural. Cultivators, however, are different. Even the weakest Qi awakening practitioner possesses spiritual energy within, providing them with numerous means to confront malevolent beings. Zhou Ping sighed. Suppressing evil spirits and monsters was fraught with danger, and any misstep could lead to regret. It was only natural for him to worry. However, danger often accompanies opportunity. The items or remnants tainted by these malevolent beings could serve as excellent cultivation materials and could be exchanged for spiritual stones and merits at the Ding Xian division. Moreover, Zhou Ping could not afford to abandon this rare opportunity to claim land. In the future, many mortals could emerge from his family, and more territory would suffice for their descendants to thrive and enjoy life. Furthermore, while mundane items are inexpensive, when accumulated in sufficient quantity, they could still be exchanged for cultivation materials. Just as he once traded spiritual stones for gold, he could do so again, albeit at a greater cost. He gazed into the distance, exclaiming, "It is our family's turn to slay demons and monsters and to establish our clan." Chapter 60. Eastward expedition. The rain continued unabated for several days, as if it sought to wash away 6 years' worth of summer heat in one breath. Torrential downpours struck the earth, dislodging the remains of the deceased and drenching the shivering survivors, causing them to succumb to cold and illness. Countless decaying corpses were swept into the dried-up river. Flowing eastward, the clashing bones emitted a foul stench, yet strange little beasts lurked among the remains, gnawing on the putrid flesh and maggots. In a dilapidated old temple, over a dozen ragged, emaciated disaster victims huddled together. Seeking warmth in unity, however, within the broken statue of the Buddha in the old temple, a ghastly figure crouched over a corpse, incessantly feasting, its eyes glowing an eerie green, its body covered in filth. The soft sounds of its gnawing were drowned out by the rain, rendering the disaster victims oblivious to its presence. Such occurrences proliferated throughout Nanyang Prefecture. There were malevolent spirits lurking, devouring the souls of the living. Beasts that preyed upon humans, ultimately becoming malevolent creatures, and nefarious cultivators seizing the opportunity to harvest blood and vitality. Meanwhile, on Baishi Mountain, Zhou Ping summoned the members of the Zhou family. Observing the persistent drizzle outside, he turned to Zhou Changhe and inquired, "Changhe, how is the situation down the mountain?" "There are still 437 people remaining, including 213 able-bodied men, 190 women and children, and 24 elders." Zhou Ping nodded slightly upon hearing this. Losing fewer than 100 lives in Baishi village during a year of great disaster was indeed fortunate. Without their own intervention, it was likely that only a couple of hundred would have survived. "In a while, you all must ascend the mountain to gather the able-bodied men from the village. We shall advance eastward to claim land." He then turned to Zhou Minghu and said, "You must keep the shield close. If you encounter any malevolent spirits or insurmountable challenges, exercise caution and do not act recklessly." "I understand, Father." Zhou Minghu and the others repeatedly nodded in response. Among them, Zhou Changshi was robust, carrying a hunting bow and wielding a sharp sword. Zhou Xinyan was tall and refined, holding a long spear with a piercing gaze. Zhou Ping recognized that such matters required his family members to lead. If only the subordinates were in charge, it would be difficult to manage after they ventured eastward. Furthermore, with Zhou Hong aging, he needed to remain at Baishi Mountain, so he had to rely on these nephews. "Take all the guards with you. We cannot allow our family to be placed in danger. Especially you two, Changhe and Changshi, be sure to bring more guards to guard against those disaster victims," Zhou Ping advised earnestly. After all, both of his sons were cultivators, equipped with protective artifacts. As long as they didn't become surrounded, they would be safe. However, The brothers Changhe were mere mortals, and should any mishap occur, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Zhou Changhe chuckled, "Uncle, we are not children anymore. We understand these principles." He was aware that Zhou Ping, as an elder, was concerned for their safety, thus he spoke to reassure him. "You little rascal, do you find your uncle's concern excessive?" Zhou Ping jested, feeling a bit of his anxiety dissipate. Nearby, Zhou Changxi and Zhou Xinyan exchanged glances, their expressions dimming. Among the 3 generations of the Zhou family, only Zhou Changhe dared to speak so freely with Zhou Ping. Although Zhou Minghu was close to Zhou Ping, he was still a son and would not speak in such a manner. Zhou Changxi held a deep respect for Zhou Ping, remaining extremely reserved. As for Zhou Xinyan and Zhou Chang'an, they were even more apprehensive, feeling a sense of trepidation towards Zhou Ping. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. You may descend the mountain now," Zhou Ping waved his hand, assuring them that with him at home, nothing would go amiss, and they need not worry. Zhou Changhe and the others bid their farewells and led the 48 guards of the Zhou family down the mountain. Among them Zhou Shi and Zhou Hu. These guards were all eager and brimming with zeal, for the Zhou family had promised that once they claimed the land in the east, they would allocate fields to them, allowing them to establish themselves as local landlords. Zhou Hu's expression was particularly fierce, vowing to make a name for himself in this grand expedition and gain the family's favor. As an elder of the Zhou family, he had been overshadowed by Zhou Shi, and naturally, he harbored a grudge. Zhou Shi, however, appeared disinterested, unlike the other guards who were fervently enthusiastic. After all, he was the first person aside from the Zhou family, and even Zhou Changhe's concubine, Qian Shi, had to show him a modicum of respect. As long as he did not oppose the Zhou family and remain loyal, he could maintain his position as the first among them. Thus, his aim was not to seek merit, but merely to avoid fault. Zhou Ping watched as the group departed, then turned towards the courtyard. Although the guards were leaving, there were still many maids in the Zhou household, so there was no need to worry about daily affairs. Only when Zhou Hu departed did the Lin family arrange for a maid to attend to their father in the courtyard. Zhou Dashan, now frail and aged, with a hunched back and his body marked by white patches, reclined in a rocking chair, while a maid named Chuyue stood nearby. However, as Chuyue gazed at the elderly Zhou Dashan, her eyes sparkled with an unusual light, and a peculiar thought began to form in her mind. If she were to bear Zhou Dashan's child, might she not ascend to a position of nobility and enjoy the wealth and splendor that accompanied it? Perhaps Zhou Ping had never anticipated that a servant would dare to cast such ambitions upon Zhou Dashan. All the able-bodied men of Baishi village had been summoned together, although they appeared gaunt and emaciated. Lacking any semblance of nourishment, the Zhou family provided for them through labor assistance, leaving these men with a semblance of strength, far better off than the external victims of disaster. Gazing up at the 40 or so guards of the Zhou family, clad in uniform and wielding weapons, the villagers felt an involuntary shiver run through them. One man whispered, "What do you think the Zhou family has summoned us for? Armed as we are, it's drizzling now. Even if we were to dig a canal, we cannot possibly commence work in this weather," a member of the Qian family interjected. "Could it be that they intend to slay us?" a timid man quavered, only to receive a sharp slap from a companion. "Mind your words. The Zhou family has treated us well. Even during this calamity, they provided us with food. Though you think they would go to such lengths to kill a worthless wretch like you? Do you believe yourself a pig, to be slain for meat? Indeed, the Zhou family is so benevolent. How could they possibly wish us harm? Speak again, and I shall silence you myself." The actions of the Zhou family in recent years were etched in the villagers' hearts, with some even considering them their benefactors. Therefore, despite the intimidating presence of the armed guards, they did not scatter in fear. Meanwhile, the Sun family gathered around Sun Mingxing, whispering inquiries. "Patriarch, do you think the Zhou family has called us for something significant?" After the death of the Sun family patriarch a year prior, Sun Mingxing had assumed leadership. "Let us remain silent and attentive. Perhaps this opportunity will propel our Sun family to greatness," Sun Mingxing spoke, pensively. Though uncertain of the Zhou family's intentions, he had his suspicions. With external calamities rampant and the worst of the disaster now past, the Zhou family was bound to take action. As long as they followed the Zhou family closely, they would surely benefit. On the other side, the Wang family was nearly divided into factions. Following the recruitment of Wang Daxi by the Zhou family due to his talents, many had gravitated towards Wang Hui. Yet Wang Feng, unwilling to be outdone, had his granddaughter marry Zhou Minghu, thus attracting a considerable following as well. Wang Shu, what do you suppose today's gathering is about? One of the three brothers of the Wang family inquired. Do not speak unnecessarily, simply follow my lead. I would not bring you harm, Wang Hui replied quietly, having gleaned some information from Wang Daxi's recent descent. What Wang Shu said was indeed accurate, the man chuckled. Though inwardly he cursed. The fracturing of the three brothers was the doing of Wang Hui and Wang Feng, and by the time they realized their error, it was too late for regrets. In the distance, Qian Fangsu had also formed his own circle. However, the individuals surrounding him were not from the Qian family, but rather other smallholders from the village. Zhou Changhe stood atop a flat stone, surveying the darkened surroundings before speaking slowly. The court has issued a decree. The disaster has passed and I, Zhou, am commanded to venture eastward to aid the people and pacify the villages. Should we succeed in alleviating the plight of the disaster-stricken, these lands will fall under my jurisdiction. Will you join me in this noble quest to save countless lives? Even if this expedition were merely a means to seize territory, Zhou Changhe understood the necessity of discretion. To speak too openly could invite future reproach. The villagers below buzzed with discontent, clearly reluctant to risk their lives. Yet those from the Sun family discerned the underlying implication and cried out in unison. We are willing. With the land now sparse and the population thin, the opportunity to claim territory was too enticing. Even if all the bounty were to belong to the Zhou family, they would at least secure a share of the spoils. Although the other villagers remained puzzled, they gradually understood from the words of a few families that this was indeed a splendid opportunity for them, leading to a chorus of enthusiastic agreement. Zhou Changhe nodded, then shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather your tools." In an instant, all the villagers rushed home in a frantic hurry to retrieve sickles, hoes, and even axes and hammers. When they regrouped, a ragtag band of determined villagers emerged. Zhou Changhe gazed eastward and proclaimed loudly, "Let us venture eastward to save the people." Chapter 61. Niujia village nestled between the two peaks of Mingjing. A narrow winding path, barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people, connected Baishi village to the outside world, serving as the village's sole link to external affairs. It was precisely due to this path that Baishi village had remained untouched by the turmoil beyond its borders. Had the patriarch of the Li family not sealed off the route and barred the refugees from entering the mountains, perhaps the later tragedy that befell Li family village could have been averted. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. At this moment, a group clad in raincoats, armed and hand in hand, traversed the path, with raindrops cascading off their garments, creating a mist upon the mountainside. This was none other than the people of Baishi village. The farmers casting curious and reverent glances around them. Although the mountain slopes loomed closely on either side, they felt enveloped in a haze, as if shrouded by an unseen force, leading them to believe that straying from the group would result in losing their way forever. How marvelous! Were it not for the Zhou family leading us, we might never have found this path. One man mused, glancing around in awe. Indeed, this must be the work of celestial beings, another chimed in. Expressing envy, just look at that old man Chun. Having formed ties with the Zhou family, he has ascended in status. Even his offspring are gifted. What incredible fortune! One individual, speaking in hushed tones, remarked, "Let me tell you. A while back, old man Chun descended the mountain, and from afar, I observed him. He appeared at least decades younger, no longer stooped over. Rumor has it he plans to have another child. Another child? At over 60? Can he handle it?" A robust man gasped in astonishment.